Thanos is not merely an individual, he embodies a certain ethos. This ethos instills trepidation within the Avengers and resonates throughout the cosmos. When the scales of justice become unbalanced, if no one rises to rectify the inequity, then ultimately, all paths will lead to annihilation. The arrival of Rory serves to shatter a delicate equilibrium. When 3 Captain Americas appear before him, alongside the simultaneous emergence of the ancient and contemporary Sorcerer Supremes, Wong and Strange, and when 1,000 members of the Avengers converge at the same temporal juncture, Rory realizes that his troubles have significantly escalated. Chapter 1. A Brush with the Future. My name is Rory, an unfortunate soul. Additionally, I am a fervent scientist. During an experimental endeavor, an unforeseen municipal power line repair led to a power outage in my laboratory, resulting in a minor yet consequential mishap. Consequently, I found myself elevated into the ranks of the time travelers. Fortuitously, I have traversed into the Marvel Universe, a realm where technology defies all rationality. I am exceedingly delighted to have arrived in this world. The silver lining is that I can fully unleash my talents within this realm. The downside is that I have landed in the MCU of 1969, a staggering 43 years prior to the Battle of New York in 2012. If I manage to survive until then, I shall be nearly 70 years of age. Perhaps I will succumb to old age before Thanos snaps his fateful fingers. Having arrived, I am resolute in my refusal to accept such an end. Thus, I devoted an entire year to meticulously planning a singular objective: to surreptitiously infiltrate the secret base of the SSR Strategic Scientific Reserve located within a military installation in New Jersey. My aim is to unravel the secrets of the Tesseract and then to gaze upon the vast expanse of the universe. In the summer of 1970, within the New Jersey military base, Rory, adorned with a faux beard and oversized frog-like spectacles, concealed his distinctly Asian features. He lowered the brim of his hat and crouched behind a pile of supply crates, his gaze fixed upon the iron door marked D47 in the distance. First, he must bypass the guards to gain entry through that door, then decipher the elevator code to access the SSR underground facility, and subsequently locate the warehouse housing item 084. The shield has a penchant for collecting peculiar artifacts, only to relegate them to storage, gathering dust, a gross misuse of extraordinary treasures. As the moment approached, Rory discreetly retrieved several small vials, each coiled with wire, from his backpack and concealed them throughout the base. He then slipped into the cafeteria, seizing the opportunity while several cooks were outside indulging in a smoke and idle chatter, to insert an enigmatic substance into the microwave, setting the temperature and timer before swiftly exiting. After a roundabout journey, he returned to the entrance of the SSR. Hiding in a corner, he silently counted down the seconds on his watch. 5.4.3.2.1. At the conclusion of his countdown, a thunderous explosion erupted from the cafeteria, accompanied by a towering inferno. Boom! A heat wave has even swept over to this side, where Rory is situated. As the sound of explosions reverberated, chaos erupted within the base. Some individuals, gripped by fear, fled in all directions, while others, regaining their composure, dashed towards the dining area to extinguish the fire. The guard stationed at the entrance of the SSR organization rushed to assess the situation. Seizing the opportunity, Rory, who had been hiding in a corner, swiftly slipped through the iron gate and retrieved a screwdriver from his belongings to pry open the elevator control panel. For the people of this era, the circuit design within the control panel is unimaginably complex. Yet for Rory, it was child's play. He severed one wire and connected it to another, then used a bent paperclip to create a short circuit between the 2 points, bypassing the controller to activate the elevator. With a low hum, the elevator sprang to life as Rory pressed the button. He promptly closed the control panel, straightened his military uniform, and positioned himself before the elevator doors. With a soft chime, the elevator doors opened slowly and Rory, donning a fake work badge, stepped out nonchalantly. Having been unable to obtain the architectural blueprints in advance, Rory could only wander aimlessly. Passing by an office devoid of personnel, he casually picked up a coffee cup from the secretary's desk, pretending to sip from it while subtly observing his surroundings. While committing the route and the door numbers of each office to memory. At the end of this corridor lay its junction, where a door on the right-hand side swung open, and 2 staff members emerged. Instinctively, Rory turned left. As the 2 individuals departed and he was about to pivot back, Rory suddenly noticed the numeral sign 084, hanging on the iron door at the end of the corridor. This door was not secured by an electronic lock but rather the most archaic of cross locks. Prepared for such a scenario, Rory retrieved his lock-picking tools from his backpack, inserted them into the lock and began to probe the internal pins of the lock. While he was engrossed in his task, a guard behind him happened to notice Rory's peculiar behavior at the corridor's end. The guard scrutinized Rory with a watchful gaze, deliberately slowing his pace to approach quietly. The guard's right hand gradually rested on his firearm, ready to draw it at the slightest hint of Rory's movement. Fortunately, Rory was swift. He completed the task with remarkable efficiency. Observing Rory enter, the guard dismissed his suspicions. Inside the door lay another elongated corridor, flanked by several offices on either side, culminating in a vast storage room. This perfectly coincided with a scene from a film. With a sigh of relief, Rory confirmed he had indeed found the right location. However, there was no time to relax. He quickly entered the storage room to examine his surroundings. The warehouse was immense, stretching endlessly, cluttered with a haphazard assortment of items. Rory vividly recalled every detail from the movie. After a brief reflection, he promptly identified a secret safe that might contain the cosmic cube. It was located behind the second container, following two illuminated crates, and was readily accessible. Yet, Rory soon faced a dilemma. Lacking the advanced technology of Iron Man for rapid cutting, opening the container would likely prove challenging. An electronic password? No, that's incorrect. It's a misalignment password. With no reset function. Luo Rue extracted a screwdriver to detach the side panel, tracing the circuitry to the core control board. After illuminating the area with a flashlight and scrutinizing the components, he shook his head thoughtfully. Is it a signal switch? There are no mechanical switches. If the base loses power, the control unit will be severed, and the safe will be locked, thus rendering power interruption an ineffective means of unlocking. So it is a virtual signal? After a lengthy soliloquy, Luo Rue finally conceived a method to bypass the security. It is well known that in binary code, 0 and 1 signify on and off. If the electronic lock comprises digits from 0 to 9, totaling 10 numbers, and the password length spans 10 digits, it amounts to 10 raised to the power of 10, indicating a staggering potential of 100 billion unique combinations. Luo Rue shook his head, pivoting towards another container to forcefully dismantle the control board, subsequently removing a diminutive single diode from it. He then connected both ends with a wiring harness and reattached it to the control terminal of the target container, the next step being to transmit the signal emitted by the diode. Holding his breath, Luo Rue delicately approached the power port of the circuit board with the other end of the harness. Sizzle! The sound of electricity crackled, accompanied by a few sparks. Clang! It worked! A smile finally broke through Luo Rue's tense expression. The metal container emitted a sound of unlocking, and as the doors swung open, a faint azure glow illuminated Luo Rue's face. Wow! A cosmic cube! So precious! Luo Rue was not foolish enough to touch the cube directly, recalling the misfortune of the last individual who did Sword Skull, who was subsequently transported to Vormir. Condemned to guard the Soul Stone for eternity, he emptied his briefcase and carefully grasped the cube with two metal plates, placing it within the case. He then secured the container, locking it and closing the side panel. Alright, mission accomplished. Content. He clapped his hands and retraced his steps with the briefcase in hand. You were certainly not born here, remarked Steve Rogers. The concept that created me came the reply. Alright, assuming you are S.H.I.E.L.D., and you wish to establish an intelligence organization akin to the Nazis, where would you conceal it? Right in plain sight, Steve Rogers answered, his gaze drifting toward the direction of the SSR underground base. Utilizing their time-traveling capabilities, Captain America Steve Rogers and Iron Man Tony Stark meandered through the base, engaging in casual conversation. Ultimately, it was Steve Rogers who unearthed the hidden stronghold of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s predecessor. Tony Stark tapped his glasses twice, instantly revealing power and thermal imaging displays. Behind a wall inscribed with the number E47, there indeed lay an elevator descending. They exchanged a knowing glance and approached together. At that moment, Luo Rue stood before the elevator as the doors opened with a soft chime. He was startled by the sight of three individuals inside. Good luck with your mission, Captain. And I wish you success with your plan, Doctor. Laurie immediately recognized Captain America, Steve Rogers, and Iron Man Tony Stark. As he brushed past Tony Stark, Laurie forced himself to maintain his composure as he entered the elevator, positioning himself near the door. The attention of the elderly African-American woman was primarily focused on Steve Rogers, and she paid little heed to Laurie's entrance. Are you new here? The woman inquired with a smile directed at Captain America. Feigning distraction, Laurie pretended to glance at Steve Rogers, as any ordinary person might do in such a situation. Steve pursed his lips, glanced at Lori and the woman and responded, "Not entirely." The three of them proceeded to the lower office area. Lori was the first to exit the elevator, carrying a briefcase containing the Tesseract as he moved down the corridor. Spotting the restroom sign, he swiftly turned and entered. Once inside a stall, Lori immediately removed his sunglasses and placed them at his feet, and through the reflection of the lenses, he indeed saw Steve Rogers waiting by the restroom door. Pym particles? Lori had not anticipated encountering both Captain America and Iron Man at the same moment in time, a serendipitous twist of fate. After a moment of contemplation, a perfect plan began to take shape in Lori's mind. A minute later, sounds emerged from the corridor as Steve Rogers, after glancing at the fleeing Dr. Pym, swiftly made his exit. Lori followed closely behind, donning his sunglasses once more. With one hand pressed against the brim of his cap, Steve scanned the vicinity, and upon confirming that no one was watching, he ventured into Dr. Pym's laboratory. After a brief exploration of the lab, he finally located the coveted Pym particles on a counter. A victorious smile graced his face, and just as he reached out to seize them, Lori's voice suddenly interrupted from behind. "Soldier, what are you doing?" With a swift motion, Steve retracted his arm and turned around, only to discover it was Lori, who had descended the elevator with him. What a coincidence. At that moment, Lori tilted his head slightly, feigning curiosity as he regarded Steve. "Ahem. Steve Rogers struggled to formulate an explanation, but Lori interjected, offering him an escape. "Be careful, soldier, that is Dr. Pym's research. It's best not to meddle. I was just curious." Lori waved his hand dismissively. "This doesn't concern you. You should leave now, otherwise, if Dr. Pym returns to find someone tampering with his belongings, he will certainly be furious and might even dismiss you." Chapter 2. Take me away, damn it. Where could it be? Tony Stark had searched the warehouse for quite some time, yet he had not glimpsed even a trace of the Tesseract. "What's this?" Tony Stark immediately activated his glasses for scanning, seemingly detecting some signs. Just as he was about to investigate further, a voice called out from a distance. "Is that Sora? Sora?" Upon seeing the face of the approaching figure, Tony Stark's composure shattered, and he instinctively considered fleeing. "Hey, the door is this way, my friend." The newcomer was none other than Howard Stark, Tony's father. Regardless of Tony's age, he could never maintain his calm in the presence of his late father. "I'm looking for Dr. Sora. Have you seen him?" "Oh no, I haven't seen anyone at all." As Tony Stark busied himself with nostalgic exchanges with his father, Steve was facing his own troubles. He had just been expelled from Dr. Pym's laboratory by Rourke, and now found himself pacing anxiously in the corridor, contemplating whether to storm back in and seize the Pym particles. At that moment, he turned and caught sight of a large African-American woman accompanied by two guards approaching in the elevator, clearly heading his way. Steve quickly ducked into another office, narrowly evading the guards. As he was about to leave, his eyes fell upon a small photograph of himself from his early enlistment days resting on the office desk. Holding the frame, he was instantly drawn into the depths of his memories. Those were the indelible days of his life. Turning around, he noticed the name Director Margaret Carter inscribed in bold letters on the office door. The woman he longed for day and night. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the blinds, and Captain Steve's gaze was irrevocably captured. Next door, Rourke, having dismissed Captain America, swiftly packed the Pym particles from the counter into his backpack, taking only 10 of the 11 bottles. Seizing the opportunity before Dr. Pym returned, Rourke retraced his steps and took the elevator back to the ground level. By then, the chaos within the military camp had subsided, and the fire in the dining hall had been extinguished. Rourke nonchalantly approached a parked jeep, placing the briefcase and backpack on the passenger seat. As he started the engine and prepared to depart, he happened to spot the Stark father-son duo emerging from the base. Tony was distractedly saying something as he assisted his father into the vehicle, bidding a melancholic farewell. As Tony turned, his gaze met Rourke's. Rourke smiled and waved at Tony before accelerating away. Though Tony felt a twinge of curiosity, he did not dwell on it. Without locating the Tesseract, he could not save his world. He intended to return and continue his search when he unexpectedly encountered Steve Rogers emerging from the underground base. "Hey, Captain, I didn't find the Tesseract. Did you manage to get the Pym particles?" Captain America shook his head anxiously. "I didn't get them either. Do you remember that person in the elevator? He kicked me out of Dr. Pym's office, and when I returned, there was only one bottle of Pym particles left. I was played. The individual. Tony pointed behind him. He just departed. Could it be that he took the Tesseract as well? The mere thought of narrowly missing the cosmic cube ignited a fierce rage within Tony. Quick! Pursue him! Boom! Boom! Explosions erupted throughout the base. While the blasts were not overly powerful, they released a dense green smoke that enveloped the entire facility. Those who inhaled the noxious fumes collapsed one by one. Damn it! He's a villain. First, save the people. Steve Rogers could not stand idly by while others suffered. Matters concerning the cosmic cube and Pym particles would have to be set aside for the moment. As long as Rory was alive, they would surely locate him. Meanwhile, Rory casually tossed the controller into the roadside bushes as he drove the Jeep along the highway towards Trenton City, 27 kilometers away. An hour later, Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit, traced the trail to an abandoned barn on the outskirts of Trenton City. With a thud, Tony descended from the air, the heavy sound of his suit meeting the ground resonating in the silence. He stood there, motionless, gazing through his visor at the Jeep parked outside the barn. Rory, leisurely sitting atop the Jeep's hood, fiddled with pebbles, his expression turning curious and inquisitive as Iron Man approached. You are truly a genius for designing such a perfect suit. With a few steps forward, Tony stated, I know I am a genius, sir. You have taken something that does not belong to you. Please return it to me. I am strongly opposed to violence, but should you refuse, I will not hesitate to resort to it. That can be arranged, provided you meet my conditions, Rory replied, jumping down from the vehicle. He approached Tony and lightly caressed the Iron Man suit, as if admiring a work of art. Assuming Rory had some peculiar affinity, Tony quickly stepped back, removing his helmet to inquire, What are your conditions? Speak them. Ah, quite simple. Take me. Rory's words were interrupted as Steve rode in on a motorcycle from the distance. Once Steve dismounted and stood beside Tony, Rory continued, My condition is to take me for a spin through your timeline. How does that sound? What? Impossible. How could you know that? Both Tony and Steve wore expressions of disbelief. Rory shrugged. There is nothing extraordinary about it. There are many special individuals in this world, not just your group. Exchanging glances, Tony, after a moment of contemplation, firmly shook his head. No way. Such actions could lead to dire consequences. I believe it should be easier to retrieve what rightfully does not belong to you. Are you attempting to seize it by force? Rory chuckled. I advise against that, for those two items are already hidden away. Should I choose to remain silent, you would never find them, and the consequence would be that you two would be forever trapped here. In order to cope with the pursuit following his exposure, Rory had meticulously prepared various contingency plans well in advance. The cosmic cube and Pym particles were concealed in a location known only to him, making them inaccessible to anyone else. To be frank, the risk was not worth it. I merely wished to glimpse the future, without any intention of causing harm to you. Rory gestured with his hands, expressing his desire. We need to deliberate on this matter. Tony and Captain America stepped a short distance away, whispering conspiratorially.
Moments later.
Tony returned to Rory and stated, Very well, we accept your terms. Can you provide it to me now? Rory regarded Tony with an incredulous look, one that deeply pierced Tony's heart. How could the self-proclaimed genius utter such foolish words? Ahem, that is not what I meant. I was implying that, to ensure fairness, you should present the item for my verification. Tony endeavored to mask his earlier lapse. First, you ought to remove your suit, and then we can discuss our collaboration in a calm manner. Rory was reluctant to engage in conversation with Tony, who occasionally displayed a lack of intelligence. Being in a passive position, Tony had no choice but to retract his suit. For the first time, Rory viscerally experienced the formidable nature of the nanotech suit. He could hardly comprehend its operational principles, let alone envision how the nanomorphic transitions were accomplished. Wow, this is utterly enchanting. If I could acquire such technology, I would willingly remain here forever, Tony replied resolutely. Very well. Rory glanced at Tony before approaching Steve, pointing at his wrist and saying, Sir, could you please hand over that device on your wrist? Both Tony and Steve momentarily froze, for what Rory sought was indeed the time travel locator. Without it, Steve would be unable to traverse back to the future. Tony quickly interjected, "Hey, kid, how about I give you mine instead?" "No, remain stationary. I am aware that your suit can switch forms at will, so what you offer me is likely a counterfeit. Do not mistake me for a fool like yourself." Keeping Tony in place, he turned back to Captain America and said, "Sir, if you hand this over, our transaction can be completed. This opportunity is singular. I will give you 3 seconds to consider. 3, 2. "I will take it," Captain America grunted in frustration. The two superheroes found themselves thoroughly at Rory's mercy, with no means of resistance. Upon relinquishing the time travel locator into Rory's hands, he coldly inquired, "Where is the item?" "Patience. Let us proceed step by step. I am hungry. Perhaps we should find a place to eat first." Rory cheerfully donned the locator on his wrist. He waved at the jeep, saying, "Hop in. I will take you to have hamburgers." Until he obtained the cosmic cube and Pym particles, these two superheroes were left entirely at Rory's whim. The jeep rolled into Trenton, halting in front of a burger joint. After the three entered and placed their orders, they casually selected a spot to sit. Tony was the first to voice his burning curiosity. "How did you know?" the young man inquired. "What do you know? That you have traversed time from the future?" Rory took a sip of cola and chuckled. Tony nodded earnestly. Rory replied in a calm tone, "Because I, too, am not of this timeline. During an experimental process, I was inadvertently forced to cross over. However, this era is far too primitive. I yearn to return to my rightful world." Both Tony and Captain America fell into a contemplative silence, pondering the veracity of Rory's words. "You are Iron Man Tony Stark, the creator of the Mark I in a cave, and you are Captain America Steve Rogers, an old ice pop frozen for 70 years. You are here to rescue those annihilated by Thanos' snap. I am fully aware of everything you have experienced. Do you now believe me?" Rory spoke the truth, for his assertions were indeed factual. Utilizing his technological glasses, Tony scrutinized Rory, and the artificial intelligence, Friday, corroborated the findings. "So, your objective in obtaining the Tesseract and Pym particles ahead of time is to return home?" Tony mused, beginning to rationalize Rory's actions. "Well, that is one way to put it." After finishing their burgers, the trio exited the eatery. Rory hopped onto the jeep, stating, "I still have some preparations to make before I leave. Tony, if you wish to prevent Steve from being stranded here forever, you must promptly recreate a wristband. I shall see you tomorrow." He then turned to Captain America, continuing, "Please, do not follow me. I have already rigged the location of the Pym particles with explosives. Should I press this switch, the three of us will be eternally trapped here. Hey, kid, hold steady. I have no intention of staying here with you." Chapter 3. Deceived? I set out in search of materials to create the time-space bracelet, while you are tasked with trailing him. Ensure he does not escape. Captain America firmly grasped Tony. His brow furrowed as he inquired, "Are you truly intent on bringing him back to the future?" Tony replied calmly, "What other option do we have? Have you forgotten that you lack a time travel bracelet?" This young man is astute and has undoubtedly devised a meticulous plan. We must prepare for the worst. If we cannot acquire the Tesseract and Pym particles, our only recourse will be to return him to the future. "But," Captain America began, wishing to voice his concerns. Tony reassured him, "Captain, I understand your reservations. What I mean is, although we can take him back, as long as we retrieve the Tesseract to save everyone, we can subsequently return him here. After all, he is merely an ordinary individual. Much like returning the raw stone." Precisely. With their agreement established, the two promptly set off on their separate missions. Tony sought out materials to fabricate a new time-space bracelet, while Captain America trailed Rory, hoping to seize an opportunity to obtain the Tesseract and Pym particles. Rory hummed a tune as he drove his jeep into downtown Trenton. After making several turns, he parked and glanced in the rearview mirror before exiting and swiftly entering an apartment building. As Rory entered the apartment, Captain America suddenly appeared around the corner. Stealthily, he followed Rory into the building but found nothing particularly remarkable. It was merely an old, ordinary apartment. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed no sign of Rory. At that moment, a door opened upstairs, and Captain America ascended the stairs. Just as he reached the second floor, A door on the first floor creaked open, revealing Rory's eyes, which bore a sly smile. "Ah, I knew you would be up to no good." Taking advantage of Captain America's distraction upstairs, Rory quietly slipped out through the back door. He crossed a street and entered an abandoned building. In a nondescript corner of the dilapidated structure, he pulled a discreet lever, which opened a passage leading to the basement. This was Rory's secret base, established post-time travel for various experiments and research, initially intended for studying the Tesseract. However, his plans had shifted upon encountering Captain America and Iron Man from the future. With a change in plans, there was no longer a need to remain here and waste time. Upon entering the basement, Rory retrieved a Browning M1911 from the wall and secured it in a shoulder holster. To Iron Man and Captain America, this handgun was akin to a toy. Nonetheless, he had other uses for it. Rory then utilized various materials in the basement to create a small yet powerful explosive device. He also examined Captain America's time travel bracelet, discovering it was utterly indestructible. Crafted by Tony Stark using nanomaterials, it was seamlessly constructed, leaving no discernible points for disassembly. The bracelet screen allowed for the setting of time, date, and location for time travel. With a gentle tap on the button, a suit identical to that from the movies materialized around Rory. Wow! This is incredibly cool. There is little distinction between this and a conventional bodysuit. With a mere tap on the wristband, the time-traveling battle suit returned to its former resting place. After a few tests, he secured the homemade bomb and retrieved a barrel of industrial alcohol, drenching the entire basement in its flammable essence. Climbing back to the surface, Rory turned and tossed a lit match into the interior. A sudden blaze erupted as he walked away without a glance back. Although there was no explosion, he embodied the essence of a true man. Upon reaching the street, Rory encountered Steve, who was frantically searching for him. Rory greeted him with a smile. "Hey, why aren't you resting at this late hour?" Looking for a place to rest," Steve replied, his awkwardness palpable. Rory merely chuckled, choosing not to expose Steve's embarrassment. After a moment, he suggested, "How about you stay over at my place for the night? Consider it a reward for bringing me back to the future." Just as Steve was about to respond, a sharp odor caught his attention, and he turned to see flames igniting within the abandoned factory. "Did you just set something on fire?" Rory shrugged, saying nothing in response. Steve rushed into the dilapidated building, determined to quell the flames before they could consume the entire district. However, upon entering, he discovered that while the heat was intense, the fire showed no signs of spreading. The flames emerging from the basement would soon dissipate. Although unsure of Rory's intentions, Steve Rogers had already labeled him as a troublemaker in his mind. By the time Steve exited the building, Rory had vanished without a trace. 2 hours later, with a resounding thud, Tony Stark descended before Captain America in his iron suit, presenting a brand new wristband with a jest. "Captain, promise me you won't give it away again." Steve's lips twitched as he accepted the new wristband. "You didn't say anything when I gave it to that kid." It wasn't that he wanted to give it away. He had no choice but to do so. "Where did that kid go?"
No idea.
"Captain, this isn't like you. How can you not keep track of a living person?" Tony teased. "You mentioned he is alive. I assure you, if he were a corpse, he wouldn't sneak away." Their customary banter continued. "I think I know where he went," Tony said, glancing down the road towards the abandoned barn where he had found Rory the previous day. Donning the iron suit once more, he wasted no time in taking off with Steve in tow. Moments later, they landed outside the barn, just in time to see Rory emerging from within. "Hey, I thought I'd have to wait until dawn to see you. You've arrived surprisingly quickly." Tony ignored Rory's jest and focused on his right hand, asking, "Kid, can you tell me what you're holding?" Rory lifted his right hand, grinning. "Haven't you already guessed? Indeed, it's a bomb encased in PIM particles. With just a gentle press, it will." Boom. Both Steve and Tony tensed, fearing that Rory might accidentally trigger the device. Rory waved his hand dismissively. "I am not the least bit anxious. What are you two so worried about?" Steve, attempting to maintain his composure, inquired about the whereabouts of the Tesseract. Rory pointed towards a nearby well. "It lies at the bottom of that well. To demonstrate my sincerity, I can hand over the Tesseract, but I must personally retain the remaining PIM particles. Agreed. Tony promptly nodded in acquiescence. Tony, what if he? Steve began to voice a concern, yet Tony offered him a reassuring glance. A few minutes later, Steve emerged from the well, drenched, having retrieved the tesseract, while Rory handed Tony the remaining PIM particles for their return journey. Gentlemen, I fear we must part ways here. I mentioned traveling to the future, but I did not specify your future. Farewell. Rory had never intended to leave Captain America and Iron Man stranded in this timeline, nor did he wish for their world to face annihilation. Hence, he entrusted them with the tesseract and a small quantity of PIM particles. He planned to embark on an impromptu journey through time with the remaining particles, setting the device to New York in 2008. With that said, Rory unhesitatingly pressed the activation switch. In an instant, he vanished before Captain America and Tony. Captain America sighed. I knew it would come to this. Tony smiled slightly. Don't worry. The device was designed by me, he won't escape. Chapter 4. Avengers. Assemble. Whoosh, the time travel is complete. Rory stood in shock, surrounded by a circle of superheroes. Tony waved. Hey, kid. It's good to see you again. How is this possible? Tony chuckled. Are you wondering how you ended up in our timeline when you said a different one? Rory nodded, though somewhat bewildered. He was eager to understand why this had occurred. Tony explained, you did set the time correctly, but you seem to have forgotten that this wristband was designed by me. I can alter its programming at any moment through the network. Alright, I admit you're not a fool. Despite your age, you're still quite clever. If this kid's amusing, I like him, remarked a furry raccoon with a chuckle. The towering Hulk, the long-haired, rotund Thor, and James Rhodes in his War Machine suit all gazed at the unfamiliar Rory. Tony approached and took all the PIM particles, smiling lightly. Alright, let's keep him at the base for now. We'll discuss his situation later. For now, we need to deal with the stones and save everyone. Hey, where's Natasha? Hawkeye Clint Barton spoke with difficulty. Natasha. She won't be coming back. Although Rory could move freely, he found himself unable to leave the Avengers base. Due to Natasha's sacrifice, all the superheroes were engulfed in sorrow, leaving Rory to feel somewhat relieved by their indifference toward him. Friday, what's that kid up to? Suddenly remembering Rory, Tony inquired casually to the artificial intelligence while busy crafting the Infinity Gauntlet. Boss, he isn't doing anything, came the response. Show me the footage. Tony removed his work gloves and looked at the holographic panel, discovering that Rory was merely wandering around aimlessly. In the hologram, Rory strolled into the kitchen. Spotting Bruce Banner there, he casually greeted, Hey, Dr. Banner, are you making Mexican tacos? Course, would you like a piece? Bruce, though clad in the Hulk's exterior, appeared quite affable, his jacket rendering him less wild and more refined. Dr. Banner handed Rory a taco, but Rory waved his hands. I'm not used to this. Where are the ingredients? I'd like to make something I enjoy. The cold storage is over there. You'll find almost everything you need inside. Dr. Banner pointed to the refrigerator at the back of the kitchen. Half an hour later, Rory prepared a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, garlic broccoli, and braised beef, with handmade noodles as the main course. The meal was a feast for the senses, instantly rendering Dr. Banner disinterested in the taco he held. Would you like some? Rory invited Dr. Banner as he arranged the dishes. Bashfully, Banner replied, Is that all right? Of course, but you're a big guy, so be careful not to gobble it all down at once. On the other side, Tony's stomach growled as he gazed at the holographic display, gritting his teeth to turn off the image before returning to his work. Days later, the prototype of the Infinity Gauntlet was finally completed, with 6 stones radiating different hues intricately set into the metallic glove. Observing the eager superheroes surrounding him, Rory decided to make a discreet exit. The building would soon be reduced to rubble, and he had no intention of waiting there for his demise. As he dashed out of the laboratory, he encountered Nebula, who had also quietly slipped away. Rory blinked and awkwardly waved. Hello? I have an upset stomach and need to find a restroom. Nebula cast a dispassionate glance at Rory, as if regarding a corpse. Thank heavens. Rory sprinted out of the base, orienting himself before plunging into a nearby thicket. The gauntlet was complete, but who would dare to wield that fateful snap? Let me do it, Thor declared without hesitation, stepping forward to approach the stone-embedded glove. Hey, wait a minute. Both Tony and Captain America interposed themselves before Thor. Listen, I am the mightiest Avenger. Thus this responsibility must fall upon me. You may be right, but this isn't merely a matter of responsibility. The group engaged in a heated debate regarding the use of the gauntlet. May I inquire what you believe flows through my veins at this moment? Cheese sauce. Thor dismissed Rhodey's sharp tongue. Turning back to Tony, it's lightning, pure lightning. Having lightning coursing through you won't suffice. I shall take the initiative, Banner finally spoke after deep contemplation. You all witnessed Thanos' fate. None of you could endure even half of it. How can you be so certain you can? I'm not certain, but this device primarily emits gamma rays, as if it were designed specifically for me. Meanwhile, Rory felt he hadn't fled far enough and continued to accelerate deeper into the woods. Upon glancing back, he discovered that the Avengers headquarters had activated its defenses, with all doors and windows sealed tight with robust steel. It was about to begin. Boom! A sudden thunderous sound erupted from the aircraft hangar as Thanos' Sanctuary 2 made its grand entrance. Rory gaped in astonishment, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Watching it on television seemed insignificant, but experiencing it firsthand offered a palpable sense of the overwhelming power it exuded, a description that could only be aptly captured by the phrase casting a shadow over the sun. The darkness enveloped Rory, blocking out all sunlight. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Missiles launched from Sanctuary 2 rained down upon the Avengers headquarters, shaking the earth and sending shockwaves through the air, propelling Rory, hidden within the trees, off his feet. When he opened his eyes again, the Avengers base lay in ruins, a cloud of dust transforming daylight into night. Struggling to rise, Rory suddenly felt a jolt of lightning strike down, faintly hearing the sounds of battle emanating from the depths of the crater. Cautiously approaching the edge of the pit, I beheld Captain America being sent flying by Thanos' mighty strike, his disheveled state no better than that of Thor. Goodness, has the battle commenced already? Dozens of spires detached from the Temple 2 and plummeted to the ground, while countless vanguard soldiers erupted from the spires, roaring ferociously. A beam of blue light emanated from Temple 2, heralding the arrival of the Black Order at the forefront of the vanguard army. Rising from the ground after being thoroughly beaten, Captain America brandished his indomitable spirit, embodying the resolve of one who would stand against thousands. Alas, Thanos had overreached. Had he refrained from his excessive monologue, victory might have still been within reach. As a descendant of the eternal race, Thanos indeed possessed formidable strength, single-handedly contending against the superhero coalition. Though somewhat battered, this did not signify his ultimate defeat. Had it not been for Tony Stark's fateful snap at the last moment, one could only speculate how many of the Avengers would have survived. Here they come. Countless luminous rings ignited behind Captain America, heralding the arrival of reinforcements to the battlefield. From the Wakandan forces, the protectors of Kamartaj, the intergalactic marauders, and even the Asgardian refugees who had sought refuge on Earth, an overwhelming array of military vehicles and ships surged forth from the rings. The enlarged Ant-Man burst forth from the earth, bringing with him Dr. Banner and Rocket. The battle cries of the Avengers reverberated through the air. Even Loki, who had been lurking in the shadows, felt his blood surge with excitement, yearning to join the fray. Avengers, assemble! With the utterance of this iconic phrase, the ultimate battle was officially set in motion. Chapter 5. Destiny. The vanished Rory, the cacophony of gunfire reverberated as the formidable army of Thanos clashed with the Avengers, creating a tumultuous scene reminiscent of a cataclysmic storm. Colors burst forth in vibrant flashes. Iron Man, Tony Stark, and Pepper Potts, the fiery duo, engaged in their characteristic banter. Thor soared through the air, easily capable of crushing entire swathes of the oversized Ant-Man with a mere step, while Doctor Strange dazzled with his magical prowess alongside his assembly of sorcerers. Though the superheroes exhibited remarkable strength, the sheer numbers of Thanos' forces were overwhelming, stretching far beyond the eye could see. While the Avengers boasted an array of top-tier heroes capable of wreaking havoc, their ground-level combatants found themselves woefully outmatched against Thanos' relentless army. At that moment, Thanos confronted the Scarlet Witch, whose wrath made her an unparalleled force. While he could effortlessly contend with Captain America, Iron Man, and Thor simultaneously, He found himself defenseless against the furious Scarlet Witch. As she prepared to tear him apart, Thanos was left with no choice but to activate the artillery of his ship, Sanctuary 2. The overwhelming firepower unleashed a barrage that left the ground troops reeling. Even the Scarlet Witch, who had managed to restrain Thanos, was blasted away by the onslaught. The sorcerers conjured magical shields for defense, while Doctor Strange utilized his formidable abilities to contain the deluge of seawater unleashed by the explosions. Meanwhile, Rory, gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, emerged from his hiding place, stealthily making his way towards Thanos. The ship's cannons ceased their bombardment, pivoting towards the sky as the indomitable Captain Marvel broke through the atmosphere, finally arriving at the epicenter of the battle. A golden flash, trailing a magnificent plume, surged towards Thanos' Sanctuary 2 at breakneck speed. The ship was pierced through, leaving the superheroes awestruck. With Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, now in the fray, the tide shifted dramatically in favor of the Avengers, prompting a counteroffensive against Thanos' legions. In a crucial moment, as Captain Marvel hurtled towards the van transporting the Quantum Realm tunnel, Thanos, in desperation, hurled his double-edged dagger to obliterate the passageway. The ensuing shockwave sent everyone sprawling. Fortuitously, the Infinity Gauntlet, which Captain Marvel had struggled to secure, landed perilously close to Rory. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rory instinctively shrank back, attempting to blend into the debris surrounding him. The climactic battle for the Infinity Gauntlet had officially reached its final stage. Tony Stark was the first to charge in, only to be sent flying. Thor and Captain America followed suit, both meeting a similar fate, with Captain America being knocked unconscious by a single punch. Captain Marvel made 2 attempts, but Thanos, seizing the Power Stone, delivered a devastating blow that sent her reeling. Tony glanced towards Doctor Strange in the distance before once again launching himself at Thanos, who had secured the stones. "I am Destiny," Thanos proclaimed, casting a glance at the fallen Iron Man. With a snap of his fingers, nothing occurred, and only then did he realize that the stones were absent from the gauntlet. Unbeknownst to him, they had been transferred to the hands of Tony Stark. "I am Iron Man," Tony declared, the sound of his snap coinciding almost perfectly with the crack of Rory's M1911. With the snap of his fingers, Rory felt a profound tremor within the depths of his soul, an indescribable sensation that seemed to transform the very fabric of reality. Yet paradoxically, nothing appeared to change. It was an unsettling illusion. Suddenly, Thanos perceived a sharp sting on his arm and turned to see Rory brandishing a firearm. He took a couple of steps forward before dissipating into a cloud of dust, vanishing from existence. "Mr. Stark." "Hey, Mr. Stark, can you hear me?" The voice of the young spider trembled as he approached Tony. "I'm Peter Parker. We did it, Mr. Stark. You did it." "I'm so sorry, Tony." The young spider choked back tears, longing for Tony to utter a word. It was only when Pepper Potts arrived that Tony managed to struggle out 2 words. "Friday. Vital signs are extremely weak." Pepper, suppressing her sorrow, spoke gently, her eyes glistening with tears. "Tony, we will be all right. You can rest now." With that, Tony's final breath ceased, the iconic energy source on his chest slowly extinguishing. Unable to contain her grief any longer, Pepper Potts broke into inconsolable tears. As the crowd mourned, Rory quietly approached the spot where Thanos had vanished, picking up a tiny needle from the ground and pocketing it, before silently disappearing into the ruins. The 57th experiment on bacteriophage infection had failed. The hormonal active atoms in Thanos' blood sample could not merge. The chromosomal gene compatibility stood at 99, yet the DNA rejection reaction was pronounced. The experimental approach involved recombining the DNA sequence, reprogramming the chromosomes, and synthesizing a 3rd generation of Thanos' blood sample. Rory recorded the experiment in front of the activated camera. After removing the blood sample from the microscope, he sighed and moved towards another workstation. Rory had previously believed that the serum used by Captain America was a genetic enhancer, derived from certain external substances providing additional augmentation. However, upon obtaining Thanos' blood sample, he realized how gravely mistaken he was. The serum Captain America received was not merely an enhancement agent. It fundamentally altered the genetic information within Steve Rogers' body. If a person were likened to a hard drive, from birth, everything about that individual height, appearance, personality was inscribed within. The serum's function was to forcibly alter this information to achieve individual enhancement. Steve remained the same Steve, yet he was no longer the Steve of yore. After numerous experiments, Rory ultimately validated this theory, which he had never contemplated before. However, when he sought to extract the genetic information from the Thanos blood sample, he discovered that the genetic information of the Eternal S progeny was exceedingly complex and could not be isolated as an individual entity. The most effective method was to dilute the information data within Thanos's blood sample. This process resembled compression, akin to reducing a 10 million pixel image to 1 million pixels. While the overall information remained unchanged, it would become blurred. Rory, without any extraordinary abilities, could only forge his own path to greatness. Theoretically, the bloodline's form, once compressed, would not change. Rather, it was the intensity of the bloodline that would be altered. Perhaps there exists a probability of 1/10 or even 1/1,000,000th concerning Thanos. The outcome remains uncertain. The third iteration of the blood sample cultivation experiment has commenced. A combination of 1,2-sugar acid is utilized, alongside the extraction of 1,5-water protein and low molecular substances, which are then injected into a secondary culture of DNA in equal proportions. The mixture is placed in the culture vessel, allowing the blood sample to autonomously form. Once completed, Rory seated himself before the computer to commence the next calculation. The computational power of this machine is limited, and had it been replaced with a supercomputer akin to Iron Man's, the computations would have been concluded in mere moments. While Rory diligently examined the serum, the Avengers were just concluding Tony's funeral on the other side. "Captain, what shall we do with the Infinity Stones?" Falcon Sam inquired as he approached Captain America. With the Avengers base destroyed and a new facility yet to be constructed, Sam expressed his desire to promptly address the matter of the Infinity Stones from alternate timelines to avert any further complications. Captain America replied, "Of course, we must return the stones. By the way, has anyone seen Rory? Who is Rory?" In response to this query, the majority of the Avengers wore expressions of confusion, save for a few who had previously encountered him. Chapter 6. Locate him. In the makeshift meeting room of the Avengers, a gathering of superheroes convened. Steve stepped forward to activate the holographic screen, announcing, "Currently, we only know this individual's name is Rory, of Asian descent, someone Tony and I brought back from the timeline of 1970. Why would you bring back such a person?" Hawkeye Barton voiced the collective uncertainty. Steve elucidated, "This individual has obtained the Tesseract and Pym particles ahead of us and is aware that Tony and I have traveled from the future to 1970. According to his own account, he is also from the future, though the specific year remains unclear. He was inadvertently transported to 1970 and seeks our assistance to return to his own timeline. I believe you and Tony have been deceived." War Machine Rhodes interjected as he maneuvered around the conference table to the forefront. He produced a miniature controller to connect to the holographic panel, revealing a moment captured when Iron Man Tony snapped his fingers. This was footage recorded by War Machine, and as he manipulated the controls, the image began to rotate before he pressed play. Bang! Rory was seen aiming a handgun at Thanos. How could he be there? Did anyone see him on the battlefield at that time? Steve inquired, to which all the superheroes shook their heads. He is merely an ordinary individual, lacking any special abilities. Logically, he should have fled as far away as possible. War Machine Rhodes fast-forwarded the footage and pressed play once more. In the holographic display, everyone was gathered around Tony, except for Rory. "Look here," he picked something up from the ground. War Machine pointed at the screen, magnifying the image repeatedly. "What is it? A bullet?" "No. From the shape, it appears to be something very sharp." At this moment, Dr. Banner stood up, declaring, "I know what it is." All eyes turned towards Dr. Banner as he explained, "Rory indeed possesses no special abilities, but he is not an ordinary person. He is a highly inventive scientist. As for what he holds, it is actually a needle crafted from vibranium." Dr. Banner shrugged. "Indeed, I took a small scrap from the storage room for him to conduct research, just a tiny bit, perhaps not even a gram. I never anticipated he would fashion it into a needle." At this point, Dr. Banner suddenly paused, then realized, "I understand now. He desires a blood sample from Thanos." Dr. Banner had experienced something similar. Dr. Samuel Stearns had previously cloned a blood sample from the Hulk. which led to the creation of the abomination. The others had heard bits and pieces of Dr. Banner's story. War Machine, after hearing this, shrugged and quipped, eliminating one Thanos only to encounter another, and this time a scientist Thanos. Steve promptly asserted, "We must locate Rory as swiftly as possible, destroy the blood sample from Thanos, and finally return him to his original timeline. How do we find him? After the war concluded, no one has seen him since, and his whereabouts remain a mystery. Utilizing satellite imagery, city surveillance, and every conceivable method available, it is imperative to locate him. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." The record states, Time 2133, 65th blood sample infection experiment, specimen codename 13, 4th iteration of Thanos' blood sample, compressed to 127 concentration. The experiment commences. Rory injects his own plasma into a vessel, then retrieves the freshly separated Thanos serum from the centrifuge, drawing an appropriate amount to add to the vessel. In an instant, the pale purple serum entwines with Rory's plasma, emitting a faint glow. Moments later, it transforms into a deep violet hue. Rory swiftly uses a pipette to extract a sample and places it on a slide, immediately observing it under a microscope. Through the lens, he notes significant alterations in his blood cells. The division rate accelerates, vitality increases, and Rory's DNA undergoes changes, decomposing and then reassembling, with an indeterminate fragment replaced by Thanos' gene. After completing his observations and recording his findings, Rory places the fused blood sample into an analyzer to observe chromosomal changes. Upon returning to the camera, he states that the experiment did not fail, yet it cannot be deemed a success. The bloodline fusion has yielded new insights, but the potency of Thanos' serum remains excessively high, necessitating further iterations of compression. He switches off the camera. Rory retrieves a can of soup from the shelf, pouring it into a bowl before placing it on the heating device on the experimental table. 2 minutes later, the heating is complete, and he takes a spoon to eat directly from the bowl. While eating, he fiddles with the time travel bracelet on the table, a device he has studied for an extended period without grasping its underlying principles. Beneath the experimental table lies a small box containing half a vial of Pym particles. Upon his recent time travel, all Pym particles were taken by Tony Stark, leaving only this half vial likely forgotten in the process. Tony and Steve traveled back in time, utilizing one full vial in their round trip, while Rory only traveled once, thus retaining enough particles for a single use. However, possessing merely the bracelet and Pym particles is insufficient. They must be used in conjunction with a machine to achieve time travel, a condition he currently lacks. After finishing the can of soup, barely satiating his hunger, he discards the empty can into a trash bag and exits the laboratory. Just as he discards the trash bag, a passing boy suddenly shoves Rory aside. "Move aside, kid, you're in the way." Rory glanced at the boy but refrained from responding. He is merely an ordinary person, while the other is part of a trio. Provoking trouble would undoubtedly lead to his own detriment. "Kid, this is Hell's Kitchen. You need to adapt to life here." A nearby elderly man from the fruit shop offers reassurance, handing Rory a vibrant green apple. "Thank you," Rory replies without any expression. He takes the apple and hands the shopkeeper $2 before pulling down his hat and leaving without looking back. Unbeknownst to Rory, the Avengers are searching for him. He simply wishes to avoid being found by those superheroes. Procurement of daily necessities and chemical reagents concluded, it was nightfall upon their return to the subterranean laboratory. Not long after Rory departed from the street, a motorcycle suddenly emerged from the intersection he had just crossed, coming to a halt before a convenience store. "Beep, Clint. I've arrived. Where are you?" Dressed in a jacket, Steve dismounted from the motorcycle and retrieved his phone to dial Hawkeye Barton's communicator. "I'm right behind you," came Hawkeye Barton's voice as he exited the convenience store. "I have just reviewed the surveillance footage from the supermarket in the adjacent block." Although the individual did not reveal his face, his physique bears a striking resemblance to the Rory you are seeking. After viewing the footage, Steve nodded. That must be him. He departed on foot with essential supplies, indicating he is in the vicinity. Chapter 7. An encounter with a drunkard. The progress of Rory's serum experiment was exceedingly slow. As he scrutinized a series of experimental data, he found himself at a loss regarding the source of the problem. He was aware that the compressed Thanos serum did not provoke a particularly strong rejection response. Yet his blood failed to accommodate the genetic material contained within the chromosomes. Rory pondered the notion that if chromosomes could be likened to a disk, perhaps the Thanos serum contained an excess of data that his blood could not entirely store. The complication lay in the immutable nature of genetic data. Only the Celestials, who created the Eternals, might possess the capability to alter such information. In a moment of contemplation, Rory conceived an alternative approach. If only he could obtain a blood sample from Captain Steve, having a reference might unveil some distinct differences. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the surveillance system. Rory snapped back to reality and adjusted the display on his computer screen. The image revealed Hawkeye Barton, who was conversing with the apartment's front desk while holding a photograph. Rory hastily activated the audio. "Have you seen this person?" Barton inquired. The front desk attendant shook his head, replying, "No, I haven't seen this individual. Perhaps you should seek elsewhere." Undeterred, Barton brandished his SHIELD credentials and gestured towards the upper floors of the apartment building, asking, "May I go up and take a look?" "Of course, feel free," the attendant responded. Rory remained unfazed. His laboratory was located underground, and he had rented it through a secondary intermediary, so the front desk possessed no record of him. The Avengers were searching for him? Rory mused, stroking his chin in deep thought. He subsequently turned off the surveillance and lay down on his cot, pulling the blanket over himself and drifting into sleep. Meanwhile, Hawkeye Barton conducted a thorough search of the apartment, but found nothing amiss. After descending, he exited the building, only to encounter Captain America emerging from another building nearby. Barton shook his head, stating, "No discoveries have been made." "Could we have made a mistake?" "Impossible. Rory is quite astute. Both Tony and I have fallen prey to his cunning. We must be more meticulous in our search," Captain America replied. Rory had successfully acquired a sample of Thanos' blood, and this matter had become a significant concern for Captain America. He would not relent until Rory was found. When Rory finally awakened, it was already 2:30 in the morning. After a brief refreshment, he settled in front of his computer to check the surveillance, only to find the streets utterly deserted. He then disguised himself and ventured out of the apartment, armed with several homemade signal receivers. He intended to connect these devices to the street surveillance systems in the nearby blocks, thereby expanding his monitoring range. Carefully slicing through the rubber exterior of the signal wire, he installed the receivers and executed a simple concealment, deeming his task a success. After installing several receivers, he found himself with just one remaining. However, the chosen installation site was less than ideal, as it was situated directly across from a bar, with patrons frequently entering and exiting. After waiting for a while and observing that the inebriated individuals were largely oblivious to his presence, Rory cautiously pried open the cover of the surveillance camera, located the signal wire, and repeated his previous actions. Just as he completed the installation and was about to close the cover, he was suddenly bumped into by someone. A potent aroma of alcohol wafted through the air as a staggering figure brushed past Rory, a female drunkard. Her long black hair swayed with each unsteady step, clad in a black jacket and denim jeans, complemented by a pair of sturdy Doc Martens. Rory instantly recognized her as Jessica Jones, a member of the Defenders. A sudden spark of realization lit up Rory's eyes. He promptly secured the surveillance cover and pursued her. As he turned a corner, a shadowy figure emerged before him, and an overwhelming force thrust Rory against the wall. "Why are you following me?" Jessica Jones slurred, the pungent scent of liquor enveloping them. Rory raised his hands in a gesture of peace, explaining, "No, I merely noticed a girl alone on the street and wanted to see if you needed assistance. I don't need your help, and you can't assist me. Listen, if you continue to follow me, you'll regret it." Jessica released Rory from the wall, having discerned that he posed no real threat. Yet, Rory persisted in trailing Jessica, maintaining a respectful distance while gently steadying her. Although his efforts seemed futile, they at least helped her walk in a straight line. After a couple of light pushes, Jessica allowed Rory to support her, only then noticing his Asian descent, his refined features and bright eyes captivating her. After a moment's contemplation, she suddenly wrapped her arms around him, chuckling, "Hey, would you like to spend a delightful evening with me?" Known for her capricious affections, Rory was hesitant. He had no desire to find himself in a compromising position. Just as he was about to decline, he recalled his purpose, feigning interest. Before that, I believe you should take a hot shower first. Mistakenly interpreting his words as agreement, Jessica giggled and entwined her arm with his, leading him towards her apartment. A few minutes later, they arrived at her residence. Upon entry, Jessica tossed Rory onto the bed and, without hesitation, leaned in to kiss him. Struggling, Rory exclaimed, "Hey, we agreed on a shower first. This isn't delightful at all." With a rip, Rory's shirt was shredded, and in her fervor, Jessica neglected her own attire as well. This was madness. Rory yearned to resist, but he was merely an ordinary man, utterly outmatched by Jessica's strength. Fortunately, he had not forgotten his mission. He discreetly retrieved a syringe-tipped bullet. Without hesitation, he plunged it into Jessica's neck. A startled cry escaped her lips, and to Rory's astonishment, Jessica became even more exhilarated, resulting in the bed, already precarious, collapsing entirely. Over an hour later, Rory emerged from Jessica's apartment, his aching back reminding him of the ordeal. In his palm lay the vibranium needle, a precious blood sample acquired through his dubious efforts. Rory silently vowed to exact revenge when the opportunity arose. He would see that promise fulfilled. With weary steps, he returned to the laboratory, immediately immersing himself in his experiments. Rory meticulously cultivated a blood sample from Jessica Jones, reserving a small portion for observation and data analysis. He remained engrossed in his work for over 10 hours, neglecting even a single bite of food. How astonishing! The activity level was scarcely inferior to that of Thanos. Wait, mutated chromosomes? A novel idea abruptly emerged in Rory's mind. If his blood were akin to a hard drive, and Thanos's data were so saturated that writing was impossible, could Jessica Jones's blood sample serve as a USB drive to connect the two? Abruptly pulled from his intense focus, Rory's brain became hazy, and he realized that hours had slipped by unnoticed. The sudden wave of fatigue overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto the army cot, instantaneously drifting into slumber. Chapter 8. I am not a villain. The genetic essence of Thanos was intricately woven into the chromosomes of Jessica Jones, subsequently creating a novel serum that amalgamated with Rory's blood. The theory was sound, yet it existed solely in the realm of speculation. Upon awakening, Rory did not hasten to commence the experiments. Instead, he resolved to cultivate additional blood samples from Jessica Jones. Lacking sufficient raw materials made him hesitant during experimentation, a trait he deeply despised. While monitoring the surveillance feeds, he consumed some fast food to satiate his hunger. Had he not given up yet? The monitor displayed several new surveillance angles, and within one of them, Rory beheld Captain Steve Rogers. This man was still relentless in his pursuit of him. Rory's mind began to strategize how he might procure a blood sample from the captain. "Clint, how are things on your end?" "Captain, we have not uncovered any useful leads. I believe we should call for additional support." In the aftermath of the final battle, the Avengers were preoccupied with their own affairs. Thor entrusted Asgard to Valkyrie and then accompanied the Guardians of the Galaxy into the cosmos. Captain Marvel was elusive, her whereabouts unknown. Dr. Banner and War Machine Rhodey were busy reconstructing the Avengers base, while the sorcerers offered no assistance whatsoever. Scarlet Witch Wanda had seemingly vanished, and young Spider-Man Peter Parker was engrossed in his studies, leaving only Falcon Sam available for assistance. Captain Steve concurred with Hawkeye Barton that an extra pair of hands could provide hope, promptly reaching out to Falcon Sam. However, Sam was not alone. He arrived with Winter Soldier Bucky and a whole cadre of S.H.I.E.L.D. logistical agents. "Captain, Nick Fury sends his regards," Falcon announced as he descended from the skies. "Captain, give the orders." Steve nodded and transmitted Rory's information to everyone, issuing the command, "Rory is most likely hiding in this vicinity, capable of manufacturing weapons and explosives, posing a significant threat. Locate this individual and I will handle the rest." "Understood, Captain." The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents dispersed to their tasks. Falcon ascended into the air, deploying drones, while Bucky and Steve conducted a ground search, and Hawkeye climbed to a rooftop to monitor the streets. "Captain, the headquarters channel is live. I will relay satellite imagery shortly. War Machine Rhodey's voice crackled through the earpiece. Steve paused momentarily, then resumed his search for Rory. Meanwhile, Rory was observing the surveillance feeds, placing his empty cup down, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Given the current situation, it's only a matter of time before I'm discovered. It's time to make some essential plans." The Avengers' temporary headquarters had established satellite access, swiftly identifying potential areas where Rory might be concealing himself through surveillance. Steve led the team as they meticulously combed through the designated regions, aiming to narrow the search. 2 days later, Rory emerged from a dental clinic, adorned with a baseball cap and sunglasses, just as he was captured by a street-side surveillance camera. Within the temporary headquarters of the Avengers, the biometric surveillance system emitted a sharp beep, signaling an alert. Rhodes immediately operated the computer and transmitted the visuals to Captain America's communicator. "Captain, we have located Rory. He is heading south on 41st Street, wearing a black jacket and a baseball cap." Received. Upon receiving the information, Captain America promptly gathered his team and set off for Hell's Kitchen on 41st Street. The Flying Falcon, Sam, was the first to arrive. Suddenly, Rory was startled by the descending Falcon. Clutching his heart, he remarked, "Is this how superheroes make their entrance? Or do you think the insurance companies will cover the costs if you frighten an ordinary person to death?"
Sam, donning great goggles, smiled faintly.
"It's merely to intimidate the villains." "Am I a villain? What misdeed have I committed?" Rory tilted his head and blinked. Sam opened his mouth, only to realize he was unaware of any wrongdoing on Rory's part. He merely assumed that anyone Captain America sought was inherently a villain. The captain will be here shortly. You can speak with him." In less than a minute, several black SUVs, unmistakably of S.H.I.E.L.D. design, surrounded the street Rory was walking on. Hawkeye Barton, Winter Soldier Bucky, and Captain America arrived in succession. Rory innocently leaned against the wall on the sidewalk, and upon seeing Captain America approach, he expressed his grievance. "Steve, is there a misunderstanding? Or do you genuinely believe I have committed a crime?" Captain America towered over Rory, and as he drew near, he whispered, "Rory, hand over the items and come with me." "What items? Where are we going?" Rory feigned ignorance, casually inquiring. "You know what you have taken. As for where we are going, it is, of course, to where you ought to be." Rory scoffed. "Steve, you've redefined what it means to be a superhero for me. You can conduct research, study the Tesseract to create weapons, analyze serum to produce Captain America, and investigate AI to create Ultron. Why can't I? Is it because you represent justice? You deem what you cannot accept as evil, correct?" His expression brimmed with sarcasm. Captain America, Steve Rogers, fell silent. While the Avengers had indeed saved the universe, it did not absolve them of past errors. Just as Rory was about to continue, Captain America abruptly interjected. "Enough. This is different. Thanos' blood is far too perilous, and we cannot risk it." "Don't say we. I am not one of you," Rory coldly retorted as he brushed past Captain America, heading toward the laboratory, only to be obstructed by Winter Soldier and Falcon. "Aren't you interested in my research findings? Take them if you wish." Rory glanced back at Captain America, stating, "But I must say, the sole distinction between you and a thief is that you wear a cloak of justice." Firstly, Rory has committed no crime. He is merely engaging in what any scholar would pursue, albeit with materials that are more hazardous. Which researcher does not face risks? The purpose of all weaponry is ultimately to kill. The serum, while applicable in the medical field, has nonetheless been deemed a high-risk substance by Captain America. Tony's mechanical prosthetics, the green glowing Dr. Banner, Ant-Man's ability to expand and contract, and even the serum that enhances Captain America have all contributed to the near destruction of the world, as exemplified by the Red Skull. In essence, Captain America does not fear the serum itself but rather Thanos, whose haunting presence lingers in his psyche. Rory understands the futility of his words and, maintaining a stoic demeanor, leads the group to the laboratory. "These are the blood samples of Thanos that I have cultivated. You may take them," he states, before retrieving a hard drive from the computer. "This is my scientific research and you may also take it, but you must understand that it does not rightfully belong to you." Rory extends the hard drive towards Captain America. After a long pause, Captain America sighs and responds, "Listen, Rory, I merely wish to eliminate the unstable risks. You are well aware of what Thanos has done, so my apologies." He then pushes the hard drive back towards Rory and continues, "This is your research. I shall not take it. So what now? Are you merely pretending to be the good guy while planning to send me back to 1970? Rory surmises Captain America's intentions. Captain America nods in resignation. "Indeed, you do not belong here." Chapter 9. Back to 1970. I unearthed Captain America's grave standing upon the time travel device. Rory gazed expressionlessly at Captain America. Clutching a box containing the Power Stone in one hand and wielding Thor's hammer in the other, Captain America nodded at Dr. Banner, who was stationed at the control panel. "Dr. Banner, please send us back." After Dr. Banner acknowledged, he initiated the countdown, and upon its completion, promptly pressed the switch. In an instant, with a whoosh, both Captain America and Rory vanished. Rory found himself blinded by the azure light of time travel, and when he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the dilapidated warehouse on the outskirts of Trenton in 1970, the very place he had departed from. Before him stood Steve Rogers, yet Thor's hammer was conspicuously absent from his grasp. "It seems you accomplished much in that brief interval," Rory remarked. Captain America nodded, revealing that he had returned the hammer and the stones to their respective timelines, leaving only the final space stone in the box. "Rory, I hope you can lead a good life here. I will visit you when I can." As he spoke, Steve removed the time travel bracelet from Rory's wrist. "Oh, you don't intend to return?" Rory still clutched his personal computer hard drive. Captain America shrugged. "I wish to try the kind of life Tony spoke of." I always thought Captain America was a thoughtless patriot, but it seems he harbors his own desires," Rory scoffed. Yet, Steve Rogers found himself unable to retort. He forbade Rory from remaining in the future while choosing to stay in 1970, an epitome of double standards. Rory, disinterested in further banter, turned away. Before departing, he waved and said, "You needn't share what kind of life you wish for. I sincerely hope you never cross my path again." It would be a lie to claim he wasn't angry, but he recognized his inability to resist. Before the array of superheroes, Rory felt as fragile as a newborn infant. Captain America first returned the stones, and as he busied himself with a date with Peggy Carter, Rory had already caught a ride to New York. His reason for choosing this bustling metropolis was not due to any sentimental attachment but rather its vibrant prosperity, which would facilitate the acquisition of essential experimental materials. His foremost objective was to amass funds. Leveraging his knowledge of the future, Rory sought investments, with Stark Industries being the one to invest in his company. He did not meet Howard Stark. Instead, he merely passed the scrutiny of Stark Industries' Strategic Investment Department. The funding was modest, yet sufficient to establish his own laboratory. "Mr. Rory, this money is not a gift. Mr. Hans, the investment manager at Stark Industries, expects to see your research results within 3 months. Otherwise, we shall reclaim this laboratory," he was informed. Rory nodded. "I will send progress updates to Stark Industries. Please refrain from disturbing my research during this period." In 1970, Rory was already at the pinnacle of his capabilities with just a slight exertion. He could produce a comprehensive piece of technology surpassing the standards of this era within 3 days, not needing the full 3 months. "Oh, Steve, I can hardly believe it. You have truly returned. This cannot be a mere figment of my imagination," Peggy Carter exclaimed, her emotions aflame as she grasped Captain America's hand. The palpable sensation reassured her that this was indeed reality, yet the disbelief lingered within her. "How could I abandon my dearest girl? I still owe her a dance." Steve gently caressed Peggy's cheek, the warmth, authenticity, and familiar scent enveloping them. Their love, transcending both time and space, sweetened the very air around them. As half a month swiftly passed in blissful intimacy, Steve suddenly recalled Bucky. "Peggy, there is a matter I must attend to. I may be away for a few days." Peggy, having adorned herself, turned to him and inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Your help would indeed ease my burden. It's nothing of great consequence, merely a search for someone." "Of course, I would be delighted to assist you," Peggy replied, approaching to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. "Since the establishment of S.H.I.E.L. D. In 1945, progress had been evident, although the intelligence was not yet at the level of exaggeration it would later achieve. Finding a person was not an arduous task. Several hours later, Peggy acquired information on Bucky. Much of the data was fabricated, but the details regarding his collaboration with Stark Industries to establish a laboratory were genuine. Steve was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Bucky's file. He has partnered with Stark Industries? Is there a problem? Peggy queried, puzzled by his reaction. After a brief silence, Steve nodded. I truly hope my concerns are unfounded. Peggy seemed to sense the gravity of the situation and promptly drove Steve to the laboratory address recorded in the files. With a resounding bang, they broke through the laboratory door, only to find it completely deserted, devoid of even the most basic equipment. It was merely an ordinary empty room. Bucky, of course, would not leave his true address behind. After receiving payment, he had relocated the laboratory to another site, anticipating Steve's potential search. Moreover, Bucky was not in New York at that moment. He was aboard a research vessel bound for the Arctic, preparing to encounter the ice-encased Captain America. Sir, are you certain this is the correct direction? Few venture to such remote places, the hired captain remarked as he approached Bucky in the cabin. Bucky resolutely nodded. Proceed in the direction I have marked. An exploratory expedition must seek the less trodden paths. During his time in the future, Bucky had glimpsed a map at the Avengers base that detailed the location for rescuing the frozen captain, and he was confident he had not erred. However, landscapes evolve with time, and while he could not guarantee success, he felt compelled to attempt the journey. Days later, the research vessel finally came to a halt. With the assistance of the sailors, they unloaded a vehicle and various supplies. Bucky, alone, drove towards the coordinates where the frozen captain awaited. Amidst the blanket of snow, accompanied by howling winds, Rory traversed the frosty terrain for a relentless 2 days and nights, ultimately arriving at the precise coordinates of the frozen Captain America. It must be in this vicinity, he thought, offering a silent prayer for fortune. After parking his vehicle and establishing a temporary camp, he brewed a kettle of hot water and consumed some instant food to replenish his energy before succumbing to slumber within the confines of his tent. Upon awakening, he embarked on the quest to locate the captain. Narrowing his search area based on the topography, he meticulously employed his detector. In the span of just 2 days, Rory's lips became parched, his skin dried and pallid, and 2 profound dark circles settled beneath his eyes. Yet, for the sake of obtaining a blood sample from the frozen hero, Rory resolutely refused to relent. Just as he was on the brink of exhaustion, the detector finally sprang to life. Beeping incessantly, he wielded his ice pick with fervor, striking the ground vigorously. The metallic clang resonated in his ears, a sound so melodious to him. Hello, Steve. I never expected our paths would cross again. Heh. Chapter 10. Steve never gives up. It had been a fortnight since Rory's return to New York. Emerging from a dental clinic, he made his way back to the South Dock of Lower Manhattan, bearing the newly fitted dental prosthetic. The laboratory was situated in a forsaken rubber factory near the dock, which had been left idle after the bank reclaimed it post-closure. Upon his arrival, Rory had leased one of the factory's vacant units to serve as his laboratory. Securing the laboratory door, Rory donned a white lab coat, along with a cap, mask, and protective goggles. Approaching the workstation, he gingerly retrieved the recently replaced dental fixture, within which lay concealed several capsules containing blood samples from Thanos and Jessica Jones. Indeed, this was his ingenious method of clandestinely transporting blood samples from the future to the present era. Including the blood sample of the frozen Captain America, 3 distinct samples were introduced into vessels to commence the process of cloning the blood. Lacking computational power and advanced analytical instruments, Rory's research progressed at a languid pace. With the Captain America and Jessica Jones samples aiding his exploration, after countless trials and errors, he finally formulated a relatively mild serum sample. This serum was not a fusion of Captain America and Jessica Jones's blood, but rather a pure specimen derived from Thanos. The samples from Captain America and Jessica Jones merely facilitated the research and mitigated the potency of the Thanos serum. Rory sought the unadulterated lineage of the Eternals, not some grotesque amalgamation of disparate bloodlines. Currently, this serum sample was not ready for direct application. It required further intricate genetic programming. This milestone merely opened the door to the creation of a serum that would amplify Thanos' lineage. However, with the door now ajar, it was only a matter of time before the genuine enhancement serum could be completed. Peggy Carter accompanied Steve Rogers to the Stark Industries headquarters. "Hello, I have an appointment with Howard Stark." After the assistant confirmed their details, she escorted them into the elevator. Upon reaching Howard's laboratory, they found him engrossed in research, only looking up when Peggy cleared her throat. "Oh, Peggy." Long time no see. Howard approached, poised to give Peggy a warm embrace, but froze momentarily upon noticing Steve Rogers beside her. "You are Steve?" "Hi, it's been a while." Steve Rogers waved in greeting. Howard Stark, incredulous, exclaimed, "Oh, I can hardly believe it. You're still alive." Steve offered a wry smile and shook his head. "Honestly, I never expected to be." After being encased in ice for 70 years, awakening to a world transformed, with familiar faces having passed away, he found himself back at this unexpected juncture in time. Having missed so much, everything felt so surreal. "How did you?" Howard Stark began, eager to inquire about Steve's survival and his whereabouts over the years. Steve, wishing to divert the conversation, interjected that it's a long story. "I actually came here today to ask for your assistance with something else." "Steve, the war has come to an end. What you ought to do now is relish life," Howard remarked, casting a glance at Peggy with a teasing grin. Peggy, unfazed, embraced Steve and replied with a smile, "I believe it is you who should set aside your research and return home to tend to your wife, for you are soon to become a father." A profound sense of disconnection washed over Steve Rogers, as though just yesterday he had fought alongside Tony Stark, and today he was hearing news of Tony Stark's impending birth. A poignant sense of estrangement served as a reminder to Steve that he did not belong to this era. "You are right, very well. Let me hear what sort of assistance you require," Howard said, removing his goggles and gloves before approaching the coffee table to pour 2 glasses of whiskey, offering them to Captain America and Peggy, awaiting their words. Steve Rogers eagerly interjected, "Stark Industries has invested in a man named Rory, but I cannot locate him, so I wish to arrange a meeting with him under the auspices of Stark Enterprises." Howard, eyes wide, raised his hands in disbelief and inquired, "Is that all? Perhaps it is a trivial matter to you, but it bears great significance for me. This individual, Rory, poses a considerable risk," Steve Rogers asserted. He wished to dismiss his concerns as mere overthinking, yet an unsettling feeling lingered, suggesting something was amiss. To ascertain that Rory would not present an issue, Steve felt compelled to confirm the situation personally. Howard turned to glance at Peggy Carter. Upon her nod, he chuckled, all right, who am I to deny the captain? I shall arrange this matter." Howard Stark, a co-founder of SHIELD, did not fully grasp Steve Rogers' motives for seeking out this individual, but Peggy's approval assured him there was a valid reason behind it. Howard promptly contacted the investment department to procure Rory's investment dossier. As he perused the file, he remarked, "Rory is engaged in biochemical research and has inadvertently discovered a drug that could treat mental illnesses. He has also obtained the necessary clinical trial approvals through Stark Industries. See for yourselves." Steve and Peggy examined the documents together. Initially, they found nothing amiss. Even Steve believed he was merely overanalyzing. However, upon a second reading, he sensed something was off. "Howard, is the recorded completion time for the experiment accurate?" he inquired. Howard glanced at him and nodded. "Indeed, the first phase of the experiment is projected to take 3 months, after which Stark Industries will inject additional funding based on the experimental data. Is there a problem?" "Yes, there is a significant issue. If Rory aims to produce this drug, he would require not 3 months, but perhaps merely 3 days. How could that be?" "Are you jesting?" Howard retorted, incredulous. As a scientist himself, Howard understood that experimental research demands considerable time and effort, and it was certainly not as simple as Steve Rogers suggested. Steve refrained from revealing the intricacies of time travel and was unable to explain that Rory belonged to a future timeline. Rory, being a researcher, would undoubtedly find it effortless to produce a pharmaceutical advancement approximately a decade ahead of our current time, if he indeed hailed from a future temporal point. Yet, he has not done so. Instead, he has established a laboratory under the guise of research, which undoubtedly stirs skepticism within Steve. With a grave expression, Steve addressed Howard. You must trust me. This individual is not as straightforward as you perceive. At that moment, Lori was engaged in live experimentation. With a syringe in one hand and a white mouse in the other, he administered the injection and subsequently placed the mouse back into the tempered glass enclosure. Securing the lid and activating the recording device, he intently observed the physiological changes in the mouse. The mouse scurried about within the confines of the glass chamber, occasionally sniffing the air with its tiny nose. Approximately 20 seconds later, it became agitated, thrashing violently against the walls of the enclosure. It seemed impervious to pain, or perhaps the sensation overwhelmed its physical capacity, as the glass resonated with the impact, yet the turmoil persisted. This was not a mere rejection response. Rather, it was a remarkable display of aggression. As Lori pondered the situation, tufts of fur began to shed from the mouse in patches, rapidly rendering it bald. Its genetic sequence had evidently been altered. The frenzied mouse abruptly ceased its erratic movements, convulsed momentarily, and then lay still, seemingly lifeless. However, the transformations within its body continued unabated. The motionless mouse exhibited signs of muscular fibrosis and swelling, indicating a fortification of its physical form, yet its organs appeared unable to withstand such enhancements. Or perhaps, the energy was insufficient. Chapter 11. The deathly entanglement of Steve and his dominant girlfriend. The seventh live experiment commenced. The serum activity was reduced, and bioelectric energy was transformed to stimulate cellular regeneration. With nutrients and serum injected simultaneously, the injection began. Once the serum and nutrients were administered, Rory promptly activated the electrical switch, and the motors emitted a resonant hum as a substantial current coursed through the converter, transforming into a feeble bioelectric pulse that stimulated the little white mice contained within the box. Squeak! 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 The mice cried incessantly. The more animated their cries, the more exhilarated Rory became. This was not due to any peculiar proclivity on his part, but rather because the vocalizations of the mice signified their continued existence. Previous experiments had all ended in the demise of the subjects. If even one survived, it would herald a significant advancement in his experimentation. Squeak! Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as the iron box containing the mice burst open, revealing a rodent larger than a cat, gasping and sprawled within the tempered glass enclosure. Hiss! The mouse was not dead but lay there, half alive, panting heavily upon the glass surface. Its crimson eyes seemed to fixate on Rory, radiating a menacing glare. Damn it! Rory's greatest fear was to accidentally create some monstrosity, so he had long been prepared for such a scenario and immediately pressed a red button. The machines hummed to life, and several steel plates began to close slowly, ready to confine the mouse within. Thud! 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 Just as the iron plates were nearing closure, the mouse suddenly rose and violently collided with the tempered glass. Crack! A fissure appeared in the glass, startling Rory. Crash! Fortunately, at the very last moment before the glass shattered, the steel plates sealed tightly together, and the desperate mouse collided headfirst against the steel barrier. Perhaps it had exerted itself too much, for it promptly lost consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Rory extracted a vial of blood from the unconscious mouse using a vibranium needle. Part of the sample was placed in a test tube for refrigeration, while the remainder was observed under a microscope for research. After meticulously recording the data, he indulged in a hearty meal. He then tidied up and departed the laboratory with a briefcase in hand. In the coming days, he was to finalize his contract renewal with Stark's investment department. Within the briefcase lay samples of antidepressant medications he had prepared in advance. While not a groundbreaking invention, it was sure to yield a profit for Stark Industries. Taking a taxi to the Stark Group headquarters, he entered and informed the receptionist of his purpose. In less than 3 minutes, the investment department manager, who had been coordinating with him, rushed down in a flurry. Damn you! You deceived me. I not only intend to retract all investments, but I will also sue you, you deceitful swindler. The investment manager ranted. Remaining composed, Rory raised his briefcase and declared, the latest drug has been successfully developed. If it can pass clinical trials, both you and I, along with Stark Industries, will become even wealthier. You con artist. What? Succeeded in research? The investment manager wore a look of disbelief and inquired, I have clearly visited your laboratory, which was utterly vacant. How could you? Lu hui shujejid. The conditions there were inadequate, and the space was limited. I merely relocated and forgot to notify you. There was no need for such an outburst. Ahem. You are correct. Let us now examine your research findings. The investment manager's expression shifted more rapidly than the turning of a page. He first instructed his assistant to escort Luo Rui to his office while he hurried to report to his superior. 10 minutes later, news of Luo Rui's appearance reached Peggy Carter at her residence. By the time Captain America arrived, Luo Rui was engaged in a presentation to the investment manager of Stark Industries regarding the efficacy and development costs of an antidepressant medication. Sir, here are the recent data I have collected. In America, over 100 individuals out of every 1,000 require antidepressant medication. The commonly available antidepressants on the market come with various side effects, such as obesity, sexual dysfunction, gastrointestinal discomfort, drowsiness, or insomnia. In contrast, the side effects of this particular medication are negligible, practically inconsequential. Bang! Just as Luo Rui was expounding, Steve Rogers suddenly barged in, followed closely by Peggy Carter and Howard Stark. Upon seeing his boss, Howard, the investment manager promptly rose, but Howard merely waved him off dismissively. The investment manager exited the office obediently, closing the door behind him with care. Thud! Luo Rui tossed the pen he had been holding onto the desk, exclaiming in exasperation, "Steve, why do you always linger like a ghost? Since you've returned, you should devote more attention to Miss Peggy rather than trailing after me like a stray dog." Before Steve Rogers could respond, Peggy Carter interjected, "Do you know me?" Luo Rui shrugged. Of course, Agent Carter, one of the founders of the SSR, and also the first love of Captain America, Steve Rogers. "Be quiet. Do not say another word." Steve interjected hastily, concerned that Luo Rui might inadvertently reveal matters pertaining to time travel. Luo Rui leaned back against the desk, arms crossed, gazing at Steve with an indifferent expression. Steve stated directly, "Luo Rui, what have you been occupied with lately?" Steve, possessing a sense of absolute justice, was often perceived as a paragon of virtue, albeit many regarded him as somewhat of a moralist. Sacrificing the interests of a few for the greater good is a hallmark of American individual heroism. He does not ponder why villains become malevolent. He only knows that if you have turned to villainy, he must eliminate you. Lu hui shukled. May I ask who you are? Why should I disclose anything to you? At this moment, Peggy stepped forward, stating, "Since you are aware that I am an SSR agent, you should also recognize that I possess the authority to conduct an inquiry. Steve is now employed by the SSR and has the right to scrutinize you. This, indeed, exemplifies the essence of power. Rules can be altered at any moment, wielded by the power of the state against the individual. How can an ordinary person resist when they possess no means to effect change? Much like an average individual cannot prove their sanity. It is not one's own assertion that matters, but rather the judgment of a physician." Luo Rui inhaled deeply, turned, and patted his briefcase, stating, "You have seen it all. If one wishes to live comfortably, more wealth is required. I am in the process of earning it. Do you have any questions?" Steve struggled to comprehend the specialized terminology in the documents, yet he held a different conviction within. "Luo Rui, I am aware of your remarkable intelligence in certain domains. Whenever you desire, you can create various gadgets. However, you have taken 3 months to present this, and as far as I know, during this period, you also ventured out to sea once. Steve, that is enough." Luo Rui's expression darkened instantly, and he coldly retorted, "Do you expect me to immediately unveil all technologies that surpass this era for your satisfaction? Or will you emerge from your moral high ground to condemn me for transforming this world once I disclose truly advanced techniques? No, please do not react so vehemently. Listen to me." At this moment, Steve realized he had misspoken. His assumptions were merely conjectural, lacking any substantiation. Yet, to Luo Rui, it seemed as though Steve was intent on cornering him into a desperate situation. Chapter 12. The nurturer Steve, filled with compassion, engaged in a fierce altercation with Rory. Peggy Carter, intrigued by the familiarity between Steve and Rory, stood aside, while Howard Stark perceived a deeper undercurrent in their exchange. "Hey, hold on a moment, gentlemen. What were you just discussing?" Technology that transcends this era? Steve's expression faltered as he quickly replied, "My apologies, Howard, and Peggy. May I have a moment alone with him?" Out of respect and trust for Captain America, Peggy and Howard, though burdened with 1,000 questions, graciously allowed Steve and Rory their privacy. Once Peggy and Howard departed, Steve firmly shut the door and turned to Rory, stating, "I do not wish for you to engage in any perilous experiments. People are inherently like this," he continued. "When you reason with them, they respond with strength, using privilege to pressure you, yet when you break the rules, they revert to reason. Such individuals are acutely aware. They simply habitually side with their own interests rather than absolute justice and fairness." Rory, having abandoned the lofty discourse, straightforwardly inquired, "Steve, to be candid, what exactly do you desire? Must I seek your approval for everything I do?" "Not at all, but I am obligated to oversee your actions," Steve replied, lacking comprehension of the mechanics of time travel. He instinctively believed that altering history was wrong, and that it should unfold as it always had, forgetting entirely that he too was a part of that history. Rory smirked. "By your logic, I should merely act as an ordinary person, correct? I am curious, when Dr. Erskine created you, did you ever contemplate these matters?" Dr. Erskine also birthed the Red Skull, who nearly brought about the world's destruction, yet his endeavors are celebrated as righteous. With a click, Rory secured his briefcase and remarked, "Well, this conversation ends here. How you choose to proceed is your own affair. I am not obligated to justify myself to you. If you consider me a villain, then procure evidence of my wrongdoing. If you deem me a good person, then please refrain from disrupting my life in the future. I would sincerely appreciate it." Navigating around Steve, Rory opened the office door and glanced back at Peggy and Howard standing outside. He then addressed Howard Stark, stating, "Mr. Stark, I will seek collaboration with other investment firms regarding this medication. Kindly grant me some time. I shall repay the Stark Group's investment, and as for our collaboration, let us conclude it here." After Rory departed, Peggy entered the room, patting Steve on the shoulder, offering reassurance, "Do not overthink this. I will arrange for someone to monitor him. Should anything amiss arise, we can apprehend him at any moment. I am fine and—" "Thank you, Peggy." As Rory exited the Stark headquarters, he silently exhaled in relief. Indeed, Steve had not relinquished his pursuit of him. He himself is a beneficiary of the super serum, yet he forbids others from developing it. Rory expressed his dissatisfaction, but fortunately, this is the Big Apple, a city abundant with speculative capital. With research results in hand, he need not worry about finding buyers. Throughout the day, Rory visited several major investment banks, only to receive replies instructing him to wait at home for further news. It was not until nightfall that he returned to the Southport dock in the lower city. With a loud clang, he pushed open the laboratory door, only to be stunned by what he saw. What? The laboratory appeared to have been ransacked, a chaotic mess with shattered test tubes and flasks strewn across the floor. A steel box containing laboratory mice had a gaping hole, and the mice within had vanished without a trace. This was disastrous. As Rory approached, he discovered a large, grotesquely transformed mouse corpse lying behind the experimental table. Donning gloves, he lifted the mouse's body onto the table for examination. The incisors had fallen out, replaced by a mouth full of sharp teeth. No wonder it had managed to gnaw through the iron enclosure. Its once white fur had dulled to a lifeless gray, with each hair transformed into an unyieldingly stiff bristle. Its claws, sharp as daggers, corresponded perfectly with the claw marks on the steel. The physical characteristics had undergone significant changes, the genetic sequence evidently altered, suggesting a mutation. The cause of death could be attributed to two factors. First, a lack of energy. Having escaped the steel box, it lost all vitality and starved to death. Second, the genetic mutation triggered a rejection reaction, surpassing the limits of organ capacity, resulting in sudden death. Rory then conducted a blood sample test on the mutated mouse, which confirmed his earlier suspicions. The inability to correctly manage hereditary genes led to a distorted genetic sequence, posing evident uncontrollable risks. After completing the tests, Rory donned protective clothing and a face shield, meticulously tidying up the laboratory's wreckage. As he picked up a shattered flask, his gaze sharpened. Inside the broken flask remained some liquid, which immediately struck him as possessing vitality. The liquid emitted a soft blue luminescence, twinkling like stars, as if it contained the entire universe. The light flickered rhythmically, almost as if it were breathing. With utmost caution, Rory transferred the liquid into a test tube and used an extractor to take a drop for observation under a microscope. The mess of debris lay neglected as he eagerly focused on the microscope. Goodness, he truly felt as if he had encountered the extraordinary. This was indeed serum derived from Thanos' blood sample. Perhaps when the mouse toppled the experimental table, it inadvertently mixed with certain neutralizing substances, resulting in the genetic code being accidentally unraveled. If Thanos' chromosomes were akin to a vault, then the genetic code was the key to unlocking it, revealing the powerful supergenes within. Now, with this vault inadvertently opened, Thanos' formidable supergenes lay exposed before Rory, allowing him the freedom to manipulate them as he wished. With this revelation, Rory was overwhelmed with exhilaration, immersing himself wholeheartedly into the experimentation that lay ahead. The vault door has swung open, and all that Roy must do is extract Thanos' DNA from within, subsequently integrating this genetic material into his own chromosomes to formulate a groundbreaking growth factor. This factor, cloaked in Roy's chromosomal guise, is imbued with the essence of Thanos' genes, thereby facilitating a seamless incorporation into Roy's body. The only drawback lies in Roy's inability to replicate this mutated serum, as the experimental table is laden with a plethora of over 100 different materials. Identifying which particular substance or combination thereof has resulted in this mutation is beyond Roy's capability for perfect restoration. Fortunately, this serum is sufficient for a single dosage, with a surplus remaining that allows for an additional living test. After a night of fervent labor, the serum is finally completed by dawn. Observing the now dull vial, Roy is filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. This may very well be the final living experiment. Let us commence. Roy once again retrieves a small white mouse, reconfigures the safety apparatus, and promptly initiates the trial. Chapter 13. The justice on the tip of the tongue. Peggy Carter and Steve Rogers walked side by side in silence for a moment before she finally voiced her lingering doubts. Steve, I presume you have much to discuss with me. Steve, rubbing his temples in frustration, replied, Peggy, this matter is rather complicated. It's quite all right. I have ample time. Very well. After gathering his thoughts, Steve explained, you might consider this. The young man named Rory is engaged in a perilous experiment. However, I lack evidence, and I am uncertain if he has brought anything even more hazardous with him. Who exactly is Rory, and why is there not a trace of information about him in the database? Peggy's mind was rife with questions, yet she was inclined to trust Steve Rogers. Well, to be honest, I'm not fully aware of his background either. All I know is that he is quite dangerous. Steve too was in the dark about Rory's origins. Rory had suddenly appeared before him and Tony Stark, whisking them away for a perilous journey into the future, only to return them back here afterward. Truth be told, Steve now deeply regretted not leaving Rory in the future under the Avengers' supervision, which would have been far more reassuring. Since you believe he poses a danger, we should apprehend him without delay. Though Peggy was puzzled, she had faith in Steve's judgment. Just as she was about to contact her subordinates to apprehend Rory, the lights in the room abruptly went out. After pressing the switch twice in bewilderment and finding no response, she wondered, what happened to the power? Steve moved over to inspect and remarked, I'll check the circuit. After a moment, they discovered the issue was not limited to their home. The entire city was experiencing a blackout. Peggy promptly opened the cabinet to activate the backup generator and immediately dialed the SSR headquarters. Manhattan is experiencing a power outage. Please investigate the cause. A few minutes later, the phone rang back. Director, we have just received a response from the power company. There has been an electrical failure at the Southport dock in downtown Manhattan, and a team is being dispatched for repairs. Peggy and Steve exchanged startled glances, recalling the last time such an event had occurred. During Steve's serum enhancement. This is bad. Is it Rory? Peggy quickly arranged for personnel to secure the Southport dock, and the two donned their attire and rushed out the door, speeding towards the dock. Just as Peggy was preparing to apprehend Rory, he had already completed his final live experiment on a laboratory mouse. Compared to the previous frenzied specimen, this one appeared markedly more docile. Though its size had increased slightly, It retained an adorably naive demeanor, with the overall transformation remaining remarkably stable. All right, now it's my turn. Rory was confident in this serum, believing there were only two possible outcomes. Either his body would merge with Thanos' genetics, thereby receiving enhancements, or there would be no change whatsoever. There was no third possibility. Having calibrated the equipment, Rory shed his clothing and approached the rudimentary energy chamber. Holding a syringe filled with serum, he smiled at the white mouse within the reinforced glass enclosure and said, "Wish me luck." Without hesitation, he injected the serum into his body via the carotid artery. The energy conversion bioenergy supply chamber commenced its operation, and the recently repaired power lines converged once again towards a factory within the South Dock. High-voltage lines connected to the transformer, sparking wildly. At that moment, Peggy Carter arrived at South Dock, driving Steve Rogers. "Where do you think he might be hiding?" Peggy inquired, placing her hands on her hips as she surveyed the entire dock. SSR agents who had arrived earlier were conducting a thorough search of the area. Steve shook his head. "I don't know. Let's head down and take a look." As they entered the dock, a line overhead suddenly exploded with a loud bang, sending sparks flying and causing Peggy to shiver. The severed line swept towards Peggy, but Steve swiftly scooped her up and evaded the danger. Following the line with his gaze, Steve spotted a faint blue light emanating from an abandoned factory in the distance. "He's over there. Quick!" Steve exclaimed, sprinting forward, while Peggy struggled to keep pace, frantically calling for reinforcements. Upon reaching the factory entrance, Steve heard Rory's anguished screams from within. Summoning all his strength, he kicked the iron door. Bang! Bang! After several forceful impacts, the door collapsed under Steve's assault. Inside the factory, a tangled mass of wires lay strewn across the floor, alongside a buzzing machine and an energy chamber radiating blue light. Steve had arrived too late. As he approached, the energy chamber had already peaked, and Rory's screams had ceased. As the blue light of the energy chamber gradually dimmed, Steve's urgency to apprehend Rory surged. Crack! Crack, crack. Steve pried open the energy chamber door with his bare hands, a thick plume of white smoke billowing forth, obscuring his vision. Suddenly, a foot shot out from within with blinding speed, catching Steve off guard. Bang! Steve's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, flying several meters before crashing to the ground and sliding another few meters before coming to a halt. "Steve!" Peggy rushed over to help him up. Once on his feet, Steve's gaze remained fixed on the energy chamber. Moments later, Rory emerged from within, clad only in his undergarments, his expression dark. "Steve, why are you always hounding me?" "Rory, I'm doing this for your own good. I don't want to see you stray further down the wrong path." "How do you know it's the wrong path? Why don't you question the creation by Erkins, which is also a mistake? And now you stand here, unashamedly proclaiming your sense of justice?" Rory retorted, advancing towards Steve, who stood resolutely in front of him. With a finger pointed fiercely at Steve's nose, he roared, "Steve, you are merely a soldier. You are not a scientist. I am. This is my experiment, and you have no right to interfere." "No, I must stop you." With a sudden thud, Rory's foot connected with Steve's abdomen, sending him hurtling once more, crashing against the wall with a resounding boom that dislodged a layer of dust. "Who do you think you are, incessantly shouting for freedom? What right do you possess to restrict my liberty?" Rory suddenly lunged at Steve, grasping his neck and taunting, "I see now. It is not your righteousness that drives you, but rather your desire to uphold your image as a hero, is it not?" "Nonsense." With a powerful retort, Captain America countered, driving his knee into Rory, then delivering a fierce punch to the right side of Rory's jaw. Chapter 14. The prejudices within people's hearts are like a great mountain. Rory rubbed his chin, feeling little pain, and then chuckled casually. "Steve, do you recall that phrase? Did you think you were fighting for us? You were merely fighting for yourself. And who will avenge the fallen innocents?" At the utterance of these words, Steve froze momentarily. Superheroes create chaos, then eradicate it, ultimately basking in the applause and admiration of the masses. But what do ordinary people receive? Terror, fear, loss of property, and even loved ones. How ironic is that? Steve clenched his fists and replied earnestly, "Where there is war, there will be sacrifice." All we can do is assist those in need. Oh, is that so? Rory burst into laughter. So I am to be the one who can be sacrificed? You truly are a hypocrite. Steve fell silent, choosing not to respond to this provocation. Rory shook his head. First and foremost, I am merely conducting experimental research, harming no one. Yet you label me a villain and obstruct my work, even abruptly halting my experiments without reason. You have no idea the effort I have invested in this endeavor. What I mean to say is, if I truly become a villain, it would undoubtedly be due to your influence, Steve Rogers. Whether Steve's facade of justice was genuine or not was beyond Rory's discernment. Yet he recognized that Steve firmly believed himself to be on the righteous side. Such grievances served little purpose. Rory did not seek to alter Steve's mindset, an endeavor in futility, but merely sought to vent his own frustrations. Steve stepped forward, stating, "It is futile to discuss this further. You have acquired what you desired. All I can do is assist you in wielding your abilities wisely." Rory could not help but exclaim, "Who do you think you are? You call yourself captain and truly believe you are the embodiment of justice? Come with me, it would benefit both of us. I have no desire to resort to violence against you." Steve Rogers always spoke with an air of righteous authority. Rory smirked. "You may not want to, but I do." Although the experiment had been forcibly interrupted, Rory had still attained significant enhancements. He now stood even taller than Steve. His muscles were taut, brimming with explosive power, yet not in the same brutish manner as Captain America. He was eager to test the extent of his newfound prowess. Whoosh! Rory's movements were swift, and Steve was equally quick. In a narrow escape, Rory faced a punch head-on, evading while simultaneously delivering a right hook to Rory's left rib. Smack! The punch did not land. Instead, it was deftly blocked by Rory. Despite having no formal combat training, Rory seemed to possess an innate instinct for battle, a primal ability that did not belong to him but to Thanos. The unexpected block caught Steve off guard, and undeterred, he launched another attack, 3 punches and a kick, all of which Rory evaded or deflected. Rory's strength and speed surpassed Steve's in nearly every regard, augmented further by Thanos' superlative combat instincts. Yet he was still evenly matched by Steve, truly living up to his reputation. Rory felt no pressure, but Steve grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. In Steve's eyes, Rory's combat skills had improved remarkably, transforming from effortless handling to a struggle to defend himself within just a few minutes. He even felt as though he were engaged in a one-on-one duel with Thanos. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "Rory, where did you get your serum? Is it from Thanos?" "Yes," Rory replied with a chuckle. Empowered by his instinct for combat, Rory became more fluid in his movements, becoming enamored with the thrill of battle. With the absence of his shield, Steve's fighting capability diminished by at least 30%. His fists alone could barely inflict any pain on Rory, merely causing a slight discomfort. Thus, one might conclude that the shield is an essential condition for Captain America to maintain parity in battle. Rory transitioned from cautiousness to a bold and aggressive style, striking with sheer force. A swift punch landed squarely on Steve's face, sending him reeling backward, blood oozing from his nose and mouth. Rory refrained from pursuing the advantage, standing still while gazing at his powerful fist, mocking, "Steve, do you know? I once aspired to be a superhero like you, but through this experience, I've realized that forsaking the superhero life may be for the best." Steve wiped the blood from his lips and struggled for some time before rising from the ground. "I could endure this all day." This statement seemed to carry a certain power. Each time he uttered it, he received a boost. This time was no exception. A gunshot rang out, striking the ground near Rory's feet. Peggy Carter stood a short distance away, aiming her weapon and shouting, "Stay right there. If you move, the next bullet will blow your brains out." If it were Thanos, one could argue that he would fear nothing, not even a nuclear bomb. If we were to liken Thanos to an extravagant mansion of over 1,000 square feet, then Rory could only be compared to a modest 45-square-foot studio apartment. Both serve the purpose of shelter, yet the disparity is monumental. Thus, Rory remained uncertain whether he could withstand the pressure. "Peggy, apprehend him." It was not the time for heroics. Without his shield, Steve could no longer contend with Rory and required Peggy Carter's assistance. At that moment, agents surged into the laboratory, gradually encircling Rory under Peggy Carter's command. Rory smirked coldly and addressed Steve, saying, "Old Popsicle, you constantly prattle on about freedom and justice, and yet you awaken with an attitude as if you embody the pinnacle of human morality. You are the universe's sole 5-star terminal case of saintly delusion. I hope you remember everything that transpired today, for you shall bear the responsibility for all that follows. Proclaiming justice while acting against its principles, shouting freedom while attempting to restrict the freedom of others." Steve's countenance darkened, resembling a sewer that hadn't been cleaned in 50 years. Just as he was about to utter a retort, Rory suddenly bolted away, his speed rivaling that of a supercar. As he dashed past the workstation, he casually pressed a switch. In an instant, there was a resounding explosion, and Rory crashed through the wall, leaping headfirst into the Hudson River. By the time Steve reached the riverbank, Rory had vanished without a trace. Peggy Carter retrieved her radio and commanded, "Request the Coast Guard to search the coastline and notify the New York headquarters to issue a citywide manhunt for Rory." After ensuring the arrangements were in place, Peggy approached Steve, who stood in a daze at the water's edge, and said, "Steve, could you tell me about him?" Just as Peggy began to speak, a sudden explosion erupted behind them. Boom. Rumble. A thick plume of black smoke ascended into the sky as the laboratory was instantly reduced to a pile of ruins. Steve turned to gaze at the blazing wreckage inside. "He has destroyed all the experimental data. Truly clever. I will have people conduct a thorough investigation, hoping to uncover some useful information." The firefighters soon arrived and quickly brought the flames under control, but in the process, they washed away all blood samples from the laboratory. Aside from some shattered laboratory equipment and scrap metal, SSR was left with not a single trace of experimental data. Chapter 15. If you desire war, I shall provide it. Steve, we must return, and I believe it is imperative that we have a conversation, Peggy Carter urged as she parked the Jeep beside him, beckoning him to enter. Steve, enveloped in silence, complied. The most daunting aspect for him was articulating the bewildering events to Peggy. As the Jeep departed from the South Harbor dock, Rory emerged slowly from the depths of the water, trailing behind the vehicle as it made its way ashore. Peggy navigated through the lower city, guiding Steve back to her residence in the Central District. Upon entering the apartment, she set down her keys, removed her coat, and poured 2 cups of coffee before settling on the couch. Handing 1 cup to Steve, Peggy remarked, "Steve, you were never like this before. I believe an explanation is in order." Steve grasped the coffee cup with both hands, bowing his head in silence. Peggy took a seat beside him, gently placing a hand on his leg, soothingly saying, "Hey, we trust each other. You can tell me anything." Steve shook his head. "No, I simply do not know how to express it." "That's all right, we have plenty of time. Speak as long as you wish." Unbeknownst to either of them, outside the apartment window, a figure lurked against the wall. Indeed, it was Rory. While Rory lacked the extraordinary abilities of Spider-Man, he could easily embed his fingers into the wall, a feat that posed no challenge for him at that moment. Inside, Steve rose and approached a cabinet, opening the door to retrieve a box from the shelf below. Returning to the sofa, he opened the box to reveal 2 temporal travel wristbands. Curiously, Peggy picked one up, marveling at the futuristic device, and inquired, "What is this?" "This is called a temporal locator wristband." "Temporal locator? You mean time travel?" Peggy exclaimed, her astonishment directed at Steve. Steve nodded, affirming, "Indeed, just as you surmise." My God. Peggy Carter was no fool. In fact, she was exceptionally intelligent. The SSR, Strategic Scientific Reserve, had amassed numerous unidentified items designated as Code 084. Having encountered many phenomena beyond scientific explanation, the concept of time travel, existing solely in theoretical discourse, felt exceedingly avant-garde to her. This is truly remarkable. Peggy contemplated countless possibilities, yet this notion had never crossed her mind. Steve raised his gaze, sorrowfully confessing, "Peggy, I'm sorry for deceiving you, but no, Steve, you are still the person I know, aren't you?" Steve earnestly nodded. Peggy Carter smiled gently. "For me, as long as you remain you, that is sufficient." At this juncture, the two could not help but share a kiss. Outside, Rory, overhearing their tender exchange, shuddered in revulsion, muttering, "Ugh, how shameless." After adjusting his position, he suddenly burst through the window, and just as Steve stood from the couch, Rory struck him with a powerful blow. Peggy Carter was not slow to react. She reached for her gun, but was swiftly seized by Rory, who clutched her neck firmly. Rory, do not act rashly. With Peggy in his grasp, Steve dared not make any sudden moves and raised his hands to signal Rory to remain calm. Rory gradually lifted Peggy into the air, then beckoned to Steve with a casual flick of his fingers. Listen, hand that over to me. Okay, no problem. Just put Peggy down first, Steve urged, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor. We can discuss this reasonably. There is no need for it to escalate this far. Steve immediately raised the time-space ring, uttering a stream of soothing words meant to placate Rory. Rory, unimpressed, retorted, "Be quiet. I do not wish to hear your nonsense. Hand me the ring." Cleverly, Steve possessed 2 rings but only relinquished one to Rory. The ring arced through the air and was deftly caught by Rory, who glanced at it and confirmed it was indeed the one he had worn. Nodding with satisfaction, he smirked and remarked, "Steve, we could have been friends, but your condescending attitude is truly bothersome." Peggy, suspended in the air, struggled to breathe, her face reddening from the lack of oxygen. Just as she was about to faint, Rory flung her back to Steve and promptly leaped out the window to escape. Steve was eager to pursue but felt compelled to tend to Peggy. After pinching her nose for a couple of seconds, Peggy, regaining consciousness, struggled to say, "Steve, don't worry about me. Go after him. Chase." With determination, Steve gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, setting Peggy down before jumping out the window in pursuit. He landed safely and glanced around, but saw no sign of Rory, leaving him to choose a direction at random to continue the chase. On the rooftop, Rory, holding the ring, chuckled as he observed the distant figure of Steve. "Captain, you're quite capable, yet lacking in wisdom." An hour later, Rory arrived at Central Park, where he excavated a metal box beneath a certain tree with his bare hands. Inside, it contained various blood samples, serums, and backup research findings. The principle of having multiple escape routes was well understood by anyone savvy. After his encounter with Steve at Stark Industries, Rory had anticipated that Steve would not let him off easily, prompting him to prepare an alternative escape plan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of helicopter blades echoed overhead, followed by a beam of light shining upon Rory. Boom! Just as Rory looked up, a shadow leaped from the helicopter. "Rory, without PIM particles, you cannot go anywhere. Hand over the items and return with me." Rory gazed at Steve, who had descended from the helicopter, and inquired with a smirk, "Are you certain?" Steve had been confident, but when he saw Rory produce half a vial of PIM particles from seemingly nowhere, he was taken aback. "How did you? You might have been frozen for too long, causing your mind to falter. Allow me to remind you the first time from 1970 to the future." Rory activated the time-space ring and poured the vial of PIM particles into it. At that moment, Steve suddenly recalled that it was Rory's first experience with time travel, and he had only utilized half a bottle. The time-space wristband, in conjunction with PIM particles, required a machine's assistance to access the quantum realm. Coincidentally, the future Doctor, Bruce Banner, had activated the return switch. Steve voluntarily chose to remain here and refrained from using the time-space wristband again, leaving the device in an activated state. In other words, it was Steve who provided Rory with the opportunity to traverse time once more. With a gentle tap on the time-space wristband, a technologically advanced white time travel suit materialized instantly upon Rory's form. Just then, Peggy Carter arrived with her team. Rory glanced at Peggy Carter and remarked with a smile, "Steve, I wonder if you enjoy the irony of good intentions gone awry, or if you are simply foolish. You are, at best, merely a soldier. Surely you do not see yourself as a savior. If it is war you desire, then I shall grant you war." In an instant, a brilliant white light illuminated the space, and Rory's figure vanished from everyone's sight the next moment.
Chapter 16 Hello, Mayor.
"I am in need of assistance. Peggy, I am deeply sorry. I have caused this calamity." "No, this is not your fault," Steve replied, burdened with guilt. "I intended to remain by your side, but now I've ruined everything. The trouble with Rory is a consequence of my actions, and I must resolve this matter." Peggy recognized that Steve was preparing to depart. Although she felt a sense of loss, She was content knowing she had the opportunity to see him once more in her lifetime. Go as you did before, and save the world. Peggy. Steve and Peggy Carter shared a profound kiss. As their lips parted, Steve donned the wristband and the same white temporal suit as Rory. Unable to contain her emotions, Peggy cried out, "Steve, will we meet again?" "Yes, we shall. I will await you in the future," Steve declared resolutely. In the blink of an eye, Steve vanished before Peggy Carter, much like Rory had. As Peggy prepared to leave, a small white head emerged from the ground. It was the last living subject of Rory's successful experiment. The little mouse scurried to the spot where Rory had disappeared, sniffing the air for his scent, yet found no trace of him. Strangely, a human-like expression of disappointment flickered in the mouse's eyes. Observing this, Peggy crouched down, gently stroking the little creature, murmuring, "Were you also created by him?" The mouse, detecting Rory's scent on Peggy, immediately displayed signs of affection. Peggy smiled and lifted the small mouse, departing Central Park. Steve and Rory had vanished. Perhaps she could glean some answers from this little mouse. In another moment, Rory reemerged from the quantum realm into reality. Shedding the temporal suit, she stepped into a dimly lit alley, carefully surveying her surroundings to confirm that she was indeed in New York, albeit a more vibrant version than before. "Hey, kid, hand over everything of value." Two hooded figures approached Rory, brandishing a gleaming knife. Rory blinked and inquired, "What year is it?" The two men exchanged glances, their anger escalating. "You little brat, are you mocking me?" Before they could react, Rory had seized one of them by the throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. "Answer my question. What year is it?" "It's 2008, I'm sorry, sir, please," the man gasped for breath, desperately trying to pry Rory's hand away, but to no avail. He struggled and pleaded for mercy. Rory murmured, "The year of the Avengers?" and then tossed the man aside. The two thugs scrambled away in a panic. Rory donned a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, blending into the crowd. He pondered whether the events of 1970 would impact the present. At this time, SHIELD, bolstered by the support of the World Council, had established a global presence, acquiring formidable intelligence and surveillance capabilities. He certainly did not wish to attract their attention upon his arrival. Over the course of 3 days, Rory unraveled many mysteries. Currently, Tony Stark had yet to become Iron Man, and Captain America existed only in legend. History remained unchanged. His next course of action was to amass wealth and establish a new laboratory. Although he had injected the serum, the abilities he had anticipated were far from realized. While he did not expect to attain Thanos-level invincibility, he at least desired something comparable. Life persists, and so too must experimentation. On the evening of the 3rd day, Rory emerged from a restaurant after enjoying dinner. As he prepared to cross the street, a convoy sped past him, cursing under his breath. He was taken aback when the convoy suddenly halted in front of a hotel not far from him. A dozen bodyguards clad in black were quite imposing, and from the central vehicle emerged a tall, robust man. "Ah, Mayor Fisk." Just when Rory was lamenting his lack of financial opportunities, a chance had presented itself. Wilson Fisk had a crucial rendezvous that evening. From a young age, he had grasped the brutal law of survival of the fittest. Driven by this principle, he swiftly ascended to become one of New York's most powerful crime lords. Yet, upon reaching the pinnacle, rather than feeling fulfilled, he experienced an unprecedented emptiness, until a woman named Vanessa entered his life. Tonight marked their first date. Vanessa, an art dealer, was not only stunning but also possessed a charming wit and depth, capturing the interest of the formidable crime boss at their first meeting. Halfway through their date, Fisk and Vanessa were engaged in lighthearted banter, the atmosphere delightfully relaxed, a sensation Fisk had not enjoyed in quite some time. Alas, fate intervened, as their pleasant evening was abruptly interrupted by the intrusion of members from the Russian mafia, inciting Fisk's ire. After escorting Vanessa home, he resolved to impart a lesson that the disruptor would never forget. Having dealt with the Russian gang, Fisk returned to his cold abode. Habitually, he adjusted his cufflinks before shedding his coat, preparing to take a shower when a voice suddenly emerged from the shadows. "Vanessa is lovely. Will you marry her, Fisk?" Startled, Fisk's body tensed, instinctively turning towards the source of the voice. A hand extended from the shadows, pressing a switch on the wall. With a click, the room was flooded with light. Wilson Fisk furrowed his brow as he gazed at the young Asian man in his 20s before him, inquiring, "Pray tell, why are you here?" Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, you may find it exceedingly difficult to leave this room, unless, of course, you wish to depart as a lifeless corpse. Rory, with a faint smile, approached the sofa and seated himself with an air of nonchalance, remarking, "Do not be alarmed. I am here to discuss a collaboration." Fisk's anxiety stemmed not from Rory's silent entrance into his abode, but rather from the fact that Rory had just mentioned Vanessa. As he scrutinized Rory, he queried, "I do not recall any existing partnership between us." Rory shrugged. "There hasn't been one before, nor is there now, but after today, there shall be." Fisk sensed that the young man was delusional. Anyone who uttered the name Wilson Fisk should be acutely aware of his reputation. Yet here was Rory, calmly seated, engaging in conversation. He was baffled by the source of this young man's audacious confidence. Rory gestured toward the sofa, suggesting, "Why not sit down and discuss this?" However, Fisk chose not to take a seat, instead positioning himself behind the sofa, fixating his gaze on Rory. With a chuckle, Rory proceeded directly to the crux of the matter. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rory, a scientist in the biological realm. I am in dire need of a laboratory, yet I lack the necessary funds. Mr. Fisk, it will be you who finances the establishment of this laboratory, and in return, I can assure your safety, both in terms of your freedom and your life." Upon hearing Rory's words, the wariness on Fisk's face evaporated, replaced by a look of sheer astonishment. "Are you utterly serious?" Chapter 17. Alarm. Your mind has been stolen. Wilson Fisk was convinced he was facing a lunatic. The ruthless mob boss found himself unexpectedly enveloped by a sense of helplessness. He waved his hand dismissively at Rory and said, "Leave. I have no desire to personally eliminate a fool." Rory scratched his head and retorted, "Are you truly suggesting that a scientist is a fool? How dare you utter such words? I could extract my brain and it would weigh more than yours by at least 2 pounds. Do you believe me?" Wilson Fisk shook his head. "I do not believe you, for a sane person would never contemplate extracting their own brain." "Good grief, FK, you utter fool." When insulted, Wilson Fisk did not exhibit anger. Instead, he reached out, intending to grab Rory and toss him out the door. However, the moment his hand extended, Fisk's expression shifted dramatically, from bewilderment to astonishment, from shock to utter confusion. With a resounding thud, the massive figure found himself kneeling before Rory. You! Fisk reached out to grasp Rory, only to have his wrist seized in a reverse grip. As a muscular behemoth with a muscle density of 90, nearly reaching the limits of human physical capability, he found himself utterly defenseless before Rory. Yet Rory appeared to be merely an ordinary individual, devoid of any conditions that could pose a threat to him. Rory reached out with his other hand, gripping Wilson Fisk's collar, and effortlessly lifted him into the air with one hand. "Listen, I am a biological scientist. Do you comprehend what biology entails? Humans are a type of organism, and that is my field of study. In my eyes, you are no different from a newly hatched chick. Therefore, it is advisable that you refrain from any aggressive actions in my presence. Understood?" Instinctively, Wilson Fisk nodded. Satisfied, Rory patted his bald head and couldn't he help but rub it. So smooth. "Good. Now let us return to our previous discussion." Wilson Fisk rubbed his wrist, nearly crushed, and straightened his shirt before asking, "Are you implying that you wish to be my bodyguard?" "Dream on," Rory continued. "Most of my time will be spent conducting experiments in the laboratory. I have no time to traipse around with you. What I mean to say is, should you encounter dangers beyond your control, you may contact me, and I will assist in resolving your troubles." Just as Wilson Fisk was about to inquire further, Rory added, "Oh, not just any troubles. For instance, I will not involve myself in matters such as waging war or confronting authorities. You would do well to maintain a low profile. If there is a risk of exposure, I may very well be the first to eliminate you." Wilson Fisk understood. Rory would not assist in eliminating competitors, nor would he offend the authorities on his behalf. The only service he offered was to rescue him when faced with personal danger. To others, this might seem akin to hiring a deity to return home, but for Wilson Fisk, Rory represented his talisman of survival. Moreover, Fisk was far more intrigued by Rory himself than by the conditions he laid out. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Rory, I can provide funding for establishing the laboratory, and I have no qualms about covering all subsequent expenses. What I wish to know is, can I be as formidable as you?" Rory pondered for a moment and replied, "Not for the time being, but once the laboratory is established, give me some time and perhaps it will be possible." "Deal." Wilson Fisk responded without hesitation. A satisfied smile graced Rory's lips as he extended his hand, signifying a pleasant collaboration. Wilson Fisk glanced at Rory's hand, his heart racing, and cautiously reached out. Once their hands clasped, Rory advised, "Use your name or someone else's to help me find a suitable location. I will provide you with a list shortly for procurement. How shall I contact you during this period?" Rory surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had nowhere else to go, and said, "The environment here is quite agreeable. Until everything is settled, I will remain here. Please procure some daily necessities and clothing for me, and I also require a new mobile phone, registered under someone else's name." With that, Rory busied himself selecting an unoccupied guest room. Left behind, Wilson Fisk twitched his mouth and pulled out his phone to call his most trusted subordinate, Wesley, instructing him to handle the procurement of Rory's essentials. Within half an hour, Wesley returned with the requested items. "Mr. Fisk, are you all right?" Wilson Fisk did not allow Wesley to enter but received the items at the door. Noticing Wilson Fisk's unusual demeanor, Wesley couldn't help but ask further. Wilson Fisk paused for a moment and then shook his head, saying, "I'm fine. You should return and rest. Tomorrow I have important tasks for you." "Understood, boss. Good night." Wesley maintained his composure at all times, and as Wilson Fisk's most trusted confidant, he was acutely aware of his responsibilities. Closing the door, Wilson Fisk placed the items on the sofa in the living room. Just then, Rory emerged from the guest room with a prepared list. "Procure according to this list. It contains detailed models and specifications, so do not make any mistakes." He handed the list to Wilson Fisk. Rory picked up a brand new phone from the sofa, powered it on, fiddled with it for a moment, then unwrapped a multitude of items to take back to the guest room. Upon re-emerging, he adorned himself in a fresh home robe. Approaching the liquor cabinet, he opened a bottle of unfamiliar wine and poured a full glass. After downing half the glass in one gulp, he asked, "Goldman, where do you intend to arrange my laboratory?" Wilson Fisk contemplated for a moment and replied, "This is my first venture into high-end precision industries. How about locating the laboratory near Wall Street?" Rory rolled his eyes in response. "I suggest you report this immediately, for I suspect your brain has been stolen." Of course, Wilson Fisk was not foolish. He even envisioned leveraging the investment in the laboratory to promote himself effectively, using the media to construct a favorable public image. However, one aspect that was overlooked was Rory's true desire for discretion. Standing before the liquor cabinet, Rory, after venting his frustrations about Kim, continued, "I genuinely question how you ascended to the position of mob boss. Is it solely due to the brute force of your lifeless muscles, acquired through violence and theft?" Wilson Fisk felt a surge of anger, coupled with a profound sense of grievance. Yet, contemplating Rory's overwhelming strength and the potential source of such extraordinary power, he could only endure Rory's presence for the time being. Super soldiers are products of military experimentation. Captain America was born during World War II, and I cannot believe you are unaware of this. Therefore, what I require is a clandestine laboratory, as I dread the day when a throng of heavily armed soldiers storms in, brazenly seizing all of my experimental. In this regard, the first name that comes to Rory's mind is Steve Rogers. Fortunately, he has finally managed to extricate himself from that predicament. Chapter 18. The Avengers assemble once more on their journey. Has Rory truly escaped from Steve? Perhaps not. Steve remains unaware of Rory's whereabouts, and he cannot manage the situation alone. Thus, he returns directly to his original timeline in 1970. In 2023, Dr. Banner, with his right hand suspended above the quantum tunnel machine, prepares to return. The countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2. 1. With a click, Dr. Banner presses the switch once more, and a brilliant flash emanates from the quantum tunnel machine, heralding Steve Rogers' sudden appearance on the platform. To the others, it seems as though Steve Rogers had merely vanished for a fleeting moment. "Hey, Captain, everything go smoothly?" Falcon Sam approaches with a cheerful grin. Steve, shedding his time travel suit, reveals a grave expression and shakes his head. "No, not at all, and we are in serious trouble." "What do you mean?" Dr. Banner and Winter Soldier Bucky move closer. After a moment of contemplation, Steve recounts the events that have transpired during his absence. "Are you saying that person named Rory has developed a serum using Thanos blood, becoming even more formidable than you? And now we have no idea where he has gone?" Steve solemnly nods. "Yes, I recognize that this is all my fault, but the paramount concern now is to locate Rory. I need everyone's assistance." Steve has reflected on his actions, yet he does not believe he is at fault. The calamity wrought by Thanos has left everyone shaken, as he has already achieved the devastating feat of annihilating half of the universe's population. If Rory has indeed transformed into a being akin to Thanos, the consequences would be unfathomable. Bucky approaches and places a reassuring hand on Steve's arm. "We are brothers. Your battles are my battles." Sam echoes, "Indeed, all Avengers are part of one team, and our mission is to confront every challenge that arises." In their eyes, Rory does not pose a significant threat, especially considering they have already vanquished Thanos. Dealing with a mere Rory would be a trivial matter. However, Dr. Banner, who has remained silent for some time, presents a contrasting viewpoint. "Guys, Rory is not the real issue. The true dilemma lies in how we are to find him. Rory could be hidden at any point in time, and even with time travel technology, locating him remains a formidable task." Steve furrows his brow, deep in thought, before eventually stating, "We should seek out Ant-Man Scott and Dr. Pym. They might possess a solution. I'll gather the other Avengers, and later we can convene to discuss." Sam proposes, suggesting that they all divide tasks and ensure that this information reaches everyone. As the Avengers in 2023 deliberate on how to find Rory, in 2008, Rory is engrossed in establishing his very own state-of-the-art laboratory. Wilson Fisk acts swiftly, securing a suitable and highly discreet location for Rory's experiments by the following day. Situated in the Upper East Side of Manhattan, this area boasts a significantly better safety record compared to Hell's Kitchen. It is a wealthy neighborhood, harboring numerous high-tech companies. Wilson Fisk has rented the top floor of an apartment building, an expansive loft complete with a private elevator, which serves as an ideal laboratory for Rory. There is even ample personal living space available. When Rory enters and exits, he is merely perceived as a resident, and no one would suspect that a laboratory lies concealed within the apartment building. A few days later, Rory gazes contentedly at the fully equipped laboratory and praises Wilson Fisk, saying, "Although your intellect may not be particularly sharp, your efficiency in getting things done is commendable. I am quite satisfied." Wilson Fisk responds with a forced smile. "As long as you are pleased, that's all that matters. Should you require anything further, feel free to call me." While he outwardly expresses willingness, his mind is preoccupied with the thought of eliminating Rory as soon as the experimental results are obtained. Unbeknownst to Rory, who would not care even if he did know Fisk's true intentions, he suggests you should head back for now and try not to visit too often. "I will notify you in advance once the experiment is successful." After Fisk departs, Rory cautiously retrieves several different blood samples from a box he brought from 1970 and places them in the refrigerator. His next task is to cultivate more blood samples and serum. Although he has already injected himself with the serum derived from Thanos' genes, his current abilities do not meet his expectations, indicating that they remain underdeveloped. Rory busies himself deep into the night, finally completing the blood cultivation process. 3 glass vials now contain the blood of Thanos, Steve Rogers, and Jessica Jones, respectively. Concluding his work for the day, Rory removes his lab coat and proceeds to the living area on the second floor of the loft. After a quick wash, he prepares a sumptuous dinner for himself. Sitting by the round window, he savors his meal while enjoying the night view of Manhattan's Upper East Side. Suddenly, a news alert flashes on the television. Billionaire Tony Stark has been confirmed missing. Rory pauses, momentarily taken aback, and then breaks into a smile. It appears that the events of 1970 have not impacted the present in any significant way. Rory finds himself pondering whether time travel might cause repercussions. Yet one thing he is certain of is that neither Steve nor he exists in parallel universes during their temporal excursions. After the events of Endgame, had Rory not appeared, Steve would have remained in 1970, living a carefree life with Peggy Carter, aging gradually, ultimately passing the shield to the future Falcon. In a parallel universe, an aging Steve would never encounter the Falcon of the future. Thus, theoretically, could there exist 3 Captain Americas simultaneously at some point during the Battle of New York? Rory shakes his head, dismissing such convoluted thoughts from his mind. He muses that even if 100 Captain Americas were to exist at once, it would have no bearing on him whatsoever. In the subsequent period, Rory devoted all his energy to the experiments. Leveraging the computational power of this era, he swiftly replicated the research progress of 1970. However, he was perpetually unable to recreate the serum synthesized during that fateful incident. With hundreds of materials and millions of combinations, even with an additional 50 years, he could not conduct every experiment. Alas, it seemed he had to seek alternative methods. Rory removed his experimental gear and picked up his phone to call Wilson Fisk. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Rory. Has the experiment concluded? Do you think conducting an experiment is akin to cooking? It's not simply finished upon request. Rory replied, exasperated. Please help me locate a rare synthetic chemical compound. I will send the name via text to your phone. Notify me immediately upon receiving any information. All right, leave it to me, Wilson Fisk responded readily. Yet, within him, his resentment towards Rory deepened further. Chapter 19. A lizard named Connors at Oscorp during his leisure hours studying the serum of Thanos. Rory occasionally delved into the blood samples of Steve Rogers and Jessica Jones. In contrast to the formidable genes of Thanos, the genetic makeup of these 2 individuals was considerably milder. The pheromones contained within their genetic sequences were minimal, merely bestowing enhancements to their physical capabilities. If Thanos' serum could be deemed a lineage, then the serums of Steve and Jessica could only be classified as enhancement concoctions. With the research on Thanos' serum stagnating, Rory redirected his focus towards the serums of Steve and Jessica. The following morning, Rory finally received news from Wilson Fisk. Ding ding ding. Rory, I have located the chemical agent you requested, but the seller refuses to part with it. Wilson Fisk had expended considerable effort to uncover information regarding the chemical agent, yet no amount of money could persuade the seller to comply. Rory responded incredulously, Fisk, you are a crime lord. If they won't sell, then simply seize it. Why feign innocence before me? Meanwhile, Wilson Fisk nearly crushed the phone in his grasp. Taking a moment to compose himself before replying, Rory, if I had the choice, I would certainly prefer it to be free, but the seller is a large corporation. A brazen theft could lead to dire consequences. Wilson Fisk had been exceedingly busy of late. He was under scrutiny from the vigilante daredevil in Hell's Kitchen, who was diligently gathering incriminating evidence against him. Furthermore, having just dismantled a Russian gang the previous night, the atmosphere in New York City was fraught with tension. Offending one of the top corporations in the country at this juncture could spell disaster for him, even if he were the kingpin of the underworld. Rory pondered for a moment before stating, "Send me the address. I shall handle it myself." After ending the call, Wilson Fisk promptly sent the address to Rory's phone. Changing into a different outfit, Rory descended to the lobby via the elevator. The apartment manager, with a warm smile, handed him an umbrella. "Mr. Rory, it may rain today. I suggest you take this umbrella." "Thank you very much, Lauren," Rory replied. Lauren, around 60 years of age, presented himself impeccably in a three-piece black suit and white gloves, his hair stylishly slicked back with mousse. Once outside, Rory hailed a taxi, relaying the address to the driver while gazing out at the bustling streets. Halfway through the journey, a light drizzle began to fall. Fortunately, with the umbrella provided by Lauren, he was spared from getting soaked. A few minutes later, he arrived at his destination, settled the fare along with a tip, and stepped out of the taxi, raising the umbrella to shield himself from the rain. Upon glancing up at the imposing building before him, Rory was momentarily taken aback upon reading its name, Oscorp. No wonder Wilson Fisk was cautious. Oscorp was not merely a biotech firm but also a military contractor. Engaging directly with such a powerful entity would undoubtedly spell trouble for Wilson Fisk. Upon entering Oscorp, Rory folded his umbrella and approached the front desk. "Hello, I wish to procure the chemical agents currently produced by your esteemed company. Could you please guide me through the process?" The receptionist glanced up at Lou Rouet and immediately broke into a radiant smile. "The procurement department needs to consult with the marketing manager. He will assist you in matching the appropriate products and pricing. Here is your queue number. Please keep it safe." The receptionist stepped out from behind the counter and handed Lou Rouet a queue number, saying, "Please follow me." Lou Rouet nodded and trailed behind, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the sway of the receptionist's hips as she moved. Upon entering the elevator, Lou Rouet stood at the back. As more people boarded, the female attendant gradually moved backward, eventually pressing against him. Lou Rouet found himself curious. Was it common for employees of American corporations to be so dedicated? They certainly seemed to invest heavily in attracting clients. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Lou Rouet continued to follow her to the marketing department's floor. "Please take a seat and wait here. What would you like to drink? I can fetch it for you. Just green tea will suffice." He could drink any type of green tea. Ever since he had received the serum, his appetite had significantly improved. A few minutes later, the female attendant returned with a cup of tea and handed it to Lou Rouet, along with a note. She gave him a flirtatious glance before swaying away with a graceful movement. Click! The office door opened. Next, Lou Rouet entered the office, placing the tea on the desk. "I need potassium acetate organic reagent, in quantities exceeding 10 liters. The expression of the staff member at the desk momentarily froze, and the pen he held clattered to the surface. "I'm sorry, I've never heard of such a. I am quite certain that, if you are unaware, it would be prudent to consult your superior." Within 10 minutes, the staff member contacted his superior, who then reached out to their superior, ultimately escalating the matter to a member of the Osborne Group's board. "Hello, I am Darwin, a director at the Osborne Group. To my knowledge, the application of this organic reagent is quite limited. It is generally utilized in genetic engineering. May I inquire as to your purpose?" The two men exchanged a brief handshake. Upon releasing it, Lou Rouet introduced himself. Lou Rouet, a biogenetic scientist. Upon recognizing Lou Rouet's credentials, Darwin promptly extended an invitation. "How about we discuss this further in my office? If you could provide me with a small favor, I would be glad to reciprocate with what you seek." "Of course, that would be no problem." Lou Rouet followed Darwin to the board's office floor. As soon as they entered the office, Darwin immediately closed the blinds and retrieved a document from his desk drawer, handing it to Lou Rouet. "Mr. Lou Rouet, I have an experimental report here. Could you assist me in confirming its contents?" The report did not contain specific experimental data or procedural details, thus it did not pose any risk of a confidentiality breach. Lou Rouet took the document and skimmed through it, murmuring, "If I am not mistaken, this pertains to the self-healing gene project, correct?" "Indeed, there are numerous organisms in nature capable of self-healing. Applying this technology to humans would undoubtedly be a monumental invention. Salamanders, starfish, crabs, and earthworms possess the remarkable ability to heal and regenerate. Moreover, the pursuit of stem cell regeneration has long captivated the attention of human scientists." Rory closed the experimental report and tossed it back to Darwin, stating, "The phenomenon of biological regeneration is not a novel subject. The reason we have yet to achieve any groundbreaking advancements is that human technology has been unable to decipher the processes and parameters governing decay rates." Darwin, looking bewildered, inquired, "What would that imply?" Rory shrugged. "Perhaps it could transform into another type of creature. It all depends on the biological genes you choose as a template." Just then, Rory noticed Dr. Connor's signature in the bottom right corner of the report. Coupled with the advancements in biological regeneration technology, Rory was nearly certain that this Connors was none other than Dr. Lizard. While he found it perplexing that Dr. Lizard would be involved, he reasoned that considering he himself could be present here, the existence of multiple versions of Dr. Lizard did not seem so strange after all. Chapter 20. Peggy Carter? Have you traversed through time as well? Rory's journey was not in vain. He acquired some trivial information and, fortuitously, the chemical agent he sought. Upon returning to the penthouse laboratory, Rory immersed himself once more in the experimentation of the serum. He harbored a premonition that Steve would inevitably seek him out, for that stubborn old ice pop would not relent. Before being discovered, Rory was determined to expedite the gene enhancement within the Thanos serum, which he referred to as the Gene Reinforcement Initiative. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Rory concluded his latest experiment and contemplated a moment of respite, the television broadcasted a live press conference announcing Tony Stark's return. Seated at the podium, Tony addressed the camera. "I witnessed young soldiers being slain, tragically under the very weapons I had intended to create for their protection. I have come to a profound realization that I can contribute far more to this world than merely producing explosive devices. Therefore, I have decided to shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries, effective immediately." As Tony Stark made this declaration, chaos erupted in the conference hall. An anxious Obadiah attempted to salvage the situation, but all cameras followed Tony Stark's departure. Initially, Rory had merely been an observer, until he caught sight of a familiar figure on the screen. "What the—" Rory rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken. "Peggy Carter?" To his astonishment, he saw Peggy Carter at Tony Stark's press conference, and remarkably, it was a youthful version of her. Good heavens, what on earth is happening? Rory's mind raced, struggling to comprehend the situation. By all accounts, according to the narrative, Peggy should be an elderly woman nearing her end, yet here she was, defying the passage of time, appearing unchanged from the 1970s to 2008. This cannot bode well. Is she here to apprehend me? Rory felt a chill run down his spine. Barely a few days of peace had passed before trouble found him again. Even though Rory had already injected himself with the serum and could overpower an unshielded Steve, he did not believe he stood a chance against all the Avengers. The Avengers were numerous, and even Thanos had been vanquished despite his interstellar army. What could Rory possibly do? He shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to regain composure. Without Pym particles and a quantum realm portal, he was unable to escape anywhere. Thus, Rory turned his gaze towards the freshly concocted serum on the lab table, sinking into contemplation. No, taking risks was unwise. I require more allies. A plan began to form in Rory's mind. Upon returning to SHIELD headquarters, Peggy Carter summoned Agent Maria Hill, who held a Level 9 clearance. "Have there been any updates recently?" Peggy inquired. Hill shook her head. "There has been no information regarding an Asian individual named Rory in the database." "Understood. You may return to your duties," Peggy replied. Peggy Carter had just settled down when a small white mouse suddenly appeared and leapt onto her lap, proceeding to climb to the crown of her head and emit a couple of squeaks. Maria Hill, having long since become accustomed to such occurrences, regarded Peggy as a living legend within SHIELD, accompanied by her ever-present little companion. As Maria approached the office door, she abruptly turned back to inquire, "Director, Nick Fury has brought Captain America back. Should we awaken him immediately?" Peggy gazed out the window, hesitated for a moment, and then shook her head. "Let us wait a little longer. Give him some time." Hill was unaware of the identity of the he Peggy referred to, but she sensed that this individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. Meanwhile, ever since Rory had seen Peggy on television, he had devoted nearly all his time to his experiments. Under pressure, he found motivation, immersing himself so deeply that he became oblivious to the world beyond, consumed only by eating, sleeping, and his work. In just a few days, he transformed into a disheveled figure, resembling a mad scientist with wild hair and an unkempt beard. The elevator doors chimed open, and Wilson Fisk stepped out. "Rory, did you call me in a rush because the experiment was successful?" he inquired, struggling to contain his excitement. A wrench clattered to the floor as Rory emerged from one of his machines, looking so disheveled that Fisk barely recognized him. Rory wiped his hands, returned to his computer, and with a few keystrokes, the machine illuminated with a blue glow. "Indeed, I am preparing to conduct the first phase of your experiment. I need to perform a full-body examination on you first." This was the first piece of good news Fisk had heard since meeting Rory. Ignoring Rory's disheveled appearance, he approached eagerly. "What do you need me to do?" "Sit down and let us start with a blood test," Rory instructed, producing a syringe and gesturing for Fisk to roll up his sleeve. After collecting a sample and adding a drop of blue liquid, Rory placed the mixed blood under a microscope for careful observation. All set. Now remove your clothes and step inside that machine. Following Rory's instructions, Fisk stripped down to his underwear and climbed into the apparatus Rory had been tinkering with. Rory approached with a vial of blue serum and connected it to the device, stating, "Let me be clear, I cannot guarantee success. The enhancement will take place in 3 to 4 stages, and you must cooperate with me during the post-enhancement experimental observations." As Fisk lay inside the machine, a wave of concern washed over him. He tilted his head to observe Rory, who was fastening straps around him, and asked, "What will happen if the experiment fails?"
Will it?
Without looking up, Rory replied, "No, if the experiment fails, there will be no changes. You might even grow some hair, perhaps. That's a relief. Let us do this. I'm ready." Rory glanced at Wilson Fisk before closing the energy chamber's door. In truth, he had deceived Fisk. He himself was uncertain of the consequences, and whether Fisk lived or died held little significance for Rory. All he desired were the enhanced biological metrics of Wilson Fisk. With a decisive thud, he struck the enter key on the keyboard, and a pale blue serum was promptly injected into Wilson Fisk's bloodstream. He then approached another machine, gradually pushing the current boost switch. Improvements had been made to the electrical system, ensuring that a widespread blackout like the previous incident would not recur. It would only affect this apartment building at most. As the machine hummed to life, the glow within intensified, causing the lights in the apartment to flicker momentarily. The fluctuations in power resulted in erratic illumination. As the current surged, Wilson Fisk let out a piercing scream, his cries overpowering the sound of the machine's operation. "Ah, FK!" His ability to curse indicated he was not gravely harmed, prompting Rory to increase the power further. Suddenly, a spark erupted from the energy chamber's fuse, and after reaching its peak, the machine gradually ceased its operation. The chamber door opened, and a steamy Wilson Fisk emerged with great difficulty. His hair had not only failed to grow back but had also singed away his eyebrows. Chapter 21. Enhancing Diamond and Wilson Fisk. Rory paid no heed to Wilson Fisk, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. Instead, he retrieved a syringe, preparing to draw another vial of blood, only to find that the needle could not penetrate. He then opted for a vibranium needle. He extracted a substantial amount, enough that a normal person could potentially succumb to the procedure. Rory turned his attention to analyzing the blood sample from the enhanced Wilson Fisk. After lying on the ground for quite some time, Fisk finally regained his composure, stood up, draped a towel over himself, and inquired with concern, "So, did it work?" "Indeed, there has been a genetic enhancement. When you return, remember to prepare a detailed physical assessment report and send it to me. I will arrange for the second level of enhancement testing." Fisk clenched his fist, uncertain whether it was merely a psychological effect or if he had indeed grown stronger. He felt a slight increase in his power. Though his body ached, his spirits were lifted. He called out to Rory's retreating figure, "Rory, what will the next enhancement be like?" "It will be formidable. There is a high probability you will surpass Captain America to some extent. Without his shield, he is likely not your match." Rory did not turn back, removing the observation sample and directly proceeding to the next experiment. Wilson Fisk, bewildered, pondered, "Have you ever encountered Captain America? Of course, he is an extreme idealist, a stubborn old stick. You would likely not take a liking to him." Rory inputted Fisk's experimental data into the computer and began simulating the enhancement data from Thanos' serum. Despite Thanos' appearance resembling that of a sentient purple sweet potato, his genetic framework remained fundamentally human. The Celestials had utilized human genes to create the Eternals and Deviants. After the Eternals split, a faction migrated to Titan, leading to Thanos' emergence. They share a common origin, thus allowing Rory to seamlessly integrate Thanos' genes. From that point onward, Rory ceased any further interaction with Wilson Fisk. Bored and restless, Fisk donned his clothing and exited the laboratory. Upon stepping out of the apartment building and into his vehicle, Wesley, who awaited inside, exclaimed in astonishment, "Boss, where have your eyebrows gone?" Fisk waved his hand dismissively and commanded, "Drive to the gym." The luxury car cruised down 8th Avenue, heading south back to Hell's Kitchen, where a dilapidated underground boxing gym was nestled near the church on 41st Street. This establishment had once served as one of Fisk's strongholds and the birthplace of his rise to power. Upon entering, he removed his suit jacket and handed it to Wesley, coolly inquiring, "What is the status of that vigilante?" Wesley replied as he followed, "I've already made arrangements with the police. As soon as he appears, he will fall into a preset trap. We cannot allow him to continue his investigation, and regarding that female employee, we should find an opportunity to eliminate her as well." Fisk engaged in a brief warm-up before positioning himself in front of the punching bag. With a series of thuds echoing through the gym, he began to gradually increase his power, the bag reverberating under each blow. At this moment, Wesley received a phone call. After frowning and uttering a few brief words, he looked up at Wilson Fisk and said, "Boss, the Italian gang has just been robbed by a group of thugs. The Italian gang leader, Donna, and all his subordinates have been killed in the basement." Wilson Fisk paused slightly, and in the next moment, all his strength coalesced into his fist. With a resounding bang, the punching bag was torn in two, its fillings scattering in all directions. "Oh, my God!" Wesley's jaw dropped in astonishment, as if he were seeing Wilson Fisk for the first time. Wilson Fisk gazed at his raised fist, squeezing it and revealing a wild smile. "Investigate this matter. I want to know who is behind it." Wilson Fisk has connections with all the gangs in New York City. He had just eradicated the Russian gang, and now with the Italian gang annihilated, it was hard not to suspect that someone was deliberately targeting him. "Understood, boss. I will go immediately." Hell's Kitchen, a place rife with turmoil, witnesses various crimes daily, and the death of a few individuals would not surprise Wilson Fisk. However, he would not permit anyone to act recklessly on his territory. In Washington, D.C., at the 3-Arc Wing building, Maria Hill hurried into the director's office. "Director Carter, please take a look at this." "What is it?" Peggy Carter inquired, momentarily setting aside a small white mouse to receive the document. Maria Hill explained, "As per your request, we monitored the electrical activity. 8 hours ago, there was a significant concentration of electricity in Upper Manhattan, and an hour ago the same phenomenon occurred again. Upon investigation, both instances of electrical accumulation occurred at the same location, right here." Maria Hill pointed to the marked location on the document. Peggy Carter's expression instantly turned tense upon hearing this. She instructed, "Do not allow anyone near the area to avoid alerting them." Although Maria Hill did not understand why Peggy Carter was so anxious, as an agent, she knew that some questions should remain unasked. After pondering deeply for a long moment, Peggy Carter said, "Notify Nick Fury and have him prepare a declassification report for Captain America. It needs to be expedited." Maria Hill proceeded to execute Peggy Carter's orders. Peggy Carter picked up the small white mouse and approached the window, murmuring towards the river, "Steve, I have found him." Why haven't you appeared yet? The Captain America, frozen in the Arctic, had actually been retrieved by Peggy Carter long ago. The reason for his delayed thawing was due to her lingering reservations. She understood Steve Rogers. Once Bucky returned, the future Steve would undoubtedly come back as well. If the current Steve were to be thawed, and the future Steve also returned, how would she manage the presence of two Steves before her? She loved Steve, but she could not love two Steves simultaneously. Peggy Carter sighed with a hint of sorrow. Bucky had returned, but the future Steve had not, leaving her with no choice but to awaken the present Steve. 10 minutes later, the one-eyed Nick Fury approached Peggy Carter with a report concerning the thawing of Captain America. Director Carter was informed that all preparations had been completed, and they were ready to proceed with the thawing. After signing her name on the report, she returned it to Nick Fury and said, "Let us commence. Conduct a psychological evaluation of Steve immediately after his thawing. If all is well, bring him to me." "Understood, Director." Captain America may not be a match for Rory, yet he remains the only superhuman asset at S.H.I.E.L.'s disposal at this moment. Unbeknownst to Rory, he had already captured Peggy Carter's attention. 8 hours prior, after completing an enhancement for Wilson Fisk, Rory meticulously arranged for a second serum enhancement based on extensive data analysis. With his bare shoulders draped in a towel, he sat before the experimental table, scrutinizing his blood samples post-enhancement. Chapter 22. A comparison of combat power. The Hand Association meets its demise. After undergoing a second serum enhancement, Rory could distinctly sense that his physical prowess had significantly increased. However, without any comparisons, the extent of this enhancement remained uncertain. In the realm of combat power within the MUC universe, Rory believed that aside from certain top-tier cosmic antagonists, only the Infinity Gauntlet-wielding Thanos could be classified as an S-tier threat. The Scarlet Witch and Thor, the God of Thunder, resided in the A-tier category. The standard version of Thanos, Captain Marvel, and Hela were also rated as A-tier. Ultron, Vision, and Hulk fell into the A category as well, while Iron Man and Doctor Strange were considered B-tier. Captain America, Bucky Barnes, Ant-Man, and Spider-Man were likewise in the B-tier, with Black Panther and Star-Lord also being rated similarly. Characters such as Kingpin, Crossbones, Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Barton, and Daredevil could be classified in the C-tier, which, while the lowest, still surpassed that of ordinary humans. If one were to assess combat power in this manner, Rory believed that he could at least be categorized in the B-tier. Of course, such rankings are not absolute. Actual confrontations are influenced by numerous external factors. For instance, the disparity between Captain America with and without his shield is quite substantial. Having received another enhancement, Rory felt considerably more at ease. The second phase of the genetic reinforcement program had been completed, and now he needed to prepare for the third phase of genetic enhancement. The complexity of this endeavor stemmed from the fact that human genetic strength could not fully accommodate the eternal S genes. Thus, he could only proceed with a tiered enhancement, akin to constructing a building layer by layer. During his moments of rest, Rory would often turn on the television, where news surrounding Stark Industries dominated the airwaves. The weapons development department had been shut down, leading to a significant drop in Stark Industries stock. Obadiah was roaming about, seeking to restart the weapons development department, while Tony Stark himself had vanished from sight, though no one could alter Stark's resolute decision to close the weapons division. Time passed swiftly, and nearly half a month went by. During this period, Rory rarely ventured outside his apartment, as the streets were laden with surveillance cameras. Should the S.H.I.E.L.D. discover him, it would undoubtedly pose a considerable inconvenience. Late at night, after finishing his experiments, Rory returned to bed, barely having a moment to rest before he heard faint footsteps emanating from the rooftop. The rooftop? He resided on the top floor. Who would be wandering about on someone else's roof at such an hour? With a creak, the locked window was pried open from the outside, and two shadowy figures stealthily entered through the window. The footsteps on the rooftop did not cease, indicating that more than just these two had arrived. Initially, Rory suspected that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were the intruders, but upon noticing the ninja's garb, he quickly deduced their true nature. With a click, Rory pressed a switch by the wall, illuminating the room instantly. The two ninjas, rummaging through the experimental table, were startled, exchanging frantic words in a language Rory could not comprehend. Standing at the railing of the second floor, Rory inquired, "May I ask what you two are searching for?" Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh resonated, accompanied by clang, clang, clang. Instinctively, Rory turned to his left, glancing at the metal rack behind him, where three ninja shurikens had lodged themselves. With a swift motion, the two assailants drew their ninja blades and charged directly at Rory. What audacity! Stealing is one thing, but attempting to silence witnesses is entirely another. Currently, Rory has become a soft target that anyone can manipulate. Instead of retreating, he boldly charged at the two assailants. With a swift motion, he evaded a blade and retaliated with a powerful punch. The ninja was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the experimental table, scattering debris everywhere. The other ninja swung his weapon towards Rory, only to have his wrist seized. He struggled to break free, but Rory's grip was unyielding. With great force, Rory hurled the captured ninja to the ground. A resounding thud echoed as Rory's foot crushed the ninja's chest, leaving him undeniably lifeless. The other ninja, having been thrown aside, attempted to escape through the window, but Rory quickly retrieved the fallen ninja's blade and flung it with precision. The weapon pierced the ninja's body, pinning him forcefully against the wall. As Rory looked up at the ceiling, he could hear the chaotic footsteps retreating, likely indicating their escape. Rory picked up his phone and dialed Wilson Fisk. Given the late hour, it rang for quite some time before being answered. "Kingpin, come to my location immediately." On the other end, Kingpin, still groggy, was caught off guard and the call was abruptly terminated. "Damn that guy," Wilson Fisk muttered under his breath. Yet he obediently rose from his bed. When Kingpin arrived at Rory's location, the sight of the disheveled laboratory and 2 corpses rendered him speechless. Rory emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, drying his hair as he made his way downstairs. "I know you have a cooperative relationship with the Hand. Help me inquire about what this means, and also summon some personnel to clean this up. Ensure it is done thoroughly." Wilson Fisk nodded slightly, promptly taking out his phone to contact his subordinates for the cleanup. He then placed a call to Madame Gao of the Hand, speaking for approximately 3 minutes before ending the conversation. Meanwhile, Rory had collected various blood samples and serum into a secure case, gathering all pertinent documents and data, including files stored on a computer hard drive. Once he finished, he turned to Wilson Fisk. "My apologies, Rory," Wilson Fisk began. "This situation may have some connection to me." Rory remained silent, patiently awaiting his explanation. With a sigh, Wilson Fisk continued, "Recently, I encountered a troublesome individual. Although I managed to handle him for now, the Hand discovered the changes occurring within me. They traced my activities through purchase records and found this place, seeking to uncover the reason behind my transformation." "So this is your explanation?" Rory inquired, his demeanor calm yet expectant. Wilson Fisk, a man seasoned in combat, could discern from the wreckage and the fate of the ninja pinned to the wall that Rory possessed far greater strength. Thus, it was not yet the time for confrontation. After a moment of contemplation, Wilson Fisk spoke, "I will resolve this matter, but it will require some time. 3 days at most. You have 3 days." Rory's primary troubles stemmed from SHILD. He was reluctant to squander his energy on such trivial matters. However, should Wilson Fisk fail to provide him with a satisfactory answer, Rory would not hesitate to take matters into his own hands. 15 minutes later, Wesley arrived with 2 subordinates, disposing of the body, wiping away the bloodstains, and even assisting Rory in tidying up the laboratory. The following day, Rory donned his attire, complete with a baseball cap and sunglasses, and departed his apartment carrying a case filled with serum and documents. He intended to seek a secure hiding place, lest any ill-intentioned individuals come seeking him again. As he stepped out of the apartment door, Rory sensed something amiss. The street was bustling with pedestrians, yet a few individuals cast furtive glances in his direction. Nonchalantly, Rory entered a taxi, peering through the rearview mirror to confirm his suspicions. Indeed, 2 black SUVs were discreetly following him. Although he had yet to begin soliciting recommendations, Little June still aspired to elevate the ranking of her new book on the charts. Little June was exceedingly eager to make progress. Chapter 23. The proud popsicle just awakened. "Please take me to 44th Street, 8th Avenue. "Certainly, sir," the taxi driver replied promptly. Rory cast a curious glance at the driver before turning back to observe the 2 black SUVs behind them. As the taxi traversed south along 5th Avenue from the Upper East Side, the driver suddenly swerved the steering wheel and halted at the intersection with a jolt. In the next instant, he drew a gun and pressed it against Rory's temple. "Keep your hands on your head, buddy. Don't..." Bang! A fist as swift as lightning struck the driver squarely in the face, rendering him unconscious. Rory had sensed something was amiss with the driver. A typical taxi driver would not so readily agree to transport a passenger into Hell's Kitchen unless he bore no fear. Upon exiting the vehicle, Rory noted that the intersection was devoid of pedestrians and passing cars, clearly the handiwork of SHILD. Police cars cordoned off the area, and SHIELD agents surrounded the intersection, while the 2 black SUVs had come to a stop nearby. With a soft click, Peggy Carter emerged from one of the vehicles, her chestnut waves cascading around her shoulders, greeting Rory with a smile. "Rory, it's been a while." Rory shrugged. "How could it be? We saw each other just a month ago. For you, perhaps a month has passed, but for me it has been 38 years, long enough," Peggy replied. Rory stared at her in disbelief for some time before questioning. "Are you jesting? After 38 years, you wouldn't have changed at all? Do you think you're a witch?" Peggy chuckled lightly. "I am certainly no witch. If you seek the answer, why not return with me to discuss it?" Rory scoffed, taking a few steps forward. Aren't you afraid I might break your neck? He was confident that if he got close enough, he could subdue Peggy in an instant, ensuring his safe exit from the situation. Peggy seemed to read Rory's intentions, raising her hand to halt him. Rory, please remain where you are. Engaging in conflict here would not be wise. Do you believe these agents can stop me? Rory pressed on. Just as he was preparing to act, another voice interjected. Sir, you would do well to heed her advice. Dressed in a blue and red ensemble accented with white stripes, a half-masked helmet, and long crimson gloves, an appearance that was quite garish, one figure stood before Peggy, brandishing a circular shield. Steve? Rory instinctively halted, glancing around to confirm whether any other Avengers were present. Steve, having recently awakened from rehabilitation, furrowed his brow slightly. Since you know me, I would appreciate your cooperation in our investigation. Hearing Steve's words, Rory felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. A smile crept onto his lips. You old popsicle. What audacity you have. Hasn't Peggy told you who I am? Steve gently shook his head. Your identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you need to come with us now. No, no, no. Rory shook his finger, declaring, You are merely an antiquity encased in ice for nearly 70 years. You have fallen behind the times. Steve turned to Peggy Carter and murmured, Peggy, the negotiations have faltered. It seems we must resort to force. However, Peggy Carter preferred a peaceful resolution, yet her voice came too late. As Steve pivoted back, he hurled his vibranium shield at Rory. With a resonant hum, Rory sidestepped, colliding with a taxi that sent him soaring into the air. When he regained his stance and looked back at Steve, the latter had already closed the distance between them. A resounding thud echoed as Steve's knee struck Rory's chest, causing him to stagger back a couple of steps, but sustaining no significant injury. Steve's eyes widened momentarily before he reclaimed his returning shield and launched another assault on Rory. Rory, masking his grin, clutched a box containing the serum in his left hand, while his right fist swung towards Steve. The impact of his punch against the vibranium shield produced a thunderous sound, sending a shockwave that slightly lifted the hem of Peggy Carter's skirt. This was what Rory detested. With the shield, Steve resembled a turtle retreating into its shell, making it nearly impossible to penetrate his defenses. Peggy had mentioned that Rory was no ordinary adversary, yet Steve, still clinging to the mindset of 70 years ago, dismissed her warning. It was only upon engaging in combat that he realized Rory was his equal. Narrowly evading Rory's swing, Steve pressed the shield forcefully against Rory's chest. The latter, stepping back, seized the taxi door and wrenched it off with brute strength. As he brandished the car door, he relentlessly swung it at Steve, who raised his shield to defend himself. When Rory hoisted the door once more, Steve instinctively lifted his shield. However, instead of a blow from the door, a foot struck his chest. With a resounding boom, Steve was propelled backward, crashing into the side of a nearby black SUV, leaving the vehicle deformed. Cough! Steve struggled to regain his breath, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet his extensive combat experience and formidable willpower allowed him to rise, albeit with great difficulty, and mutter, I could keep this up all day. Just then, a sniper positioned nearby suddenly squeezed the trigger. A white syringe dart struck Rory's arm. It was a tranquilizer. Damn it! How careless of me! Rory cursed silently. A barrage of tranquilizer darts then shot toward him. Clutching the car door, Rory fled. Steve, clutching his painful chest, pursued closely behind. The two enhanced individuals moved with the swiftness of the wind, even outpacing the vehicles on the road. Get in the car. Pursue, Peggy commanded, and all agents immediately complied. As Rory dashed through a shopping mall, his head felt dizzy, and his limbs grew slightly stiff. Conversely, Steve closed in ever more closely. What an insufferable pest! Rory cursed under his breath as he plunged into the subway station. As he descended onto the platform, a subway train was poised to depart. In an instant, Rory leaped, shattering the glass and plunging into the train car. By the time Steve arrived, the subway was already receding, disappearing into the depths of the tunnel. Peggy, he boarded a train bound for Brooklyn. He relayed. Inside the train, Rory swayed like a drunken man, unsteadily making his way towards the rear. At that moment, a young thug set his sights on the box in Rory's grasp. approaching with the intention to snatch it and flee. Rory, still lucid, seized the thug with ease, applying just enough pressure to crush his wrist. A scream escaped the thug's lips, but it was swiftly silenced as Rory hurled him against the train wall, rendering him unconscious. The other passengers, witnessing the scene, promptly distanced themselves, anticipating that S.H.I.A.L.D. would deploy personnel at the next station. Rory reached the rear of the car, opened the back door, and without hesitation, leaped out. "Oh my God! Heaven help us!" The passengers inside the car were left in shock, with some attempting to dial 911, only to find there was no signal within the subway. Upon reaching the subsequent station, a swarm of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents surged in. Learning of Rory's mid-journey exit, they immediately turned to pursue him. However, by the time they arrived at the spot where Rory had jumped, he had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 24. Is Uncle Punishment going to kill me? The subway tunnel is filled with numerous maintenance passages. Due to a shortage of personnel, S.H.I.A.L.D. agents failed to detect Rory's whereabouts. By the time the effects of the anesthetic wore off, Rory awoke 3 hours later. The first thing he did was to check the case containing the serum for any issues. Confirming its safety, he cautiously rose from the damp ground and began to navigate forward. "Have you found him yet?" Peggy Carter inquired, standing in the middle of the tunnel. The agent shook his head, explaining that the conditions within the maintenance passages were as convoluted as a labyrinth, making a complete search nearly impossible without architectural blueprints. Peggy sighed in resignation, glancing at her watch and stating, "We cannot continue to disrupt the subway's operations. We shall reconvene later." Peggy had anticipated a potential failure in capturing Rory. After all, Steve had faced him back in 1970 and had been unsuccessful then as well. What troubled her the most was the possibility that finding Rory again might become exceedingly difficult. However, she remained patient, knowing that Rory no longer possessed any PIM particles to facilitate further time travel. As long as he was still in this world, she was confident she would eventually locate him. All agents were ordered to return to headquarters. Peggy returned to her office, where Captain America, Steve Rogers, followed closely behind. "Peggy, are you all right?" he asked with concern from a short distance away. Peggy forced a faint smile and shook her head. "I am fine. You should go rest." Steve felt a deep sense of confusion. He had thought that his relationship with Peggy would quickly blossom, but after 2 weeks together, he sensed that she was intentionally avoiding him. Of course, Peggy would not divulge the true reason behind her demeanor. Steve assumed it was because he had been frozen for too long, leading Peggy to find someone new. While he felt heartbroken, he could only keep his affections buried deep within. No sooner had Steve left than Maria Hill entered Peggy's office. "Director, take a look at this," she said, handing over a tablet. Peggy accepted it and tapped a few times, gradually furrowing her brow as the image enlarged. The footage, captured by satellite under the cover of night, was not very clear, but it showcased a humanoid figure emitting flames as it soared through the sky. The footage was taken near Malibu, California, resembling a mechanized humanoid weapon from a film. Peggy returned the tablet to Maria and instructed, "Notify Nick Fury to investigate this matter, and also contact Natasha and Hawkeye. Inform them to return immediately." Rory was far too powerful for Steve Rogers to confront alone. Peggy intended to assemble the strongest agents to form a team with Steve, preparing for the next attempt to capture Rory. "Understood. I will reach out right away," Maria replied as she turned to leave. Peggy called her back, inquiring, "How is the search of Rory's apartment laboratory progressing?" "Agent Coulson is in charge of that. Aside from some chemical agents, there have been no other significant findings." "Understood. Go ahead with your tasks." In the deep of night, Rory emerged from a drainage tunnel, discerning his bearings before promptly departing the area. Navigating through the damp and shadowy alleyways, he diligently avoided the locations monitored by surveillance cameras. Suddenly, a police car made a sharp turn onto the street where Rory was situated, prompting him to swiftly retreat deeper into the alley, preparing to escape from an alternate route. This place might have been the back entrance of a bar or restaurant, where 2 indistinct figures were huddled by the door, smoking cigarettes. Rory paid them no mind as he passed, but then a sudden, crisp sound pierced the air. The unmistakable click of a gun being cocked resonated. Instinctively, Rory halted and turned to look. A handgun was aimed directly at his head. "What do you have there? Open it up," the thug demanded, his voice dripping with menace. The silver-hued briefcase exuded an air of opulence, a rarity in Hell's Kitchen. The only time this small-time hood had encountered such a luxurious item was when his boss used it to store cash. Thus, malice stirred within him as Rory passed by. Rory chose not to respond to the thug's inquiry, instead assessing his physique. "Damn, are you mute?" The barrel of the gun jabbed against Rory's head, and just as the thug intended to issue another threat, in an astonishing instant, the handgun found its way into Rory's grasp. "Shit! Sir, please remain calm." The thug faltered, recognizing the shift in power. At that moment, a barrage of gunfire erupted from within the building behind the door, more chaotic than a New Year's celebration. Screams and shouts mingled into a cacophony of chaos. With a resounding bang, the back door was forcefully kicked open, and a burly man emerged, raising his hand to execute the other thug with a single shot. He then turned his weapon towards Rory. Acting with remarkable speed, Rory seized the thug and positioned him as a shield. The gunfire rang out, splattering blood all over Rory. The assailant sought to eliminate Rory as well, but in the next heartbeat, the lifeless thug was hurled towards the shooter. Naturally, the deceased remained motionless, as Rory had thrown him. The burly man quickly dodged aside, but when he turned back, Rory was already confronting him. With a swift motion, he slapped the gun from the man's hand. The brute, reacting instinctively, struck Rory with a fist. Rory stood unfazed, while the attacker winced in pain from his own blow. Undeterred, he clutched his aching right hand and attempted to kick Rory once more, but Rory firmly grasped his ankle. "Do you have some sort of issue?" Rory inquired softly. The burly man, devoid of emotion, spoke as if he had transcended life and death. "Either kill me or let me go. My existence holds no meaning now." This left Rory utterly perplexed. "You've taken numerous lives, yet declare that your own life is meaningless? Isn't that a classic case of societal retribution?" Rory queried with curiosity. "If your life holds no value, why not end it yourself? Death resolves everything." "No, I must avenge my wife and children." The burly man reacted with visible agitation, struggling to reclaim his ankle held firmly by Rory. "I still have an enemy to eliminate. Release me. Let me go." Suddenly, a spark erupted from the overhead power lines, illuminating the area for a fleeting moment, allowing Rory to discern the man's features. Punisher, the full name being Frank Castle, a Marine Corps member well-versed in various combat techniques and proficient in firearms, possessing exceptional combat skills. He is also adept in underwater operations, interrogation, and intelligence gathering. Lacking any superhuman abilities, he nonetheless boasts the highest body count among all superheroes. His descent into darkness began when, during a family picnic at the park, he witnessed something he should not have, leading to the brutal extermination of his family. Frank alone managed to escape the horrific fate. In his quest for vengeance, he sought out the perpetrators through various connections, only to find that they evaded justice. Disheartened, Frank resolved to take matters into his own hands to avenge his loved ones. This harrowing experience transformed Frank, instilling in him a singular approach toward crime, merciless retribution. In gratitude for the support received, I wish to express my appreciation to those who have contributed, specifically, for the generous donation of $1,500 and for their 100. Your monthly votes and recommendations are invaluable. As this is the early phase of the book's release, additional chapters may pose a challenge, but I currently have 60,000 words prepared. Before publishing new chapters, I will rectify any typographical errors and make minor adjustments. I humbly ask for your continued support in ensuring the success of this book. My sole endeavor is to narrate a captivating story while maintaining the integrity of the plot. I welcome and encourage your comments and likes, as they inspire me greatly. If you possess any recommendation votes, please cast them. For those who have not yet invested, I kindly urge you to consider doing so. Thank you, dear friends. Chapter 25. Moving to a new home and starting a cohabitation with Punisher. So, the individuals within are members of a gang, and you seek vengeance for your wife and child? Rory released Frank, who, without uttering a word, turned and walked away. This was quintessential Punisher behavior. Rory observed Frank's retreating figure and remarked nonchalantly, "If you desire revenge and wish to uncover the puppeteer behind it all, I can assist you." Frank indeed halted his steps, then pivoted to return to Rory's side, growling a question, "What do you mean by that?" Rory shrugged, "It means nothing much. I merely stated that I could help you. And how would you assist me?" Frank's inquiry held a hint of amusement, as though Rory were the one pleading for assistance. Those who possess skills often carry an air of arrogance, much like the formidable Steve Rogers, who underestimated Rory only to find himself on the receiving end of a thorough beating. Instead of answering Frank's question, Rory reached for a steel pipe leaning against the wall. With a slight exertion, he snapped it off and molded it into a compact iron lump in his hands. "Is this even humanly possible?" Frank stood dumbfounded. Rory, with a smirk, inquired, "Is this sufficient?" Frank clicked his tongue. "How can I locate you?" "You cannot find me unless you accompany me this very moment." Without a word, Frank followed Rory, the two gradually vanishing into the depths of the alleyway. Wilson Fisk had just visited Madame Gao of the Hand. The negotiations had proceeded smoothly. The Hand would cease their troubles with Rory, provided that he delivered a portion of the enhanced serum to Madame Gao upon completion. Fisk's intentions were straightforward. He aimed to utilize Rory to achieve physical enhancement and subsequently manipulate him into creating more super soldiers. However, while Fisk was resolving matters with Gao, trouble arose on Rory's end. The laboratory in the apartment was sealed, and Rory was nowhere to be found. Perturbed, Wilson Fisk returned home, switched on the lights, and poured himself half a glass of whiskey from the cabinet. Upon turning around, he was taken aback to find two individuals seated on the living room sofa, one of whom was Rory. "Oh God, it is truly a relief to see you alive. And this is?" Fisk turned to regard the blood-soaked Punisher, Frank. Rory was engrossed in fiddling with a laptop, casually responding, "Do not mind him. Let us discuss your matters." Fisk understood Rory was referring to the Hand. He promptly replied, "I have spoken with the Hand. They will no longer disturb you. Is that all?" Rory's gaze lifted from the screen to meet Fisk's eyes. Fisk hesitated. "Rory, the Hand is one of my crucial partners, as are you, which places me in a difficult position. The Hand has suffered the loss of 2 members. You have incurred no losses. Perhaps we could simply let this matter rest?" Rory furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a moment, his expression relaxed. "I understand." He neither agreed nor rejected. Yet the name of the Hand had already etched itself into the blacklist within Rory's mind. Frank observed the conversation between the two with a sense of curiosity, yet he refrained from interjecting. Closing his notebook, Rory continued, "The laboratory is no longer usable. Please assist me in finding a more clandestine location. Additionally, I require your help in procuring some equipment, preferably from other cities, to avoid detection. Since SHIELD has discovered the laboratory, they may trace the origin of the experimental apparatus. Until the genetic enhancement is complete, silence is of utmost importance to Rory." Wilson Fisk promptly affirmed, "Of course. Leave this matter to me." He swiftly retrieved his phone to contact Wesley. Wesley is quite reliable, and before long, he had identified a suitable hidden location. Upon receiving the address, Rory immediately departed from Wilson Fisk's residence, accompanied by Frank and a box containing serum samples. As they walked down the street, Frank suddenly remarked, "That individual harbors ill intentions towards you." Rory nonchalantly replied, "I am well aware, but for now, I still require his assistance. I am merely feigning ignorance." Turning to Frank with sincerity, Rory stated, "Frank, when one possesses absolute strength, all schemes and deceptions become as fragile as paper." "You may be right, but I prefer my own way of doing things," Frank retorted. As they conversed, they navigated through Hell's Kitchen, arriving at a discreet semi-subterranean entrance. Upon opening the door, they were met with another descending staircase. Frank explored the lower level before returning to Rory, stating, "This is a 2-tiered basement, quite concealed. I believe our most pressing need is for 2 beds for sleeping." Rory was pleased with the location, suggesting, "How about you handle the procurement of daily necessities?" "And you?" Frank inquired. Rory replied matter-of-factly, I shall focus on research, endeavoring to enhance your strength as swiftly as possible. With the Avengers still in their formative stages, it was the perfect time for Rory to further his development while also finding ways to keep S.H.I.A.L.D. occupied, preventing them from causing him trouble. From the following day onward, Frank repeatedly ventured out to procure living supplies, ensuring everything was in double portions, fully prepared for cohabitation with Rory. The required experimental equipment arrived 3 days later. Rory planned to draw a vial of Frank's blood for testing, followed by a minor enhancement. While Wilson Fisk had utilized Captain America's serum for his enhancement, Rory intended to use Jessica Jones' serum on Frank, curious to explore the differences in their enhancements. As Frank watched Rory insert the needle into his own body, he clenched his fist and asked, "Is this how you enhanced yourself?" "Well, there are slight differences," Rory replied. While both Wilson Fisk and Frank employed the serum's unique components for genetic enhancement, Rory's method diverged significantly. He was modifying his own genes using the genetic code of the Eternals found in Thanos' blood. In simpler terms, whether it be Steve or Jessica Jones, or even Wilson Fisk and the soon-to-be empowered Frank, they all remain fundamentally human. However, Rory may very well evolve into a true Eternal. The transformation of humans into Eternals is a feat only achievable by the Celestials. Reflecting on the Celestials, Rory recalled the six-eyed Celestial and the 10 transformed Eternals he had dispatched to Earth. Rory was lost in thought for a few moments when Frank, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Hey, if you keep this up, you'll drain me dry." Coming back to reality, Rory offered him an apologetic expression, saying, "Drawing more blood is acceptable. Thorough preparation for experimentation can enhance your strength." "Is it truly acceptable? Why do I feel a bit lightheaded?" Uncle Frank inquired, trembling with pale lips. Chapter 26. Embrace the Glorious Evolution. Rory and Uncle Frank embarked on a rather unpleasant cohabitation. Rory found Frank's body odor unbearable, while Frank resented Rory's disdain for it. One evening, upon returning from an outing, Frank found Rory seated at the computer, engrossed in data analysis, a bowl of noodles in hand. He inhaled deeply, then made his way to the kitchen, retrieving a bowl of noodles from the pot, and imitating Rory, mixed the sauce into the noodles. One bite left him utterly enchanted. Balancing the bowl, he approached Rory, remarking, "Honestly, your culinary skills surpass your scientific prowess." Without turning, Rory retorted, "You are unreliable in all your endeavors." Slurping up a noodle, Rory typed a few keystrokes, instantly altering the data displayed on the monitor. Frank, puzzled, returned to the bedside to continue savoring his noodles. After finishing his meal, Rory wiped his mouth with a tissue and began typing vigorously on the computer.
Moments later.
A machine nearby complied with Rory's commands, producing a vial of light blue liquid. He collected the freshly made serum and informed Frank, "Do not wander about tomorrow. The serum is ready. Accompany me to the outskirts." Rory pondered how S.H.I.E.L.D. had managed to locate him and speculated that it was likely due to their surveillance of New York's power grid. Thus, he planned to conduct enhancement trials in the outskirts with Frank, while also preparing an escape route. Frank responded nonchalantly, setting down his empty bowl and stated, "I have matters to attend to tonight. I shall meet you at 8 tomorrow morning." Rory understood that Frank was preoccupied with uncovering the truth behind the murder of his wife and child, so he allowed him to leave. However, by noon the following day, Frank had yet to return. Rory felt a sense of unease. 2 days prior, Frank had uncovered one of the culprits behind his family's murder, an agent named Wolf. That night, he stealthily infiltrated Wolf's residence and, upon discovering the truth, executed him. However, there was another individual involved, an analyst named David from the National Security Agency, who was aware that Frank was still alive. Frank needed to ascertain whether this David was friend or foe. Thus, he discreetly entered David's covert base the previous night. Everything was proceeding smoothly until Frank, underestimating David, allowed himself to become complacent, resulting in David incapacitating him with a drug disguised as a pen. This lapse caused Frank to miss his appointment with Rory. Fortunately, David bore no ill will towards Frank and even sought to ally with him in uncovering the truth. From David, Frank gleaned additional clues. The root of the chaos traced back to a covert operation known as Hellhound, which had no official records within the department and had not received congressional approval. It was then that Frank realized he had been manipulated by certain high-ranking government officials. All evidence now pointed to the orchestrator of the Hellhound operation, an agent known only as Orange. To seek vengeance, we first require an arsenal of weapons. David voiced his opinion. Frank glanced at the time and calmly replied, I know where to find some. He had not forgotten his prior engagement with Rory. Though late, he felt no remorse. Upon returning to Hell's Kitchen, he entered the basement to find Rory wearing a disgruntled expression. Frank waved his hand dismissively. Hey buddy, if you have something to do, best make it quick. I have many matters awaiting my attention. Rory retorted, You are the most unreliable friend I have ever known. Frank shrugged, perhaps. The two departed the basement and drove to the abandoned factory they had prepared in advance. Inside the factory stood a fully assembled bioenergy conversion chamber. After powering it on, Rory gestured for Frank to undress and enter the chamber. Without hesitation, driven by the desire for revenge for his wife and child, Frank complied. Rory positioned the serum at the front of the energy conversion chamber, taunting, It might hurt quite a bit. I hope you won't scream too loudly. No pain could surpass what I have endured, Frank replied resolutely. I hope you are not merely putting on a brave front. With a chuckle, Rory pressed the switch, and as the chamber door closed, 6 needles pierced various points on Frank's body. Indeed, Frank was a man of grit. Despite the 6 needles, he made not a sound. A low hum filled the air as Rory adjusted the electrical switch, gradually increasing the voltage, illuminating the chamber with a blue glow. Rory had conducted this experiment numerous times before and possessed considerable expertise. The agony arrived swiftly. Within 20 seconds, Frank's initial murmurs transformed into heart-wrenching screams. It was a sound that could bring sorrow to the listener's heart. Rory, leaning against the control panel with a pack of beef jerky in hand, munched away while listening to Frank's cries. He only turned off the power when the energy in the conversion chamber peaked. With a hissing sound, the chamber door opened, releasing a cloud of white smoke. Frank stumbled forward and collapsed face-first onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Rory approached with a blanket, casually draping it over Frank's exposed form, then drew a full vial of blood from him. Frank managed to turn his head slightly and remarked, I thought you intended to kill me. Rory smirked. I thought you were a real man. I didn't expect you to scream louder than a woman. Frank's lips twitched in irritation, but he ultimately chose to forego any further banter. Lying on the ground, unable to move, Frank quietly inquired, Was it successful? How would I know? Let's head back first, Rory replied, concerned that S.H.I.A.L.D. might arrive. After collecting the blood sample, he helped Frank to his feet. Once Frank was dressed, the two hastily exited the factory. Rory's concerns were justified, for mere minutes later, several vehicles approached the factory. They came to a steady stop at the entrance where Captain America, Steve Rogers, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye, Clint Barton, followed Peggy Carter into the factory. Observing the still warm machines within the factory, Peggy Carter sighed, remarking that Rory was in the process of creating more super soldiers, and they needed to apprehend him swiftly. Hawkeye Barton crouched on the ground, scrutinizing the footprints. Captain America stepped outside to survey the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Rory. As Peggy Carter contemplated arranging for the equipment to be transported back, Black Widow Natasha approached. Director Carter, she began, since locating that individual named Rory proves to be quite challenging, why not set up surveillance here? He may return to this location. After a moment of reflection, Peggy found this suggestion quite reasonable and thus consented to the plan. They proceeded to install discrete surveillance and alarm systems, while also assigning personnel to guard the various exits from the city, notifying the New York Police Department to issue a citywide warrant for Rory's arrest. With this being Rory's third enhancement experiment, the weight of pressure bore heavily upon Peggy Carter. Chapter 27. What relevance do the dangers I create have to me? Black Widow Natasha, accompanied by several agents, remained at the suburban factory to install surveillance and automatic alarm systems. Peggy Carter, alongside Captain America Steve, took a helicopter to a secret underground research facility of S.H.I.E.L.D. located in the outskirts of New Jersey. The security was exceptionally tight, with guards stationed every few steps. As they descended 30 floors underground, the elevator doors opened to reveal several researchers in lab coats gathered around a table, engrossed in their studies. Upon Peggy's arrival, they immediately ceased their discussion. Peggy approached and inquired about the project's progress. The lead researcher shook his head, stating, "The genetic sequence of this mouse is quite peculiar. It is not a normal helical DNA but rather a multispiral DNA sequence. We are unable to extract any viable genes from this mouse, let alone use them for experimentation." Peggy challenged, "How is it that a single individual, Rory, could conduct this experiment, yet we, a team of biologists, cannot?" At this moment, Steve stepped closer to the reinforced glass, behind which lay an expansive space that nearly startled his very soul. It was a gigantic mouse with an array of sharp teeth, crimson eyes that sent chills down one's spine, and formidable claws along with a thick, lengthy tail. After careful observation, he realized it was merely a corpse of the mouse. Steve was baffled as to why SHIELD would engage in research on such a terrifying creature. The researchers continued their dialogue with Peggy. "Director Carter, genetic engineering cannot achieve perfect replication through mere research and experimentation. Genetic coding can exhibit countless variations based on individual intent. The Rory you mentioned must be an exceptional geneticist." Peggy furrowed her brow, insisting, "That is not what I wish to hear. I want to know if we can harness this mouse's genes. It is challenging." Peggy did not wish to burden the scientists further, and with a sigh, she gestured for them to continue their research. After the researchers departed, Steve approached Peggy, questioning, "Peggy, you must be aware of the dangers posed by Red Skull. Why are we still creating such biochemical weapons?" Peggy's gaze traversed the reinforced glass to the mouse's corpse as she explained, "It is not our creation. It was generated in the 1970s by a biologist named Rory, and we merely excavated it from the ruins." "Rory? Is he the same Rory we previously apprehended? But he is only in his 20s. How could he possibly?" Peggy refrained from elaborating on the crude details to Steve, instead stating, "The potential threat posed by Rory is exceedingly high. He could even apply this enhancement experiment on himself. This is precisely why I sought to apprehend him." Peggy Carter had not seen Steve Rogers in nearly 70 years. She offered no further explanations. She was no longer the exuberant young officer she once was. She now held the formidable position of director of SHIELD, responsible for global security and the containment of the supernatural. Lori returned to Hell's Kitchen with Frank. Frank, feeling sore all over, lay on the mattress and inquired of Lori, who was busy preparing a feast in the kitchen. "Lori, was your condition the same as mine during your first enhancement?" Lori shook his head, replying, "Certainly not. When I emerged, I was able to engage in a skirmish with another insufferable super soldier. In your current state, you wouldn't even be able to fend off a dog." Though both were enhanced, the essence of their transformations was vastly different. Frank's enhancement focused on the very fabric of human genes, drawing energy from within his own body, making his current predicament a natural consequence of energy depletion. Conversely, Lori did not enhance human genes. He supplanted his own with Thanos' genes, consuming the energy from the serum. Furthermore, a significant factor was that Lori's initial enhancement was not complete, which led to the subsequent gene reinforcement program. After a large pot of bone broth was prepared, Lori brought it to Frank. "Your energy reserves are depleted. Consuming this may alleviate your discomfort. And remember to tidy up before you leave, including the restroom." Lori felt like a caretaker, which irked him, prompting him to assign Frank the additional task of cleaning. Lori himself enjoyed a bowl of rice and a serving of braised meat, naturally leaving the washing of dishes to Frank. After their meal, he took Frank's enhanced blood to the laboratory. A series of experiments on the blood sample ensued, followed by a comparative analysis with Wilson Fisk's blood. Nodding in satisfaction, he remarked, "Frank, your enhancement trial has been remarkably successful. In about 3 days you should return to normal levels, with genetic activity approximately 3 times that of a typical human. Congratulations." As Frank gnawed on a bone and slurped the broth, he asked, "I don't understand what you mean by that. Could you simplify it?" Lori placed Frank's blood sample back in the refrigerator and explained, "What I mean is that your physical condition has surpassed human standards completely. You know Captain America, right?" Frank nodded, still in a daze. Lori continued, "You could match him evenly." The mention of Captain America excited Frank immensely. Good, good. That's fantastic," he exclaimed, waving the bone in his hand. "Hey, Lori, what's your relationship with that Wilson Fisk fellow?" Lori looked at Frank with a hint of confusion, thinking, "Isn't this a question you already know the answer to? Just speak plainly." Perhaps sensing his own hypocrisy, Frank awkwardly chuckled. "I need weapons, preferably fully automatic heavy artillery." Lori's gaze became increasingly peculiar. Unable to tolerate the intensity of Lori's stare, Frank retorted in irritation, "Just give me a straightforward answer on whether you will help or not. Why are you looking at me like that?" Lori closed the cold storage cabinet containing blood samples and serum, stating, "You have already transcended into a superhuman, yet you continue to employ the combat methods of an ordinary person. What then is the purpose of your enhancement?" Frank was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth in Lori's words. "True. Yet I still desire some weapons. At least I wouldn't soil my attire while eliminating foes. When dealing with ordinary individuals or agents, firearms remain the most efficient option." For the next 3 days, Frank remained in seclusion within the basement, taking time to recuperate. During this period, he divulged to Lori all that had transpired in his life, including his acquaintance and potential ally, David, the former analyst from the National Security Agency. Chapter 28. The Punisher, the Troublemaker, Frank. Bang, 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 boom. Rory and Frank were engaged in a fierce sparring match, each punch landing with palpable force. Frank grimaced in pain, clutching his abdomen and muttering, "You're a freak." Rory, too, was not unscathed. A swollen eye and a cut on his lip oozed crimson, while a punch from Frank had him biting down hard on his molars. Frank, a seasoned fighter with combat skills at a level approaching mastery, possessed physical enhancements that surpassed the ordinary. Although Rory's physique surpassed Frank's, bolstered by the combat instincts akin to those of Thanos, his natural instincts could not fully harness his physical advantages, resulting in a stalemate against Frank. Leaning against the wall, Frank sank to the ground and remarked, "Your physique is formidable, but your fighting skills are lacking. You must become more attuned to your body to unleash its full potential." This was easily comprehensible. For instance, consider the difference between a professional boxer and an ordinary individual throwing punches. The amateur's recoil is often pronounced, relying solely on arm movement for power, while the professional engages their entire body in the process, from legs to waist to shoulders, resulting in greater force and speed. Despite Rory's combat instincts reminiscent of Thanos, he lacked the requisite fighting techniques. According to Frank's observations, Rory was only able to utilize about a quarter of his physical capabilities in combat. The most disheartening aspect was that Rory, despite this limitation, could still hold his own against Frank, nearly shattering Frank's resolve. After catching his breath, Frank lamented, "Rory, why haven't you enhanced me to your level? This body is truly a waste on you." After a brief respite, Rory approached the table and poured himself a glass of water. After taking a hearty gulp, he replied, "Why should I? We are not kin, and I have consistently assisted you while you've only provided me with some supplies." Frank shook his head and rose from the floor, muttering, "The truth stings." After a shower and some rest, Frank donned his coat, preparing to leave. At that moment, Rory called out, "Frank, when you have the chance, bring David back to introduce him to me." Frank turned, querying, "What do you intend to do?" Through their recent interactions, Frank had discerned that Rory, while presenting himself as a scientist, harbored a cunning disposition, evident in his treatment of Wilson Fisk. He utilized and guarded against him, leaving one to wonder how Rory would handle Fisk once he was deemed no longer useful. Without turning back, Rory replied, "Didn't you say David is a computer prodigy? I merely wish to make a friend. Why are you so apprehensive?" Frank departed without providing Rory with any response. Days swiftly passed. During this time, Rory dedicated himself to studying the blood samples of Wilson Fisk and Frank after their enhancements. The enhancements provided by these two individuals have bestowed upon Rory a plethora of fresh perspectives. With the data from these two experiments at hand, Rory feels increasingly confident about his third gene reinforcement. As the Thanos gene within him remains only partially activated, he is currently in a phase of amalgamation. To fully evolve into a being of Thanos caliber or to transform entirely into a member of the Eternals, Rory must proceed with diligence, step by step. After completing the third-generation gene reinforcement serum, Rory instinctively turned on the television to catch up on external news. As the screen flickered to life, he was greeted by the long-absent playboy Tony Stark. "I am Iron Man." Upon hearing this proclamation, Rory felt a sudden jolt run through him. Alas, it was a pity that he could not witness this historical moment in person, a sentiment that lingered in his mind. Regrettably, Tony Stark resided on the West Coast, and considering Tony's personality, it was entirely possible that they could have forged a strong friendship. After switching off the television and freshening up, Rory returned to bed, prepared for a restful slumber. Just as he closed his eyes, he was abruptly roused by a series of urgent knocks at the door. "Frank?" Rory checked the surveillance and discovered that it was indeed Frank at the door. Frank rarely returned at night, well aware of Rory's distaste for his body odor. Moreover, the iron door to the basement was securely locked by Rory, rendering even Frank's key useless. With a sense of curiosity, Rory donned his robe and approached the door. With a resounding bang, as the door swung open, he saw Frank waving at someone in the distance, followed by a suspicious man clad in a hooded sweatshirt racing towards them with a travel bag in tow. "What on earth is going on, Frank?" Rory exclaimed. Frank pushed past Rory and declared, "Did you not say you wanted to meet David? Well, I brought him along." David, visibly anxious, looked at Rory and awkwardly raised his hand in greeting. "Hello, I am David Lieberman. Pleased to meet you." Rory scrutinized David from head to toe and retorted, "How pleased? Exactly? Just teasing you," Rory said, patting David on the shoulder. He pointed at the travel bag cradled in David's arms and inquired, "Did you bring luggage? Do you intend to stay here?" At that moment, Frank approached and snatched the travel bag from David. The contents rattled ominously, revealing they were not clothes or personal items. Subsequently, Frank and David engaged in a flurry of activity, bringing in nearly 10 similar travel bags and a large wooden crate from outside. Curious, Rory opened one of the bags, revealing cold, dark firearms before his eyes. "Goodness, did you rob an arms dealer?" Frank replied with a nonchalant clarifying, to be precise, they were seized from the National Security Agency. Frank swiftly began to sort through the firearms, inspecting each one meticulously. Meanwhile, David assisted by organizing the ammunition, categorizing different calibers, and labeling them accordingly. At that moment, Rory felt a wave of regret wash over him. He regretted aiding Frank and even more so for enhancing him. This fellow was nothing but a source of trouble, capable of conjuring complications even in the absence of them, bringing turmoil to those around him. "FK." Rory muttered under his breath and approached. "Frank, you wouldn't have led the agents of the National Security Agency to my doorstep, would you?" Without turning his head, Frank replied, "The probability of them tracing this location is nearly zero." Boom! No sooner had Frank finished speaking than the iron door leading from the basement to the outside could no longer withstand the force of the explosion and was blown inward. Rory turned to Frank and blinked. "Is this what you meant by nearly zero?" Click! The bullets were chambered as Frank seized 2 fully automatic rifles and dashed toward the lower level. David, frightened, took refuge behind the laboratory table. Rory shook his head while retrieving a box from beneath the table, grumbling, "Frank is nothing but a harbinger of chaos. Wherever he goes, trouble follows." Arriving at the refrigeration unit, he swiftly packed the blood samples and serum into the box, then stuffed the laptop containing the serum data into his backpack, preparing himself for a hasty escape at any moment. Chapter 29. A fool blasted my home. A thunderous noise erupted from the basement level below. Rory and David, who were huddled in the corner near the staircase, witnessed a figure being hurled from the first basement floor to the second, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, accompanied by a cloud of thick smoke. The individual in question was Frank, who had just charged up the stairs with an automatic rifle. "FKU, how dare you use an RPG in a residential area?" Frank exclaimed, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust. Just as he prepared to charge back, several round objects tumbled down the stairs. Clang, 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 boom, boom, Boom! As the grenades detonated, Rory instinctively threw himself and David to the side. Although Rory reacted swiftly, he still caught a few fragments, while David remained unscathed. Good grief! Frank, are you sure this is the Homeland Security? Rory shouted. How should I know? Frank retorted angrily, pulling 2 smoke grenades from his waist and hurling them down the staircase with force. Having just moved in a few days prior, their front door was already dismantled, and now they were facing grenades and RPGs, far worse than a demolition team. A surge of anger coursed through Rory as he grabbed 2 handguns and followed Frank into the smoke. Unfamiliar with the firearms, Rory fumbled with chambering bullets and disengaging the safety. It was only when he was face to face with the enemy that he managed to fire. Bang! Given Rory's physique, he barely felt the recoil. The adversary was clad in goggles and a gas mask, clearly not dressed as an agent. However, Rory had no time to contemplate the identity of his opponent. He pressed the handgun against the man's face and fired twice. With a swift infrared sweep directed at Rory, he, emboldened by his naivety, did not retreat but instead bent low and charged toward the source of the laser. Thud! He collided shoulder first with the adversary, pinning him down and firing at point-blank range. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed from the left side of the man's head. Die, you bastard! After emptying his magazine, Rory had eliminated another foe, yet he had also revealed his position. Another beam of infrared light swept toward him, prompting Rory to hurl his empty handgun away. Clang! The grip struck the adversary's forehead, sending him toppling backward. Frank was quicker, his gunfire continuous and relentless. As the smoke began to dissipate, only Rory and Frank remained standing in the basement. Frank gave Rory a thumbs up before cautiously peering toward the exit. Bang! A spark ignited at the doorframe, and Frank ducked faster than a turtle retreating into its shell. A sniper! There's an ambush outside. Frank pressed against the wall to avoid being spotted by the marksman. Rory picked up 2 weapons used by their adversaries, tinkering with them until he discerned their operation. In the basement, there was no backup exit. Although he had never used such firearms before, he had watched enough television to have a basic understanding. The switches and buttons on the guns were few and straightforward, and with a bit of trial and error, he quickly grasped their functions. Frank crouched down and rummaged through the body of a fallen comrade, stating, "They are not from the National Security Bureau. They resemble contractors. Contractors for murder? Almost. Typically, a contracting firm aims for protection, occasionally undertaking overseas missions, but rarely within the country." Rory rolled his eyes and remarked, "We're the mission. Damn it." After his quip, Rory continued to inquire, "Do you have any plans?" Although both Rory and Frank had undergone physical enhancements, they had yet to reach a level capable of withstanding bullets. Frank surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately settling on the iron door that lay on the ground after the explosion. "Put on a bulletproof vest. We'll carry the iron door out together. Remember, stay close to the wall and keep pace with me." Frank's strategy was clear. Their immediate objective was to exit the basement and find a location with a broad view for a counterattack. Rory concurred with this approach. Pondering why Steve always carried a shield, it was indeed convenient for defense. With a clanging sound, they awkwardly lifted the iron door outside, immediately coming under fire from a sniper. Fortunately, the door was sufficiently thick, rendering ordinary bullets ineffective. "Follow my lead," towards that intersection, Frank commanded, taking the lead with Rory following closely, occasionally returning fire. Frank's aim was decent, while Rory's accuracy relied heavily on luck. The iron door sparked as it was struck, producing a cacophony of sounds, yet the feeble impact posed no burden to the 2 men. They swiftly reached the intersection, dropping the door to the ground. Frank pointed to the building across the street. "You hide here. I'll deal with the sniper on the rooftop." Without allowing Rory a moment to respond, he darted out. Utilizing nimble footwork, he took cover behind a vehicle and eliminated 2 members of the contractor team hiding behind another car. Rory remained active, raising his submachine gun for faith shots to provide suppressive fire for Frank. Seizing the opportunity, Frank stealthily infiltrated the adjacent building. "Destroy my laboratory, and you all shall perish." With his ammunition depleted, Rory kicked open the door of a nearby hardware store, slipping inside just before an enemy grenade could be thrown. With a resounding boom, the shop's windows shattered into fragments. Meanwhile, across the street, Frank had reached the rooftop. In a one-on-one scenario, the sniper stood no chance against Frank. He took over the enemy's sniping position and began targeting members of the contractor team below with precision shots. Thud, thud. Each bullet found its mark. The contractor team reacted swiftly, seeking cover to retaliate. As they focused on evading Frank's fire, they inadvertently exposed their backs to Rory. Suddenly, a figure crashed through a second-floor window, landing on the street with a fire axe in hand. With a downward swing reminiscent of a dramatic strike, a splash of crimson painted the air above. Rory, with a hawk-like gaze, aimed at the next target. While the fire axe may have lacked the lethality of firearms, its visual impact was 100-fold greater. The sensation of oppression and the fear that arises from within are emotions that every human can undoubtedly experience. With a fierce roar, Rory leaped 2 meters high, effortlessly vaulting over a compact car. The individual hiding behind the vehicle turned to flee, only to be struck down by Rory's axe. Rory's sudden appearance disrupted the opponent's formation, providing Frank, stationed on the rooftop, the perfect opportunity to continue his targeting. In less than a minute, the street was littered with a dozen corpses. Although the fury that surged within Rory gradually subsided, he still felt a lingering dissatisfaction. The blood samples and serums he had painstakingly cultivated would have been rendered futile had he not retained backups. The thought of others dismissing his hard work only fueled his anger further. As the gunfire ceased, David cautiously emerged from the basement, cradling Rory's box. As for the matter of time travel, let me clarify. According to the established rules, 3 conditions must be met for time travel. 1. A quantum realm time travel device. 2. PIM particles, and 3. A time travel wristband. The protagonist Rory's instances of time travel adhered to these 3 criteria, and given the limited availability of PIM particles, indiscriminate time travel was not feasible. The intention is to present a unique Marvel tale, and I sincerely appreciate everyone's unwavering support and affection. Chapter 30. The fear of insufficient firepower is not an illness. Rory returned to the basement and retrieved his phone, wiping off the dust before dialing Wilson Fisk. He arranged for someone to come and handle the bodies, while also notifying the police department. In Hell's Kitchen, gunfights are almost a daily occurrence, so there was no need for alarm. The police had been bribed by Wilson Fisk. It was no surprise if they delayed their response or even failed to arrive at all. Within minutes, several vans arrived swiftly, and the bodies were loaded onto the vehicles. Weapons were confiscated separately, and they even took care to clean up the bloodstains. "Hey! Get someone to fix the door for me," Rory shouted, prompting Wesley, who had followed him, to call for a repairman. After everything was tidied up, it was already half an hour later when Wilson Fisk's men departed. Frank remarked nonchalantly, "These people came for me. Consider it a favor owed to you. Fortunately, none of your laboratories were harmed." Rory retorted sharply. "No harm? They came knocking on our door, and you say there's no harm?" He turned to David and insisted, "Find that person for me. I want to soak the raw specimen from his neck in formalin as a display piece." With gritted teeth, Rory released Frank and added, "Frank, we will settle your debts in due time." Frank bore a significant portion of the responsibility for today's events. Had it not been for him, those individuals would not have traced Rory here. At this moment, David interjected, to uncover the origins of these individuals. "I need to return to the safe house and utilize its network equipment. Then let us go together." "I need to tidy up first," Rory replied, heading back to the basement to secure the experimental data and serum before driving with Frank to David's safe house. After faking his death, David had been secretly monitoring the outside world and his family from this location. Rory placed the safe in the only metal cabinet and then requested the key from David to lock it. "David, find someone immediately and locate those individuals' whereabouts." Though his relationship with Rory was tenuous, the affront of being bullied could not be ignored. This vendetta must be avenged. Rory endured humiliation in pursuit of immense strength. Having acquired that power, there was no longer a need to tolerate such indignities. David sat at the computer, typing furiously while speaking. "I have been investigating this matter for some time, tracing it back to Frank's last operation. The Orange Agent is the mastermind behind it all, and then I found this person." Frank's comrade, Garner, had mentioned that Bennett was a confidant of the Orange Agent. Bennett must surely know the whereabouts of the Orange Agent. With a little time, I could implant a tracking signal in his phone, allowing us to locate the orange agent behind the scenes. Laurie raised his chin and said, "No need for such complications. I don't believe anyone's resolve is harder than bone. No, that's not secure." David preferred covert execution, as the risks of exposure were too high and could endanger his family. Laurie exchanged a glance with Frank, who nodded and immediately noted the address to devise a battle plan. Laurie picked up the phone that David had left on the workbench and dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. Jean Bin, this is Laurie. Send me a shipment of arms. The address is. Laurie, uncertain of the exact location, handed the phone to David. After a moment of hesitation under Laurie's watchful gaze, David divulged the address. Not the precise location of the safe house, but rather a pickup point a kilometer away. Upon hanging up, Laurie gestured towards the computer and inquired about the assailants from today's attack, questioning the name of the contracting company. David input the information, quickly uncovering relevant details. It was an overseas arms contracting firm. Those who operate such companies typically possess military backgrounds or enjoy the protection of high-ranking government intelligence officials. Yet Laurie remained unfazed. David had pinpointed Bennett's current location, and Frank was devising a tactical plan based on Bennett's residence, showcasing his prowess as a master tactician. Once the plan was finalized, the trio proceeded to the pickup location to retrieve the arms delivered by Wilson Fisk. The American mob dealt exclusively in Russian merchandise, and having bested the Russian mafia, Jean Bin had amassed a significant stockpile. The delivery was made by two henchmen, each with a vehicle, who, upon arrival, said nothing, merely handing over the cargo to Frank before departing in the remaining car. Frank inspected the goods. Although he had a distaste for Russian arms, he acknowledged that the current circumstances left little room for choice. David took the wheel and they set off. Inside the vehicle, Laurie donned a bulletproof vest, layering it beneath a tactical harness. He equipped himself with a rifle, a handgun, a set of communication devices, 5 spare magazines affixed to the tactical vest, along with additional grenades, smoke bombs, and flashbangs, effectively transforming himself into a small mobile arsenal. Frank could not help but comment, "Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for just one person?" "You wouldn't understand," replied David as he navigated the car to the periphery of Bennett's residence, maneuvering a drone into the sky to survey the area. After confirming the situation, he informed Laurie and Frank in the back seat. "There are 2 security personnel at both the front and rear doors, with the nearest police station 1 kilometers away. We should aim to complete the extraction within 20 minutes. Understood. You stay in the car and await my signal," Laurie instructed. After disembarking, Frank pointed towards a patch of trees, saying, "I'll approach from that side. You wait at the corner of the stairs. As soon as the 2 security guards at the back door come over, eliminate them immediately." Laurie was uncertain whether the anticipated events would unfold as planned, yet he knew precautions were essential. The 2 crept towards the villa, and with a swift motion, Frank dispatched the 2 front security guards with precision. As they entered the villa and ascended the stairs, an inexplicably strange sound emanated from the 2nd floor. Typically, such sounds are associated with women, but now, it was unmistakably a man's voice, sending a shiver down Laurie's spine. Frank signaled, and Laurie nodded, concealing himself at the corner of the 2nd floor staircase. With a forceful kick, Frank burst through the door. "Yes, here. Yes, here." The ensuing clamor was a cacophony of metallic clinks and clatters. As soon as the 2 security guards at the back door detected a disturbance, they rushed in. Seizing the moment, Rory deftly pivoted and unleashed a flurry of gunfire towards the staircase. The guns spat flames in rapid succession, the cacophony of gunshots intertwined with the anguished cries of the fallen. 2 bloodied figures tumbled down the stairs with a heavy thud. Oh, the exhilaration of shooting was unparalleled, especially amidst the barrage of ammunition. As Rory swiftly reloaded his weapon, he retreated to his previous position. Frank pushed the bound Bennett out into the corridor. Bennett was still gnawing on a small orange ball, a peculiar sight indeed. A toad seeking a frog, an unattractive plaything. "Frank, for armed adversaries are advancing towards you with remarkable speed. They are expected to arrive in 30 seconds. Moments later, a chorus of hurried footsteps echoed from below. Frank glanced at the timer on his wrist. There were 13 minutes remaining until their escape. It was time to act swiftly. Chapter 31. The puzzle is gone. Frank is depressed. Rory is comfortable. Frank hurled Bennett into the corner and leaped from the second-floor window, preparing to ambush Rory from above. With a decisive click, Rory pulled the pin from a grenade, and upon hearing footsteps approach, unhesitatingly tossed it down the staircase. The four intruders had already discovered the two corpses on the stairs, and their movements became cautious and deliberate. Thud, thud, thud. The grenade bounced down to the first floor. A grenade! With a shout, they dove behind the sofa, and an explosive roar ensued, leaving the room in disarray, but regrettably, no lives were claimed. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rory squeezed the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets down the staircase, keeping the four adversaries pinned down. Simultaneously, Frank, having leapt from the window, stormed through the door, taking out two more foes with rapid precision. As Rory continued to fire, he descended, just as his magazine ran dry on the first floor. One of the remaining assailants, realizing Rory was out of ammunition, attempted to retaliate. However, Rory had no intention of reloading. Instead, he pivoted his weapon and leaped forward. Bang! The wooden stock splintered upon impact. Having dispatched 3 of the 4, the last remaining foe appeared visibly intimidated. In that moment of hesitation, it was too late for him to raise his weapon. Rory kicked the sofa with such force that the man was sent flying, landing right at Frank's feet. Hello! Bang! A shot rang out and the final victim fell, disbelief etched across his face. Frank, upon witnessing this familiar expression, suddenly felt an unsettling recognition. Lifting the mask, he staggered back in shock. Billy? Oh, for heaven's sake! No time for thanks. Let us move, Rory urged, giving Frank a shove. Regaining his composure, Frank hurried upstairs to haul Bennett down to the first floor, then dashed towards David, who waited by the roadside. Back in the car, Frank remained in a daze, his mind elsewhere. David drove on, narrowly avoiding a police car that passed in the opposite direction. The officers arrived promptly at the scene, and upon confirming the identities of the deceased and the kidnapped individual, the case was swiftly handed over to the National Security Agency. When Senior Agent Madani arrived on site, she was nearly driven to madness. Among the deceased was her new boyfriend, Billy Russell. After grappling with her grief, she began to question why Billy would be present at such a place. Madani suspected Frank was behind it all, but why would he kill his former comrade, Billy Russell? Unable to fathom the reasons, she uploaded the case information to the database that evening. As the data entered the database, it was instantly synchronized with S-H-I-E-L-D. The information was reported up the chain, ultimately reaching Maria Hill, who verified its accuracy before presenting the organized materials to Peggy Carter. Director Carter, here is the intelligence we just received. A traffic surveillance captured Rory, and a gunfight occurred at a villa in the same area. The owner of the attacked villa is named Bennett, yet his body was not found at the scene, suggesting a possible abduction. An analysis of the situation indicates that there was likely more than just Rory involved. At least 2 individuals were present, and they employed Russian-made weaponry. Peggy Carter, while reviewing the materials, listened to Maria Hill's report. After a moment, she issued an order, arrange for individuals to investigate separately, focusing on any issues related to this Bennett individual, as well as the origins of the Russian weaponry. Both inquiries are relatively straightforward for S-H-I-E-L-D to trace, and answers are expected to emerge swiftly. Meanwhile, David drove Bennett to the outskirts. Frank had shaken off his stupor, though a dark cloud hung over him, revealing the simmering anger within. He dragged Bennett from the car and, without uttering a word, delivered 2 swift punches. Just as he was about to land a third blow, Rory intervened. Frank, remember, you are not like a normal person. A punch like that could very well be fatal. Frank immediately calmed down, huffing as he stepped aside. Rory crouched down, gently patting Bennett's chubby face, speaking softly. Wake up. If you're still alive, answer me 2 questions. Tell me what I want to know, and I shall release you immediately. Bennett, with blood mingling at the corners of his mouth, struggled to lift his head to look at Rory. Rory smiled faintly. Tell me who the mastermind is, the one known as the Orange Agent? Bennett, already a soft target, hesitated only briefly before divulging everything. Rawlings. The Orange Agent is Rawlings. Upon returning to the country, he became a high-ranking official in the CIA. Upon hearing this name, Frank connected the dots. Rory nodded in satisfaction. Now, for the second question, do you prefer your father or your mother? Bennett. I'm sorry, but your hesitation is noted. With that, Rory drew his pistol and executed a swift, fatal blow to Bennett's head. Let us proceed to find this Rawlings. He dared to bomb my laboratory. Regardless of his high rank, I shall ensure his ashes scatter. With Rory's involvement, everything seemed to simplify considerably. The group returned to the safe house, where Frank immediately requested David to look up information regarding Billy Russell. David hacked into the information database and retrieved data stating, Billy Russell operates a security company. Oh, that overseas arms contractor has ties to him as well. At that moment, Frank pieced everything together. It became clear that Billy Russell had long been in collusion with the Orange Agent. No wonder Billy had appeared at Bennett's home last night. He was after him. Rory approached with a bowl of noodles, eating as he remarked, that person was there to kill you. Why the sentimentality? You don't have any masochistic tendencies, do you? Billy is my comrade. He is my friend. Rory scoffed dismissively. If these are the kinds of friends you keep, then you deserve to be played. He then turned to David and inquired, have you located the whereabouts of the Orange Agent? Not yet, David replied. The movements of officials at the level of CIA directors are classified. I require a bit more time. Slurping a mouthful of noodles, he added, it would be best to expedite the process. I am rather pressed for time. After a long night of toil, Rory, feeling satiated, was instantly overtaken by drowsiness. He collapsed onto the sole bed in the safe house and fell into a deep slumber. It was unclear how long he had been asleep when he was roused from his stupor by someone shaking him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was David. With a hint of confusion, he asked, have you found the Orange Agent? I have uncovered some leads, David responded. The Orange Agent, Rollins, possesses a safe house in the outskirts. I just infiltrated the traffic surveillance and discovered that his convoy left the city an hour ago. Both Frank and I concur that he is headed to that safe house. What are we waiting for? Let us make haste and depart immediately. Chapter 32. You two are surrounded by us. David remained at the wheel, while Frank sat silently in the back seat, meticulously organizing his equipment. The atmosphere was so oppressive that even the sound of the car radio had diminished significantly. David S. Van halted at a crossroads, awaiting the final traffic light before exiting the city. Suddenly, Rory inquired, David, have you ever contemplated what you will do upon returning to a normal life? David, hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, appeared momentarily taken aback and shook his head. I simply wish to reunite with my family as soon as possible. Each day, David observed his wife and children through surveillance, a constant reminder that served as a torment rather than solace. Yet, if he were to cease longing for his family, David would only sink deeper into despair. This yearning was his impetus for survival. Similarly, revenge fueled Frank, providing him with a powerful source of motivation. Rory, on the other hand, was driven by an obsession with biological experimentation and personal enhancement. David, all your efforts are aimed at securing a better future. Your current endeavors are focused on reuniting with your family. Have you never contemplated what life will be like after your return? For instance, what kind of job will you seek? Or what gifts will you buy for your family? David shook his head in confusion, for he had not considered such matters. His fantasies revolved solely around the joy of living harmoniously with his family upon his return, neglecting the more pragmatic concerns. In America, being a good husband is, in truth, not an easy task. Rory glanced at Frank through the rearview mirror and remarked, you might learn a thing or two from Frank, living like a mere shell of a person, indifferent and untroubled by the world. If you were to perish, no one would remember you. Isn't that appealing? David offered an awkward smile, choosing not to engage with that comment. Frank raised his gaze to Rory, snorting derisively, mind your own business. I can handle my own affairs. Frank was always like this, rejecting others' kindness yet readily accepting their malice, only to retaliate with lethal force. Rory shook his head lightly. I really should have enhanced your intellect back then. But never mind, as long as you're content. After all, paying the intelligence tax is quite a burden. It took Frank a moment to grasp that Rory was subtly implying he lacked intelligence. Frank's marksmanship was 1,000 times sharper than his wit. After a prolonged silence, he finally retorted, "Rory, you truly are a bastard. Thank you. At least the pendant around my neck is not merely decorative. Nor will I mourn for someone who wishes to kill me." David's van came to a stop 2 kilometers from the safe house in Rollins. The drone footage revealed a clear view of the estate, surrounded by guards and patrols accompanied by large dogs. The 3 heads inside the van huddled together, fixated on the small screen. "Frank, what do you think we should do?" Frank pondered for a moment, stroking his chin before responding. "The best approach would be for one person to attract fire from the front while another sneaks in from a different direction." This was the most conventional method of infiltration, but the question remained, who would execute it? Frank is a tactical expert capable of drawing fire, yet his true desire is to personally eliminate Rollins to avenge his family. Rory's ability to attract fire is limited. At best, he can create an opportunity for Frank to infiltrate. However, if the enemy turns back to provide support, Frank will undoubtedly find himself in a precarious battle. David operates the computer to enlarge the satellite imagery, tapping a few keys, which instantly reveals several red dots on the screen. The nearest police station is 17 kilometers away, while a base lies 28 kilometers from their location. Should the police respond, it would take at least 30 to 40 minutes from the time they receive the call, but if a helicopter is dispatched, it could arrive in less than 5 minutes. This is indeed troublesome. The Orange Agent is a high-ranking official within the CIA. Should danger arise, the military would certainly not turn a blind eye. They are far too weak. If Rory possessed the strength of the Hulk, there would be no need for plans. He could simply charge through. Rory turned to David, suggesting, "How about you draw the fire?" David, with a look of disbelief, shook his head vigorously. "Are you joking? I'm an intelligence analyst, a civilian. I have no desire to die." Frank sighed, "I'll take care of it. I'll do my best to hold off more of them. You take the explosives. Once Rollins is attacked, those guards will surely rush back for support, and then we can blow them all to pieces." Frank retrieved a backpack filled with TNT explosives from the back of the van. He handed the detonator to David, cautioning, "This is the detonation switch. Only press it when I give the signal." "I oppose." Rory immediately raised an objection. "What if he gets nervous and accidentally presses it? I would be doomed." Frank and David dismissed Rory's concerns as mere jest. Armed and ready, Frank was the first to exit the vehicle. Just before Rory stepped out, he reiterated, "I warn you, do not touch the switch until you receive the detonation command." A few minutes later, Rory stealthily positioned himself in a small grove beside the estate. "Beep." He confirmed his readiness. "Received." Frank's response coincided with the sound of gunfire, instantly taking down a patrolling guard. In an instant, the estate erupted with blaring alarms, splitting the guards into 2 teams, one returning to the villa, the other advancing towards Frank's position. According to Frank's strategy, these individuals should have pursued him, yet they remained within the estate, not venturing out. The plan had changed. "Rory, provide support from the flank and eliminate the outer guards first." "Understood." Rory raised his rifle and moved forward. His aim was ineffectual at this distance, necessitating a closer approach. Gunfire continued from Frank's direction as Rory approached the vicinity of the villa, unleashing a barrage from his rifle. The guards stationed outside numbered around a dozen, and Rory managed to take down only 2 with a full magazine. The guards would not foolishly remain stationary for Rory to shoot at. As they moved, they inadvertently created an opportunity for Frank to close in. Bang, bang, the sounds of gunfire continued as Rory, taking cover behind the wall of the villa, pulled the pin on a grenade and hurled it with force. With a thunderous roar, Frank arrived at the scene, swiftly overwhelming the outer guards. Approaching the entrance, he delivered a powerful kick to the door, which stood resolutely unmoved. It was a reinforced blast door. "Hand me the TNT," he commanded. Affixing the explosives to the door and calibrating the detonation signal, he called out to David on the other end of the communicator, "David, detonate." A cacophony of sound erupted as dust billowed and the ground trembled. The explosion left a gaping hole in the villa's entrance. Frank bundled the remaining TNT together and forcefully hurled it through the breach. "Detonate," he shouted again. Another resounding blast echoed through the air. Frank charged into the villa amidst the swirling smoke, closely followed by Rory. The skirmish concluded within 3 minutes. In the aftermath, only 3 remained alive in the villa. Besides Rory and Frank, there was only one other survivor, the CIA's chief of covert operations, Rollins, who remained inside. Chapter 33. The eagle-eyed Barton encounters the night devil Frank. I truly should have eliminated you as well. With a grim expression, Frank entered and demanded, "Why did you kill my family?" Rollins shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "It was merely business. Blame your misfortune." Time was of the essence. Yet Frank continued to engage in fruitless banter with him. Rory approached Rollins, who, unfamiliar with Rory, inquired, "Who are you?" In an instant, Rollins' brain failed to register the threat as he was propelled backward, colliding forcefully with the wall. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, cascading down his chin and staining his expensive shirt and suit. Rory lowered his foot and advanced toward him. "You dared to invade my home, didn't you?" Bang! "You arranged for contractors to commit murder, did you?" Bang! "You think you're quite impressive, don't you?" Bang! With a series of brutal strikes from the gun, but Rollins was rendered nearly unrecognizable. His nose was crushed, his lips split, teeth scattered amidst a torrent of crimson, and even his jaw was distorted from the blows. I don't know you." Rory smirked. "Today you'll come to know me." Frank approached, and together with Rory, they chambered rounds, aiming their automatic weapons at Rollins and pulling the triggers simultaneously. With 2 magazines of 60 rounds, Rollins was obliterated against the wall. Even a professional body collector would shake his head in dismay. "Director Carter, we have just received news that Bennett had close ties with Rollins, the head of the CIA's covert operations. 30 minutes ago, Rollins was killed at a safe house in the suburbs, along with 21 others, all perished. Is it confirmed that Rory was responsible?" Peggy Carter inquired. "Bennett's body has just been discovered, and there are tracks left by more than 2 individuals at the scene. The intelligence department believes it is connected to a man named Frank, and does not rule out the possibility of Rory collaborating with him." Peggy tapped her pen thoughtfully against the desk before speaking. "Have Clint investigate to ascertain why Rory did this and what his connection to Frank is."
Understood, Mom.
"Also, inform Clint that if he locates Rory, he should not act independently but report to me immediately." Clint Barton, codenamed Hawkeye, known as the Lucky Fish, was a marksman skilled in archery and geometry, capable of nearly perfect accuracy. Upon receiving the orders, Hawkeye sprang into action. He first examined the crime scenes of Bennett and Rollins, then proceeded to the apartment where Rory had initially appeared. The investigation revealed that the apartment was not rented under Rory's name, but rather through a real estate agency, which was in turn linked to a construction company. Coincidentally, the basement where a recent gunfight occurred in Hell's Kitchen also belonged to the same company. That night, Barton infiltrated the company's premises, seeking to uncover more valuable leads. With a loud clatter, the drawer was pried open, revealing an assortment of various documents inside. Barton immediately began to sift through them according to the labels. However, as he rummaged, he suddenly halted his movements. Behind him stood an unknown figure, having materialized without his notice. "Sir, thievery is hardly a commendable habit." Clad in a tight red suit emblazoned with Twindes, the individual wore a mask that obscured their features. Barton rose, stating, "If you cannot show your true face, what kind of good person could you possibly be?" Assuming the stranger was affiliated with the company, Barton intended to neutralize the threat first. He seized a pen from the desk and hurled it at the figure. It zipped through the air swiftly, yet the opponent deftly evaded it, the pen embedding itself into the wall behind. The figure in the red suit was no pushover. In an instant, the two were locked in combat. The office was reduced to a chaotic mess, with the sounds of fists and feet colliding echoing throughout. Neither Barton nor the masked individual gained the upper hand, exchanging blows rapidly, their stamina depleting quickly. After another exchange, both combatants paused, breathing heavily. Impediments to an investigation can land you in a world of trouble. Do you understand? Barton challenged. How can I ascertain the truth of your words? He casually produced an identification badge and tossed it over, which the figure caught with precision. However, the agent's identity was not discernible to the stranger, who was blind. Yet they could feel the emblem on the badge. After confirming the identity, The figure returned the badge and lowered their guard, softly saying, "My apologies. I mistook you for someone intent on destroying evidence. And who might you be?" After a lengthy silence, the figure finally spoke. "You may call me Daredevil. I am currently investigating a murder case that coincidentally pertains to this company." It appeared that many clues connected back to this establishment, which was under the control of a criminal gang led by an individual named Wilson Fisk, known in the underworld as Kingpin. Through recent inquiries, I have discovered that this Kingpin controls 70% of New York's illicit enterprises. Barton furrowed his brow slightly. His purpose in coming here was to investigate Rourke, but he had inadvertently stumbled upon the trail of a massive crime syndicate. Did this involve arms trafficking? A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire further. Daredevil nodded. Indeed, Kingpin recently absorbed a Russian gang. Aside from some minor factions, he essentially monopolizes the illegal arms market in New York. Everything began to align. Kingpin had facilitated Rourke in renting an apartment as a laboratory and had supplied him with weaponry. Was Kingpin the mastermind behind Rourke? Wilson Fisk had been unusually agitated lately. Self-proclaimed as a gentleman, he rarely lost control of his emotions. Yet today he had indeed succumbed, violently striking a subordinate's head simply due to a minor oversight. The old Wilson Fisk would never have acted in such a manner. Even Wesley, standing nearby, exhibited a flicker of fear in his eyes, for to him, Wilson Fisk seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. At this moment, perhaps only Vanessa could provide Wilson Fisk with the emotional stability he so desperately needed. Fortunately, the evening held a rendezvous for the two. "Sir, you ought to change into a fresh set of clothes. Miss Vanessa is awaiting you, and I doubt she would appreciate your arrival tainted by the scent of blood." Upon hearing Vanessa's name, Wilson Fisk immediately regained his composure. He retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his hands, discarding it upon the corpse, and coolly instructed, "Dispose of the body properly, and find that devil of Hell's Kitchen at once. I wish to personally snap his neck." At that moment, Wilson Fisk resembled a tyrant. Unbeknownst to him, as he prepared for his appointment, he was already being watched. After returning to cleanse himself and don a fresh outfit, he proceeded to the restaurant where he was to meet Vanessa. Like a soothing balm, their date rejuvenated Wilson Fisk, restoring him to his former self. As they exited the restaurant and he prepared to escort Vanessa home, Wilson Fisk suddenly halted, turning to cast a wary gaze at the distant rooftop, shrouded in darkness. Though it appeared empty, he sensed the presence of someone observing him. "Wilson, what troubles you?" Vanessa inquired, noticing his hesitance as she settled into the car. Maintaining his smile, Wilson replied, "I apologize, my dear. An urgent matter has arisen that requires my attention. I will arrange for the driver to take you home, and if time permits, I would like to join you for another drink later." Though unspoken during their meal, Vanessa had tacitly accepted the prospect of a delightful evening with Wilson Fisk. His sudden change of plans took her by surprise. Chapter 34. The Invulnerable Frontline Shield. The output position is worthless upon noticing Vanessa's silence. Wilson Fisk promptly assured her, "My dear, please return home and wait for me. I shall come to find you in an hour." Vanessa, aware of Wilson Fisk's notorious reputation as a crime lord, perceived him as distinct from the savage gangsters that plagued the streets. Moreover, Wilson Fisk's genuine affection for her was unmistakable, a profound admiration that could not be concealed. As an enlightened woman, Vanessa embraced this love, untainted by ulterior motives, while maintaining her composure. "Take care of yourself," was all Vanessa could muster in response. "I will." After a tender farewell, Wilson Fisk tapped the roof of the car, signaling the driver to proceed. As she watched the luxury vehicle vanish around the corner, she led her companions towards a nearby alley, adjusting her pristine white suit as she walked. In the dim depths of the alley, Daredevil stood waiting. As Wilson Fisk approached, he remarked coolly, "I have been searching for you everywhere. I never expected you would dare to appear before me. Kingpin, I shall ensure you find yourself behind bars." Daredevil whispered, swiftly combining two short sticks into a longer one, which then transformed into nunchaku. Observing Daredevil's flamboyant display, Wilson Fisk smirked coldly, tapping his fingers twice, prompting several henchmen to charge at Daredevil. With the initial clash barely begun, an arrow, seemingly materializing from nowhere, struck one of the henchmen in the shoulder. Another arrow soon pierced the calf of a second henchman. The masterful martial artist that is Daredevil wielded his stick with such finesse that the remaining assailants were swiftly incapacitated. With the stick pointed menacingly at Wilson Fisk, he issued a defiant challenge. Faced with the formidable Daredevil and an unseen archer, Wilson Fisk exhibited no fear. Instead, an evil grin crept across his lips. With a resounding crash, Wilson Fisk's fist created a deep dent in the wall. Startled, Daredevil swiftly retreated while hurling his long stick towards Fisk. Just as the stick neared, it abruptly snapped in half, a fine line connecting the two ends, narrowly evading Wilson Fisk's defensive arm. The other end, now a pair of nunchaku, struck Wilson Fisk, but inflicted no significant damage. Daredevil, tonight marks your demise. Daredevil barely evaded another incoming punch, retracting the nunchaku to reform the long stick. Suddenly, another arrow flew from the darkness, striking Wilson Fisk squarely. The tip merely penetrated half a centimeter, failing to breach the muscle layer. Wilson Fisk glanced at the arrow lodged in his arm, casually swatting it away, and resumed his assault on Daredevil. You think summoning help will defeat me? You are gravely mistaken. From the rooftop, Hawkeye Barton silently cursed, "Damn it, is this guy even human?" 3 minutes later, Daredevil struggled to fend off the relentless assault of Wilson Fisk. Each blow he received reverberated through his body, leaving him in agony for what felt like an eternity. If this continued, he would surely meet his demise. Hawkeye's arrows proved ineffective, merely creating a semblance of distraction. In a moment of vulnerability, Daredevil was caught off guard by Wilson Fisk, who seized the opportunity to slam him into the wall. Just as Fisk prepared to strike again, an arrow soared through the air. This particular arrow was distinct, featuring a slightly larger tip that shimmered with a red light. Suddenly, it detonated upon reaching Fisk, the explosion hurling him backward and rendering his once pristine white suit tattered and torn. When he regained his footing, Daredevil had vanished from the alleyway. "Humph! Daredevil, I shall see you perish soon enough." A frontline warrior and an archer, struggling against a formidable tank, nearly met their own demise. Wilson Fisk recalled his pact with Vanessa, returning home to shower and change clothes. While en route to Vanessa's residence, he dialed a number on his phone. "Lori, I am being hunted. I require further enhancements to my physique." At that moment, Lori was enjoying dinner, celebrating Frank's vengeance. Yet, he felt no relief or lightness from the act of retribution. Instead, he was engulfed by a profound emptiness, bereft of purpose. Frank stared at the wallet in his hand, the dim light of the basement obscuring the faces captured in the family photograph. The flames of vengeance that once burned brightly within him had extinguished, leaving only darkness in their wake. At this moment, Frank seemed to merge with the rusted pipes and moldy walls surrounding him. Lori chose not to intrude upon Frank's memories of his family and instead turned to David. "David, now that the issues have been resolved, have you contemplated your future?" They had previously broached this topic, and David had given it some thought. Life appeared to be an endless series of challenges, a truly daunting prospect. He raised his glass, took a sip and shook his head. "I now possess ample evidence, and the perpetrator has been brought to justice. If I present this evidence to Madani at the National Security Agency, I should soon be able to clear my criminal status. And then, I cannot return to the NSA. I suppose I will seek any job available. I cannot allow Sarah to shoulder the burden of providing for the family alone." Sarah was David's wife, who remained unaware that he was still alive. Lori opened a can of beer, which, given its low alcohol content, was akin to a soft drink for him at that moment. After downing half the can and wiping his mouth, he suddenly inquired, "David, how would you feel about working for me in the future?" "Working for you?" David's expression shifted in surprise. "I won't require much from you, just assistance in gathering information or monitoring certain activities. This way, you can remain at home and spend more time with your family while earning a respectable income." David, without any hesitation, remarked, "If it is merely that, then it is certainly acceptable. As long as the salary suffices to support my family, I believe I can certainly excel in this role." Upon reaching a collaborative agreement, Rory and David clinked their glasses together. Just as David set down his drink, The sudden ringing of a phone interrupted the moment. Rory retrieved his mobile device. Noting the caller was Wilson Fisk, he exchanged a knowing glance with David before stepping a short distance away to answer the call. Rory, I am being targeted. I need to fortify my physique once more. Who is after you? Rory inquired, curiosity piqued. Wilson Fisk, the emperor of New York's underworld, had even managed to corrupt the police and politicians, presenting himself as a philanthropic businessman, thus typically evading scrutiny. He succinctly recounted the recent attack he had endured. Upon hearing his description, Rory immediately deduced that the assailants were Daredevil and Hawkeye. How could those two be intertwined in this matter, especially with a focus on Kingpin? Rory pondered, a sense of bewilderment enveloping him. Daredevil, a vigilante, and Hawkeye, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., indicated that there was but one truth. They were coming for him. If Kingpin were apprehended, he would undoubtedly be the next target. The urgency of a third genetic enhancement loomed large in Rory's mind as he devised a plan. Come see me tomorrow morning. Absolutely. With Rory's agreement, Wilson Fisk sighed in relief on the other end of the line. He had invested considerable funds and resources solely to acquire the enhancement serum. The intoxicating allure of invincible power had captivated him immensely. As Rory ended the call, Frank's voice resonated behind him. He is a nefarious criminal. Why do you assist him? If it were up to me, you should eliminate him. The once fallen Punisher, consumed by vengeance, now harbored an insatiable appetite for bloodshed, showing little interest in anything other than the act of killing. However, he was no mindless murderer. Devoid of a pathological desire for slaughter, he simply believed that all evildoers deserved their fate. Rory chuckled softly and replied, Indeed, Wilson Fisk is a villain. He corrupts the law to gain power and profit. But what of you? Frank grunted. I disregard the law. Chapter 35. With a resounding crash from the rooftop, Iron Man Tony Stark made his dazzling entrance. Each individual possesses their own significance, and the existence of Wilson Fisk brings numerous advantages to Rory. For instance, investing in laboratories, procuring raw materials, and providing cover identities, among other benefits. Rory harbored no illusions of moral righteousness, for in a decadent nation, the pursuit of virtue is an exceedingly foolish endeavor. Are gang members truly malevolent? Indeed, they are, but their wickedness is merely superficial. The root cause of all this turmoil lies with the lofty politicians and the voracious capitalists. For those at the bottom of society, mere survival is of paramount importance. If Wilson Fisk is likened to a tyrant, then Daredevil embodies Confucian ideals, albeit not in their purest form. Rather, he is akin to a misguided scholar intent on reforming the entire world. Frank can be viewed as a legalist, a top-tier enforcer whose philosophy mandates that mistakes result in death, eliminating a few to instill fear in the many, with no room for remorse. The following day, Wilson Fisk, having spent a tender night with Vanessa, arose early. Vanessa, clutching a blanket to her chest, gazed at Wilson as he donned his attire without inquiring about his destination. Instead, she expressed concern, suggesting, "Shall we have breakfast together before you leave?" Wilson fastened his cuffs, turning to smile as he replied, "I have made a reservation at George's restaurant for tonight. I wonder if the lovely Vanessa would be willing to join me for dinner?" He added eagerly, "Of course, I can hardly wait." Vanessa smiled in response. Approaching the bedside, Wilson placed a gentle kiss upon Vanessa's forehead before departing the apartment. His luxurious vehicle awaited him at the curb, and he swiftly headed towards Brooklyn. Upon arriving at their designated meeting place, he sent a text to Rory. Moments later, Rory, donning a baseball cap and sunglasses, entered the car. A vial of serum was presented to Wilson Fisk. "This is the serum you requested. A mysterious department has been seeking me out lately, making it unwise for me to be seen. The operational procedures have been sent to your phone." Wilson nodded, carefully accepting the serum and placing it in a storage compartment. "Thank you, Rory. You are my dearest friend." Rory replied, "Of course, friends ought to help one another." There was an implication in Rory's tone. Wilson, unperturbed, departed with his driver, heading straight to the factory on the outskirts. Upon entering the factory, the surveillance equipment installed by S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately detected movement, triggering an alert from the monitoring department of the Triskelion. The agents responsible for surveillance promptly relayed the information to their superiors. Director Hill, someone has just entered that factory. Maria Hill swiftly made her way to Peggy Carter's office, tablet in hand. Director Carter, please take a look at this. The tablet displayed footage of Wilson Fisk activating the control panel. Peggy furrowed her brow. Not Rory. Upon recognizing Wilson Fisk at the control panel, Peggy immediately commanded, notify Steve and Tony to act at once. Understood. Ma'am. In the factory, Wilson Fisk had removed his clothing and stepped into the energy conversion chamber. After placing the serum into the slot, he instructed the driver, when I signal, you must push the circuit breaker over there. Stop immediately when the reading hits 200. Understood? Yes, boss. Taking a deep breath, Wilson Fisk commanded, let us begin. The driver activated the circuit breaker, and a resonant hum resonated from within the machine. The indicator lights on the workbench flickered erratically, and as the power surged, a multitude of electric arcs manifested inside the energy conversion chamber. The crackling sparks startled the driver, making him retreat in alarm. Though Wilson Fisk had previously undergone an enhancement experience, he still felt considerable pain, albeit less intense than before, remaining within tolerable limits. Just as the machine reached its peak power, the factory roof was abruptly punctured. With a thunderous crash, a dazzling figure clad in red and gold armor knelt, one fist striking the ground, a quintessential superhero entrance. Immediately following, the thunderous roar of engines echoed as a Quinjet descended, with Captain America and a cadre of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents entering the factory. The driver, in a moment of panic, drew his pistol. With a resounding clang, a circular shield struck him in the back, toppling him. Stay down and don't move, commanded Iron Man, Tony Stark, as he approached the fallen driver. I want to see a lawyer, the driver shouted. Unperturbed by legalities, Tony casually inquired, who was that person inside? At that moment, the energy chamber slowly opened, revealing a massive foot emerging, and Wilson Fisk appeared, seemingly more robust than before. His clenched fists crackled ominously. This was power. He felt an explosive strength coursing through him. Sir, please raise your hands. We suspect you of developing biological weapons. Thank you for your cooperation. This marked Tony Stark's first mission as A.S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant, and he was still acclimating to the formalities of the role. It was then that Wilson Fisk noticed the increased presence of individuals in the factory, a red and gold armored figure and a Captain America clad in a blue uniform wielding a shield. Who are you people? He inquired coolly. We are from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, commonly known as S.H.I.E.L.D. We hope you will cooperate with our investigation. For a moment, Wilson Fisk hesitated, then erupted in rage. You've come to arrest me? His expression twisted into a snarl as he seized the energy conversion chamber and hurled it at Tony Stark. The chamber flew swiftly, catching Tony off guard. Before he could react, he was ensnared within the chamber and embedded against a nearby wall. Gunfire erupted as Fisk retaliated. Instinctively, he shielded his face, and moments later, a cascade of bullet casings clattered to the ground. Astonishingly, the bullets had failed to penetrate Wilson Fisk's formidable body. This is something even Captain America, Steve Rogers, cannot accomplish. Ha ha ha. Observing that he was unscathed, Wilson Fisk let out a boisterous laugh. Although the serum utilized by Wilson Fisk was derived from Captain America, the states of Steve and Wilson prior to their serum enhancements were worlds apart. It is akin to the foundation of a building. The sturdier the base, the higher the structure that can be erected. Before his enhancement, Steve was a scrawny recruit who could not even complete a 2-kilometer run, while Wilson Fisk was a robust man nearing the limits of human capability. In this regard, Steve was already at a disadvantage from the outset. Furthermore, this marked Wilson Fisk's second enhancement. Thus the effects were bound to be more pronounced than during his initial enhancement. Captain America, Steve, charged forward, his fist striking Wilson Fisk's face with a forceful blow. The sound echoed like a slap, inflicting minimal damage but laden with humiliation. Wilson Fisk retaliated with a punch. which was met by a firm block from the shield. Fisk pressed on with his assault while Steve maintained his defense. After several exchanges, Steve found himself unable to inflict any meaningful harm on Wilson Fisk, who in turn could not breach Steve's protective shell. At that moment, the energy conversion chamber embedded in the wall suddenly erupted, and Iron Man, Tony, broke free and accelerated towards Wilson Fisk. Chapter 36. The clash of Iron Man and Captain America. In the wake of the formidable momentum generated by the Mark III, Wilson Fisk was propelled several meters away, colliding with a structural pillar of the factory along the way. "You are quite rude, and you certainly should not have confined me within that iron box." Tony Stark swiftly unleashed another energy blast, sending Wilson Fisk tumbling as he attempted to rise, the intense heat scorching his arm to a fiery red. As a mere mortal, Fisk had already reached the limits of his endurance against gunfire. Any escalation beyond that threshold would inevitably lead to injury. Yet Wilson Fisk was far from conceding defeat, rising like a tank and charging towards Iron Man Tony Stark. Yang, Captain America, Steve Rogers, stood resolutely in front of Tony, absorbing the full force of Fisk's assault, while Tony soared above Fisk's head to provide aerial support. This marked the inaugural collaboration between Steve and Tony. Devoid of any synergy, their lack of coordination inadvertently allowed Fisk to prolong his resistance by a few additional minutes. However, that was the extent of it. Ultimately, Wilson Fisk was subdued and taken back to S.H.I.A.L.D. headquarters by the combined efforts of the two. Peggy Carter, Captain America, Tony Stark, and the recently arrived Hawkeye, Clint Barton, gathered at the chamber where Wilson Fisk was detained. Behind the reinforced glass, Fisk was shackled with exceptionally heavy alloy restraints on his hands and feet. With a decisive click, the electronic door swung open, allowing them to enter sequentially. Steve, unable to contain his impatience, inquired, "Where is Rory?" Fisk raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Did I not mention that you would set me free? Certainly not. You confined me in that iron box, and I intend to keep you here." Tony, with a hint of vindictiveness, replied. With a cold smirk, Fisk scoffed, "You have offended Rory without offering me any advantages. Why would I divulge anything?" This statement held merit. Having wronged Rory without obtaining any benefits, Fisk found it difficult to conjure a reason to betray him. Peggy Carter interjected, "What is it that you desire?" "I seek a pardon, and I wish for your assistance in becoming the mayor of New York City. Should you agree to these two conditions, I shall promptly reveal Rory's whereabouts," Fisk declared. Unfaithful to anyone, though Rory had bestowed upon him greater power, Fisk felt no gratitude towards him. In fact, he had even contemplated seizing Rory after augmenting his own strength, intending to imprison him in a secluded location where he could manufacture more super soldiers. Tony quipped, "Is there such a privilege in being a villain? You've piqued my interest." Steve shot a glance at Tony, harboring no fondness for the playboy. Had it not been for Peggy's orders, he would have preferred not to collaborate with such a person. At that moment, Hawkeye, Clint Barton, spoke up, "Ms. Carter, I have uncovered some information. Both of Rory's laboratories were financed by this man, including the Russian weapons he provided, and his gang is involved in violent criminal activities." "Ha! Do you truly believe that capturing me will enhance the safety of New York?" "How amusing," Fisk retorted. Steve and Tony were unable to comprehend the implications of Wilson Fisk's words, as their experiences did not reflect the realities of life at the grassroots level of society. Presently, the criminal underworld operates largely under Fisk's dominion, akin to the establishment of a new set of rules beyond the existing laws, specifically tailored for the survival of the underworld. Should Wilson Fisk cease to exist, the gangs under his control would erupt like untamed stallions, potentially exhibiting even greater ferocity than before. There is a saying that aptly captures this sentiment. The most effective means of controlling a demon is to have a stronger demon lead. Order must resist chaos, and we must seek order even amidst turmoil. After a prolonged contemplation, Peggy Carter stated, "I can grant you clemency, but I shall not assist you in your pursuit of the mayorship of New York City. If you possess the capability, you may campaign on your own. The only assurance I can provide is that I will not impede your efforts." Agreed. Wilson Fisk harbored suspicions that Rory had betrayed him, which explained his swift acquiescence. Upon learning Rory's approximate location, Peggy Carter promptly organized her team for departure. "Tony, you will accompany the others. Do not act independently. Just as they exited the facility where Wilson Fisk was held, Maria Hill approached. Director Carter, we have a situation. What has transpired? Maria reported, 10 minutes ago, power in Midtown Manhattan experienced a near-total failure. Monitoring systems indicate that all energy resources are being funneled towards the docks in Hell's Kitchen. Suddenly, Peggy Carter realized the gravity of the situation. This is bad. We've been ensnared. It was not solely SHIELD that had installed surveillance at the outskirts. Rory had done so as well, witnessing the entire confrontation between Wilson Fisk and the superheroes. We must depart immediately. Peggy Carter was overwhelmed by a foreboding sense of dread. The widespread blackout was undoubtedly orchestrated by Rory to secure additional power. Furthermore, releasing Wilson Fisk was a deliberate distraction meant to divert SHIELD's attention, indicating that Rory was prepared for a showdown, one that would likely be exceedingly arduous. Peggy's suspicions were accurate. This would mark the final phase of Rory's genetic enhancement. Wilson Fisk was intentionally unleashed as bait to disrupt SHIELD, thereby avoiding their interference. Rewind 10 minutes. This energy transfer chamber was unlike any prior. It resembled a stasis pod, with 8 cables as thick as arms connecting to a control console, the other ends linked to several transformers, drawing power directly from the city's main grid. Upon activation, Rory found himself enveloped in a blue plasma, enduring an excruciating pain that scorched his very soul. A torment akin to hell, he oscillated between life and death in a relentless tug-of-war. Sparks erupted from the thick cables, and the blue plasma within the chamber expanded outward in a brilliant blue halo until it vanished. As Rory emerged from the energy chamber, he stood bare, acutely aware of every cellular transformation within him. This was the first time Rory had tangibly sensed power. Though he had undergone 2 prior enhancements, those experiences had merely left him feeling stronger without the profound awareness of his newfound strength. However, this time was different. After the 3rd phase of genetic enhancement, he possessed an unparalleled sense of mastery over his strength. Clenching his fists, Rory felt that his power was now almost indistinguishable from the primal essence of Thanos. Albeit, only in theory, the might of Thanos was not solely derived from brute force. He also boasted an almost indestructible exterior and a remarkable resistance to various forms of energy, rendering him impervious even to disease and the ravages of time. Moreover, Thanos possessed an unassailable mental fortitude and profound knowledge. As Rory emerged from the energy chamber and donned his attire, he felt the pent-up power within him and chuckled softly. S-H-I-L-D? Old popsicle? Come on. It's time to settle the old scores. Rory awaited the arrival of S-H-I-L-D and Steve at the dock. Yet ultimately, what awaited him was an unexpected visitor. Chapter 37. Is it possible to destroy the world, so I must first be destroyed? Tony did not heed Peggy Carter's directive to join the main force. Instead, he donned the Mark III armor and flew solo to Hell's Kitchen dock. With a resounding thud, the armor landed safely, yet no sign of Rory was to be found. Only an array of cold, unfeeling machines remained. Just a minute prior, Rory had been present, fully prepared for a confrontation with S-H-I-L-D. But as he waited, the world as he knew it underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The earth twisted and folded, and countless duplicates of the same building emerged, as if copied and pasted in an endless loop. The sky above was no longer a canvas of blue and white. Instead, it reflected the city below, and the ground beneath him vanished, replaced by a disk floating over an abyss, mesmerizing like a kaleidoscope. The surrounding structures fragmented and reassembled, reshaping into a world utterly foreign to Rory. A mirror dimension. Rory recognized at once the handiwork of the Sorcerer Supreme. "Rory, who are you?" A voice resonated from behind him. Turning around, he beheld the cloaked figure of the Ancient One, her bald head obscured by the hood of her yellow robe. Standing tall with her hands clasped behind her back, she regarded Rory with an inquisitive gaze. "You have already spoken my name. Why then do you inquire about my identity?" Rory replied with an air of calmness. "I know your name, yet I do not know who you are. the Ancient One responded, her voice akin to an ancient whisper that instilled a sudden tranquility in those who heard it, Rory included. As the most formidable being on Earth, the holder of the Time Stone and guardian of the realm, the Ancient One, empowered by the Time Stone and the forces of the Dark Dimension, embodied an invincible presence. Typically, the Sorcerer Supreme would refrain from engaging in worldly disputes, focusing solely on safeguarding Earth from interdimensional incursions. It was unexpected for her to manifest here and ensnare Rory in her grasp. The Ancient One circled Rory, her demeanor calm as she spoke. You do not belong to our world. From whence do you hail? Rory's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained a facade of composure. I arrived from 1970, first traveling with Steve and Tony to 2023, then returning to 1970 before arriving here. The Ancient One furrowed her brow, and after a moment, she formed a spell with her hands, the eye of Agamotto on her chest gradually opening, emitting a soft green luminescence. As he beheld the Ancient One with her eyes closed, Rory felt an urge to seize the Time Stone, but he lacked the confidence to defeat the Sorcerer Supreme. The thought of being trapped in the mirror dimension was daunting. It was a tantalizing sight, ever out of reach. The Ancient One's form flickered with multiple illusions, seemingly traversing time, before returning to stillness. I have glimpsed your past and future, yet you appeared abruptly in 1970. Will you share your prior experiences with me? Cannot, for I too am unaware of how I came to be in 1970, so I apologize. Without hesitation, Rory declined the proposal. Ancient One smiled faintly. It seems you harbor secrets, but fret not, for soon someone will come to escort you away. At least you can no longer inflict harm upon my realm. What do you mean? Rory inquired, furrowing his brow. With a smile, Ancient One replied, not long ago, Strange contacted me. He informed me that you originally belonged to his world and posed a significant danger. Thus, he intends to take you back to confine you, to prevent irreparable harm to other realms. Rory, alarmed, exclaimed, why would you do this? Ancient One shook his head, because you have created a new timeline. Although such matters are not my concern, I bear a certain responsibility. What nonsense! What does this have to do with me? Rory was perplexed by Ancient One's words, but he certainly did not wish to return to the year 2023, when the Avengers were at their zenith and Thanos was vanquished. With a casual gesture, Ancient One conjured countless green strands within the mirror dimension, each adorned with luminous points, ranging from 1 or 2 to over a dozen. Pointing to one of the strands, Ancient One spoke, you have traversed time. You should comprehend the essence of timelines. Not entirely, I only know that the past cannot influence the future. And the present future may also be the past, Rory admitted, having limited knowledge on the subject, confined to casual conversation. Yet what relevance did this hold for him? Ancient One continued, each timeline bears luminous points, each representing a person and serving as an anchor for that timeline. As long as the anchor remains intact, the timeline will not falter. Casting a glance at Rory, Ancient One probed further. Do you understand the consequences if an anchor were to fail? Rory shook his head. This world would cease to exist, quietly awaiting death like a lifeless tree, and all, including you and me, would vanish. With a sweeping motion, Ancient One revealed a solitary green timeline before them. Since 1970, your presence has altered the anchor point. Peggy Carter, who should have lived and died naturally, has become the new anchor. A branch diverged from the timeline and Ancient One pointed to it, stating, this is our current timeline, one that should not exist. Rory was bewildered. Are you saying Peggy Carter's situation is my doing? Ancient One nodded slightly. Do you recall the last experiment with the lab mouse? You did not take it with you when you departed, and it happened to be discovered by Peggy Carter, which led to it biting her. Do you understand now? Rory's realization dawned upon him. It was no wonder Peggy remained youthful after all these years. She had mutated. Rory shook his head. Even if I am linked to this, I now reside here. Why must you still allow Strange to take me away? With a sigh, Ancient One replied, Rory, I have glimpsed your future. You will bring about the demise of everyone here, Steve Rogers, Clint Barton, even Strange, who is performing surgery just a few blocks away. You will annihilate all members of the Avengers, and that includes me. The future version of yourself is terrifying. Thus, you cannot remain here. The Supreme Sorcerer Strange from an alternate timeline will manage your affairs. Rory's expression gradually turned cold. He had indeed contemplated eliminating the old ice pop, Steve, yet he had never considered harming others. Perhaps unforeseen circumstances had intervened. However, this was not a justification for Dormammu to dictate his fate. Out of fear of the world's destruction, must one first annihilate you? Rory's icy gaze fixed upon Dormammu. He calmly inquired, "What if I refuse?" Upon seeing Rory's eyes, Dormammu felt as though he were gazing into the future version of Rory. Thus, he asserted with even greater conviction, "It is futile. Do not resist. I wish to try." Chapter 38. I bring war and destruction. Roar! Rory moved with astonishing speed, appearing before Ancient One in the blink of an eye. With both hands, Ancient One traced a circular motion, conjuring a rune shield. The moment Rory's fist made contact with the shield, it shattered into fragments. A look of astonishment crossed Ancient One's face. She had thought the future Rory was already terrifying, yet the present Rory exhibited such formidable strength. Rory's fingers spread wide, transforming into a claw as he lunged for the eye of Agamotto at Ancient One's chest. Reacting swiftly, Ancient One summoned an orange rune whip in her right hand and struck fiercely at Rory. The impact sent Rory stumbling, yet he quickly regained his footing and charged toward her once more. But Ancient One could fly. She retreated, soaring toward a rooftop, with a chasm of several dozen meters separating them. Determined, Rory gathered his strength and leaped from the edge like a cannonball, hurtling toward Ancient One's position. In an instant, she conjured a portal and dove through it. The force of Rory's impact brought down the building where Ancient One had just been, and in the final moments before the portal closed, Rory followed her inside. Do not flee. Ancient One's power firmly placed her among the ranks of celestial beings, and she drew dark energy from the shadows. Yet Rory was no slouch either. His combat prowess was at least a rank. Although he had inherited Thanos' genes and could not achieve complete immunity to magic, he was not easily subdued by mere fleeting spells. In truth, neither Rory nor Ancient One had unleashed their full potential. Ancient One could wield more potent spells, but her intent was to send Rory away rather than eliminate him, to avoid disrupting her timeline. Rory feigned weakness to lull Ancient One and the approaching Strange into a false sense of security. With a resounding crash, Rory toppled a building, debris suspended in the air. He kicked off a fragment, propelling himself toward Ancient One. Swiftly, she cleaved the debris in two. Rory, give up. This is your fate. Curse your fate. I refuse to accept it. During the battle with Ancient One, Rory had gradually acclimated to his enhanced physique, growing increasingly adept in combat. The reason for his feigned weakness was that he could not shatter the mirror dimension Ancient One had conjured. To escape, he needed a different approach, and a plan began to crystallize in his mind. As he shattered another rune shield, just as his fist was about to strike Ancient One's face, a rune whip suddenly ensnared his hand. It was not Ancient One. Turning around, he found Strange, draped in a cloak. A purple rift in space had appeared in the sky, likely the portal through which Dr. Strange had arrived. The two supreme sorcerers stood before Rory, leaving him with almost no chance of victory. Ancient One, I swear you will regret this. Rory glared fiercely at Ancient One, his arm ensnared. Ancient One remained silent, and Strange spoke. Rory, you do not belong here. I have come to take you back. As the enigmatic Strange suddenly appeared, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Rory's eyes, concealed beneath a veneer of composure. This was an alternate timeline, a reality far removed from the future he once knew. Rory longed to return to the sanctified timeline, for his ability to foresee the future was his greatest asset. His original plan had been to first secure the allegiance of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Steve before seeking out Hank Pym to acquire Pym particles, using a time-traveling device to return to 2023 and settle old scores with the original Steve. Previously, Rory lacked the strength and feared antagonizing the Avengers. However, with 3 rounds of genetic enhancement now complete, his confidence surged. To forego retribution would render his relentless pursuit of power utterly meaningless. Strange's intention to transport him back to the sacred timeline aligned perfectly with Rory's desires. Yet, the Sorcerer Supreme was not easily deceived. A fade was necessary. How pretentious they were, these masters of the mystic arts. wielding their formidable power to manipulate the fates of others while their own foundations remained precariously unstable, destined to crumble. Strange gestured, and a rune-laden whip coiled tightly around Rory, rendering words futile. No amount of discussion would alter their perception of him. Strange nodded to the Ancient One, then seized Rory and propelled them toward the purple rift in spacetime. Rory glanced back and called out, "Ancient One, return my little mouse." After a brief silence, she conjured a diminutive portal, revealing his little mouse, preoccupied with nibbling on a cookie. The mouse, curious, peeked through the portal and immediately spotted Rory, bound like a dumpling. With a flurry of tiny legs, it scampered up to perch on Rory's shoulder. Strange took a fleeting glance at the mouse before diving into the purple rift with Rory. In the next instant, they emerged in the Sanctum's basement in New York, 2023. The portal opened, and Strange ushered Rory back into the grand hall. "Thank God, Dr. Strange. You did it," Steve exclaimed, rising from his seat. He turned his gaze toward Rory, greeting him with, "I never expected to see you again. Of course, I anticipated this encounter. However, I envisioned presenting you with a grand gift upon our next meeting," Rory replied, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Engaging in banter seemed futile. It was time to deliberate on how to deal with their captive. The voice of Falcon, Sam, broke the silence. Within the Sanctum, aside from Dr. Strange and Captain America, were Falcon Sam, Winter Soldier Bucky, and War Machine Rhodey. Strange spoke, "To prevent this individual from unraveling the entire timeline, I shall imprison him within the Sanctum's confines for eternity. He will spend the rest of his life here. Is there not a more direct approach?" Winter Soldier Bucky remarked, drawing his thumb across his throat, insinuating the desire for a more lethal resolution for Rory. "No, he is merely a potential threat. We cannot act until harm has been done." Such hypocritical pretense of compassion. A few individuals took turns discussing the fate of Loki, entirely disregarding his own feelings. Just as the discussion reached a fervent peak, Loki suddenly erupted into laughter. What was he laughing at? Who can say? Perhaps he has lost his sanity. The laughter abruptly ceased as Loki turned to Strange and softly remarked, "It is a pity you have lost the Time Stone. A sorcerer supreme without it is merely a conjurer." Strange furrowed his brow slightly. Loki continued, "Surely you do not believe such a trivial spell could bind me?" The implication was clear. With the Time Stone in the possession of the Ancient One, he was beyond my reach, and contending with two sorcerer supremes posed a considerable challenge for me. Thus, Loki's delight grew with each word. Strange's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. Quickly, restrain him." Alas, it was too late. Free from the constraints of the Ancient One and the Time Stone, Loki unleashed his full power, instantly tearing through the runic whip and sending the nearest Winter Soldier flying with a single punch. The Winter Soldier crashed through the Sanctum's doors, tumbling onto the street, startling the pedestrians passing by. Indeed, this was all part of Loki's carefully recalibrated plan upon entering the Ancient One's mirror dimension. Following the climactic battle against the Master of the Mystic Arts, the Avengers had scattered, and Loki fortuitously found himself back on the original sacred timeline. With Dr. Strange lacking the Time Stone and devoid of such an overpowered artifact, Loki felt no reservations. Whoosh! The runic whip reappeared, yet was firmly grasped in Loki's palm. "Come here." With a forceful tug, Strange was yanked before him, receiving a punch in return. Boom! Strange was sent crashing into the wall, disappearing from the hall. Captain Steve and Falcon Sam, realizing the situation, charged toward Loki simultaneously. Without his shield, Steve, and armed only with a handgun, Sam were woefully inadequate. Smack! One hand ensnared Sam's neck while the other deflected Steve's incoming punch, and with a swift kick to Steve's waist, he sent him flying out of the Sanctum. Chapter 39. Steve, the war you desired has arrived with a thunderous crash. Rory shattered the roof of the Sanctum Sanctorum, landing on the street alongside Falcon Sam. Moments later, several other superheroes emerged from the Sanctum, positioning themselves not far from Rory. Steve spoke, "Rory, release Sam. We can discuss this calmly." Rory grinned. "Steve, are you related to the chameleon? You speak to people like they're human and to ghosts as if you've switched channels." Strange opened a portal for James Rhodes, who returned clad in his war machine armor. The group surrounded Rory from various angles. With Falcon Sam held captive, they were cautious in their approach. "Rory, you cannot escape. Let Sam go. We can sit down and talk about this," Steve urged, understanding Rory better than anyone else. Rory shook his head, lamenting, "Why does your benevolent heart only charge interest without offering assistance?" Steve remained silent. Rory glanced at Falcon Sam. "Captain America's heir? Ha!" In an instant, with a sickening crack, Falcon Sam did not even comprehend what was happening before Rory twisted his neck, ending his life on the spot. "Bastard! FKU!" Several superheroes lunged at Rory simultaneously. Unyielding, Rory absorbed punches from the Winter Soldier and Steve, targeting the greatest threat, Strange. With a resounding impact, Rory shattered Strange's magical rune shield, delivering a fierce blow to his chest. Despite Strange's timely magical defense, he was sent flying, crashing through a wall and back into the sanctum. A portal opened, and the recently returned wizard, Wong, beheld the sanctum reduced to ruins, his mind momentarily paralyzed. "Strange!" Wong shouted, as Strange emerged from beneath the debris. "Stop dawdling. Summon help." "Who should I call?" Wong asked. "Gather every Avenger you can. Hurry!" Strange instructed before soaring back outside. At that moment, Rory was mercilessly pounding on Steve. War Machine, wary of harming Steve, refrained from unleashing his high-powered weaponry, instead using the suit's acceleration to collide with Rory. Rory seized War Machine's ankle, soaring into the sky. With a crunch, Rory crushed the metallic armor around the ankle, rendering it powerless. Boom! 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 Rhodes fired 3 mini-missiles, yet none could inflict damage on Rory. The weapon mounted on his shoulder unleashed a torrent of ammunition, but to no avail. "Bring me down." Rory utilized his immense core strength to redirect War Machine's flight path, crashing through an entire apartment building with a thunderous roar. Dust and debris erupted as they plummeted from the 5th floor to the ground. Rory clasped his hands above his head, poised to smash Rhodes' iron skull into oblivion. Suddenly, a white line ensnared Rory's arm, yanking him backward with considerable force, causing him to stumble. "Hey, sir! You ought not to act in such a manner. Who are you? I don't believe we've met before. Oh, I remember now. You are the one who escaped. I recommend you surrender at once. For the Avengers, little spider, you are far too verbose." Rory attempted to use the thread to pull the young Spider-Man, Peter Parker, closer. However, Spider-Man reacted with remarkable swiftness, promptly severing the connection with his web shooters. Rory had no intention of wasting time on such a formidable superhero and did not pursue him. Instead, he turned and stomped on War Machine Rhodes' chest. Crack, crackle, crunch. Ah, ah! The collapsed armor pressed against Rhodes' chest, eliciting a roar of agony as he spat blood. "Rory, stop this at once." Steve furiously shoved Rory aside. Turning to Rhodes, he realized that Rhodes was struggling for breath and required immediate medical attention. "Bucky, take Rhodes to the hospital. I'll handle this." Before Steve could finish his sentence, Rory kicked him across the street into another building. When Rory turned back to deal with Rhodes, he saw the severely injured War Machine being pulled far away by Spider-Man's web. Roar! Suddenly, a furious bellow echoed as a massive green figure descended from above, delivering a crushing blow to Rory's chest. Boom! The impact sent Rory crashing through countless walls. Damn it, another troublemaker. Falcon Sam and War Machine Rhodes had been sidelined, only for 2 even more formidable opponents, the Hulk and Spider-Man, to arrive. Dr. Banner was incensed. He had never anticipated that his initial intention of merely providing Rory with a few scraps of vibranium for research would escalate to this dire situation. With Falcon Sam deceased and War Machine Rhodes gravely injured, the anger within Dr. Banner surged. With a deep grunt, he charged at Rory like a heavy bulldozer, demolishing walls in his path. Thud! Rory crossed his arms, surprisingly managing to block Dr. Banner's punch. In the next moment, an enormous foot came crashing down upon him. Damn, the size advantage is utterly unreasonable. Rory's body ached, yet he remained unscathed. "You may strike me down, but you cannot defeat me." Such is the strength of the Master of Oblivion's genes. Though Dr. Banner treated Rory like a mere plaything, he could not breach Rory's defenses. Occasionally, Rory managed to retaliate, yet he too could not penetrate Dr. Banner's guard. Their battle rendered others almost helpless. Only Spider-Man and Doctor Strange could provide some assistance from the sidelines. Doctor Strange, this cannot continue. The entire street has been devastated. If this persists, all of New York will become ruins. Doctor Strange was well aware of the peril. Moreover, Rory was no puppet and could not be controlled by him. On the other side, Rory had entirely relinquished the idea of confronting Dr. Banner and instead chose to pursue others. The Winter Soldier, Bucky, escorted War Machine Rhodes to the hospital, leaving Steve as the only vulnerable individual among the remaining few. Steve remained in the company of Strange, which provided Rory with no opportunity to confront him. Thus, he set his sights on the young Spider-Man. Peter Parker sprinted ahead with Rory in hot pursuit, closely followed by Dr. Banner. The path they traversed was left in ruins. The chase extended from Greenwich in the lower city to Midtown, with countless civilians scattering in terror. "Oh God, why don't you chase someone else? I have no desire to fight you. Dr. Banner would be a more fitting adversary. I believe you must be weary. Why not sit down and share a donut or perhaps enjoy a glass of lemonade? I wish you would keep your distance from me." "Oh no!" The incessant chatter of Peter Parker filled the air as he dashed about. Chapter 40. Alas, more masters. Peter Parker swung through the air, utilizing his webbing to reach the pinnacle of a construction site in Midtown. Peering down with a gesture of vigilance, he jested at the minuscule figure of Rory below. "Hey, the stairs aren't built yet, so you can't come up. Perhaps I can enjoy a moment of respite." Rory, agile as a squirrel, swiftly ascended the iron framework of the building, with Dr. Banner in hot pursuit, leaving chaos in his wake. The scaffolding trembled perilously, and even the supports of the crane succumbed to Banner's relentless assaults, shattering under the force of his blows. Seizing the moment, Rory caught hold of a cable and continued his rapid ascent to the rooftop. Roaring with singular intent, Banner was determined to capture Rory and unleash his fury upon him. On the rooftop, Peter Parker noticed Rory's approach and swiftly shot another web to swing away. However, this time, Rory did not follow but instead slipped inside the building. Dr. Banner followed closely behind. "Rory, I thought you were a good person, but you deceived us all." Banner's furious voice echoed as he searched for Rory, who was nowhere to be found. "You forced my hand. I was living quite well until Strange insisted on bringing me back. Do you know why he wanted me back? Because you so-called superheroes want me dead. It is you Avengers who seek my demise. You killed Sam and nearly took down Rhodes." Rory darted through the interior of the building, while Banner, unable to pinpoint his location, spun in circles in frustration. Rory's mocking voice rang out once more. "You're allowed to kill me, but I'm not permitted to retaliate? What kind of logic is that?" In an instant, Rory appeared behind Banner, ensnaring his wrist with a cable. Banner's reflexes kicked in, and he attempted to grasp Rory, but the latter deftly evaded his grasp. Within moments, Banner found himself bound tightly by the cable, and Rory swiftly turned to flee. Banner's right arm, still recovering from injuries inflicted by the Infinity Stones, could not break free from the restraints in time. Just as he began to pursue, he realized that the other end of the cable was firmly wrapped around a load-bearing column of the building. With a creaking sound, the column groaned. Then came a thunderous crash. As Banner moved, he inadvertently severed the already weakened support. Rory had not merely been evading. He was systematically dismantling the very structure of the building, and the results were catastrophic. The nearly 50-story edifice was abruptly cleaved in two, collapsing and entombing Dr. Banner beneath the rubble, sending dust and debris cascading across 3 city blocks. Strange and Steve, arriving on the scene, were momentarily rendered speechless by the billowing clouds of dust. "Oh my God, this is dreadful," exclaimed Peter Parker, landing beside Steve, hands clasped atop his head in terror. Banner's fate remained uncertain beneath the debris, and Rory's whereabouts were unknown. Strange, forming intricate hand seals, promptly conjured a spell to disperse the pervasive dust that enveloped the streets, while Steve and Peter began searching for the injured or those in need of assistance. A sudden gust of wind arose, and under the influence of Strange's spell, the dust enveloping the city was instantly swept into the sky. Just as he was about to descend back to the ground, a shadow darted in front of Strange. "It's your turn to be the magician," proclaimed Loki, one hand reaching for Strange while the other formed a fist. Just as Loki intended to bring his confrontation with Strange to a decisive end, Strange's magical cloak suddenly sprang forth, wrapping tightly around Loki's arm, making it exceedingly difficult for him to break free. With a swift whoosh, strands of web ensnared Loki's other hand. At that moment, Steve rushed back, leaping behind Loki and tightening his arm around his neck. Loki struggled against the webbing, his feet digging into the asphalt as he slid forward, yet he refused to relent. Suddenly, a small, timid mouse poked its head out from Loki's collar, glancing left and right before scampering along Loki's arm to gnaw at the magical cloak. Steve, who had Loki in a chokehold, felt a profound sense of despair. He had not anticipated that Loki had grown so formidable, though not as powerful as Thanos. The sense of hopelessness experienced during battle was nearly indistinguishable. "Steve, do you remember what I once said?" Loki taunted. "It is not too late for you to turn back." Gritting his teeth, Steve remained undeterred. Loki's cold laughter echoed. "Turn back? Have you never considered that Thanos was indeed right?" This question momentarily stunned Steve. In that fleeting instant of distraction, Loki broke free from his restraints. The magical cloak, perhaps stung by the mouse's bites, soared into the sky, still clutched by the persistent little creature. Loki yanked the webbing, pulling Peter Parker before him and delivering a powerful punch, then turned to slam Captain America, Steve, into the ground with a flurry of blows. "Steve, you take your leave first. I shall soon send your dear brother Bucky to hell to reunite with you." At that moment, a sudden flash of red light enveloped Loki, and he realized he was losing control of his body, gradually floating into the air. Turning to see, he beheld the Scarlet Witch, clad in a crimson trench coat, stepping forth from a portal, her hands glowing with enchanting red light. "This is bad. There's another formidable foe." As Loki found himself immobilized, Strange began to form seals while shouting, "Wanda, keep him restrained. I will open the dimensional rift to send him away." The current Loki was too difficult to vanquish. Even Dr. Banner could not subdue him. To prevent further devastation to the city, Strange resolved to open a dimensional rift and let Loki fend for himself within. Wanda nodded, continuing to wield her magic to control Loki. Suspended in midair, Loki called out to the Scarlet Witch, "Wanda, you can send me into the dimensional space, but you will forfeit your sole chance to save Vision. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Wanda's expression faltered, and though her magic did not waver, Loki could discern her inner conflict. "Wanda, in the future you and Vision will have 2 children, living a joyful life as a family of 4 in a quaint little town. Vision has a fondness for the pies you create, and the children embrace you in farewell before heading to school." Wanda momentarily loses her focus, and noticing this, Strange, who is in the midst of casting a spell, urgently exclaims, "Wanda, regain your composure. Vision is no more. He has deceived you." He continues, "In my realm, Thanos did not prevail. Vision has truly returned. Do you not wish to witness him and the children? They await your return home." The crimson light in Wanda's hands gradually diminishes as Strange hastens his incantation. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering fills the air, and a dark fissure emerges above Manhattan. Strange, disregarding everything else, unleashes a multitude of runic whips towards the nearly freed Rory, then swiftly propels them both toward the rift in the sky. Just as Strange is about to send Rory through the aperture, they find themselves immobilized. Wanda gently ascends, whispering, "Strange, release him." Chapter 41. The old Avengers dissolve just to form a new alliance? "Wanda, release me," Strange shouted anxiously. Wanda slowly floated from the ground to face Strange, her tone rigid as she commanded, "Hand him over to me." "Wanda, do you realize what you are doing? He is the world destroyer. He will annihilate this realm." Strange was drenched in sweat from his urgency. The temporal rift lay merely a short distance away. If they could cast Rory into it and seal the rift, everything could revert to its former state. Yet, the crimson-eyed Scarlet Witch stood resolutely in front, and Strange's heart raced, teetering on the brink of despair. "I demand you to hand him over." The magic of the Scarlet Witch clashed with Strange's runic whip in a fierce struggle for Rory. With a smile playing at his lips, Rory interjected, "Wanda, perhaps you are unaware, but Vision's corpse has been dismembered, and certain individuals are using his remains for experimentation. Silence. Strange bellowed, but alas, it was too late. Ah! The Scarlet Witch screamed, cradling her head, as her crimson magic radiated outward, instantly shattering the runic bindings that ensnared Rory. Seizing the opportunity, Strange lunged for Rory, only to find himself immobilized by the Scarlet Witch's magic. The true supreme-level Strange possessed power that could rank among the S-class, making him more than capable of dealing with the A-class Scarlet Witch. However, in this moment, Strange was reduced to the level of an ordinary sorcerer, having lost the Time Stone, rendering their magical prowess nearly equivalent. As the two mages clashed, an array of vibrant magical energies erupted. Rory, having fallen back to the ground, adjusted his stance and created a deep crater with a resounding thud. That was close. I almost ended up in the dimensional space thanks to Strange. He then looked up at Steve, grinning. Well, it seems it's just the two of us now. It's time to settle old scores. Captain America, Steve Rogers, wore an inscrutable expression. He had merely intended to mitigate potential risks, yet he found himself confronting such a formidable adversary. Steve's expression stiffened, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Rory, look around you. Behold the chaos you have wrought. What is there to admire? You captured me, intending to imprison me for eternity, even plotting to kill me. What right do you have to judge me? Who do you think you are? Rory approached Steve slowly, chuckling softly as he continued. Steve, did you think that by rescuing the vanished and defeating Thanos, you and your Avengers became the superheroes destined to save the Earth and the universe? At least we did what was necessary. That was the Avengers' achievement. While it does not belong solely to Steve, he takes pride in it. How painfully foolish, Rory remarked, patting Steve's shoulder. Have you ever considered that perhaps Thanos was right? Justice has never been synonymous with slaughter, and Thanos could never embody justice. Steve spoke with unwavering conviction, for this was his belief. Rory smiled and said to Steve, let me share a truth with you. Every planet that harbors intelligent life nurtures a seed of divinity. When this deity awakens, the planet will face utter destruction. Steve, unwavering, fixed his gaze on the approaching Rory. Despite Rory's formidable strength, he would not yield, for Captain America does not flee. As Rory drew nearer, he continued, the condition for the awakening of the true deity is that the life on this planet reaches a certain threshold. Thanos, a descendant of the Eternal, views the Eternals as slaves of the divine. He believes this is unjust and plans to randomly eliminate half of all life to prevent the deity from annihilating planets that possess sentient beings. Steve resolutely shook his head, declaring, impossible, you are deceiving me. Do I have a reason to deceive you? Rory replied nonchalantly. Thanos is in opposition to the deity, striving to save more lives and worlds within the universe, acting as a balance. The Avengers, however, have shattered this equilibrium, which you hold dear as a noble cause. Not every planet is graced with as many superheroes as Earth. Those worlds devoid of such champions are destined for annihilation upon the emergence of the divine. Rory shattered Steve's resolve, for he held his righteous cause above life itself, as if it were an innate responsibility. Now, someone was telling him that his noble pursuits were fundamentally misguided. What was he then? What did his sense of justice signify? The divine operates on the cosmic interplay of energy, and for them, the lives existing within the universe are akin to cells within a body. Their survival or demise is of little consequence. Despite the battles they wage, even Thanos' eradication of half the universe's life is merely a superficial remedy, a trivial matter to the divine. In the eternity of their existence, time is the least of their concerns. As long as life continues to flourish, the awakening of the deities is inevitable. Steve, take your justice to hell. It is uncertain how many times the battle in New York has concluded once again. The emblem of American spirit, Steve Rogers, has perished, and the military arrived to collect Captain America's remains. Did Steve truly die? Perhaps. Even those who witnessed it with their own eyes remain skeptical. Dr. Strange and Scarlet Witch performed a magical spectacle above Manhattan, only to plummet into an alternate dimensional time-space. Thereafter the rift closed, and they never emerged again. Falcon Sam has fallen, and although War Machine Rhodey survived, he is left with only his neck and one arm functioning, rendering him nearly lifeless. Dr. Banner, having regained his human form, departed in sorrow, and no one knew his destination. The entire city, indeed the whole nation, was engulfed in a somber atmosphere as the government arranged funerals for Captain America and Falcon. The Sorcerer Wong sealed off the sanctum in New York, diligently utilizing the knowledge of Camartage to seek Strange's whereabouts. After the funeral, Winter Soldier Bucky traveled to Wakanda. The Avengers are now left with only 1.5 members. One is the absent Hawkeye, Barton, and the other half is the young Spider-Man, Peter Parker. He is considered half a member because Peter has yet to prepare himself to become a true superhero. Following the recent battle, the current Avengers have been nearly obliterated. Although the superheroes are gone, civilian life must persist. The most evident change in New York City is the skyrocketing crime rate. The police find it increasingly challenging to manage superhuman incidents and are utterly helpless against high-tech weaponry. The friendly neighborhood Spider-Man spends his days either combating crime or en route to do so. One day, after apprehending a robbery suspect, Spider-Man returns home only to find an unfamiliar figure in his living room. A one-eyed man in a black trench coat, bald and imposing. Peter Parker recognizes him from his father Iron Man's funeral. "Sir, may I ask who you are?"
Nick Fury, Sid Canley, Ripley.
"I am already aware of what has transpired. I have come to invite you to join SHIELD. I intend to assemble a new Avengers team. But, sir, Nick Fury approaches young Peter Parker and places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Kid, I believe in you. We must unite our efforts to confront the individual known as Rory. But everyone is gone, and I was present. I couldn't stop him. I am deeply sorry." Chapter 42. Engaging in the duties of a scientist. At the new Avengers base, Nick Fury presented a photograph, stating, "This is the latest intelligence we have acquired. A certain individual named Rory was recently sighted in the central region, though his current whereabouts remain unknown." Hawkeye Barton, crossing his arms, remarked, "I doubt that the few of us here could possibly contend with him. Hence, I intend to assemble a new Avengers team, enlisting more superheroes endowed with extraordinary abilities to confront Rory." Maria Hill produced a roster saying, "This list contains all the candidates for superpowered individuals we have managed to gather. Our task now is to select new Avengers from among them." As they busily deliberated on the formation of the new Avengers, Rory had already driven to his destination, Chicago. The metropolitan area of Chicago boasts a population exceeding 9 million, with over 2 million residing within the city itself, making it the third largest city in America. After a week of searching, Rory finally located the individual he sought. Strolling leisurely along the streets while sipping juice, he observed the residential areas lined with homes, gardens, and children playing on the lawns. One particular family of 3 caught Rory's attention. All males, they piqued his interest. However, the man named Fastos was Rory's true target, compelling him to suppress his physiological discomfort. Fastos, one of the 10 members of the Eternals, possessed mastery over technology and mechanical fabrication. The Eternals had once been embroiled in a civil war, resulting in the fragmentation of their factions. The defeated side was exiled and faced numerous adversities before ultimately fleeing to Titan, the birthplace of Thanos. The two branches of the Eternals evolved in divergent directions. The victorious faction harnessed cosmic energy as their superpower, while those who escaped to Titan emphasized physical strength, transforming energy into their own power, which ultimately contributed to Thanos' genetic lineage. The Fastos that Rory sought was a member of the Eternals who wielded cosmic energy. Noticing someone staring in the direction of his home, Fastos furrowed his brow and stepped outside, inquiring, "Sir, is there a problem?" Rory raised an eyebrow and smiled, responding, "No. I am merely curious about your way of life." Fastos had often faced discrimination, yet he refused to let his ancient visage deter him, remaining untroubled as he said, "We live quite happily. I hope you find your own happiness as well." Rory shook his head, declaring, "Your happy days are over." "What? I did not quite grasp your meaning, sir." Lowering his voice deliberately, Rory engaged Fastos, who instinctively moved closer during their exchange. The distance between them dwindled to less than a meter. "I mean, your fortunate days have come to an end." The anomalies on Earth had long been eradicated by the Eternals, and Fastos had shed his earlier vigilance, even neglecting to don his defensive cosmic technology. As the dark-skinned Fastos felt a sudden darkness envelop him, he promptly lost consciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment, secured to a metallic examination table. The surroundings were pristine, adorned with immaculate white walls, and various instruments were arrayed beside the table. A large transparent glass partition separated him from a myriad of experimental apparatuses, behind which sat a young man engrossed in his studies under the glow of a bright light. At that moment, Fastos recalled the events that had transpired. He had been rendered unconscious right at his doorstep by this very youth. Although the young man's intentions remained shrouded in mystery, it was undoubtedly not for benevolent purposes. Fastos struggled in vain to extricate himself from the table, when the young man turned to peer through the glass and subsequently entered the room. "Do not waste your energy. This is forged from vibranium, and your strength will not suffice to break free," he remarked, donning a pristine surgical gown and equipping himself with rubber gloves, a mask, and protective goggles. "Who are you, and why have you bound me here?" Fastos demanded loudly. The young man approached with a scalpel crafted from vibranium. "I am a well-intentioned individual. I have heard of your profound sorrow regarding the atomic bomb explosion in the island nation, and your subsequent remorse, so I intend to liberate you." "Who are you? What do you intend to do with me?" Fastos retorted, aware that, although the Eternal could not boast the physical prowess of Thanos, they were not easily subdued by mere weaponry. The young man, with scissors, began to cut away at Fastos's garments, drawing several lines upon his skin with a white marker, marking certain areas with an X. After completing his markings, he placed the marker down and smiled faintly. "I am exceedingly curious about the Eternals." Fastos's heart raced as the young man uttered the name of his kind. The young man commenced the sterilization process. Once completed, he turned to Fastos and inquired, "I have heard that the Eternals can harness cosmic energy. Could you enlighten me about this power? Release me, and I assure you, I will divulge everything," Fastos implored, his gaze fixated on the glinting scalpel, panic surging within him. For the first time in millennia, he was perilously close to death. The young man shrugged nonchalantly. "There is no need. I trust more in what I can observe." In the recent battle in New York, the young man had distinctly recognized his own shortcomings. Lacking effective offensive capabilities and mobility, he possessed only raw strength, leading him to set his sights on the Eternals. The myriad of superpowers possessed by the Eternals was a source of envy for him, particularly their abilities of flight and superspeed, nearly invincible traits. Having inherited the genetic legacy of Thanos, he could be considered a distant branch of the Eternal lineage. Theoretically, this granted him a significant probability of accessing cosmic energy. Fastos was the closest to him and, being the least experienced, was the perfect subject for his experiments. The Eternals, originating from humanity and transformed by the Celestials, bore no difference from humans in skin, organ structure, or metabolic processes, the primary distinction lying in their density. Luo Rue was perplexed. He had initially believed that the Celestial tribe would implant something within the bodies of the Eternal tribe to enable them to harness cosmic energy. However, it appeared that the reality was quite different. Curiously, Luo Rue murmured, "Where is the cosmic energy? Through what means is it utilized? The laws of energy methods of transformation sources you probably do not know either, so I will conduct my own research." After a full day of relentless activity, he had disassembled Fastos into countless fragments. As for when Fastos had met his demise, Luo Rue was neither aware nor concerned. What occupied his thoughts now was the true nature of the existence of cosmic energy. Chapter 43. The pursuit of eternal secrets. The activity of blood cells is remarkably high, and their membranes differ significantly from those of humans. Could this be the reason for their ability to conduct cosmic energy? Rory compared his blood with that of the Eternals, finding an astonishing similarity of nearly 99 with only one distinct difference. Yet, the absence of cosmic energy in the blood struck him as peculiar. Could it be that life ceases to harbor energy upon death? Reluctantly, he continued his search in other areas. The heart. Absent. The brain? Still nothing. Rory had thoroughly examined the bodily tissues of Fastos but had yet to discover anything unusual. This was perplexing. It shouldn't be the case. If energy exists, it must manifest in some form, whether visible or not. It is certainly present. The question of its usability aside, Rory's primary objective was to ascertain the existence of cosmic energy itself. Could it be that only the living possess it? Must he capture a living specimen? Sitting in contemplation, Rory's gaze fell upon the remaining pair of skeletons. Just as he was about to abandon his efforts, a sudden realization struck him, and he hastily donned his gloves and approached. Bone marrow. As the principal hematopoietic organ, it contains hematopoietic stem cells and various stromal cells. The Eternals possess nearly infinite life, and the key issue in sustaining such immortality lies in metabolism and the function of stem cell hematopoiesis. Given that the blood of the Eternals conducts cosmic energy, its source is likely the bone marrow. Therefore, it stands to reason that the origin of the cosmic energy within the Eternals may indeed reside in the marrow. However, Rory soon faced a dilemma. Phastos's bones were exceedingly hard, rendering his surgical knife ineffective. Damn it, I will smash it open. I must see how resilient you truly are. Meanwhile, the temporary S.H.I.E.L.D. base was established on the outskirts of New York. Nick Fury sat at his desk, reviewing the files of all superpowered individuals. At that moment, Maria Hill entered, prompting Fury to look up and inquire about the progress of the new Avengers recruitment. "It's going relatively well," she replied. "The team sent to Asgard reported that Thor is currently unreachable. He has been wandering with the Guardians of the Galaxy, making contact difficult." "Have we located Dr. Banner?" Fury probed. "Yes, he has found a mundane job after reverting to his normal form." The events of the New York battle had cost Banner his comrades. Endowed with great strength, he had nonetheless suffered a severe psychological blow. Following this trauma, Banner had not transformed into the Hulk again, losing interest in academic pursuits and opting instead to work at a factory assembling screws. Fury handed a thick stack of files to Maria Hill, stating, "These are the shortlisted candidates. Arrange for someone to make contact." "So many? Are you planning to assemble an army of Avengers?" S.H.I.E.L.D. maintained a comprehensive list of superpowered individuals worldwide, who were prohibited from using their abilities in everyday life. "Proceed with it. We shall discuss further upon Carol Danvers's return." Nick Fury felt a sense of regret. Had Doctor Strange and Scarlet Wanda still been present, they might have effortlessly resolved the situation. Now he could only patiently await Captain Marvel's return. Time slipped by, and over the course of more than half a month, Nick Fury engaged with various superpowered individuals to prepare for the new Avengers initiative. Meanwhile, Rory was not idle. He had successfully extracted the marrow from the Eternal known as Phastos. After a period of research, it became evident that the marrow of the Eternals exhibited significant differences from that of humans. Within the marrow resided a unique substance that continuously absorbed cosmic energy. Remarkably, even after Phastos' demise, this substance retained its vitality. Upon absorbing cosmic energy, it would convert and transport this energy to the hematopoietic stem cells, which would then produce fresh blood capable of conducting cosmic energy. As long as cosmic energy existed, the production of new blood would never cease. This was the true reason for the Eternal's seemingly infinite lifespan. Rory was envious of this substance, yet he harbored concerns about its compatibility with his own marrow. There was a possibility that, upon injection, it could even replace the existing Thanos genes. After unraveling the secrets of the Eternals, Rory promptly began to investigate this mysterious substance. After a few attempts, he successfully extracted it. Testing it with his own blood revealed a perfect fusion. However, the issue was that once fused, the substance was quickly metabolized, and the absorbed energy could not be transformed through hematopoiesis. Thus, a pressing question arose. How could he inject this substance into his own marrow? Ordinary needles were insufficient, and he lacked the means to create specialized ones. Currently, the only known entity with the requisite technology and materials was Wakanda, an African nation boasting the most advanced technology on Earth while still wielding spears as weapons. Given his current relationship with the Avengers, it was highly unlikely that Wakanda would extend its assistance. Frustration mounted. While carbon nanotube alloy may not possess the strength of vibranium, could still be worth a try. At the very least, he would need to perform 2 bone marrow punctures, the first to extract the marrow for experimentation with the substance, and the second for the actual injection, contingent upon the first yielding no complications. Should other issues arise, additional punctures might be necessary. Rory was reluctant to endure such a process, But he had no choice. The imminent return of Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, Thor, and Captain Marvel loomed. If he wished to survive, the only path forward was to continue growing stronger. He then promptly dialed the manufacturer of carbon nanotube alloy. "Hello, this is the Bowood Smelting Company. How may I assist you? Could you fabricate a number 16 bone puncture needle out of carbon nanotube alloy? If so, I would like 2 sets. Carbon nanotube alloy, also known as carbon steel alloy, boasted a hardness second only to vibranium. Dr. Octopus's claws were crafted from this material, which, though artificially synthesized, came at a premium cost. Certainly, sir. Please hold." A few minutes later, the customer service representative responded, "Sir, our company is capable of production. However, you will need to confirm the style and specifications on site. Upon confirmation, a deposit of 50 is required." After contemplating for a moment, Rory replied, "Please provide me with an address. I will make time to come by." After noting the address, he ended the call. The Chicago trip was essentially concluding, having gathered all the bone marrow samples. He then proceeded to pack Phastos's body into a metal case, planning to bury it or submerge it in the lake upon departure. Days swiftly passed, and Rory successfully extracted all the substances from Phastos's bone marrow before driving away from Chicago. The headquarters of Bowood Smelting Company, located in Philadelphia, is a specialized smelting firm and the only place Rory could find that possessed Carbana alloy. Upon arriving at Bowood Smelting Company several days later, he was greeted with an extraordinary level of hospitality. "Sir, we have prepared a lounge and a sumptuous feast for you. Please follow me." As the saying goes, with great skill comes great boldness. Rory was uncertain of the peculiarities this company was involved in, but he trusted he would soon uncover the truth. Following the attendant into the lounge, he was met with spacious sofas, an enormous television, and a coffee table laden with an assortment of delectable food, drinks, and even cigars. Rory refrained from indulging in any of the offerings. Merely a few minutes after sitting down, the lounge door swung open once more. Chapter 44. Let us collaborate. You assist me in confronting the Avengers. Upon entering, the newcomer appeared vaguely familiar to Rory. After a brief moment, he recalled the identity of the visitor. Once seated, the individual donned a stern expression and addressed Rory. "Although we have not met before, your name has long been known to me. What business does General Ross have with me?" Rory inquired with a hint of indifference. "To be precise, I am a former Army Major General, and I currently hold the position of Secretary of State, specifically overseeing the regulation of superpowered individuals," Ross replied. He harbored an extraordinary obsession with superhumans, having been the architect behind the Sokovia Accords, a framework he personally devised and implemented. This initiative aimed to impose oversight on the actions of the Avengers, ultimately culminating in the outbreak of civil war within their ranks. Despite the disintegration of the Avengers, a faction led by Iron Man Tony Stark acquiesced to the Accords, which in turn facilitated Ross's elevation to Secretary of State. Curiosity piqued, Rory asked, "Is your purpose in visiting me to exert oversight?" He found it hard to believe that Ross was unaware of his actions in New York, yet he still sought him out. Rory pondered what else could compel General Ross to reach out. With a slight upward curl of his mustache, Ross remarked, "I have reviewed your report, which describes you as an exceptional biologist capable of independently developing a super serum. I believe there exists substantial potential for collaboration between us." Ross's knowledge stemmed from information relayed by the Avengers. While Steve would not divulge specifics to Ross directly, both Falcon, Sam, and War Machine were military personnel, and any pertinent information would undoubtedly be reported. Particularly after witnessing Rory's combat prowess in New York, Ross was further convinced of the merits of partnering with him. Intrigued, Rory inquired, "What form would this collaboration take? To be blunt, what do you seek, and what can you offer me in return?" Noticing Rory's forthrightness, Ross dispensed with ambiguity and stated plainly, "I desire the super serum, a potent variant. As for what I can provide you, you may request anything within my capacity to fulfill." "Anything at all?" Rory pressed. Ross nodded slightly. Rory tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa, contemplating for a moment before articulating, "Collaboration is acceptable, but first, I require an official identity, a formal designation, and assistance in clarifying the events in New York through proper channels." "That poses no issue. I can issue you a military research consultant appointment immediately, Ross assured. Rory shook his finger, continuing, secondly, I need your help in locating a few individuals, utilizing official resources to facilitate their apprehension. This time, Ross refrained from immediate consent, instead expressing curiosity. Could you specify who these individuals are? Aliens. You may act in the name of the state. It would be even better if you could arrange for members of the Avengers to assist, Rory replied. Ross was not taken aback. Earth had nearly transformed into a cosmic in over the past decade, with extraterrestrials frequently visiting for various reasons. In a hushed tone, Ross remarked, I will require more detailed information on this matter. Is there anything else? The final request is to assist me in dealing with the Avengers. Ross appeared to be questioning whether he had misheard. On one hand, he sought the Avengers' help against extraterrestrials, while on the other, he plotted against them in secrecy. What a paradox. Indeed, it is the Avengers we are targeting, Rory affirmed confidently. General Ross shook his head repeatedly, stating, It is not that I am unwilling to assist you. To be frank, I too find the Avengers rather disagreeable, but I lack the means to confront them directly. At best, Ross could exert pressure on the Avengers, albeit in the name of the nation and its people. Rory, with a self-assured smile, replied, What could be difficult about this? You can recruit your own superhumans, and the serum I provide can likewise produce formidable super soldiers. However, how about this? Considering your age, I could also extend your lifespan. Life expectancy is one of humanity's most elusive desires, and perhaps the most fervently sought after. From the inception of ancient sorcery to modern nations' relentless pursuit of potent genetic serums, the government elite's agreement and funding support ultimately aim to transcend the limitations of lifespan. In the eyes of politicians, immense power is far more advantageous when wielded alongside authority. Ross, too, was not exempt from this principle. Astonished, he gazed at Rory and inquired, Can you truly accomplish this? Currently, it is in the experimental stage. Theoretically, it has succeeded, yet we require living trials to validate our hypotheses. Deal, Ross exclaimed. A theoretical success is still a success. If the experiments do not yield results, we shall simply conduct further trials. In Ross's perspective, Rory had briefly appeared in New York, then had been taken away by Steve. Although he was oblivious to what transpired during that interval, the transformation of Rory from an ordinary individual into a superhuman capable of contending with the Avengers underscored his extraordinary prowess in the biological sciences. That very afternoon, Rory was transported to the military base via an army vehicle, and an appointment letter naming him as a research consultant was publicly issued. The clarification of the New York incident was not merely a matter of releasing a news article. Ross needed to return for meticulous planning, requiring at least a few days of preparation. Accompanied by Ross, Rory toured the military base's laboratory. The support from the nation and taxpayers was indeed substantial, with an unexpectedly vast area filled with an array of advanced equipment. Virtually any experimental material one could name was available here. After a thorough exploration, the two entered an elevator, where Ross swiped his card to access the underground section. The confidentiality level here was notably higher. Your laboratory will be arranged over there, Ross indicated with a gesture, but rather than leading Rory in that direction, he guided him elsewhere. Upon reaching a glass window, Rory peered inside. 5 or 6 researchers were busily engaged around an experimental table. When Rory recognized the individual lying on the table, he was momentarily taken aback. Steve Rogers. Although Captain America had perished, his corpse still held substantial research value. Ross remarked nonchalantly, The funeral of Steve Rogers and Falcon Sam was held before the nation, and few could have anticipated the presence of Captain America's body at such an event. If news of this had leaked, the members of the Avengers would undoubtedly have been driven to madness. In truth, they were already on the brink of insanity. When Nick Fury witnessed the appointment of Rory as a military research consultant, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Damn it! What the hell? Curse that Ross! Nick Fury raged in his office, exhausting every expletive he could muster against Ross. Here he was, fervently preparing for the new Avengers, while Ross had simply co-opted Rory. What did that make him? A fool? The Avengers were unable to take action against the nation. This dilemma could only be resolved through negotiation, which was the source of his greatest frustration. Rory had nearly devastated Midtown Manhattan and had left the Avengers in disarray, and now, he had been transformed into an ally. Was this even conceivable? Nick Fury was consumed with the desire to fly directly to Secretary of State Ross and deliver a few well-deserved punches. Chapter 45. Ross betrays the new Avengers, and the Mother of Earth's superpowers, authority, and love share a common trait. They all possess a profound exclusivity. When one lacks these elements, they fervently seek them out, yet upon acquiring them, they become reluctant to allow others the same privileges. Those who have already benefited obstruct the pathways for others to attain similar advantages, even if the individual in question embodies justice, like Captain America. Steve categorizes such individuals as potential threats, as they may provoke danger, thus justifying his intent to intervene. Indeed, the person he refers to is Rory. Steve bears considerable responsibility for the branching of the timeline in 1970, yet ultimately, all blame falls upon Rory, which elucidates his resolve to resist. I am already a more formidable superhuman than you. Why should I endure this indignity? A weaker individual, under the guise of upholding world peace, seeks to suppress someone who could potentially become powerful, a scenario no different from bullying promising newcomers in the workplace. Furthermore, the Avengers' attitude toward Rory is not merely one of suppression. They seek his very life. With Steve's corpse lying before him and Strange having vanished, the fire within Rory remains unextinguished, redirecting toward the Ancient One in the 2008 branch timeline. Traversing the multiverse and time travel are distinct concepts. The path back is fraught with difficulty. Rory silently vows that if given the chance to return, he will hold the Ancient One accountable. Dr. Rory, I entrust you with the matter of the super serum. I eagerly await your positive updates. Ross is subtly reminding Rory to prepare the longevity serum. Exiting the laboratory where Captain America was dissected, Rory heads to the lab prepared for him. The preparations are somewhat rushed. Upon entering, several researchers are arranging experimental equipment and ensuring that every task is meticulously checked. Ross gestures toward them. These individuals are the research assistants I have assigned to you. They will aid you in your experimental endeavors. Should you require assistance in your personal matters, feel free to delegate tasks to them. While termed as assistants, one could cynically view them as mere overseers. Rory, unfazed, replies, as long as they do not interfere with my research, it is fine. When can I expect the marrow puncture needle made of carbonadium? He suddenly adds, do you have any vibranium? A puncture needle crafted from vibranium may yield superior results. Ross hesitates for a moment before responding, we do have some, albeit in limited quantity. Although Wakanda had opened its doors for a time, the available vibranium is scarce. Most of it has been reclaimed from the shattered shield of Captain America. It shouldn't require much to fabricate the marrow puncture needle. Rory raises an eyebrow, relishing the prospect of acquiring something for free. If feasible, he even contemplates using vibranium to create a suit of armor. Young Spider-Man, Peter Parker, asks eagerly, is it really going to end like this? Of course, it cannot conclude in such a manner. However, Rory is now affiliated with the military. We cannot act against them. Nick Fury, already shrouded in shadows, has become even more entrenched in darkness. Hawkeye Barton inquired, it is an undeniable fact that the battle between Rory and the Avengers unfolded in New York, and he must face judgment. Although Hawkeye Barton lacks superpowers, he is a founding member of the Avengers, and his pressure could place Nick Fury in a predicament. Maria Hill, standing nearby, quickly interjected, Clint, this situation was orchestrated by Secretary of State Ross. Nick Fury did not wish for it to be this way. Hawkeye Barton persisted. Can the Secretary of State alter the undeniable truth of the Avengers' demise? If all politicians approach the Avengers with such an attitude, I shall contemplate whether I should withdraw from the Avengers altogether. Clint Barton would never relent. He had not signed the Sokovia Accords and represented the stance of the Avengers. If he wavered, it would be a complete betrayal of the Avengers and his former comrades. Simultaneously, Barton categorized Nick Fury among the politicians, subtly questioning the integrity of the Avengers' leadership. Nick Fury was also in distress, grappling with the need to consider national interests and military relations while also soothing the Avengers' sentiments. Playing both father and mother was no easy task. Presenting the dilemma to Nick Fury, Clint Barton turned and exited the office. In the corridor, he encountered an old friend, Black Panther T'Challa. Clint, I am truly sorry about Steve and Sam. Barton shook his head. How is Bucky? Following the battle in New York, Winter Soldier Bucky had gone to Wakanda, confiding all that had transpired to T'Challa, the only ally he could find. Upon learning that Nick Fury intended to form a new Avengers team, T'Challa immediately brought Bucky back to New York. He is well. You must also lift your spirits. We have a formidable battle ahead. After exchanging pleasantries, Clint Barton arrived at the new Avengers training facility. He brought along the second-generation Hawkeye and Black Widow, Yelena, who were currently training on the field. Each time he saw Yelena, Barton would think of Natasha, who remained forever on Vormir. Hey Clint, when do we take action? The second-generation Hawkeye, Kate, approached after she had put away her bow and arrows. Barton pressed his lips together, withholding the truth from her, and instead replied, Nick Fury is recruiting more new Avengers. Focus on your training, and you will be informed when the time comes to act. As night fell, Hawkeye Barton drove away from the new Avengers base. After several hours of driving, he unexpectedly arrived at the military base housing Rory's laboratory. Sitting atop a mound, he stared vacantly at the base in the distance, lost in thought. Within the military base, Rory sat before a microscope, conducting a cellular puncture experiment. He extracted a small amount of bone marrow from Captain America, Steve, and proceeded to inject it with a special substance infused with celestial cosmic energy. As Steve is a super soldier, his genetic strength far surpasses that of an ordinary human, making his bone marrow perfectly suitable for experimentation until Rory could extract his own. The extraordinary substance capable of absorbing cosmic energy has been named the Celestial Gene by Rory. This gene is not derived from the celestial race but is rather a creation of their own. Rory is neither an energy scientist nor an expert in cosmic radiation. He is unaware of the true nature of cosmic energy and can only seek feasibility from its very origins. The fusion of bone marrow is the sole method he can conceive. To his astonishment, Rory, peering through the microscope, discovers that after merging with the celestial gene, Steve's cells have once again become remarkably active. The cosmic energy continuously nourishes Steve's bone marrow cells, allowing them to undergo multiple divisions in a mere second. However, they lack a carrier, causing this energy to dissipate rapidly. Rory immediately embarks on a study of the divided Steve cells and uncovers that the newly formed cell membranes can indeed conduct cosmic energy. Is it possible for anyone to evolve into an Eternal? This notion seems utterly inconceivable. In truth, Rory's thinking is overly simplistic. The celestial race predates the birth of the universe, and while the Eternals have been modified based on humanity, the process is far from straightforward. Chapter 46. The Red Skull. I am the MVP. Rory stared blankly at the data report detailing the amalgamation of Captain America's genetic makeup with that of the Celestials for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, he concluded that it was imperative to conduct a living trial before initiating the celestial gene marrow injection. A misstep could lead to irrevocable regret. After tucking away the report, he emerged from the laboratory, only to find that night had fallen. As he traversed the grassy expanse of the military base, he intended to return to the luxurious quarters arranged for him by Ross, but midway through, he abruptly halted. Turning his gaze towards a small earthen mound just beyond the camp, he contemplated for a moment before veering in that direction. The camp's fence and barbed wire loomed 3 to 4 meters high, yet Rory effortlessly leaped over it. Are you here to find me? He inquired. Indeed. I wish to know if there exists a means to end your life, Hawkeye Barton replied, seated calmly on the ground, his demeanor and tone remarkably composed. Rory chuckled as he settled beside Barton. Why would you want to kill me? The two engaged in casual banter, reminiscent of old friends reunited after many years. Clint Barton's visage bore the marks of time, a testament to his experiences. You have slain Steve and Sam. Thus you deserve judgment. As one of the few ordinary individuals within the Avengers, his fate had proven more fortunate than that of most. His wife and child had been annihilated, yet he had rescued them from the brink, and although his wife was also an agent of S.H.I.L.D., their bond remained strong, blessed with a delightful child. Now, he had even discovered a successor to Hawkeye. He should have been enjoying a peaceful retirement, yet here he stood before Rory. Rory chuckled lightly. They sought to kill me. I merely acted in self-defense. Practice makes perfect. There is no need to come to me lamenting your fate. Barton discarded the pebble he had been toying with and stated, "You will inevitably falter, much like Thanos, for you can never conquer the Avengers. We are a team, a family unless you choose to end my life right now." Curiosity piqued. Lori asked, "Did you come here solely for me to kill you? Surely you haven't hidden a camera somewhere, waiting for me to eliminate you so that the military can expunge me from their ranks?" Lori had surmised correctly. Clint Barton indeed harbored such thoughts. Lori's power was overwhelming, so much so that even a coalition of superheroes, including Captain America, Doctor Strange, Hulk, and Spider-Man, could not match him. As a non-superpowered Avenger, his only recourse was to provide the new Avengers with a plausible reason to act, using his demise to ignite their fighting spirit. However, Barton was taken aback that Lori had anticipated his intentions. Noticing Barton's silence, Lori erupted into laughter. Leaning back against a stone, he reveled in the absence of light pollution and the suffocating smog, allowing the night sky to shine even more brilliantly. "Clint, do you remember Natasha? The Natasha from Vormer?" Clint paused in his fidgeting with the stones, a frown creasing his brow as he replied, "Why bring her up?" "Nothing in particular. I merely feel that her death was utterly unwarranted." Lori spoke matter-of-factly, yet his words ignited a fire within Hawkeye Barton. "No, her death held the utmost significance. She saved us all. Is it truly so?" Rory glanced at Barton and continued, "Then why did she have to die?" Barton's expression gradually contorted. Natasha's demise was for him, a sacrifice for the Avengers, and for all the lives that vanished in Thanos' wake. In Clint's heart, no one could ever be as magnificent as Natasha. However, at that moment, Rory doused Clint with a cold splash of reality. "Did either of you consider eliminating that red-faced fellow to obtain the Soul Stone?" Clint Barton was taken aback, staring at Rory as if he were a fool. He coldly retorted, "Only by sacrificing someone you hold dear can one acquire the Soul Stone. You clearly do not comprehend Natasha's greatness. This love does not solely pertain to romantic affection. It can also encompass familial or platonic bonds. One soul is exchanged for another. That is the essence of the Soul Stone's rule." Rory, suppressing a smile, inquired, "Who informed you of this rule?" "Naturally, it was the guide who guards the Soul Stone," Clint replied matter-of-factly. "Then why would he divulge this information to you?" Upon hearing Rory's question, Clint was momentarily rendered speechless, as if he had been transformed into a motionless statue. "But Thanos. Ha ha ha. You've cracked me up. If the Red Skull hadn't said that, do you think Thanos would have used him to barter for the Soul Stone?" The Red Skull played both Thanos and the Avengers for fools. Had the Red Skull not mentioned sacrificing a loved one for the stone, he would surely have met his own demise. The exchange of souls does not necessarily require love. A soul imbued with love may offer a slight advantage, allowing one to encounter their beloved once more in the realm of illusions. Rising with a laugh, Rory departed the hillside, returning to the military base, leaving a bewildered Clint Barton in his wake. Within the military base, the quarters provided by Ross were exceedingly opulent. A fully furnished duplex where regular maintenance ensured the cleanliness and replenishment of beverages, beer, and food supplies, along with firewood for the hearth. The sole drawback was the prohibition against bringing laboratory materials, not due to a ban, but rather the absence of a locking mechanism on the residence. Rory opened a bottle of beer, played some soft music, and settled into a cigar chair by the fireplace, basking in its warmth while contemplating experimental matters. Conducting human trials within the military base was not particularly challenging. Procuring pardoned criminal offenders and incapacitated veterans seeking to leave substantial inheritances for their families was relatively straightforward. Such individuals often sought out opportunities for related experiments. Rory planned to initiate a bone marrow fusion experiment with celestial genes, starting with 2 test subjects, one ordinary individual and one injected with serum. After gathering data, he would decide whether to proceed with his own bone marrow extraction. Without hesitation, the following day Rory arrived at the laboratory and promptly called Secretary of State Ross to explain the situation. Secretary Ross quickly approved the necessary procedures for the human trials, assuring that the selected subjects would be sent to the military base in 3 days. During the past 3 days, Luo Rue has devoted himself to a singular pursuit, the study of the characteristics of divine genes. It is an arduous task, yet not entirely devoid of progress. Within the confines of the laboratory, The true burden lies with the experimental assistants, who have been assigned to monitor Luo Rue and covertly extract crucial experimental data. However, Luo Rue employs Chinese characters, specifically a form of cursive script so intricate that even his compatriots struggle to comprehend it. How can they possibly decipher it? After 3 days of intense preparation, just as he awaited the arrival of the experimental subject, he discovered that it had not been delivered as scheduled. A phone call to Secretary of State Ross unveiled the unfortunate truth. He too was ensnared in difficulties. The secretary had been summoned to Congress, facing accusations from both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers under the pretext of national security, which resulted in a suspension of all related experiments. It was evident that political maneuvers were being employed to expel Luo Rue from the military base laboratory. A hearing is scheduled to take place in 7 days. Even if Secretary Ross emerges victorious, Luo Rue would still have to endure an additional 10 days before he could encounter the experimental subject. Resorting to underhanded tactics when one cannot prevail in a fair fight, truly, a hallmark of Nick Fury's style. Chapter 47. A villain aspiring to be a superhero. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little white mouse stood upright on the table, its bright eyes gazing intently at Rory. As Rory brandished a syringe equipped with a needle, the mouse displayed a remarkably human-like expression of fear. A subtle smile crept across Rory's lips. This little creature was quite amusing. As the needle inched closer, the mouse pushed it away with its delicate pink paws, emitting a few frantic squeaks. Such an overtly intentional gesture could only be executed by a being possessing a certain level of intelligence, certainly not a mere rodent. Intrigued, Rory held the needle aloft and inquired, "Do you not wish to receive an injection?" Squeak. The mouse turned counterclockwise in a circle. "Can you comprehend my words?" The mouse performed another counterclockwise turn. Rory set down the needle, leaning forward with both hands braced on the table, and continued, "Are you hungry? Do you understand what a circle is?"
Ido.
After conducting several tests, Rory confirmed that the mouse's intelligence was extraordinary, capable of discerning most of the vocabulary presented. Its form of expression was limited to 2 concepts. Yes indicated a counterclockwise turn, while no was signified by a clockwise rotation. This revelation opened a new avenue of research for Rory. The cerebral domain is the most enigmatic region of the human body. Commonly discussed attributes such as intelligence quotient, memory, and reaction speed are all intricately linked to neural activity. In the Marvel Universe, however, there exists an even more significant attribute: mental fortitude. Following 3 rounds of genetic enhancement, Rory had inherited over 90% of his Master-S genetic strength. But this augmentation was solely physical, leaving his cerebral domain untouched. Interestingly, the little mouse, infused with the same serum that Rory had received, exhibited enhancements in its cerebral domain, an entirely different trajectory of evolution. Without delay, Rory began to document his findings in a notebook. Naturally, drawing blood was unavoidable, and despite the mouse's pitiful, pleading gaze, it could not evade the approaching needle. The transformation of the mouse's expression, from before to after the blood draw, could easily be captured as a series of expressive memes. "Hey, Angus!" Angus, one of the experimental assistants assigned by Ross, hurried over upon hearing Rory's call. "Dr. Rory, how may I assist you? Please help me create a home for this little creature. Something comfortable." Angus initially assumed the task would pertain to academic research, only to be taken aback by the request to provide a home for a mouse. Though he silently criticized the absurdity of it, he dared not voice his objections. Of course, Dr. Rory extracted a sample of the mouse's blood and placed it in a device for data comparison with his own blood. The prospect of a single serum enhancing 2 distinct beings, resulting in 2 disparate enhancement effects, presented an excellent subject for inquiry. When Rory originally formulated the serum, it was programmed according to his genetic makeup. Thus, it could be said that the mouse bore Rory's very genes within its veins. It is no wonder that the laboratory mouse is drawn to Rory. The answer lies herein. During Rory's research, the mouse remains calm and collected, either grooming itself or adjusting its position to fixate on Rory. When boredom strikes, it retreats into Rory's pocket for a lengthy slumber. In the blink of an eye, 6 days have elapsed. Within this span, Rory concocted several distinct serums. The standard super soldier serum, a secondary serum extracted from the mouse, and, additionally, hematopoietic stem cells from the eternal lineage, derived from Faustus's bone marrow. Although the stem cells stripped of divine genes do not possess enhancement properties, they have the potential to bolster human physiological functions and rejuvenate hematopoiesis and metabolic capabilities. While they cannot restore youth, they can extend life by up to 250 years, with exact longevity varying according to individual circumstances. Rory's assistants meticulously documented the entire experimental process, yet they remain perplexed by Rory's true intentions. Even the completed serum, upon further examination, revealed no extraordinary characteristics, leaving them baffled as to the methods and algorithms Rory employed in synthesizing the enhancement serum. A commonality among these serums is their genetic encryption. The rewriting of genetic codes acts as an additional lock, with no one but Rory possessing the key to unlock it. The following day, Rory did not appear in the laboratory. Instead, he arranged for military transport to a prison on the outskirts of Washington, D.C. This prison houses a notorious supercriminal, the abominable Blonsky, one of Hulk's formidable adversaries and a creation of Ross's super soldier program. Upon arrival, Rory presented the documents issued by Ross and was granted access to the prison. The staff escorted him underground, opening a heavy iron door to the chamber where Blonsky was confined. At that moment, Blonsky resembled a fish in a tank, clad in an orange jumpsuit and encased in a circular glass pod, devoid of any privacy. Rory had long harbored a desire to study Hulk's genetics, but opportunities had been elusive. Now, the chance to investigate the abomination was not in vain. Blonsky turned in his chair to regard Rory, inquiring with curiosity, "Who are you? I don't believe we've met before." Those who could enter such a facility were few, and Rory was a stranger to Blonsky, a rarity in recent encounters. Rory approached, opening the small food hatch, instructing, "Extend your hand." Blonsky complied, having long since tempered the hostility within him during his years of confinement. Rory produced a syringe and inserted it into Blonsky's vein, extracting bright red blood. "Sir, are you a new scientist?" Blonsky asked, intrigued. Rory did not respond directly but countered, "Is your blood only green when you transform?" Blonsky nodded in affirmation. Rory retracted the needle and gestured to the guard. "I wish to enter." "Apologies, sir. But that is against protocol," the guard replied without hesitation, rejecting Rory's request. Not pressing further, Rory instead presented the needle crafted from carbon nanotube alloy to Blonsky. "Would you be so kind as to draw some blood after your transformation?" Blonsky, holding the syringe, looked at Rory with a bewildered expression, questioning the necessity of such an action. Rory presented the document issued by General Ross, stating, "I am a research consultant for the military laboratory. Comply with my request, and perhaps you may find a path to freedom. Should you refuse, I assure you that leaving this place will become an impossibility." Once a special operations soldier, Blonsky had been invited by General Ross to partake in the mission to capture Banner. A quintessential soldier, he became enamored with the overwhelming power of the Hulk and willingly accepted the military's serum injection experiment, officially transforming into an enhanced warrior. Blonsky had initially harbored aspirations of becoming a figure akin to Captain America, driven by an obsession to vanquish the Hulk, and ultimately injected himself with Hulk's blood. After being defeated by the Hulk, he found himself imprisoned here, while the Hulk outside had ascended to the status of a beloved superhero. Upon hearing that he might have an opportunity to escape, Blonsky shed his orange prison garb without hesitation and transformed into the Abomination. The Abomination's physique far surpassed that of Banner's Hulk, and from the very beginning, he was able to retain his self-awareness. Had it not been for the Hulk's ability to grow stronger with anger, Blonsky might not have faced defeat. Chapter 48. A being capable of coexisting with the universe transformed into the Abomination, Blonsky was not as muscular as the Hulk, but rather emaciated, with ears reminiscent of gills. He carefully grasped the carbonite alloy needle and pierced it into his arm. A stream of emerald green blood flowed through the tubing and into the vacuum vial held by Rory. Only after the vial was filled did he withdraw the needle. "Sir, may I inquire when I might be permitted to leave?" Rory, putting away the blood sample, replied with a smile, "Through illicit means, I could extricate you from here at this very moment. However, if we pursue a legitimate route, you will need to wait a little longer, though it should not be too long." Blonsky certainly wished to depart with a legal identity. Otherwise, his years spent in prison would have been in vain. As Rory exited the prison with the blood sample, he had just boarded the vehicle when Nick Fury emerged from another car. Nick's purpose for this visit was to recruit the Abomination, but he was taken aback to unexpectedly encounter Rory here. He cast a lingering glance in Rory's direction before turning and re-entering the prison. As Rory's military Hummer ventured into the city, it halted at a traffic light at an intersection. While perusing documents in the back seat, a sudden loud crash seized his attention. Peering through the windshield, he witnessed 3 trucks colliding simultaneously at the intersection. While others were engrossed in the chaos of the accident, Rory noticed a peculiar individual amidst the wreckage. He tapped the soldier's shoulder and instructed, "Follow that person." "Understood, sir." The military Hummer promptly rammed through the private car, obstructing their path, and pursued the direction in which the individual had fled. Moments ago, everyone had been captivated by the horrific scene of the accident, yet Rory was the only one to discern that a person remained unscathed in the midst of the 3 colliding trucks. What manner of individual could emerge unscathed from such a violent crash? It was inconceivable for an ordinary person. The individual nonchalantly entered a vehicle, started the engine, and drove along the street, swiftly arriving at an estate on the outskirts. The military Hummer came to a halt before the estate's entrance. Rory disembarked and murmured, "It appears he is quite affluent." Leaving the military vehicle and driver outside, Rory ventured into the estate alone, making his way towards the villa. Along the way, he encountered no one, and upon entering the villa, he was met with the distant sound of a gramophone playing music from the 2nd floor. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he followed the melody to a study, only to find it empty. Just as Rory was about to explore elsewhere, he suddenly heard the voice of the villa's owner behind him. "Excuse me. May I ask who you are?" Rory turned to confirm that this was indeed the individual who had survived the accident. Dressed in a green suit with a yellow shirt and white casual pants, complemented by a colorful silk scarf, his flamboyant attire exuded a certain gentlemanly charm. Rory cut to the chase. "I just witnessed you emerge unscathed from a car crash. I wish to know how you accomplished that." "Oh, sir, your curiosity is rather intense. My name is Craig Hollis. May I ask how you are addressed?" Rory. Hollis, with a cigar in one hand and a glass of red wine in the other, entered and settled onto the sofa, chuckling as he spoke. "Mr. Rory, the world is now teeming with individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. There is little cause for astonishment. The battle in New York has enlightened the global populace to the existence of extraterrestrial beings, and following the cataclysm, these superhumans have become more active than ever. The occasional emergence of peculiar powers no longer elicits widespread surprise." Upon hearing the name, Rory pondered deeply, finally recalling who he was referring to. "The Immortal." Hollis smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Indeed, there was a time when I was addressed as such, but that was long ago. The Immortal, also known as the Supreme Human, possessed the singular ability of immortality. He could be slain yet would resurrect infinitely, impervious to even the most cataclysmic events. Upon death, he would swiftly revive, healing all prior injuries, though non-fatal wounds would mend at a normal human pace. If he were to suffer a superficial cut, the quickest remedy would be to take his own life. Curiously, Rory approached and inquired, "Mr. Hollis, is it true that you cannot die?" Hollis raised his hand nonchalantly, responding, "In truth, I have lived long enough, but..." Suddenly, his words were cut short as he glanced down to discover a hand had pierced through his chest without his noticing. "You!" Hollis's head tilted, and he collapsed lifelessly. Rory was taken aback as he withdrew his hand, witnessing the wound on Hollis's chest healing at an astonishing rate, returning to its original state within mere seconds. "Ouch! That hurts, you fiend." The Immortal Hollis stirred, rubbing his chest, his expression clouded with irritation. "Rory, your lack of manners is appalling." With a swift motion, Rory yanked off one of Hollis's arms, which did not regenerate immediately, causing him to scream in agony. Rory then stomped down on Hollis's chest, silencing his cries. This time, several seconds elapsed before the arm truly regrew, and the sunken chest restored itself as Hollis slowly regained consciousness. "Wait. What on earth do you intend to do? I don't believe I have wronged you in any way," he stammered, genuinely frightened by Rory's sudden aggression. Rory, smiling, produced his identification badge and stated, I am a research consultant for the military laboratory, and I find you quite intriguing. Thus, I would like to invite you to assist in some related studies. The immortal Hollis shuddered at the thought, shaking his head vehemently. No, I will not go. Please leave my home, or I will call the police. Rory, controlling his strength, delivered a punch that rendered Hollis unconscious, then hoisted him over his shoulder and headed back to the military Humvee. Driving swiftly back to the base, Rory's face radiated with excitement akin to that of a treasure hunter. The military vehicle soon arrived at the facility, and Rory carried Hollis directly to the laboratory. Clear the workbench and prepare the tools for me, he commanded. First, Hollis was securely bound with restraints when he slowly regained consciousness as Rory approached with a hefty syringe. Oh God! For heaven's sake! Keep that thing away from me! Hollis exclaimed. Rest assured, Mr. Hollis, I shall be exceedingly gentle, Rory replied, though his actions belied any notion of tenderness. With a swift jab into the artery, he began to draw blood frantically, extracting an alarming quantity. Hollis's body visibly shriveled before rapidly recovering within mere seconds. Good heavens! You are committing a crime! I will sue you! I will have you imprisoned! Hollis shouted in a frenzy, struggling against his bonds. Rory brandished the needle menacingly, saying, Mr. Hollis, kindly maintain your silence. If you persist in your shouting, I assure you I shall sew your mouth shut. At once, Hollis fell silent. Rory, unfazed, remarked, after all, you won't die from this, so what is there to fear? To which Hollis retorted, but it will hurt. Chapter 49. The burden of having too many wives. The current Secretary of State, Ross, hurriedly entered the laboratory, his demeanor fraught with urgency as he sought out Rory. Rory, whom have you abducted? A news alert on his phone displayed a report featuring Rory carrying the immortal Mr. Hollis away from the estate. This news served as a timely excuse for S.H.I.E.L.D., transforming Ross's previously advantageous position into one of vulnerability. Observing Rory's nonchalant expression, Ross lamented, Not only did you intrude into my home and kidnap someone, but could you at least conduct yourself with a semblance of professionalism? His wife not only released footage of your abduction but is now parading in front of the Capitol demanding his return. What am I supposed to do? Rory, absorbed in his experiments, paused momentarily and turned to inquire, You still have a wife? The laboratory table leaned precariously against the wall, with the immortal Mr. Hollis bound by numerous restraints atop it. Upon hearing Rory's question, Mr. Hollis awkwardly chuckled. Not just one. Since Ross's arrival, Mr. Hollis had remained silent, and it was only now that Ross realized there was indeed another Hollis present in the lab. The good news was that Mr. Hollis was alive, providing some reassurance to the public. The bad news was that his earlier comments had been overheard. If Hollis were to speak out of turn, Ross's position as Secretary of State would likely be jeopardized. Rory waved his hand dismissively. He will need to stay here for a while longer. You can let him call his family to reassure them. I will release him in due time. Ross, fearing that Hollis might speak indiscreetly, cautiously queried, Is this truly acceptable? Rest assured, he is quite understanding, Rory replied. Hollis quickly added, Indeed, I am willing to cooperate. The immortal Mr. Hollis feared not death itself but a fate worse than death. He had attempted various methods of self-destruction, jumping from heights, poisoning, bomb-making, and drowning, but none had succeeded in ending his life. It was rumored he could endure until the universe itself perished. However, Mr. Hollis certainly did not wish to be dismembered by Rory repeatedly, nor did he want to awaken to a drill piercing his brain or be confined within a 50-centimeter thick iron box and cast into the Atlantic. Cooperating obediently seemed to offer a glimmer of hope for his return. The thought of non-compliance sent shivers down his spine. After some contemplation, Ross acquiesced to Rory's proposal. By the way, what is the status of the serum? The experiment can commence at any time, provided you can deliver the subject to me, Rory responded. This delay was not Rory's fault. Interference from S.H.I.L.D. and the Avengers had compelled Ross to temporarily halt the approval of related experimental procedures. Were he still a major general, he would be indifferent to such constraints, but as Secretary of State, he was bound to adhere to the established protocols. After allowing Mr. Hollis to communicate with his wife, Secretary Ross exited the laboratory, burdened with numerous responsibilities, particularly the need to address the allegations from S.H.I.A.L.D. and the Avengers. Rory, however, was unconcerned with anything beyond his experimental pursuits. The serum of Captain America, Steve, has little left to be studied. However, the blood sample of the abominable creature is particularly intriguing, as it is infused with severe gamma radiation. Strangely, in its normal state, Blonsky's blood reveals no signs of radiation, which only manifests post-transformation. As for the immortal Mr. Hollis, current research indicates he shares no significant differences with an ordinary person. Rory has yet to uncover the true cause of his immortality. Hollis has been bound to the examination table for 2 days, suffering greatly. Upon noticing Rory rising to leave, he called out urgently, "Mr. Rory, please wait." Rory turned. "Is there something you need, Mr. Hollis?" "Mr. Rory, I am equally curious about the reason for my immortality. I am willing to cooperate with your experimental research. Could you possibly release me? Rest assured, I will not flee or contact the outside world. In truth, I wish to escape those women who incessantly pursue me." Rory felt he was listening to a rather grandiloquent discourse. After some consideration, he reasoned that Hollis, possessing the ability of immortality, posed no threat to himself. Thus, the necessity of binding him was minimal. He approached and unfastened the restraints, cautioning, "Do not even think about escaping. Should I catch you, the consequences would be quite unpleasant. This is for your own good. I understand, Mr. Rory. You need not worry. Wherever you go, I shall follow, never straying from your line of sight." Now liberated, Hollis felt a surge of joy, emboldened to speak freely. It was precisely lunchtime. Rory had just departed to dine, opting not to eat with the soldiers, as a dedicated chef prepared his meals to be delivered to the laboratory. Hollis, feeling at ease, sat down and joined Rory in his meal, pouring himself a glass of red wine. "Mr. Rory, is your superpower simply immense strength?"
Ipusas no superpube.
Rory is merely an ordinary physics researcher who has entered the Marvel Universe, seeking the means to ensure his own survival, a desire that is entirely justifiable. Yet, there are always those who wish to thwart him. At present, Rory has 2 primary passions: conducting research and acquiring greater strength through that research. Additionally, he harbors a few minor ambitions, such as dismantling the Avengers and returning to the 2008 universe to settle old scores with the Ancient One and that version of the Avengers. Hollis, astonished, inquired, "You lack superpowers? Surely you jest?" Rory shrugged. "I study biological gene enhancement, striving to achieve greater strength through the continuous modification of genes, which sets me apart from those like you who possess innate superpowers." Rory has journeyed this far alone. No one has been his support. He has endured hardships and injustices, but what of it? No one can halt his ascent to greater power, and all who stand in his way shall be crushed. As Hollis munched on his food, he chattered, "I wasn't born with these extraordinary abilities. It's been so long that I can't recall exactly when it happened. There was an incident, and it felt as though my soul was transported to another realm, where I was enveloped by a radiant light. When I awoke, I found myself endowed with these powers." Rory remembered that Hollis' abilities were a result of natural evolution, which is why he referred to him as the pinnacle of humanity. Yet, upon deeper reflection, there seemed to be a flaw in this logic. Evolution necessitates a process, yet Hollis appeared to have bypassed the intermediary stages entirely, arriving directly at the ultimate point of evolution, which was utterly illogical. Although the Eternals possess nearly infinite lifespans, they are still subject to mortality. Even after being transformed by the Celestials, they remain part of the natural biological realm. In stark contrast, Mr. Immortal defies all reason, embodying a form of existence that transcends mortality, existing entirely in a different dimension. After lunch, Rory prepared to conduct a test using celestial genes alongside Hollis' genetic material, eager to discern any differences. Upon returning to the laboratory, a liberated Hollis occupied himself with a trivial game on Rory's tablet. Rory retrieved the celestial genes from the refrigerator and approached the microscope, introducing a sample of Hollis's blood to initiate a cellular puncture experiment. As the celestial genes infused and began to absorb cosmic energy, initiating cellular division, Hollis suddenly let out a loud shout from behind, startling Rory. who was wielding the puncture needle. Silence. I'm in the middle of something. Rory turned around only to realize that Hollis was exhibiting an alarming condition. Chapter 50. A remarkable discovery. Hollis's eyes were entirely black, including the sclera. The tablet lay abandoned on the ground as he stood trembling in an unusual posture, gazing upwards. Rory promptly activated the camera to document the event. The time was 1:17 p.m., marking the initial recording of the immortal gene test. After 3 days of experimentation, no trace of the immortal gene had been discovered within the host's body. However, during the process of merging with the divine gene, the host exhibited inexplicable changes. Physically, the host showed no discernible alterations, yet his eyes had turned completely black, devoid of any energy coverage, possibly due to the activation of retinal nerves by elements within the brain. His body trembled unnaturally, with a temperature of 43.5 degrees Celsius, as cellular combustion affected his nervous system, resulting in a loss of conscious control. After documenting these physical characteristics, Rory retrieved a wave perception instrument and directed it towards Hollis for a comprehensive scan. The neural activity in his brain appeared abnormal, possibly due to energy interference. Mere seconds later, the instrument, overwhelmed by interference, began to emit smoke before extinguishing. Rory sensed no energy and quickly procured a magnetic field detector. As he approached, the device immediately registered an overwhelming spike. With a pop, the magnetic field detector also succumbed to failure, leaving Rory bewildered. What on earth was happening? Within the laboratory, all electrically powered equipment began to flicker, the lights oscillating between brilliance and dimness. Just as Rory feared an impending catastrophe, calmness returned abruptly. With a thud, the immortal Mr. Hollis collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Rory lifted him and placed him on the examination table, conducting a brief full-body assessment. His temperature and cellular vitality had returned to normal, yet his brain nerves remained active. This heightened activity resembled that of an ordinary person dreaming during sleep, indicating a level of neural engagement far beyond the typical. If one were to assign a level of 1 to the dreaming state of an average individual, Hollis's current neural activity would be rated at a minimum of 7. Although Rory was uncertain about the events transpiring within Hollis, he strongly suspected a profound connection to the divine gene. The simultaneous occurrence of his cellular puncture experiment and Hollis's condition left little room for doubt. Rory secured Hollis with restraints to prevent any potential mutations or sudden violent outbursts. Such scenarios were common in the media, and a small precaution could prevent major mishaps. Even if Hollis posed no threat to Rory, damage to equipment or serum would be troublesome. Unsure when Hollis would regain consciousness, Rory returned to the examination table to monitor the status of Hollis's cellular fusion. To his astonishment, despite the passage of time, Hollis's cells continued to divide. Rory quickly activated the recording function of the electronic microscope. If Hollis's cells contained the immortal gene, combined with the divine gene's ability to absorb cosmic energy for stem cell production. Good heavens! A perpetual motion machine? A cosmic deity? If the cells indeed harbored the immortal gene, and if the divine gene facilitated the absorption of cosmic energy to sustain cellular division, theoretically, this could lead to infinite proliferation, potentially enveloping the entire universe. Theoretically, it is feasible, yet achieving true infinite reproduction is undoubtedly impossible. The celestial genes injected by Rory are present in minimal quantities, sufficient only for a single cell's use. Once a certain number is reached, they will dissipate due to insufficient energy supply. However, what if both elements were simultaneously introduced into one individual's body? This notion is exceedingly audacious and perilous, unless the individual possesses the resilience to withstand the cosmos's energy without perishing. Contemplating this, Rory turned his gaze towards the still slumbering Hollis. He was keen to experiment, yet he feared the potential consequences. What is happening? Hollis murmured as he gradually awakened, realizing he had been restrained once more. He turned to Rory, who was still engaged in his experiments, and inquired, "Mr. Rory, why have you bound me again?" Upon noticing Hollis was awake, Rory set aside his tools and approached, asking, "Mr. Hollis, do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Hollis furrowed his brow as he assessed his condition, then shook his head, "Not at all." Rory continued, Please reflect carefully on your experiences prior to losing consciousness. Understanding that Rory was not jesting, Hollis concentrated intensely to recall the events. After our meal in the laboratory, you proceeded with your experiments while I sat on the other side with my tablet playing games. And then, Hollis paused, momentarily stunned, before his eyes widened in disbelief. I seemed to have ventured into a very dark place, devoid of anything, and then numerous golden rays appeared. I cannot remember what followed. The fact that Hollis's heart rate had not ceased during his unconsciousness indicated that he had merely lost consciousness, rather than experiencing death and rebirth. Rory nodded in acknowledgement, reassuring him, "Rest for a while. I will complete the experiment and return to free you." Returning to the experiment table, Rory retrieved his notebook. To prevent sensitive experimental data from falling into the hands of the American military, he meticulously recorded essential information in a paper notebook. Cognitive span, considering dimensional space, the association between celestial gene cells and the host entity energy resonance. With few clues available, Rory could only document the information at hand. In the ensuing days, Rory devoted himself to exploring the correlation between the celestial genes and the fusion with Hollis's blood. However, despite numerous trials, he could not replicate the extraordinary state Hollis had previously experienced, leaving Rory uncertain as to whether it was indeed the celestial genes that had caused it. Today marked the day when Secretary of State Ross and S.H.I.E.L.D. would jointly attend a hearing. The sole demand from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers was the revocation of Rory's status as a research consultant for the military. The reasoning was straightforward. Rory had allegedly murdered 2 Avengers and had unleashed chaos in downtown Manhattan, nearly obliterating an entire city. For the sake of national security, Rory should be classified as a dangerous observation target rather than retained by the military. Secretary Ross adjusted the microphone and stated, "First and foremost, I must clarify that the Avengers' recent operation did not receive official approval. In accordance with the provisions of the Sokovia Accords, the Avengers' actions lack legitimacy. We cannot judge right from wrong solely based on their past acts of saving the world. Furthermore, the destruction of Midtown Manhattan cannot be attributed to a single individual, but rather to a collective with Dr. Banner bearing the greatest responsibility." Secretary Ross harbored significant grievances against Hulk. He had first entangled himself with my daughter, and subsequently absconded with military research advancements. The ensuing capture efforts resulted in considerable losses for the military, all of which Ross attributed to Dr. Banner. Whenever matters concerning the Avengers arose, Ross would invariably take the opportunity to criticize Bruce Banner. He glanced towards the representatives of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers and with a faint smile remarked, "If you deem that Rory poses a danger, or if he has committed any heinous acts, please provide specific examples. To make unfounded accusations against others in the absence of evidence is equally culpable." After all, Secretary Ross had spent a considerable time in politics, articulating his points with precision and substantiation, defending Rory from various angles. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers were unable to furnish evidence, as events that have yet to transpire, or occurrences from other universes that have not manifested here, cannot be utilized as proof. Chapter 51. What profits are to be earned? Certainly, the conquest of the world. Although Secretary of State Ross did not achieve a total victory, he managed to gain the upper hand over both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. A hearing is not a definitive measure of success. Under Ross's persuasion, Congress temporarily lifted the ban on Rory's experiments. Ross promptly took a few volunteer subjects to the military-based laboratory. Unfortunately, Nick Fury was absent that day. Otherwise, I would have relished witnessing the extent of his displeasure. Ross, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, chuckled with unrestrained delight. The test volunteers had arrived. 3 prisoners and a disabled veteran, with the remainder of the task left to you. After addressing the matter at hand, Ross intended to leave, only to be called back by Rory. "Come with me to the laboratory." Ross's eyes sparkled. Whether it be the serum or the longevity potion, both would serve his interests well. The two descended to the underground laboratory via the elevator. Upon entering, Rory retrieved a vial of pink serum from the refrigeration unit. Ross anxiously inquired, "Is it successful?" Rory nodded affirmatively. This serum enhances the activity of hematopoietic stem cells and resets metabolic functions. Its efficacy is remarkable. According to the supercomputer simulations, it can extend life by a minimum of 10 to 25 years and effectively treat various chronic ailments. This serum was concocted by Rory using the blood serums from the lab mice, Hollis, and the Divine genes. A mere bite from a lab mouse could preserve Peggy Carter's youth from the age of 70 to 8, or perhaps even longer. Through experimentation, Rory discovered a unique active enzyme within the oral fungi of the lab mice. However, he was reluctant to create a potion that would grant decades of additional life. Thus, he employed various materials for repeated trials, ultimately arriving at this pink serum. Upon hearing this, Ross was elated. Such a concoction will undoubtedly attract a multitude of buyers. If each person is charged $1 billion for an extension of over 10 years of life, wealthy individuals will certainly clamor for it. Rory, disinterested in monetary gain, scoffed, "Why sell it? Have you never considered a pursuit of greater significance?" Greater significance? What could possibly surpass the importance of wealth? Ross was bewildered. This is the standard by which the capitalist world measures an individual's worth. They care not for a person's character, but rather for their affluence, which equates to value. Rory shook his head. You should garner the support of politicians to back your presidential ambitions, thereby allowing you to reshape the world according to your vision, especially in confronting S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. For certain influential figures in society, the allure of longevity is paramount. Rory preferred to remain in the shadows, conveniently allowing Ross to act on his behalf. Once the efficacy of the longevity drug is established, Rory would ascend to the status of a deity in the eyes of these individuals. Ross paused for several seconds. Skepticism etched on his face as he questioned, "Are you suggesting we collaborate to control this nation, perhaps even the entire world?" Ross was no fool. He understood that Rory's proposal must come with its own set of conditions. Considering the current circumstances, Ross perceives that the greatest adversary to Rory is the Avengers. By manipulating the higher echelons of the nation, he aims to leverage the country's influence against them, thereby eliminating the Avengers without Rory needing to lift a finger. Ross is partially correct. In truth, Rory's aspirations extend far beyond that. "What? Are you afraid?" Rory muses with a smirk. Ross, exuding confidence, retorts, "What do I have to fear? This is precisely what I desire." At that moment, a conspiracy against the entire world is solidified within the confines of the laboratory. A biological scientist and a politician emerging from military ranks conspire to seize a monumental plan for global domination. The first order of business is to ascertain the efficacy of a certain serum. Research into human longevity has never ceased. Rory hands over the data to Ross, assuring him that a relevant institution could swiftly verify its authenticity. Ross hastily departs with the experimental data, while Rory makes his way to the area designated for clinical volunteers. The identities of the trial volunteers are easily verifiable. One is a tattooed inmate, while another, missing an arm, is a disabled veteran. He retrieves their files from the guards and peruses them page by page. Among the 3 prisoners, one is a perpetrator of crimes against women. Another is a gang member with several lives on his conscience, and the last is a white-collar criminal. None of them are paragons of virtue. The disabled soldier did not incur his injuries on the battlefield, but rather suffered an accident caused by a teammate's misfire during training. Due to his significant culpability, the military office is unwilling to provide for his future, yet he has a wife and daughter to support. Thus he willingly participates in this trial, hoping to secure a substantial reward for his family. Rory gestures for the guards to open the door and casually selects a seat. He first addresses the 3 inmates, "So, tell me, why have you chosen to partake in this trial?" What else could it be? Of course, we want to escape prison." "I detest this question. Just tell me when I can leave," replies the gang member, whose fierce demeanor is evident at first glance. Rory then turns his attention to the 3rd individual, who appears unremarkable, just an average person. When Rory directs his gaze toward him, the man stammers, "I am innocent. I wish to leave prison swiftly to be with my family." Rory rises and motions to the rapist and the murderer, "You two follow me." The disdain in their eyes is palpable. The gang member even believes he could easily snap Rory's neck with one hand. Several guards escort the two to the laboratory, restraining their hands and feet to the examination table. Rory approaches the first volunteer with a bone marrow biopsy needle. The gang member, eyes filled with menace, warns, "Kid, you'd better not hurt me, or I swear I'll break your neck and shove your head into." Having already voluntarily entered this clinical trial, Rory has no interest in idle threats. He silences him and adjusts the restraints, positioning him face up. Beep, activating the optical wave imaging device. He identifies the injection site and marks it with a pen, affixing various monitoring devices in place. Subsequently, the bone marrow aspiration needle was deftly inserted. The subject's muscles tensed instantaneously, with veins and arteries prominently bulging, indicative of excruciating pain. Lorwey was indifferent to the subject's suffering. He aimed precisely and injected the divine gene. Perhaps due to the abruptness of his actions, a trickle of blood emerged upon withdrawal. The subject writhed in agony, the restraints rattling with each convulsion. Lorwey meticulously monitored the data on the various machines, showing no regard for the subject's fate. Indeed, the monitoring equipment displayed significant fluctuations, with various metrics soaring rapidly. A small number of cells exhibiting conductive energy properties began to manifest in the bloodstream. It was astonishing to discover the potential for fusion with ordinary humanity. The celestial race would likely never have anticipated that a human could obtain the unique substance within the marrow of the Eternal Clan. At this juncture, the subject had returned to a normal state, radiating a fierce glare, as its physique visibly solidified and became more proportionate, as if poised to strike. Lorwey approached once more, unsheathing the aspiration needle without hesitation and plunged it again into the subject. Chapter 52. Only God can extend human life. I will kill you. I am determined to end your life. The test subject screamed while struggling against his restraints. Subject 1 glared at Rory with fierce eyes, his anger palpable. Rory replied, exasperated, "You truly are a headache with your foolishness. Kid, you've crossed me, and I will." Subject 1 continued to hurl insults, but Rory, indifferent, focused on his work. He proceeded to extract samples and analyze the data. Ultimately, he concluded that the divine gene was indeed effective within this individual. The hematopoietic stem cells had transformed the morphology of his blood cells, altering his metabolism and gradually restoring his physical condition to its peak state. The strength of his skin tissue was also aligning with that of the divine race, with all data confirming the success of the experiment. Even Rory himself was surprised by the immediate success. After moving the experimental bed aside, he signaled to the guards outside to bring in the next subject. As the laboratory door opened, the new subject pleaded, "Sir, although I volunteered for this experiment, could you please be gentle? I do not wish to meet the same fate as the first subject. Yet, one cannot expect a painless procedure with injections. Regardless of the outcome, he would indeed contribute significantly to the scientific endeavor." The new subject, thin and frail, appeared to be nothing more than a bully toward women, certainly not a robust specimen. The guards struggled momentarily to restrain him, but Rory swiftly approached, effortlessly pinning him onto the experimental bed and securing him tightly with restraints. "You may leave now. I will handle the rest," he instructed the guards before preparing various instruments once again. For the second live experiment, Rory had prepared 2 serums. One was a super soldier gene serum, and the other was the divine gene. He aimed to observe the effects of combining the divine gene with the enhanced serum within the human body. The serum would be injected into the bloodstream, while the gene would be introduced into the bone marrow, allowing the super soldier serum to take effect first, followed by a second injection into the marrow. As expected, the subject emitted screams akin to those of a slaughtered pig, prompting Rory to silence him once more. He began by injecting the super soldier serum, then placed him in the biogenic energy cradle for enhancement. The serum's potency was modest, and with the use of a more advanced biogenic energy cradle, the enhancement was completed within minutes. With a swift motion, Rory extracted the subject from the cradle. The once frail and scrawny man now appeared remarkably transformed. Although he lacked the physique of Steve Rogers, he was undeniably stronger than before. "Wow, is this Captain America? What kind of women will I attract now?" If it were not for the necessity of collecting saliva, Rory would not have removed the gag. After obtaining the sample, he promptly replaced it. "You wretched creature, incapable of changing your vile nature." He moved the subject back to the experimental table, reinforcing the restraints, and began the bone marrow puncture injection. The previously cheeky subject fell silent the moment the needle pierced his skin. Rory, expecting him to seamlessly integrate the divine gene as the first subject had, soon realized he had miscalculated. Moments after the injection was completed, the subject's body began to exhibit signs of catastrophic failure. Muscles rapidly atrophied, veins darkened from blue to black, and body hair fell away like autumn leaves. Was it a rejection response? The divine genes were rejecting the enhanced serum. It had not behaved this way during cellular trials. How could this be? There has never been a synthesis of 112 or a divine gene enhancement at 0. What if it were instead the eternal clan gene of Rory? After the divine genes merged with the enhanced serum, they did not produce a cell membrane capable of conducting energy, but rather led to a chaotic clash. The enhanced serum was not as potent as the divine genes, causing blood cells to wither rapidly. This was the primary reason for the subject's alarming transformation. The following day, Rory enlisted the help of research assistants to conduct a bone marrow extraction trial. Following the previous day's experiment, Rory dismissed the idea of directly injecting the divine genes, opting instead for a more cautious approach to ensure the success of the trial, even if it meant enduring additional pain. A vibranium needle, crafted from the fragments of Steve's shield, was gradually inserted into Rory's lower back by 2 diligent research assistants. The sensation was indescribably intense. Wearing a mask of agony, Rory lay on the experimental table, resolutely silent. The extracted bone marrow was immediately sealed and preserved, with a small sample reserved for testing. As Rory had surmised, the cellular trials observed under the microscope exhibited a flawless fusion with no signs of rejection, and the rate of stem cell generation and division was significantly faster than that of Fastos. However, Rory did not find joy in this conclusion. The enhanced serum cells could also merge with the divine genes, yet upon injection into subject 2, they triggered a severe reaction. Thus, meticulousness remained the essential attitude towards scientific inquiry. At this juncture, Secretary of State Ross was actively peddling his potion, targeting government officials and congressional members as his primary clientele. Armed with reports from 3 testing agencies, he capitalized on the allure of extended life, a temptation no one could resist, especially among the ambitious politicians and capitalists. Ross sought not monetary gain but rather unreserved support. He named this potion the Elixir of Immortality, stipulating that those wishing to partake must join the Immortal Society, a newly established organization he had created. Under the allure of the elixir, membership in the Immortal Society surged, rapidly infiltrating half of America's political landscape within a mere fortnight. Of course, some individuals outright rejected the notion, denouncing Rory as a heretic. Those with clear minds saw through Ross's schemes, while others believed that defying death was a profound disrespect to their faith, fearing eternal damnation after death. As the influence of the Immortal Society expanded swiftly, whispers of dubious rumors began to circulate, prompting some to seek out military-based laboratories based on hearsay. Ross had anticipated such moves, fortifying the security measures around Rory's laboratory. No one could approach without his express command. Meanwhile, Nick Fury sensed a palpable threat. Ross was attempting to seize control of the nation, and we must find a way to thwart him. But how shall we impede his advance? The Secretary of State enjoys the privilege of immunity, and without just cause, no one can touch him. Thus, let us first investigate the origins of the Elixir of Immortality, uncovering the truth and gathering evidence. Hill turned to Nick Fury and inquired, "Currently, it is known that the Immortality Serum has leaked from a military-based laboratory. Who shall we send to investigate?" After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury replied, "The Avengers are not suited for this matter. I shall handle it myself. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division is deliberating on strategies, while Rory has already produced the first batch of the elixir. Ross has brought the initial users of the Immortality Serum to the laboratory. The first individual to receive the injection was a high-ranking military official, who, just before Rory administered the serum, suddenly asked, "Sir, I would like to know if the Immortality Serum is a one-time use or if it can be reused. If the raw materials are sufficient, indeed, a second or third injection can be administered, but the efficacy would be significantly diminished. And what are the raw materials?" The Marrow of a Deity. Chapter 53. A frantic dash towards strength for Rory. The elixir of immortality was merely a fleeting interlude. His primary focus lay in the research of divine genes. After a series of repeated experiments, it had become evident that Rory's bone marrow could indeed assimilate the divine genes. It appeared that only the application of the enhancement serum would provoke a rejection. Although Rory had fortified himself, he did not employ the serum to augment his own genes. Rather, he substituted his genetic makeup with that of the eternal race, a significant distinction. Having meticulously documented the experimental data, Rory rose and exited the laboratory, removing his mask and goggles. He inquired of the patiently waiting Ross, "Wasn't the first batch of the elixir already utilized? What more do you seek from me?" After a few days apart, Ross appeared vibrant and full of life. Even his once abundant white hair had diminished considerably. Approaching Rory with a smile, Ross asked, "When can we expect the second batch of the elixir to be ready? Many are awaiting it, and if possible, I hope you can produce a larger quantity." Rory shook his head. "Impossible. We currently lack the necessary raw materials. We must wait." Although Rory was oblivious to the sordid nature of politicians, he understood that he could not appease them indiscriminately. Without stoking their appetites, they would not exert themselves on his behalf. Ross hastily replied, "You previously mentioned the need for divine bone marrow. It wouldn't be from the Asgardians, would it? If so, I can arrange for someone to procure it immediately. Are you suggesting I venture to Asgard to engage in human trafficking?" Rory rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Ross hurriedly followed, curiosity piqued. "Not Asgardians? Are there other extraterrestrial beings?" In recent years, Earth had encountered various extraterrestrials, and Ross had witnessed a plethora of them, even personally interacting with several. As Rory discarded his rubber gloves into the trash, he explained, "While it can be said that they are extraterrestrial, it is not entirely accurate. The divine race and humanity share identical genes. However, the divine possess nearly eternal life. The longevity elements I extracted are from them. The number of divine beings residing on Earth was exceedingly scarce, not exceeding 10 in total. Each could yield enough elements for the elixir to support a maximum of 50 individuals, necessitating careful consideration when selecting recipients for the elixir of immortality." Ross was taken aback, realizing the elixir's rarity. He had not anticipated its value to be of such magnitude. According to Rory, at most, there would be merely 500 doses of the elixir, and even without repeated usage, it could only serve 500 individuals. How could American politicians be limited to such a number? "Rory, can't you devise another solution? Or perhaps we could cultivate this element ourselves." "What a fanciful dream you harbor." Rory was, of course, deceiving him. The divine genes merely served a supportive role in purification. The true requirement was simply the mold found in the saliva of laboratory mice. If he did not embellish its value, how could Ross appreciate it? And how could those at the pinnacle of society, who desperately sought to prolong their lives, be persuaded to assist him willingly? Rory turned to Ross and said, "Once I complete my experiments, I will be away for a while. If fortune smiles upon me, I shall return with some elements necessary for crafting the elixir of immortality. For now, your focus should be on securing your presidential campaign, and subsequently, you must deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. Ideally, you would disband the Avengers and capture those superpowered individuals one by one for thorough examination." Ross barely registered the latter part of the conversation, his attention fixated on Rory's declaration of departure. "Dr. Rory, you intend to leave?" The support from Rory was crucial for Ross. With Rory by his side, he possessed the confidence to confront the superpowered beings. Beyond Rory's scientific prowess, he could still stand toe-to-toe with formidable Avengers. Moreover, Ross needed to continue leveraging the elixir of immortality to win over politicians. Rory's departure at this juncture would be akin to abandoning ship mid-voyage. Without Rory's assistance, Ross doubted his ability to navigate to the finish line. Rory had the upper hand over Ross, while Ross found himself at Rory's mercy. "Fear not, I shall only be away for a brief period. I shall return." "What are you worried about? Besides, if I do not seek the elements for crafting the elixir, will you?" In the following days, Rory embarked on various experiments with the celestial gene. Subjects included lab mice, Mr. Immortal, Captain America, and even Rory's own blood and bone marrow. After countless calculations and simulations, the day arrived for Laurie's initial injection of the celestial gene. He cleared the laboratory of all personnel, isolating himself in the underground facility to commence the injection trials. His calculations suggested a success rate exceeding 90%. Although the possibility of failure lingered, Laurie felt compelled to proceed. The longer he delayed, the greater the risk became, especially with Doctor Strange and Scarlet which potentially returning at any moment, not to mention the formidable Thor and Captain Marvel. Laurie affixed the syringe containing the celestial gene to his mechanical arm, securing himself to the chair while grasping the remote control for the arm's operation. He connected to the body data monitor and activated the lightwave scanner for a thorough examination. Once the optimal injection site was identified, he maneuvered the mechanical arm to the predetermined location. Taking a deep breath, he initiated the procedure. The vibranium needle, bolstered by a powerful hydraulic system, gradually penetrated his body. The lightwave scanner provided a clear view of the needle's position, allowing Laurie to halt the injection at the slightest sign of error. The pain did not dissipate with the enhancement of his physical form. Rather, his heightened senses amplified the agony. With a precise insertion of the vibranium needle, Laurie's heart raced once more. Moments later, he pressed the remote control button, and the celestial gene surged through the tubing into the needle, infused directly into his bone marrow. Once the entire gene was injected, the mechanical arm activated its automated program, swiftly retracting. The sound of teeth grinding echoed through the room as Laurie bit down in response to the indescribable pain radiating throughout his body. "Damn it, Arg!" With a thunderous roar, Rory bellowed as he broke free from the restraints of the chair. With a powerful sweep of his arm, the chair was sent flying, crashing through the glass wall of the laboratory with a resounding shatter. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Rory pounded the ground with his fists, desperately seeking relief from his torment. The solid floor of the laboratory succumbed to his relentless strikes, yielding several deep craters. With a violent upheaval, the experimental table was overturned, and the apparatus lay in shattered disarray. Yet, the piercing agony remained unabated. In a fit of madness, Rory hurled himself against a wall, the 20-centimeter thick barrier giving way to his assault. Time seemed to dissolve as the laboratory, once ravaged by chaos, fell into an eerie silence reminiscent of a tempest's aftermath. Rory lay amidst the rubble, covered in dust, when suddenly, a finger twitched. Slowly, the unconscious Rory began to open his eyes. Chapter 54. The backbone of Nick Fury returns. Laurie struggled to lift a chair from the ruins of the laboratory and managed to clumsily sit upon it. At that moment, he distinctly felt a surge of energy coursing through him. However, his attempts to harness this energy proved futile, as if it possessed a will of its own. This sensation was profoundly peculiar. After resting for a while, he rose and approached the refrigeration unit, deciding to destroy all but 2 essential vials of serum. Since the experiment had succeeded, there was no need to retain the remainder, including all experimental data on the computer, which he promptly formatted. Subsequently, he opened the laboratory's sealed door and instructed the research assistant outside, "Please arrange for a cleanup and send over a new batch of equipment." "Understood, Dr. Laurie," came the reply. The dust within the laboratory was quite considerable, and Laurie felt the need to breathe in some fresh air while contemplating methods for utilizing cosmic energy. Not far from the experimental area lay the training grounds. Upon exiting the laboratory building, he could hear the distant sound of a whistle. The sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with fluffy white clouds, a truly splendid day for Laurie. Sitting upon the grass, he clenched his fist. Although he felt no change in strength, he could distinctly sense a current of energy within his palm. After several attempts to harness it, he concluded that he required a mentor, someone capable of teaching him how to wield this energy. Among the 10 members of the Eternals, the easiest to locate was Phastos, who resided in Chicago, but he had already been dismantled. The leader, a Jack, was relatively amiable and currently dwelled in the remote wilds of South Dakota, though finding her would necessitate some effort. Thena and Gilgamesh lived in Australia, making them equally elusive, and as a pair, even if located, a confrontation might not yield favorable results. The 3 most accessible Eternals included Kingo in Bollywood, Mumbai, and Cersei and Sprite at the London Museum. Laurie dismissed the idea of traveling to Mumbai, preferring not to go. Seeking Cersei might inadvertently lead to the infamous Ikaris. After careful consideration, he deemed Ajak the most reliable option. Although Ajak's combat abilities were virtually non-existent, Laurie felt no fear of engaging her. Having made up his mind, Laurie promptly dialed Ross. At S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick Fury exited his office and intercepted Kate, the second-generation Hawkeye, who was en route to the training grounds. "Kate, have you seen Clint?" he inquired. Kate shook her head. "No, I haven't seen him in days. Has he contacted you?" She shook her head again. Fury rubbed his bald head in frustration. With the new Avengers assessment imminent, Clint Barton was inexplicably missing, which was quite concerning. Fury was oblivious to the extent of the turmoil that had befallen Hawkeye. Had it been anyone else, they might have already succumbed to madness. In Barton's mind, Natasha had sacrificed herself for the greater good, yet Laurie had unveiled the harsh truth that both he and Natasha had been deceived by that red-faced fiend. Who could bear such a revelation? If only he had known sooner, perhaps Natasha would not have had to die. Regret, remorse, guilt, and sorrow enveloped Barton's heart, leaving him tormented by a multitude of negative emotions. He dared not return to the base, fearing the encounter with Natasha's sister, Yelena. Meanwhile, as Nick Fury pondered how to locate Clint Barton, a sudden burst of golden light illuminated the sky, trailing a luminous tail directly towards the base. Upon witnessing this celestial phenomenon, Nick Fury felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. It appeared that hope had returned. As the golden light descended, the atmosphere within S-H-I-E-L-D became vibrant with excitement. Nearly everyone rushed outside, eager to catch a glimpse of Captain Marvel. The radiant Carol Danvers gracefully landed on the ground, and immediately, fans surged forward seeking her autograph. With a sharp clap, Nick Fury approached and commanded, "All right, everyone, return to your posts at once. I want to say it twice." He activated the interstellar communicator, summoning Captain Marvel back from the distant reaches of outer space. As she arrived before him, Captain Marvel inquired, "You must have a pressing reason for calling me back, beyond just autographs, I presume. Let's discuss inside." Nick Fury, devoid of levity, escorted her to his office and promptly displayed footage of the battle in New York involving Rory and the Avengers. Upon viewing, Captain Marvel asked, "Where is this individual now?" "At a military base on the outskirts." "Hey Carol, don't act rashly." She turned to pursue Rory, but Nick Fury swiftly intervened, advising, "Listen, he currently serves as a research consultant at a military lab. If you engage at the base S-H-I-E-L-D, and the Avengers will bear the consequences." Being a former Air Force officer, Carol understood the gravity of the situation. After a brief silence, she quietly stated, "I'll check on Steve and Sam. Inform me immediately of any developments." Nick Fury exhaled in relief and arranged for Carol to be taken to the burial site of Steve and Sam. Watching her depart from his office window, he promptly retrieved his phone, contacting Coulson and Hill to expedite the investigation into the immortality serum. After visiting the cemetery, Carol continued to see her dear friend Maria, conversing until around 9 p.m. before transforming into a streak of golden light and soaring into the night sky. Before long, she arrived above the military base on the outskirts of New York, observing for a moment before heading straight for the only two-story villa on the premises. Inside, Rory sat in a cigar chair, jotting down notes in a notebook when an unexpected brightness filled the room, akin to dawn breaking. With a cautious expression, Rory set down his notebook, rose from his seat, and donned his slippers as he stepped outside the villa. Standing on the steps was Captain Marvel, hovering 2 meters above the ground, the two locked eyes. "Are you Rory?" she inquired. "Captain Marvel." She floated closer, looking down at him, and added, "If you have sense, return with me." Rory smirked and replied, "Do you dare to make a move here?" The ability to fly transcends all superpowers, allowing one to retreat when faced with insurmountable odds, thus remaining invincible. Rory gazed upon this with envy. If only he possessed the power of flight, he could pierce the earth itself. "Do you truly wish for me to take action?" "You may attempt it," he replied. Rory harbored doubts about Carol's willingness to engage. Although she was formidable, her reservations were equally significant, and she was not one to create trouble for her friends and family. Moreover, Rory did not believe he would inevitably be defeated. What could truly counter him was not sheer strength, but magic. The two stood in a tense standoff for a moment. Carol had viewed recordings of Rory's battles, aware of his own formidable prowess, and had come today merely to gauge his capabilities. If the opportunity arose, she would consider taking action, yet upon seeing Rory, she abandoned that notion. Subsequently, she transformed into a beam of golden light and departed the military base. It was only after Carol vanished that Rory turned back to his room. Captain Marvel had returned to Earth, leaving Rory with little time remaining. Gratitude is extended to the esteemed reader for their generous support. Chapter 55. The weak leader of the Eternals teaches me internal skills. Ross quickly uncovered information about Ajak. With no hidden true name and even possessing her own credit card, relevant details were soon revealed. A photograph was sent to Lore, and upon confirmation, a military aircraft was promptly arranged to fly directly to South Dakota. In rural South Dakota, Ajak resided alone within several kilometers, having lived there for many years, tending to the land or occasionally reporting to the six-tube deity, Erishem, about the state of Earth. After the Master of Destruction, Circe, had perished, humanity on Earth halved, delaying the awakening of the celestial being Tiamat. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Avengers later restored their existence. As the time for Tiamat's awakening drew nearer, Ajak's heart grew increasingly troubled. In the dead of night, as Ajak lit the fireplace and prepared to contact the six-tube deity, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Ajak paused, unable to recall the last time she had received a visitor. Upon opening the door, she was surprised to find an unfamiliar face, who kindly inquired, "Hello, may I ask what brings you here? Are you Ms. Ajak?" It was Lore at the doorstep. Ajak nodded, her expression filled with curiosity as she scrutinized Lore. With a gentle smile, Lore replied, "My name is Lore, and I have a few matters to discuss with you. Would it be convenient to step inside?" Ajak nodded and invited Lore into her home. She poured a cup of coffee from the kitchen and handed it to Lore before they both settled in front of the fireplace. The flickering flames illuminated her profile, and after draping a blanket over her legs, she casually asked, "Are you a new resident in the area?" "No, I come from New York." Ajak's expression shifted. She had initially assumed Lore was a local, only to discover that she had traveled a great distance specifically to see her. Rarely interacting with humans, Ajak had no acquaintances from New York and immediately inquired about Lore's purpose for visiting. "Did you come all this way specifically to find me? We hardly know each other." Lore's smile remained unwavering as she replied, "I actually have only one reason for coming here, to learn about the Eternals and cosmic energy." Upon hearing the term Eternals, Ajak's demeanor shifted to one of wariness. Lore continued, "There is no need for alarm. The history left by the Eternals is extensive, and your kind does not operate discreetly. It is quite easy to uncover leads regarding this matter." Ajak coldly responded, "I'm sorry, but I do not understand what you are talking about. If there is nothing else, I must ask you to leave immediately." After dealing with the deviants, the Eternals had reached a consensus to refrain from interfering with human society. She would never disclose the secrets of the Eternals to a mere human. Lore, having traveled such a distance, would not be so easily dismissed by Ajak's few words. Remaining seated, she chuckled softly, "No one can make me leave this place until I obtain what I desire. What do you intend to do?" Although Ajak was the leader among the 10 of the Eternals, her superpower was healing, making her combat prowess the weakest among them. Even ordinary individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities could not prevail. Ajax discreetly retrieved her phone and attempted to dial a number beneath the blanket, only to be met with a signal failure. After several unsuccessful attempts, she despaired. Rory, gazing into the tranquil flames of the fireplace, calmly remarked, "Do not waste your efforts. I possess a signal jammer. No electronic communication can escape. Who are you, and what is your true intention?" Upon realizing her call had failed, Ajax tossed her phone aside. Rory, eschewing any pretense, candidly stated, "I merely seek to understand the utilization of cosmic energy. I can distinctly sense the energy within me, yet I am unable to harness it. If you would but impart this knowledge, I shall depart at once." Ajax, seemingly incredulous, resolutely shook her head, declaring impossible. Cosmic energy is a divine gift bestowed upon the eternal race. humanity cannot wield it. In truth, humans cannot even perceive cosmic energy. At the dawn of the universe, 6 infinite stones were birthed, representing the primordial energies of existence. The divine beings, predating the universe itself, learned to manipulate the energies that emerged thereafter, crafting galaxies, stars, and life, ultimately nurturing new celestial beings. Only those transformed by the divine could access cosmic energy, for the energies of the cosmos and life cannot coexist within a single entity. Otherwise, new divine beings could not emerge. This is the fundamental law governing the interaction of divine energies. Rory shook his head, asserting, to be precise, I no longer belong to humanity. Like you, I harbor a greater proportion of eternal race genetics within me, which compelled me to seek you out. You are of the eternal race? Ajax exclaimed in astonishment, extending her hand to grasp Rory's. A surge of energy flowed from her into him. Upon further examination, Ajax was indeed astounded. Are you implying you were once human and have since transformed into an eternal? Precisely. Will you teach me to wield this energy? Rory pondered his own existence, comprised of ordinary human genetics, reprogrammed through serum to replace his genetic code with that of the Titan branch of the eternal race. Additionally, divine genes were infused into his marrow, enabling the manifestation of cosmic energy within him. A fusion of human genes, Titan eternal branch genes, and divine modification genes resulted in the being Rory is now. Ajax, lacking specialized instruments, could not analyze Rory's genetic sequence but sensed the cosmic energy within him, thus accepting the truth of his status as one of the eternal race. After a moment of shock, she regained her composure and inquired, could you elaborate on how you Thanos? I enhanced myself using serum derived from his blood. Ajax nodded knowingly. No wonder once clarity was achieved. Ajax engaged Rory in discourse regarding the application of cosmic energy. The body serves as the vessel for cosmic energy, which operates akin to a program that the user must write themselves to acquire various superhuman abilities. Right? Rory queried, utterly perplexed. Ajax smiled gently, emphasizing the necessity of immersing oneself in the experience, of perceiving the flow of energy, and subsequently guiding that energy to transform in accordance with one's desires. Rory's immediate thought was to harness cosmic energy to elevate himself into flight. Given his current physical prowess, the ability to soar would render him nearly invincible. Among the few known superheroes capable of flight, Captain Marvel utilizes jet propulsion, Thor wields his Stormbreaker axe, while Scarlet Witch and Doctor Strange manipulate interdimensional magic. Their methods diverge entirely from the cosmic energy dynamics articulated by Ajax. Rory closed his eyes, intently focusing on the flow of cosmic energy. As he immersed himself in the sensation, this energy instantaneously infused his bloodstream, coursing throughout his body, yet remained ungoverned. With his eyes shut, he was oblivious to the transformations occurring within him, his entire being now radiating a soft golden glow. After a brief moment, the golden light began to coalesce in the palms of his hands, forming 2 luminous orbs. Chapter 56. Illuminated, golden, and quite beautiful under the guidance of Ajax, Rory gradually summoned the cosmic energy within him. Upon opening his eyes, the 2 golden orbs that gathered in his hands began to transform. First, they morphed into a dagger, then slowly elongated into a rapier. The rapier continued to stretch and broaden, merging the energy from both hands into a magnificent golden broadsword, resembling the famed Gotzi sword. Intrigued, Rory merely waved it gently, effortlessly cleaving the coffee table and its base in 2. His ability was akin to Tina's, both possessing formidable combat prowess. Rory, however, was momentarily taken aback. He did not desire a transformative weapon ability, but rather the power of flight. Swiftly retracting the illusory golden weapon, he inquired, "What must I do to fly using cosmic energy?" Ajax shook his head. "I only comprehend the mechanics of cosmic energy's operation." Rory felt frustrated. The ability to conjure weapons was of little use to him. One could easily procure some vibranium to forge a weapon. What he truly sought was to soar into the skies. After spending 2 days in this place, he returned to the military base. During his stay, Ajax recounted tales of the eternal race's history, including events from other planets in the cosmos. Rory contemplated altering Ajax's fate, yet after careful consideration, he ultimately abandoned the notion. Ajax wished to preserve the earth, seeking a solution that would not hinder the awakening of the celestial deity Tiamat. However, such a solution was non-existent. The awakening of Tiamat would undoubtedly spell doom for the earth. Faced with the choice between the awakening of the celestial race and the preservation of the earth, Ajax would surely opt for the former, as she had made a similar choice before. Being the sole bearer of the truth, if she truly wished to save the earth, she would not still be hesitating now. Thus, her demise was inevitable, and it must occur at the hands of the counterfeit Superman Icaris. Only then would Circe align with humanity and endeavor to save the earth. During these 2 days, Rory also became adept at wielding cosmic energy. With a mere gesture, he could conjure a plethora of weapons. Those crafted from cosmic energy exhibited remarkable strength, surpassing even vibranium in resilience, and were extraordinarily sharp. The golden hue was quite appealing, and as he grew proficient, Rory adorned the conjured weapons with intricate patterns or runes, elevating their aesthetic appeal. On the 3rd day of Rory's departure, another visitor arrived at Ajax's abode. Icaris, a member of the Eternal Ten, possessed the ability to fly and could emit cosmic energy beams from his eyes, boasting immense strength and endurance, making him the mightiest among the Eternals. He led Ajax to a location where several anomalies, long extinguished millennia ago, had re-emerged. At that moment, Ajax understood. Icaris had brought her here with the intent to take her life. The reason was simple. Icaris was loyal to the celestial race and would not permit anyone to obstruct the emergence of the gods, not even a fellow Eternal. A clash of ideologies arose between the two individuals, prompting the extreme-minded Icarus to opt for the most direct resolution to the dilemma. Rather than taking matters into his own hands, Icarus cast Ajax to the aberration, watching helplessly as Ajax met his demise at the hands of the creature. On the return flight aboard the military aircraft, Rory continued to sense the cosmic energy coursing through him, pondering the possibility of unlocking additional superhuman abilities. According to Ajax's explanation, cosmic energy permeates all existence. The Eternals, capable of harnessing this energy, merely serve as conduits, transforming the invisible cosmic force into a perceivable and usable form. As the aircraft traversed halfway through its journey, on the cusp of entering Ohio, the fuselage suddenly vibrated violently, spiraling uncontrollably toward the ground. Alarms blared incessantly within the cabin, while the pilot frantically communicated with the ground command center. Just as the military plane seemed destined to crash, its descent inexplicably slowed, ultimately landing softly in a field overrun with weeds. With a resounding crash, the cabin door was forcefully torn open, flung several meters away. In that moment, a woman radiating with golden light floated through the opening. Captain Marvel, Carol, turned to Rory, then drifted closer, stating, "This is not a military base. Let us see how you will respond now." Rory smirked, clarifying, "Technically, this aircraft still falls within military territory." "Congratulations, Carol. You have successfully brought trouble to your friend." Unfastening his seatbelt, Rory approached Carol with an unwavering smile, adding, "I must correct one thing. I've never feared you, so please do not misconstrue my intentions." Furrowing her brow, Carol scoffed and reached out to seize Rory. However, Rory's speed was astonishing, so rapid that even Carol could not react in time before he landed a powerful punch to her chest. With a resounding impact, Carol was propelled through the cockpit's windshield. Though Carol possessed considerable combat skills and her superhuman abilities granted her formidable defenses, her physical speed and reflexes were rather ordinary. With a swift leap, Rory erupted from the cockpit, breaking through to the outside. By then, Carol had regained her footing, gazing at Rory as he emerged from the aircraft. Once more, golden light enveloped her as she swiftly soared toward him. Rory remained composed, standing still until Carol was nearly upon him, at which point a magnificent, glowing sword materialized in his grasp. Carol's approach was as rapid as it was fleeting. With a single stroke, Rory sent her hurtling away, carving a deep trench into the earth as she fell. Rory disdainfully smirked. "Is that all?" Confounded, Carol rose, realizing that Rory held nothing in his hands, yet she recalled the recent encounter vividly. Undeterred yet more cautious, Carol charged at Rory once again. In a flash, the colossal sword reappeared in Rory's grip as he too sprinted toward Carol, ready for their inevitable clash. With a resounding clang, Carol, prepared this time, raised her arm to deflect the colossal sword, while her other hand aimed at Rory, unleashing a wave of energy. At the moment the energy wave ignited, a golden square shield materialized instantaneously in Rory's opposite hand. The energy wave collided with the golden shield, dissipating into nothingness, leaving behind only a scattering of residual energy. Carol, why would you believe that a single individual could triumph over me? With a sharp clap, Rory brought his hands together, conjuring two streams of cosmic energy that merged seamlessly, forming a super sword with a blade exceeding 2 meters in length. Seeing this, Carol swiftly retreated, but Rory, moving with even greater speed, pursued her relentlessly. Though she attempted to distance herself, the gap between them remained unchanged. With a thunderous crash, the giant sword descended, striking Carol into the ground. Not satisfied with just one strike, Rory raised his hand and continued to hammer down. Carol, desperate to escape, found herself repeatedly pinned by the massive sword. After several crushing blows, the energy within her flickered ominously, as Rory's sword carved out a pit over a meter deep. Surrounded by a spray of earth, Carol lay helplessly in the depths of the crater. Rory, standing at the edge of the pit, remarked with a faint smile, "You are not as formidable as you believe." Although Rory's physical strength did not significantly increase after merging with the celestial gene, he acquired a plethora of offensive techniques, no longer relying solely on brute force. His attacks and defenses had become remarkably more agile. Captain Marvel, Carol, felt as though her entire body were shattering with unbearable pain. Just as Rory's sword prepared to descend once more, she gritted her teeth and summoned a powerful energy shockwave with both hands. Though it did not repel Rory, it managed to halt the impending strike of the giant sword. Seizing the opportunity, Carol soared from the pit, not daring to linger for even a second, quickly ascending to escape the range of Rory's colossal sword. Chapter 57. The Exchange of Strength and Power. A step towards the dynasty. Rory gazed up at the sky in frustration. Carol, are you going to continue or not? If you don't come down soon, I might just leave. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, sneered, "This time it's my turn." No sooner had she spoken than she began to whirl above Rory, gathering energy in her hands before unleashing it with a swift whoosh directed at him. Poof! Rory transformed his great sword into a shield. Although such an attack posed no threat to him, it was undeniably vexing. Unable to fly and lacking any long-range offensive capabilities, he could only endure the onslaught passively. Meanwhile, soldiers aboard the aircraft had already established contact with the base, and reinforcements would soon arrive. Several soldiers emerged from the plane, rifles in hand, aiming at Carol as they called out, "Ma'am, please cease your actions. Although you are a superhero, Dr. Rory is a military researcher. If you do not stop." At that moment, Carol was thoroughly enjoying herself, unleashing wave after wave of energy blasts against Rory's energy shield. However, upon hearing the soldier's warning, she suddenly paused mid-air. Once a member of the military herself, she had been taken by the Kree to another planet, where she was trained as a warrior and had once fought against Thanos to save the universe. Yet now the soldiers were pointing their weapons at her, leaving her with the unsettling impression that she was the villain in this scenario. In the next instant, Rory leaped into the air, swinging his great sword toward the stunned Captain Marvel. On the ground, she was no match for him, but the skies were her domain. Light as a feather, she evaded Rory's strike and chose not to pursue him, instead watching as he descended back to the ground. With a cold voice, she remarked, "Let us see how long you can revel in your triumph." With that, she turned and soared away. After their encounter, Carol realized she could not subdue Rory. Her energy blasts were ineffective against him, and in ground combat she was at a disadvantage. Continuing the fight would only waste time. Most importantly, the sight of ordinary soldiers aiming their guns at her nearly shattered her composure. As she vanished in a flash of golden light, Rory sheathed his transformed sword and returned to the military aircraft. "We have established contact with the base," he confirmed. "In approximately 10 minutes, they will send a plane to retrieve us." The base would first dispatch an aircraft to bring Rory back, followed by engineering vehicles to address the grounded military plane in the wilderness. The military would undoubtedly hold Carol accountable for the incident. Perhaps Secretary Ross would seize this opportunity to convene a press conference and hearing, urging Carol to sign the Sokovia Accords. If she refused, the pressure would mount on S.H.I.E.L.D., as they had previously implicated Ross in Congress under the pretext of endangering national security. Now, with Captain Marvel's assault on the military aircraft, she would naturally be charged with the same offenses. Rory boarded another military aircraft back to the military base. Once he disembarked, his first stop was the underground laboratory. Mr. Hollis, the Immortal, was engaged in a card game with several lab assistants. Upon seeing Rory return, he promptly dropped his cards and exclaimed, "Hello, Mr. Rory. I thought you had been apprehended. It has been several days since we last saw you." As Rory donned his lab coat, he inquired, "Why are you so concerned about me?" Mr. Hollis shrugged, replying, "You are not among those soldiers, and you refuse to let me go. You cannot fathom how arduous life is here." Hollis merely sought a temporary respite from his numerous wives, not genuinely wishing to renounce indulgence. Having spent some time together, Rory had come to discern Hollis's true nature. With a dismissive snort, Rory entered the experimental area. "Be patient, Mr. Hollis. There are still a few experiments to complete, and I shall release you in a few days." The laboratory, previously ravaged by Rory, had been meticulously restored, with all equipment replaced anew. Extracting a sample of his own blood using a vibranium needle, he immediately commenced his observational experiments. Rory had now fully harnessed cosmic energy and sought to understand its connection to his genetic makeup, perhaps uncovering a means to acquire additional superpowers. Upon observation, he noted a significant increase in the vitality of the blood cells, with a greater abundance of substances within the cell membranes that conducted cosmic energy. However, the limitation preventing Rory from utilizing cosmic energy did not reside within his blood. He had attempted to emit energy beams through his eyes, akin to Icarus, or to project energy orbs from his hands like the Golden Man, yet regardless of his efforts, he was unable to succeed. What on earth is going on? Rory pondered, having studied this conundrum for an extensive period without resolution. He was even oblivious to the operational mechanics of cosmic energy, only aware that his body sustained its energy use by absorbing the surrounding cosmic energy. Yet that was the extent of his knowledge. He remained engrossed in his work until the late hours of the night when his assistant approached him. "Dr. Rory, Mr. Ross wishes to see you." "Where is he?" "He is waiting for you at your residence." Rory nodded, removed his gloves and mask, and after stepping out of the experimental area, hung his lab coat on a rack. Upon returning to his dwelling, he found Secretary Ross seated by the fireplace, a glass of whiskey in one hand and a cigar in the other, basking in the glow of the flames. Rory approached the bar to pour himself a glass of water before taking a seat opposite Ross. "The serum is complete and ready for experimentation." Ross waved his hand with a smile. "I did not come for that today. I merely wish to inquire about your relationship with Captain Marvel, Carol." Ross had gleaned from military reports the details of Rory's confrontation with Carol, noting that she still retained her military status. Initially, Carol's disappearance had been deemed a sacrifice, her file sealed, yet she remained classified as an active soldier, with no one expecting her survival. By the time Carol reemerged, she had become an immensely powerful superhero, prompting the military to retain this connection to the present day. Rory nonchalantly replied, "What else could it be? Naturally, she wishes to capture me to exact vengeance on Steve." Ross held no less disdain for Steve than he did for the Hulk. Let us not forget that it was Steve who had vehemently opposed the Sokovia Accords proposed by Ross. Yet she failed. Who would have thought even Captain Marvel would not be your match? Ross's eyes sparkled with fervor. With that singular achievement, Ross was convinced that the collaboration between himself and Rory was undeniably justified. At this moment, Ross harbored ambitions of establishing a team of superpowered individuals, centered around Rory, with the intent of supplanting both the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. Unbeknownst to Rory, who remained blissfully unaware of Ross's true intentions, he remarked nonchalantly, "It's not a victory. At best, it's a stalemate." Rory acknowledged his helplessness in the face of Carol's ability to fly, a skill he lacked. With a cigar in hand, Secretary of State Ross chuckled, "Leave this matter to me. I shall, in the name of the nation, impose restrictions on Captain Marvel's actions, and give us H.I.E.L.D. a taste of being the accused." He continued, I have submitted my application as an independent candidate for the presidency, and starting next month, I will engage in roadshows and debates, with the assistance of the members of the Immortality Society to help raise funds and garner votes. Rory exhibited no interest in politics and stifled a yawn, stating, "There's no need to share such matters with me. Just ensure that you fulfill your promises." He added, "What I mean is, when can we expect the completion of the second batch of the Immortality Serum?" It had been some time since the first batch had been successfully administered, and no adverse reactions had emerged. Those who received the injections exhibited marked improvements in their health, igniting the interest of onlookers. After a moment of contemplation, Rory responded, "We have a small quantity of raw materials left, sufficient for a maximum of 10 doses. However, I will need the blood samples of the recipients sent to me for testing first." Although Ross did not comprehend Rory's insistence on prior blood testing, he did not press further and readily acquiesced. Chapter 58. The new Avengers prepare for the Worldbreaker. As dawn broke, Roy stepped outside, his hands clasped in prayer, conjuring a colossal golden sword. He endeavored to concentrate all his energy into his palms, hoping to enhance his mastery over cosmic energy through rigorous training. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, the sword he manifested reached a mere 2.5 meters in length. This limitation pertained to the cosmic energy itself, not to Roy's inherent capabilities. He resembled a data cable, where the volume of data transmitted was contingent not upon him, but rather on the quantity of cosmic energy flowing into his being. It appeared that some unseen force restricted his capacity to absorb energy, potentially a remnant of the Celestial Tribe's modifications to the Eternal Clan. At the new Avengers headquarters, a charred Nick Fury glared at Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, who wore an expression of indifference. Just 10 minutes prior, Fury had received documents from the hearing, demanding a satisfactory explanation from Carol and S.H.I.E.L.D. regarding the military aircraft incident. Furthermore, Carol, still retaining her military status, had received a summons from the military court. What was once a chance to placate Secretary Ross had now devolved into a predicament for both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers due to this incident. "Carol, you're not to go anywhere for the time being. I will handle the rest, and from now on, I shall dictate when we take action," Fury asserted. Carol merely shrugged, remaining silent. Suddenly, a portal illuminated Nick Fury's office, and a mage named Wong supported the weakened Dr. Strange as they stepped through. "Dr. Strange, what brings you here?" Fury inquired, taken aback by his unexpected arrival. Strange had not been seen since he and Wanda fell into a dimensional rift after the Battle of New York. Strange shook his head. "I was rescued by the supreme sorcerers of other universes. Wanda remains trapped in the dimensional space. He and Wanda had engaged in a fierce battle, both still not having advanced to the level of sorcerers, thus rendering their confrontation evenly matched. After their fall into the rift, he had intended to return immediately, but the influence of dimensional forces had hindered him from reopening the rift. Fortunately, he managed to communicate with the supreme sorcerers of other realms, thereby narrowly escaping with his life, but Wanda was left behind." Fury hastily asked, "Why haven't you brought Wanda back?" "I am temporarily unable to do so due to the influence of dimensional forces. I require a period of rest," Strange replied. "I have come to warn you of something crucial. Roy is the Worldbreaker, and once he matures, he will surpass even Thanos in menace. We must capture him swiftly." Captain Marvel, intrigued, asked, "What does Worldbreaker mean?" The mage, supporting Strange, elucidated, "It is a term used within the realm of sorcery. Such individuals possess the ability to disrupt the timeline, and any alteration to the timeline's trajectory could culminate in its obliteration." Dr. Strange elaborated that safeguarding the timeline had traditionally been the responsibility of the sorcerers. However, having lost the Eye of Agamotto, he found himself unable to confront the World Ender alone. Thus, he deemed it imperative to gather a larger coalition to combat this threat, and the sooner, the better. Both Nick Fury and Captain Marvel comprehended the gravity of the situation. The presence of Rory would disrupt the natural order of the world, and if not addressed swiftly, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Nick Fury inquired, "Dr. Strange, cannot you and Carol together contend with him?" Before Strange could respond, Carol interjected, "I recently engaged him in combat, and to be candid, he is formidable, particularly with his ability to conjure weapons. I can withstand a few blows, but with a few more, even I would sustain injuries. Has he grown stronger? Strange questioned, perplexed. And what do you mean by conjuring weapons? Upon Carol's clarification, a look of alarm crossed Strange's face. Are you suggesting he can transform into a golden luminescence at will? Carol nodded gravely. We are in deep trouble. The spells employed by the sorcerers also harnessed cosmic energy, and upon hearing Carol's description, Strange realized that Rory was wielding the same source of power. The original Rory had nearly reached an invulnerable state, even withstanding the might of Dr. Banner. If he was now manipulating cosmic energy, it was likely that even the combined efforts of Strange and Captain Marvel would fall short against Rory. We require additional assistance, and we must act swiftly, Strange lamented. The severity of the predicament dawned upon everyone present. Nick Fury promptly summoned Maria Hill and instructed, Hill, immediately seek out Dr. Banner. I will find Thor. Carol added, I'll assist with that. Fury nodded decisively. Let us mobilize at once. I will reach out to other superpowered individuals. We have only 3 days until the second hearing, and if it does not go well, we cannot afford to dwell on uncertainties, Strange asserted resolutely. The threat posed by the World Ender was a concern that weighed heavily on all Supreme Sorcerers. Although the destruction of the timeline would result in the World Ender's disappearance, no one wished for their world to perish. What troubled Strange most was not only Rory's strength but also his proficiency in time travel. If Rory were to escape to another timeline, the ramifications would be even more dire. In a short span, SHIELD assembled a considerable number of superpowered individuals. Now, they awaited Carol's retrieval of Thor, and once Strange regained his strength, they could promptly initiate their offensive against Rory. Unbeknownst to Rory, SHIELD was gathering forces to confront him while he was engrossed in conducting a mass enhancement experiment with the super soldier serum. Ross intended to establish a super soldier squad designed to serve as a replacement for the Avengers in safeguarding the world. Rory believed that facing the Avengers alone would be arduous. He required an army. Thus, the two quickly aligned their ambitions and commenced the selection of candidates from the super soldier program within the military. There are only 2 requirements: loyalty and absolute loyalty. Character and ability are entirely outside of Rory's considerations. Ross entices politicians with the elixir of immortality, while Rory creates an army with the super serum. As soon as Rory emerged from the laboratory, he summoned the immortal Mr. Hollis. Mr. Hollis, I require half a brain. Please bear with me. Hollis. Based on Rory's conjecture, Mr. Hollis's superpower originates from an entangled relationship between himself and cosmic energy. It can be perceived as another manifestation of cosmic energy. As long as cosmic energy exists, he remains immortal and indestructible. The dilemma is that Rory has never been able to uncover the reason for Hollis's immortality, and today he suddenly felt an impulse to examine Hollis's mind. Chapter 59. The heretic desiring to revive Steve Angus, the laboratory assistant, is among Secretary Ross's most trusted confidants. Yet he has not participated in the super soldier experiments. Instead, he has been assigned to the Captain America research team. Angus, are you certain you have acquired the skills of Dr. Lowry? Angus confidently nods, yes, Mr. Ross. Although I do not possess Dr. Lowry's experimental data, I have meticulously replicated his experimental procedures, during which I have discovered many intriguing elements. Within the confines of a military base office, Ross sits behind his desk, observing Angus standing opposite him. His original intention for assigning Angus to Dr. Lowry's laboratory was to supervise, yet Angus harbors his own aspirations, even audaciously attempting to replicate Lowry's experiments. Despite lacking certain unknown experimental materials, Angus is convinced that he has grasped the essence of Lowry's work through his interpretations of the process. Angus is not merely a mad scientist. He is also an ardent admirer of Captain America. Thus, he proposes to Ross that he take sole charge of the experimental team. Ross furrows his brow and inquires, why do you insist on being assigned to the Captain America research team? Dr. Lowry has developed a technique for activating genetic cells, and I wish to explore whether it is possible to resurrect Captain America. If successful, it would represent humanity's most monumental advancement. Resurrection is a fallacy, a taboo within the biological realm, Yet some researchers believe they can transcend the shackles of life, with even more audacious individuals aspiring to elevate themselves to the status of deities. Mr. Immortal can be revived due to his superhuman abilities. Even the infinitely audacious Lowry merely scratched the surface of research on this topic before recognizing its futility and abandoning any further inquiries. Lowry sought to possess the capability, rather than to revive the deceased. In the words of a biologist, we study life but do not desecrate it. Angus evidently disregards the sanctity of life. Ross, lacking comprehension of these nuances, hesitates for a while before conceding, "Very well, the Captain America research team will be entrusted to you. You have 6 months. If you do not produce results within that time frame, you are dismissed." A designated area within the military base has been allocated specifically for the creation and training of super soldiers. In the training facility, Lowry is conducting physical assessments on a freshly minted super soldier. With the completion of the 17th super soldier trial, the physical data appears normal, with a strength enhancement of 137, meeting the established standards. After recording the data, Lowry beckons to the 17th super soldier, "Adhere to the dietary standards. Do not consume any hormone-infused foods until your body stabilizes. Report to the laboratory daily for blood sample testing. I need to monitor your physiological changes." "Yes, sir." Thus far, Lowry has successfully created 17 super soldiers. Initially, there were some newly transformed soldiers who resisted management, but after enduring a stern reprimand from Lowry, they all fell into line. These soldiers exceed the capabilities of ordinary individuals, and even the most elite special forces are no match for them. However, they remain insignificant in Lowry's presence. "That will be all. You may proceed to training. Remember to rest and avoid overexerting your physical potential." "Yes, sir." After saluting, Soldier 17 swiftly turned and jogged back to the training ground, joining the other 16 super soldiers in their rigorous regimen. Rory returned to the laboratory, inputting the genetic data of the 17 super soldiers into the computer for comparison. The super serum, modified by Rory, exhibited far greater maturity and stability than the serum created by Dr. Ekins. The sole drawback was that, constrained by human genetic strength, the enhanced super soldiers barely achieved a B-level proficiency and could not progress further. The following day, as Rory prepared to commence the enhancement experiment for Super Soldier 18, Ross approached him once again. The hearing had concluded, and Captain Marvel Carol was restricted from utilizing her superpowers, while SHIELD was mandated by Congress to undergo investigation. Ross was in high spirits. This latest crackdown on superpowered individuals had significantly elevated his public profile, propelling the approval ratings for his presidential candidacy. Moreover, there was another piece of news that I deemed essential to relay to you. James Rhodes has gone missing. Rory inquired. Perplexed, is he still alive? He was aware of the weight behind his own kick. Had it been a regular person, they would surely have perished. However, that was not the case. Rhodes had been hospitalized with a fractured cervical spine, with only his head and right hand still functional, yet he had mysteriously vanished from the rehabilitation center the previous day. After a moment of contemplation, Rory muttered, "Damn it, could it be the Skrulls?" "What did you say?" Ross, unable to hear clearly, pressed for clarification. "I said," just as Rory began to speak, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted above them. Both Rory and Ross felt a distinct tremor beneath their feet in the underground laboratory, followed by an abrupt power outage that plunged the entire facility into darkness. The blaring alarm and flashing red lights activated simultaneously. "What is happening? Why did the ground suddenly shake?" General Ross exclaimed in fear, retreating to a corner. Rory remained composed. "It's not an earthquake. Someone has breached our defenses." "You mean the Avengers?" With a swift motion, Rory conjured a magnificent sword in his hands and effortlessly sliced through the metallic door of the laboratory, cleaving it in two. With the power down, the elevator was rendered inoperable. Rory pried open the elevator doors and leaped into the shaft, propelling himself upward twice until he reached the surface. Upon emerging from the elevator, he was met with the sight of a colossal green figure rampaging through the laboratory. It was not harming the ordinary personnel but was engaged in combat with several super soldiers. "Banner!" Rory shouted, uniting his hands to manifest a golden greatsword, which he swung with force. The immense sword pierced through the overhead floor, leaving a gash, and then struck Banner squarely in the back. With a thunderous crash, Banner's massive form was sent flying out of the experimental building, a spray of green blood cascading forth, splattering onto Ross, who had just crawled out behind Rory. Roar! Dr. Banner rose, standing outside the building and bellowing, showing no intention of re-entering. Rory stepped out of the laboratory, wielding the great sword, and was momentarily stunned by the scene unfolding before him. Familiar faces materialized before Rory, each adorned in the battle attire of the Avengers, clearly prepared for confrontation. Armored vehicles and tanks advanced from the far side of the base, encircling the assembly of superheroes, while soldiers stood ready, weapons drawn. Above, 2 helicopters hovered, their mounted machine guns aimed squarely at the new Avengers. "Rory, surrender. I'll shoot your legs off," came a taunt, and without further ado, the conflict erupted. After uttering a curse, Bruce Banner surged forward, prompting Rory to swing his colossal sword mercilessly. Aware of the formidable nature of the golden blade, Banner refrained from a direct confrontation. As Rory swung the sword again, Captain Marvel swiftly approached, unleashing energy blasts from both hands that forced Rory back a couple of steps. As the skirmish commenced, the soldiers on the opposite side wasted no time in pulling the triggers. Gunfire erupted, and the machine guns on the helicopters unleashed a torrent of bullets, causing the new Avengers to scatter and engage in their individual battles. Young Spider-Man Peter Parker aimed to ensnare the soldiers with his web shooters, seeking to subdue them without inflicting harm. Meanwhile, Jessica Jones and Luke Cage from the Defenders unleashed a relentless barrage against the armored vehicles and tanks. Suddenly, War Machine soared in from a distance, deftly damaging the tail rotors of the 2 helicopters, compelling them to make an emergency landing. The Avengers, intent on rescuing Rory, had no intention of harming the ordinary soldiers in the fray. Chapter 60. Rory and the second clash with the Avengers. The air was filled with the thunderous roar of 17 Gatling guns, their relentless barrage weaving a deadly net that bore down upon the Avengers. The emergence of these 17 super soldiers immediately imposed immense pressure on the heroes. Peter Parker, upon hearing the commotion, swiftly launched a web that ensnared the airborne war machine, allowing him to swing behind the ranks of the super soldiers. Yet, as he managed to entangle one soldier's wrist, his web was violently torn apart in an instant, followed by a crushing punch that landed squarely on his face. "My nose!" Members of the Defenders rushed to his aid, but the super soldiers, having discarded their spent Gatling guns, surged forward. In a mere exchange, the quartet from the Defenders found themselves overwhelmed and pressed down to the ground. "Damn it! They are not ordinary foes. Someone, hurry up and assist." Responding to the call, Black Panther and Winter Soldier joined the fray, yet they too struggled to fully subdue the formidable super soldiers. These were not merely enhanced individuals. They were military personnel, rigorously trained and disciplined. Though individually they may not surpass the Avengers, their sheer numbers proved to be a daunting challenge, and a flurry of their chaotic fists could easily overwhelm even the mightiest of heroes. Meanwhile, Rory wielded his colossal sword, relentlessly pursuing Captain Marvel and the Hulk with a flurry of strikes. The Green Giant hurled a jeep at him, which Rory cleaved in two with a single swing. The severed have skidded across the concrete, igniting spilled gasoline with a resounding explosion behind Rory, casting his shadow in a flickering dance of flames. As Captain Marvel soared in for another energy blast, Rory swiftly conjured a shield to block the oncoming attack. He then shrank the shield, channeling the surplus energy into his other hand to form a one-handed sword. While fending off Captain Marvel's assaults, he pressed onward towards Banner. Though Banner's resilience was undeniable, the nature of cosmic energy-infused weaponry was far beyond mere sharpness. It could slice through ordinary metal as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. To withstand such power, one would require an equal force. Captain Marvel hovered in midair, launching her offensive as Rory spun in a flurry of evasive maneuvers. Suddenly, seizing the opportunity while Rory's back was turned, the Green Giant, Banner, charged in with a savage momentum. Just as he was about to collide with Rory, the wall of the laboratory erupted, bricks scattering as another Hulk emerged, seizing Banner in a fierce embrace. The two titans tumbled across the ground, quickly engaging in a fierce struggle. Everyone present was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, including Rory himself. "Red Hulk? The confrontation between the Red Hulk and Green Giant unfolded without any semblance of defense, as they exchanged brutal blows. This Red Hulk was none other than Ross, who had emerged from the underground laboratory just moments prior. Fearing that the enhancement serum would be compromised, he had taken the serum and climbed up the elevator shaft. In a stroke of misfortune, the vial containing the serum shattered, its shards slicing through Ross's arm and inadvertently mingling with the blood of the Green Giant. Thus, the Red Hulk was born. The two giants clashed with thunderous impacts, while the others remained entangled with the 17 super soldiers. Laurie chuckled mischievously, brandishing his great sword as he charged once more at Captain Marvel. With a swift and ferocious strike, he brought the blade down upon her forehead before she could even react. Thud! History repeated itself as Carol was once again knocked to the ground. The solid concrete floor was dented deeply, and with Laurie's relentless assault, cracks began to spiderweb outward from the impact site. Come on, get up, Laurie taunted, swinging his sword with glee. Dazed and disoriented, Carol could only muster a blinding golden light to feebly defend herself. Whoosh, 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 boom. A radiant beam of 7 colors descended from the heavens, and a tempestuous battle axe soared forth from within, sending Laurie flying several meters away. Oh, my apologies for being fashionably late. Are you all doing all right? Thor, the mighty god of thunder, emerged from the Rainbow Bridge, accompanied by the stone giant, Korg. He believed himself to be quite amusing, yet no one paid him any heed, for they were all preoccupied. Red Hulk lifted an airplane and hurled it at the Green Giant, who, in his fury, retaliated by throwing a tank at Red Hulk, missing him and instead crushing several ordinary soldiers beneath it. Thor, astonished, inquired, "Hey, is he Banner's cousin?" Carol rubbed her forehead and rose to her feet, pointing at Laurie. "That man is Laurie." Thor turned to regard Laurie, who was also casting a glance in his direction. Buzz! The battle axe returned to Thor's grasp as he grinned, asking, "Are you planning to come with me now? Or shall I give you a beating first before taking you away?" Thor, the mightiest Avenger, wielded a weapon capable of cleaving through energy attacks of the 6 Infinity Stones, which he had once used to sever Thanos' head. Presently, the battle axe in Thor's hand was the only weapon that posed a genuine threat to Laurie. However, Laurie was far from surrendering. Having come this far alone, he had never known fear. With a cold chuckle, he replied, "Perhaps I should keep you here." Thor's smile faded as he hefted the battle axe, executing his signature move as he leapt high into the air and brought the axe down mightily towards Laurie. Boom! The axe struck the ground, creating a deep crater, then swiftly adjusted direction for a horizontal sweep aimed at Laurie. Clang! Laurie's giant sword met the battle axe in a fierce clash. The two exchanged blows for a prolonged period, and with each strike, Thor's astonishment grew. This unknown adversary proved to be his equal. The longer the skirmish lasted, the more disadvantageous it became for the Avengers. Reinforcements were arriving in droves, with artillery and tanks converging on the periphery, all barrels trained on the battlefield. 2 bomb-laden aircraft streaked across the sky, poised to unleash their firepower at any moment. Swish! Suddenly, a portal illuminated, and Dr. Strange emerged, restored to full power. As he materialized, he employed the spell of the astral form, conjuring dozens of duplicates that positioned themselves above Laurie, unleashing a flurry of rune whips aimed at him. He had used this very tactic against Thanos. Instantly, Laurie found himself bound, unable to move. "Thor, quickly!" Strange shouted. With both hands gripping his axe, Thor unleashed a powerful swing aimed at Rory. The blade shimmered with a cold glint, accompanied by a sound that sliced through the air, intent on cleaving Rory in two. For a moment, Rory found himself ensnared by the control of the rune whip, his eyes wide as he summoned all the cosmic energy within him. With a swift motion, the colossal sword in his grasp vanished, and golden cosmic energy coalesced into a radiant armor that enveloped him. The armor, woven from strands of golden light, appeared exceptionally resplendent in the night, illuminating the surrounding space. The storm axe collided with the golden armor, producing a resounding clang, as arcs of blue lightning intertwined with the golden cosmic energy, erupting in a wave of brilliance. Thor was sent hurtling backward while Strange, who had been tugging at the rune whip, stumbled clumsily. Temporarily regaining some mobility, Rory conjured 2 daggers, deftly slicing through the rune whips that bound him. A chuckle escaped Rory's lips, but he quickly silenced himself. He had intended to remark, "You should have severed my head," yet he reconsidered, some things perhaps ought not to be said. The massive sword reappeared in his hand, and with a single stroke, he sent the dazed Thor flying. Thor collided with Strange's physical form, causing a multitude of illusions to vanish instantaneously. The surrounding troops had now formed a tightening encirclement, gradually advancing amidst the incessant sounds of gunfire and cannon blasts. Suddenly, a shadow darted past Rory. His instincts heightened, he instinctively swung his colossal sword, cleaving the shadow in 2. To his surprise, it was Yelena, the second Black Widow, hurled by a super soldier, who unexpectedly met the edge of Rory's blade, twitching briefly before her life force dissipated. Rory paused, momentarily taken aback. He had assumed it was merely a thrown weapon, not realizing it was a person. Chapter 61. Fate must be in our own hands. Rory remained unfazed by the severed second-generation Black Widow, wielding his colossal sword as he relentlessly pursued and struck at Thor. With a resounding clang, the stone giant Korg attempted to block the blow with his club, only to be cleaved in 2. Rory countered with an elbow strike, sending Korg crashing to the ground, scattering a heap of small stones. Just as he prepared to deliver a finishing blow to the fallen Korg, he was intercepted by the Stormbreaker axe. Standing opposite Rory were Thor, Captain Marvel, and Doctor Strange. Strange glanced at those entangled in combat with 17 super soldiers and declared, "Rory, cease this madness. You have lost." With his shield in one hand and long sword in the other, Rory assumed a battle stance, proclaiming, "Life is never merely a matter of victory or defeat. No one can dictate my destiny. No one." He turned, pointing his sword fiercely, and commanded, "Kill them. Leave no one alive." Despite having shared a fleeting night with Jessica Jones, in this adversarial context, any mercy would be a betrayal of his own life. With a resounding roar, the 17 super soldiers unleashed their full might. 2 engaged Black Panther, 2 ensnared Spider-Man, 1 confronted the Winter Soldier, while the remaining soldiers launched a frenzied assault on the Defenders Quartet. Daredevil, wielding dual batons, fended off the assaults before a dagger suddenly appeared from the side, slicing through his ribs, followed by further strikes to his abdomen and arm. Wounded, Daredevil struggled to withstand the onslaught, soon succumbing to multiple stabs, collapsing to the ground in a pool of crimson. Matt, Iron Fist Danny Rand charged forward, delivering a powerful blow that sent the super soldier attacking Jessica Jones flying. Just as he aimed to rescue Daredevil, he was overwhelmed by 3 super soldiers who pinned him down, mercilessly pounding him into the ground. With a crack, his right hand, which had unleashed an energy punch, was broken and bent backward. As the super soldiers prepared to plunge a tactical dagger into Danny Rand's heart, the indomitable Luke Cage charged in, his body absorbing the impact as he shoved the super soldiers aside to lift Danny. However, more super soldiers surged forward, collectively seizing Luke's limbs and dragging him before a tank, pinning him beneath its treads. Luke struggled and roared, yet could not free himself from the weight of the heavy tank. The next targets were Black Panther and the Winter Soldier. If this continued, all the superheroes would perish here. Doctor Strange swiftly raised his hands to conjure a portal, transporting the Defenders Quartet along with Black Panther and the Winter Soldier to safety. With their targets gone, the 17 super soldiers turned their attention toward Spider-Man Peter Parker. "Oh my God!" A web shot forth, propelling him away from the super soldiers. Mid-flight, a portal appeared before him, and in the next moment, the young hero escaped the battlefield. Rory swung his golden sword, commanding, "Now go and slay the Hulk." The 17 super soldiers surged toward Bruce Banner, who was already evenly matched with Red Hulk. Faced with this new wave of super soldiers, Banner found himself utterly overwhelmed. Captain Marvel, Carol, was eager to assist, while Rory dashed across the ground in pursuit, resolutely determined. A golden energy shield intercepted Captain Marvel's energy blasts, as a sword in hand lunged directly at the Hulk. Unable to contend with the airborne threat, Rory focused on the adversaries on the ground. Suddenly, a portal materialized, and Bruce Banner was whisked away by Strange. With a thunderous roar, Red Hulk raised his arms skyward, expressing his fury. The others were oblivious to Red Hulk's identity. Yet Rory understood all too well. The Hulk had become a fixation in Ross's mind, and today marked a rare victory for him. Rory turned to face the trio. Thor, Doctor Strange, and Captain Marvel, pitted against Rory and Red Hulk, accompanied by 17 super soldiers. "Bring that magician down," he commanded, prompting all super soldiers to draw their sidearms and aim at Strange. While Thor and Captain Marvel could withstand missiles with their physical prowess, Strange was vulnerable. His mortal frame could not withstand gunfire without dire consequences. Alarmed, Strange activated his energy shield. A few super soldiers scrambled to retrieve a Gatling gun, preparing to unleash the most ferocious modern firepower upon Strange. As two supporting helicopters arrived, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the airborne Strange and Captain Marvel, while ground-based anti-aircraft artillery opened fire. Fortunately, Captain Marvel shielded Strange from behind. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to mere fragments. Frustrated, Thor swung his Stormbreaker, intent on destroying the helicopters and the cadre of super soldiers below. Rory scoffed, brandishing his energy shield and sword as he charged forward. The shield absorbed the impact of the axe, and he retaliated with a swift strike. At that moment, Rory finally grasped the joy that Steve Rogers experienced. Having a shield was indeed advantageous. Just as Rory and Thor were locked in battle, an urgent voice crackled through the communicator. "Retreat immediately. Cease all hostilities now." But Rory began.
No bats.
"We cannot harm civilians, nor can we endanger military personnel. That is an order." With new allies joining, the remaining Avengers were gradually withdrawing from the battlefield, making it increasingly difficult for the remaining trio to subdue Rory. To avoid collateral damage, retreat was the only option. Captain Marvel glanced at Strange and said, "There's no time left. We must go." Though reluctant, Strange nodded in resignation, and a portal appeared behind him, whisking him away in an instant. Carol transformed into a streak of golden light, ascending into the sky, with Thor following closely, wielding his Stormbreaker as he took flight. Thus, the unexpected conflict came to an abrupt end. The military base lay in ruins, the devastation largely attributed to the two colossal beings. Red Hulk approached Rory with heavy footsteps, gazing intently without uttering a word. Rory retracted his cosmic energy weapon and inquired, "Is there no way back?" Red Hulk exhaled a wave of heat and nodded. Despite the military base's experimental facility being left in tatters, the underground laboratory remained largely unaffected. Rory returned to the underground laboratory with Ross, who had transformed into the Red Hulk. Upon extracting a sample of his blood, it was revealed that the Red Hulk's blood shimmered with a golden hue, and like the Green Giant, it contained gamma radiation. Logically, one would deduce that Ross had been transformed into the Red Hulk by the formidable Samuel Stearns. But could it be that Ross had undergone some form of modification by Stearns? However, upon further reflection, the timeline seemed incongruous, leaving Rory somewhat bewildered. After conducting a series of tests and data analyses, Rory approached Ross, who was crouched on the ground, and inquired, "Have you ever encountered someone named Samuel Stearns?" Ross, feeling quite unwell in the cramped confines of the underground laboratory where he was unable to stand or even raise his head, shook his head vigorously in response. "No." Rory had merely asked out of curiosity and continued, "I cannot ascertain why you have transformed in this manner. I could administer an injection of a suppressant to inhibit the mutated genes within you. It may restore you to your former state, although there are inherent risks. The decision is yours." The suppressant was a serum extracted from the blood of a laboratory mouse. After being injected with the serum derived from Thanos, the mouse did not gain any enhanced powers, but its genes had the capability to suppress those of other organisms, making it suitable for the suppressant. After a moment of contemplation, Ross replied in a low voice, "Very well. Proceed with the injection." Chapter 62. The facade of the bulk Avengers at this pivotal moment in Ross's presidential campaign. He could not afford to present himself as the Red Hulk. After much deliberation, he ultimately opted for the allure of power. While there are numerous superpowered beings, there is only one presidency. Fortunately, no one knew that the Red Hulk was Ross. Rory retrieved a suppressor and inserted it into a vibranium-made dart gun, selecting a relatively vulnerable area to inject into Ross's body. As soon as the serum entered his system, Ross felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, the crimson hue of his skin gradually fading until it returned to its original complexion. His massive form began to shrink. Bones reformed and muscles atrophied, and within mere moments, he reverted to his human shape. "I only have a lab coat. You may wear it for now," Laurie said. Once restored to his human form, Ross appeared exceedingly fatigued. Donning the lab coat handed to him, he inquired, "Will I experience sudden transformations in the future? Is there a way for me to control these changes?" Laurie shook his head. "I am not certain. You will need to explore this on your own. If all else fails, you might consult Bruce Banner. Here, take this remaining suppressor with you. If anything unexpected occurs, you can administer it to yourself." "Thank you." The power in the laboratory had been restored, and Laurie and Ross took the elevator back to the surface, where military units had already arrived to survey the scene. "This cannot simply be overlooked," Ross stated vehemently. "Attacking a military base is a grave offense, even for superheroes." Laurie cautioned, "Do not target all the Avengers at once. Perhaps start with a few of the weaker ones." While speaking, he gestured toward a nearby group, and 17 super soldiers promptly lined up before him. "At ease, Commander." They saluted. Laurie nodded. "Numbers 4 and 7. Accompany Mr. Ross back and ensure his safety." "Yes, sir." The 17 super soldiers complied obediently, while Ross's brow furrowed slightly. Super soldiers revered strength, and these individuals had yet to grasp the full extent of Laurie's prowess. Today would enlighten them on just how formidable he truly was. They would find it challenging to contend with even a few ordinary superheroes, while Laurie could single-handedly face the most elite Avengers, showcasing a level of power that was incomparable. Laurie then addressed Ross. "The remainder may stay here for now. There are additional experiments that require their assistance. Please inform me when you apprehend the Avengers. I will bring a team to assist." Ross nodded in agreement. "That would be prudent. It would be advantageous to enhance the number of super soldiers to prevent feeling overwhelmed in future encounters with the Avengers." Laurie merely smiled, offering no further comment. The Avengers' recent assault had decimated a military base, akin to the actions of terrorists, and represented a blatant provocation against the authorities. In the aftermath, the Avengers would undoubtedly face scrutiny and possible capture from official forces. As Ross's transport arrived, he suddenly turned back and said, "Laurie, I wish to assign a designation to the Super Soldier Squad. What do you think of the Name-Night Legion?" "This is your right," Laurie replied nonchalantly. "The Knights Legion? Who is the king?" "At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. The recently returned personnel from the military base were embroiled in a heated debate. The first to speak was War Machine Rhodes, who was expected to be hospitalized, destined to live the remainder of his life in a wheelchair. Contrary to expectations, he had not only recovered swiftly but was also capable of operating the war machine once again. "Thor, I bear no ill will towards you, yet I believe you must shoulder at least half of the responsibility for this operation." Thor, who despised being blamed, retorted, "It is not my inadequacy. It is yours for being unable to contend. If accountability is to be assigned, perhaps you should reflect more on your own shortcomings." "Yet, it was indeed your tardiness that cannot be denied," interjected Iron Fist Danny Rand, his arm in a cast, glaring as he spoke. "Was there no effort to ascertain the enemy's strength before the operation? 17 super soldiers, and now Matt is dead. Someone must be held accountable for this." Among the defenders, only Jessica Jones fared somewhat better, while the others were in disarray. Particularly Luke Cage, who, had it not been for the portal, might still have been pinned beneath the tank. "Do not seek excuses for your weakness. It renders you akin to a coward," Peter Parker concurred. "I felt as though I were facing 17 captains. Their movements were swifter and their blows more brutal. Mr. Fury instructed us not to harm the soldiers, which was exceedingly difficult. Indeed, Nick Fury should bear the brunt of the blame. Someone must be deemed a fool for this operation's failure. I do not wish to risk my life in the next endeavor." With Yelena deceased, Banner remarked, "We should contemplate how to explain this to Clint Barton. And that Red Hulk, who restrained Dr. Banner, cost us substantial strength. Otherwise, we might have had a fighting chance," he continued. "Without Hawkeye, Barton, our team struggles to secure victory." The atmosphere in the conference room was stifling, as all sought excuses for the operation's failure, particularly in light of the loss of 2 superheroes, a significant blow indeed. Nick Fury remained silent, his expression dark, while Dr. Strange let out a heavy sigh. Maria Hill quietly remarked, "This scene reminds me of the early days of the Avengers. Back then, we had Captain America and Tony Stark to guide us towards the right path." Fury understood this all too well. Without a reliable leader, internal strife would inevitably arise. "We require more thorough preparation," Strange advised Fury. "Everyone must unite, and it would be prudent to enlist additional allies to confront those super soldiers aiding Lowry. I firmly believe we can vanquish him next time." After all, Thor had previously faced Thanos. He possessed the confidence to defeat Lowry, attributing today's mishap to overconfidence. 1 hour later, the federal government issued restrictions on SHIELD agents and all members of the new Avengers, prohibiting them from leaving the country and using their superpowers, while also mandating many, including the Winter Soldier, to surrender within a specified time frame. The failure of our mission is not the only concern. I now find myself branded as a regulated individual and a fugitive, a fate that anyone would find intolerable. After the meeting, Thor sought out Dr. Strange, demanding, "Strange, I wish to understand why we must confront one known as Rory. Could we not instead integrate him into the Avengers?" Strange shook his head, replying, "It is impossible. He is the harbinger of annihilation, akin to Ragnarok for Asgard. As long as Rory draws breath, he embodies Earth's own Ragnarok. The memory of Asgard's twilight remains vivid for Thor, where the fire giant Surtur vanquished his sister Hela, leading to the ruin of Asgard's celestial realm." Thor was uncertain of the basis upon which Strange concluded that Rory would bring about the world's destruction, and he was disinclined to dwell on such matters. With the stone being Korg at his side, Thor exited the building, stepping into the open space, and raised his Stormbreaker, which summoned a magnificent beam of multicolored light. Chapter 63. Extracting information from a good child is quite simple. The seven-colored rainbow bridge manifested in the quaint town of Asgard in Norway. Emerging from the bridge, Thor and Korg gazed in bewilderment at the dilapidated state of Asgard, a place that appeared to have endured its own cataclysm. "What on earth has transpired?" Korg shrugged. "Perhaps it is the retribution of that individual?" The Valkyrie, having just rescued someone from the ruins, approached upon seeing the rainbow bridge. "Thor, the people of Asgard are in dire need of you. It is the Godslayer." Thor had been aware of the Godslayer's presence prior to his return, yet he never anticipated such a swift assault on Asgard while he was occupied dealing with lore. Fortunately, a friend had assisted him last night. "Perhaps you should meet her." The military base had entered the post-war reconstruction phase, necessitating an assessment of the budget, followed by obtaining signatures from the Pentagon and the White House. Only upon securing funds could construction commence. Although Lore's underground laboratory escaped significant damage, the reconstruction above would inevitably halt experiments below, requiring a prolonged cessation of all trials. That night, Lore stood in the secluded garden behind his residence, eyes tightly shut, attuning himself to the cosmic energy within. When Thor's storm axe had swung towards him, Lore, in a moment of desperation, conjured armor from cosmic energy to deflect the fatal blow. After a brief meditation, Lore reversed the cosmic energy coalescing in his hands, golden light cascading up his arms, enveloping his shoulders, body, and finally flowing to his feet, encasing him in brilliant golden armor. From a distance, he appeared to resemble a golden saint? Wasn't it stated that programmed cosmic energy could not be altered? Why was he able to do so? Lore pondered this intriguing question, yet no answers were forthcoming. While controlling the armor, Lore sought to concentrate energy in his hands to manifest a weapon. After several breaths, he managed to conjure only a short sword of ordinary length, the current limit of his capabilities, or rather, the limitations of his energy. Frowning deeply, Lore delved into contemplation. The cosmic energy was materializing through his body, yet the extent of its utilization did not rest solely upon him, but rather on the conversion speed of the cosmic energy itself. If he could enhance the rate of absorption, he could potentially extend the weapon's length infinitely, capable of cleaving the earth in twain. The dilemma, however, lay in his ignorance of how to accelerate the absorption of cosmic energy. The following day, Lore arrived at Ingram Street in Queens via military transport. "Sir, we have arrived. Please wait for me in the vehicle." After disembarking, Lore compared the address before entering the building. Ding dong. Click. Upon opening the door, a woman of enduring charm appeared. "Who are you?" With a warm smile, Lore inquired. "Hello, is this the Parker residence?" Aunt May nodded in confusion. "Are you Aunt May? My name is Rory, a close friend of Peter Parker. I happened to pass by today and thought I would visit Peter, if that is convenient." "Oh, of course, please come in," Aunt May replied, ushering Rory into the house. "Would you prefer coffee or tea?" she inquired. "Thank you, just a glass of plain water will suffice," Rory responded. Aunt May approached with a glass of purified water and seated herself across from Rory, asking, "Rory, is it? How did you come to know Peter?" Aunt May was not without her own defenses, as she began her subtle probing right after taking her seat. Rory took a sip of water and set the glass down, saying, "I worked with him for a while, although my role was in logistics." "Oh, is that so? Peter rarely speaks of his friends. He is rather reserved at his age, you know," Aunt May remarked half-jokingly. After conversing for about half an hour, Peter Parker returned home from school, entering the apartment building. As he approached the door, a sudden chill ran down his spine, and his spider sense triggered an intense signal of danger. With a swift motion, Peter donned his web shooter and cautiously unlocked the apartment door. "Hey Peter, your friend is here to see you," Aunt May exclaimed, enjoying her conversation with Rory. As Peter entered, he waved cheerfully. Rory, with his back to the entrance, turned to find him, and at that moment his entire body tensed, his heartbeat racing. He finally grasped the source of the overwhelming sense of peril he had felt. "Hello, Peter Parker, it seems we meet again," Rory greeted. Coughing slightly, Peter stammered, "Hi, sir. May I ask who you are?" His anxiety was palpable, and he attempted to feign ignorance. Noticing Peter's reaction, Aunt May's smile faded. It appeared that the relationship between these two was not as amicable as she had envisioned. In Peter's eyes, Rory's smile resembled the gaping maw of a ferocious dragon, offering no semblance of friendliness. "Didn't we just encounter one another at the military base yesterday? And now you claim not to know me?" Rory pressed. "I'm sorry, sir, but I don't understand what you're referring to. If there's nothing else, I must ask you to," Peter began, but Rory glanced at Aunt May, prompting Peter to immediately position himself protectively in front of her. "Sir, I believe it is time for you to leave," Peter asserted. Rory waved his hand dismissively. "No need to be anxious. I merely wish to have a conversation. If I had come with hostility, you would not be standing here so calmly. Let us talk privately." Peter's greatest fear was that Rory would use Aunt May as leverage against him. Hearing Rory's consent to let Aunt May go, Peter quickly exchanged a knowing glance with her. Though Aunt May harbored concerns, she understood that her presence would only serve as a hindrance. She promptly grabbed her keys and coat, exiting the apartment. "Please have a seat," Rory invited, gesturing to the sofa. Peter, on high alert, sat across from Rory, not daring to relax his guard. This was the weight of power that instilled such apprehension. "Peter, I am aware that you are a good boy, and thus I wish to advise you against becoming entangled in these chaotic affairs." Deep within, Peter Parker harbored a reluctance to engage in extensive dialogue with Rory, yet his tongue often raced ahead of his thoughts. "Sir, I believe it would be more prudent for you to converse with Dr. Strange rather than seek me out," he retorted. Peter Parker harbored a profound disbelief in Rory's words, for it was Rory who had callously slain Captain America and Falcon before his very eyes. Rory offered a slight smile, declaring, "Every individual possesses their own perspective. This is neither good nor bad. You are still young, and I wish to prevent you from being exploited and losing your life in vain. After all, who would look after your Aunt May? But Mr. Strange said you are the world destroyer, that you will bring about the end of the world." Peter Parker realized that he should not speak so recklessly, yet he found it nearly impossible to restrain himself, his thoughts spilling forth unbidden. Rory paused momentarily, then let out a laugh, exclaiming, "What he says is merely that words. Only a fool would believe such nonsense." This sentiment echoed the words of Ancient One. It wasn't that Rory lacked faith, but rather, he believed that the future was inherently uncertain. Otherwise, why would the history of 1970 have shifted? The ability to foresee the future presupposes that history remains immutable, and the current circumstances clearly indicate Strange's erroneous predictions. Well, let us conclude our conversation here. Those superheroes are now deemed fugitives by the federal government, and it would be wise for you to sever any close ties with them. If you find yourself with idle time, simply be your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Should there be a next time, I will not show you any mercy. Rory's purpose for visiting today was to glean information about the Avengers' plans. Before he could even begin to probe, Peter Parker inadvertently divulged everything. If the Avengers were convinced that he would bring about the world's destruction, it was certain that they would take further action against him. Subsequently, he departed Queens in a military vehicle. The time for Rory's retaliation was imminent. Chapter 64. Even the most stalwart exteriors conceal inner fragility in Hell's Kitchen. The Defenders are now reduced to a trio. Daredevil, Matt Murdock, has perished, while Iron Fist, Danny Rand, is gravely injured and now branded a fugitive by the federal authorities, who have issued a public summons for their surrender. Jessica Jones, Danny Rand, and Luke Cage convene to deliberate on the challenges that lie ahead. Luke Cage resolutely declares, "We must avenge Matt. We cannot simply withdraw. Vengeance? How shall we enact it? Should we seek retribution against the federal government, the military, or perhaps against that individual named Rory? Even the mightiest Avengers failed to subdue him. We are hardly a match." Nick Fury commands a legion of agents, bolstered by the support of the Security Council and the Avengers. While a confrontation may be improbable, life for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers will undoubtedly become arduous. Shall Matt's sacrifice be in vain? We cannot simply remain idle. Indeed, we cannot. Yet, with our limited numbers, we are powerless to effect change. We must await news from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. Danny Rand's arm requires time to heal. Whatever they aim to accomplish must be postponed until he is restored to health. Jessica Jones strides to the bar in the dining area, uncorks a bottle of whiskey, seeking solace in its embrace. Danny Rand and Luke Cage exit the restaurant, parting ways at the intersection. As Luke Cage makes his way back to the apartment, he senses an unsettling quietude enveloping the street. He quickens his pace, but as he takes a few steps, he abruptly halts. Ahead, two soldiers clad in combat gear block his path, the very super soldiers he encountered during last night's raid on the military base. Surveying his surroundings, Luke finds himself encircled, with no escape in sight. Having sustained a significant defeat the previous day, he refrains from confrontation and instead accelerates forward in a bid to break through the encirclement. With a resounding thud, he strikes one super soldier, propelling himself onward, ignoring the other as he races ahead. Just as he believes he is on the verge of escape, the darkened street is suddenly illuminated by a golden radiance. With a thunderous boom, a colossal golden sword, over 2.5 meters in length, materializes from thin air, forcefully sending Luke Cage hurtling back. In a span of 3 seconds, he manages to burst through the encirclement, only to be sent flying back in a mere second, landing with a thud on the ground. 5 or 6 super soldiers swiftly converge upon him, pinning him down with unyielding strength. While it is true that Luke Cage possesses invulnerability and immense strength, rendering him impervious to harm from 100 ordinary men, he finds himself stripped of all advantages when confronted by super soldiers of equal caliber. Rory emerges from the shadows, retracting his energy sword, casting a dispassionate glance at Luke Cage. Bind him and take him away. In the absence of Thor and Captain Marvel, Rory could have boldly faced the Avengers with his cadre of super soldiers. However, with Thor, the God of Thunder, and Captain Carol Danvers having returned, Rory opts for a more prudent strategy of dismantling them one by one. The super soldier bound Luke Cage with restraints, transforming him into a mummified figure, and then secured him with handcuffs and shackles crafted from heavy metal. Several military vehicles arrived, and after loading Luke Cage, they swiftly departed. Danny Rand, who had not ventured far, heard the commotion and rushed over, witnessing the entirety of Luke Cage's capture. Unfortunately, his arm was broken, rendering him unable to utilize his iron fist. Even if he could, it would only lead to a futile demise. Once the military vehicles had left, Danny immediately returned to the restaurant to inform Jessica Jones of Luke Cage's predicament. "I shall seek the intervention of S.H.I.E.L.D. to rescue Luke Cage." Meanwhile, several military vehicles returned to the military base, driving directly into a vast warehouse, where Luke Cage was hoisted into the air, his hands shackled by iron chains. Possessing an invulnerable physique, Luke remained unperturbed by the potential threats posed by Rory. He neither struggled nor shouted. Rory approached Luke and inquired, "How did you acquire your superpowers?" Luke, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, "Do you really think I would divulge that information?" Among the defenders, Rory was currently singularly interested in Luke. Danny Rand's abilities stemmed from rigorous training, while Daredevil's powers were linked to heightened senses and radiation perception. Jessica Jones's blood had already been studied, making Luke Cage Rory's prime target. Curiosity piqued, Rory asked, "Is your resolve truly that unyielding?" Luke retorted, "Try me and find out." Initially perplexed by Rory's intentions, Luke's confusion dissipated when he witnessed Rory produce an inflator and insert it into his mouth. MMM. MMM. As Rory twisted the wrench, Luke's mouth was gradually pried open. "I've heard your skin is impervious to blades and as hard as iron. Surely your tongue must be soft, right? If even your tongue is hard, then you are rather." Subsequently, Rory seized a vibranium injector from the super soldier and without hesitation plunged it into Luke's mouth. A piercing scream escaped Luke as a large vial filled with his blood was extracted. Observing the trembling Luke, Rory queried, "What if you fall ill and require surgery? Would you endure excruciating pain?" Rory shrugged and chuckled, "Perhaps I could conduct some viral experiments on you, like administering a corrosive agent, or perhaps some cancer cells." Luke fervently shook his head, his mouth agape and unable to articulate coherent words. Yet Rory discerned that Luke was insinuating he was a devil. "No, no, no. You were the ones who attacked the military base. You are the ones fleeing as terrorists." Luke managed to utter, "It is S-H-I-E-L-D, and I have no connection." "Oh, then would you be willing to publicly denounce S-H-I-E-L-D's illicit actions?" Luke fell silent. Rory smiled faintly, "I shall grant you the night to ponder this. Should you acquiesce, I shall release you. Though I must admit, I would prefer your refusal, as it would provide me with ample justification to consign you to the laboratory." Upon finishing his words, Rory turned to leave, leaving 2 elite soldiers to guard Luke Cage. Upon returning to his residence, Rory received a call from Secretary of State Ross. "Rory, the Winter Soldier Bucky has been located." "Where?" Rory, unwavering in his promise to facilitate Bucky's reunion with Steve, affirmed his commitment to escort him. Last night, he had journeyed to Wakanda alongside Black Panther T'Challa. Wakanda, a secluded realm, boasts advanced technological prowess that surpasses the rest of the world, harboring the planet's sole vibranium deposit and singularly capable of withstanding Thanos' vanguard army. Rory furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there any way to retrieve him? I will endeavor to apply diplomatic pressure on Wakanda. However, I cannot guarantee their willingness to release him." Rory's heart coldly chuckled. The retribution had merely begun, and none would escape unscathed. Chapter 65. Scientific research is the accidental discovery of the unseen. The following morning, after refreshing himself and enjoying a hearty breakfast, he escorted several elite soldiers to the warehouse from the previous night. Suspended from above, Luke Cage still bore the device clamped in his mouth. "What have you decided?" he inquired, casting a glance at Rory, who neither nodded nor shook his head in response. Rory chuckled softly, gesturing with his hand, "Inform the laboratory that operations will be halted for the day. I require the use of the lab." 2 elite soldiers gently lowered Luke Cage and accompanied Rory to the underground laboratory. Once they secured Luke Cage to the examination table, Rory approached with several syringes, stating, "Here, I possess HIV, lymphatic cancer cells, motor neuron testing viruses, and bloodborne viruses. I wonder if your ironclad physique can withstand them." Biological experimentation is invariably intertwined with viruses. For instance, the serum for super soldiers is derived from the genetic enhancement serum that Rory extracted after annihilating Steve's original cells with cancer cells. Cultivating viruses is not particularly challenging. Virtually every biological and environmental laboratory across the globe has departments dedicated to the storage and cultivation of viruses. Fear glimmered in Luke Cage's eyes, yet he stubbornly refused to relent, continuing to struggle against his restraints. Just as the needle approached his mouth, poised to penetrate flesh, he finally capitulated. "I agree. I agree. Ah, I had thought you were truly a tough man, Rory remarked with disappointment, retracting the needle. He turned to the elite soldiers and instructed, take him back to record a testimony regarding S.H.I.A.L.D. Submit the evidence to Ross, and while you're at it, issue a warrant for Captain Carol Danvers. After the elite soldiers escorted Luke Cage away, Rory sat before the examination table, scrutinizing the blood samples drawn from him the previous night. Luke Cage's superhuman abilities stemmed from biochemical experimentation, categorizing him as a type of radiation gene mutation enhancement, an enhancement type with a decidedly low upper limit, which Rory would certainly not employ himself, but could utilize in super soldier trials. By purifying the radiation virus and integrating it into a serum designed to decode genetic codes, he aimed to rewrite the genetic sequence. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Rory swiftly seized a small white mouse that had been nibbling on nuts. As he routinely conducted experiments using the serum from the mouse each time he acquired new blood samples. From the inception of his serum research to the present, every serum had been aimed at enhancing the physical genetic strength, with the sole exception of the white mouse. Thus, Rory would use the mouse's serum as a benchmark for genetic strength testing. The little mouse, previously enjoying its meal, was abruptly interrupted and pricked with a needle, instantly disgruntled, flailing its paws and squeaking in protest. After the blood draw, the mouse darted away in a flash, disappearing from sight. Upon concluding the RNA analysis, Rory positioned himself before the electron microscope, employing a cellular needle to inject the mouse's genes into Luke Cage's cells, subsequently infusing Luke Cage's genes into the mouse's cells. The results of this reciprocal exchange were starkly different. The genetic level of the mouse surpassed that of Luke Cage. Upon the infusion of Luke Cage's cells into the mouse's genetic structure, they immediately began to swell and divide, exhibiting a marked increase in strength. Upon reflection, the injection of Luke Cage's genes into the cells of a laboratory mouse caused it to wither within mere seconds, subsequently losing all vitality. To my astonishment, after infusing the genes of Thanos, the genetic similarity between the mouse and Luke Cage reached an astounding 84, indicative of the strength of Cage's genetic makeup. Just minutes after the injection of Luke Cage's cells, a novel type of blood cell began to differentiate, a revelation that momentarily surprised Rory. Could the radiation virus-enhanced serum be worth exploring? If one were to categorize enhancement methods, Rory contemplated a hierarchy: high-dimensional gene enhancement, self-gene amplification, radiation virus-induced biological gene fusion. Rory employed the genes of the Eternals to supplant his own, while Captain America, Steve Rogers, and Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, fell under the category of self-gene enhancement. Given the limitations of Dr. Ekin's era, he could not produce a more potent serum. Otherwise, Steve might have been even more formidable. Characters like Spider-Man, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, and the Hulk are all associated with the radiation virus, which could manifest as biochemical agents or viruses contaminated with radiation, resulting in genetic mutations due to external pressures, a phenomenon Rory termed radiation virus enhancement. The final category of gene fusion enhancement is epitomized by Dr. Connors. In Rory's view, the fusion of genes from disparate species is the epitome of lowly behavior, and he referred to such hybrids as aberrations, an abomination that biologists vehemently despise, as it defies the fundamental principles of biology. Now, having inadvertently created a radiation virus-enhanced serum, Rory was struck with the notion of conducting human trials. Bring in the remaining 2 test subjects immediately. Previously, Secretary Ross had supplied 4 volunteers. 2 had perished, leaving 2 viable candidates for this experiment. Soon, the 2 volunteers arrived in the laboratory. One claimed to be wrongfully accused, seeking to reduce his sentence through participation in the trial, while the other was a disabled veteran missing his right arm, hoping to secure a substantial sum for his family through the experiment. Rory, seated in his chair, reviewed the latest medical reports of the 2. First, I must clarify that this trial carries inherent risks, and I cannot predict the outcomes. The disabled veteran responded nonchalantly, "That's for the best. If I die, my family will receive a larger sum." The wrongfully accused criminal added, "If I perish, I hope the federal government will pardon my offenses. I do not wish to die burdened by crimes I did not commit." Rory closed the medical report and smiled faintly. Sometimes, death is not the most painful outcome. The true agony lies in a life that is worse than death. Rory led the 2 to the testing area. where he drew blood and conducted the most basic rejection reaction tests. As long as the genes were not identical, some degree of rejection would invariably occur. Rory would adjust the serum's concentration based on the intensity of the rejection response to achieve a balanced level. "You go first," Rory instructed the disabled veteran. "Remove your clothing and lie on the examination table." The radiation virus serum enhancement does not necessitate a biological energy conversion chamber. During the enhancement process, radiation autonomously alters the host's genetic mutations, simultaneously destroying and repairing, ultimately achieving genetic modification. The most significant drawback of this mutation is its unpredictability. The same vial of radiation virus serum, when administered to different individuals, may yield disparate mutations. This is precisely why Rory seldom researches the radiation virus serum. He abhors the notion of surrendering himself to fate. A disabled soldier, clad only in his undergarments, lay on the experimental bed, his body taut with tension. Though unafraid of death, no one can remain entirely composed in such moments, driven by humanity's primal instinct to fear the unknown. Secure him with restraints, but not too tightly, merely enough to prevent escape, Rory instructed. As he calibrated the serum, he directed the criminal volunteer to assist. Once the serum was perfected, he activated the recording device to document the entire experiment. At 10:27 a.m. on the 26th, the human trial for the N1 radiation virus serum began. The subject's name was Anthony, aged 41, weighing 183 pounds, with a heart rate of 137. The serum concentration was adjusted to 47. Rory prepared the experimental data presentation before approaching the experimental table to commence the trial. Chapter 66. Enhancement is hormonal, mutation is a lottery with a swift motion. He expelled the excess air from the syringe and subsequently stuffed a towel into the mouth of the disabled soldier. "Bite down. It may hurt in a moment," he cautioned. Utilizing the light wave perspective instrument, he pinpointed the median vein at the soldier's elbow. After receiving a nod from the soldier, he gently inserted the syringe into the vein. At the onset of the injection, the soldier experienced a peculiar sensation of pain. He applied pressure to the soldier's arm to stabilize the needle, continuously administering the radiation virus serum into his body. The discomfort intensified, with the arm turning red and eventually the entire body adopting a crimson hue. After withdrawing the syringe and placing it onto a nearby tray, he aimed the camera at the test subject, stating, "The rejection response is evident. Subcutaneous tissues are exhibiting congestion symptoms. The pupils are dilated, breathing is erratic, and he is in an unconscious state. Heart rate at 197, yet the heart continues to function, indicating a probable successful fusion of the serum." Symptoms of alopecia were emerging, and DNA was undergoing recombination. However, an unexpected transformation occurred. Bone spurs began to protrude from the soldier's elbow, knee, and shoulder, a development that took him by surprise. According to his initial hypothesis, the serum should have preserved human physical characteristics. This mutation was clearly not human in nature. In a startling moment, the soldier's severed arm sprouted an elongated bone spur, matching the length of his other arm. He hastily positioned the camera, retrieving a flashlight as he approached the experimental platform, gripping the underside and declaring loudly, "Stay conscious. Can you hear my voice?" The soldier's pupils constricted momentarily, yet he displayed no further response. "Listen, if you can hear me, it is crucial to maintain your sanity. Otherwise, you will certainly perish. Humans undergoing physical transformation have a significant risk of becoming aberrations, with the most pronounced characteristic being the loss of autonomous consciousness, as the original awareness is eroded by foreign genes. Many antagonists exhibit a complete personality shift post-successful experiments, precisely due to this phenomenon." Remarkably, the soldier seemed to comprehend his words. The bone spurs gradually retracted, restoring him to a normal state. As he began to stabilize, an hour later, the red skin receded, and his body hair, including his scalp and eyebrows, regrew, albeit now in white. He speculated that the influence of the lab mice might be responsible for this change in coloration. However, he pondered whether the hair below would also turn white. 2 hours later, the heart rate normalized, as though nothing had ever transpired. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the data displayed on the machine, particularly focusing on the brainwave activity. Given the current brainwave levels, the soldier should have awakened by now. Turning around, he found the soldier indeed stirring back to consciousness. Am I not dead? The soldier murmured. I'm afraid you won't be receiving any more funds. He jested with a smile. After unfastening the restraints, he retrieved a pair of handcuffs and leg irons to secure the soldier. The soldier, visibly perplexed, inquired, "What is the purpose of this?" "This is merely a precautionary measure. I shall continue to observe for a week and will conduct a psychological evaluation. Once you pass this assessment, you will naturally be released. To prevent any fluctuations in the subject's temperament, it is imperative to implement necessary measures." After extracting the samples, Rory instructed the super soldiers to escort the disabled veterans to the confinement area, subsequently preparing for the next experiment. The volunteer criminal reclined on the experimental table and softly inquired, "Sir, will I end up like him?" "Not necessarily. It varies from person to person." According to Rory's hypothesis, the disabled veteran, having lost an arm, experienced active repair of the damaged area during the genetic modification process, thus resulting in the growth of bone. This transformation is unpredictable, and the serum is more likely to modify genes based on the subject's deficiencies. At 14:08 on the 26th, the second human trial of the N1 radiation virus serum commenced, with the subject named Payne, age 36, weighing 155 pounds, and registering a heart rate of 129. The serum concentration was elevated to 51. Rory repeated the previous steps. This time, the subject did not develop bone spurs. However, his skin became extraordinarily tough. Unlike Luke Cage, whose skin remained flesh-like despite being impervious to weapons, this subject's skin felt akin to steel, devoid of any elasticity. Indeed, the radiation virus serum is akin to a blind box, with mutations dictated by the whims of fate. 3 hours swiftly passed, and the second subject gradually regained consciousness. "Sir, I feel significantly stronger." The criminal volunteer exhibited greater awareness compared to the disabled veteran. Upon awakening, he was even able to engage in normal conversation. Rory nodded, retrieving a scalpel to make a small incision on the subject's arm, which left merely a white mark, the skin intact as before. His mutated abilities were comparable to those of Luke Cage. However, the extent of the difference would only be ascertained through subsequent testing. Rory unfastened the restraints and tossed the handcuffs and leg irons to him, stating, "Put these on yourself. You will return to isolation for a period. Once everything is clear, I will arrange for you to visit your family." The criminal volunteer immediately expressed his gratitude. "Sir, I am truly thankful. If my abilities can assist you, I am willing to do anything." The prospect of a reduced sentence and a return home was his greatest desire, and the unexpected acquisition of superpowers only heightened his sense of gratitude. While a normal person might be exhilarated by newfound abilities, he maintained his composure and had no thoughts of exploiting his powers, a rare quality indeed. Rory nodded in satisfaction. "Rest assured, if you pass the subsequent tests, not only can I absolve you of your sentence, but I can also arrange a commendable job for you. For now, you may return." The criminal volunteer bowed respectfully to Rory, then followed the two super soldiers back to the confinement area. The two subjects required separate confinement, with no opportunity for interaction. After the experiments concluded, Rory conducted a preliminary comparison of the data collected from both subjects. Both individuals exhibited significant genetic mutations, the uncontrollable nature of which rendered it impossible to ascertain their merits or drawbacks. In Rory's mind, such outcomes were far less straightforward and practical than the serum for super soldiers. He deleted the formula for the radiation virus serum from his computer and subsequently placed the remaining serum into the refrigerator. Civilian mutators would never prove as beneficial as the military's legion of super soldiers. From the following day onward, Rory commenced the production of super soldiers while simultaneously collecting data from the confinement facility housing the experimental subjects. The disabled soldier, named Anthony, possessed the ability to extend a bony blade from his arm, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length. A CT scan revealed that the blade grew from the internal structure of the bone in the latter half of his arm, extending outward during its utilization. Its hardness surpassed that of an ordinary human bone, comparable to steel, and the bone blade exhibited a certain degree of regenerative capability, albeit with a notably slow recovery rate. Physically, he experienced enhancements, achieving a strength similar to that of an average super soldier, though far from the extraordinary levels exhibited by Luke Cage. The criminal subject, named Payne, received a boost in strength along with a physique as resilient as iron, effectively inheriting the powers of Luke Cage. However, unlike Cage, Payne's muscle strength was akin to that of an ordinary person under normal circumstances. Upon activation of his ability, his skin would lose its elasticity, achieving a strength nearly equivalent to that of Luke Cage. Upon completing the data collection for Anthony and Payne, Rory emerged to witness Luke Cage being escorted into an armored vehicle by several individuals. Curiosity piqued, Rory inquired, "What is happening?" "Good morning, sir. Luke Cage is scheduled to attend a hearing shortly. Following the conclusion of the hearing, he will be transported to a maritime raft prison for permanent confinement.